Chapter 1. The Transition Ceremony. In the Crisis Era, Year 158. On the playground of Jiangcheng 4th High School, 10 crystals radiating a purple glow lay quietly arranged. These crystals, known as purple goldstones, serve as the instruments for the transition ceremony for all senior students of 4th High School today. 1,000 students were divided into 10 formations, sitting upright and attentively gazing at the purple goldstones before them. Suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in a gray administrative jacket approached. He was Fong Ping, the principal of 4th High School. Raising a megaphone, Fong Ping proclaimed loudly, "Dear students, time flows swiftly like a fleeting horse, and the years weave by like waves sifting through sand. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. You once entered the gates of our 4th High School with youthful smiles, and today, I hope you will carry that beautiful youth into the vast expanse of your future lives." A resounding applause erupted from the audience. Fong Ping continued, "Today marks a significant turning point in your lives of transition. I hope each of you can become a pillar of our nation, akin to Ming Wanqing, who is currently observing you from the viewing platform." With that, he gestured towards the platform, not far away. Immediately, all students turned their gazes to the viewing platform, where a graceful young woman in a pristine white garment sat elegantly in the front row, resembling a pure and noble white lotus. Ming Wanqing, as mentioned by Principal Fong Ping, was the top student of the previous year at 4th High School and also the valedictorian of Tianbei Province. With an exceptional score of 5 in the 7-day elite examinations, she shattered the historical record for the best score ever achieved in Tianbei Province, ultimately being admitted to the prestigious Royal Academy in the capital, becoming the envy of all at 4th High School. Seemingly sensing the fervor of the crowd, Ming Wanqing slightly rose, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she raised her right hand in a wave, warmly greeting the students. Instantly, a wave of excitement rippled through the audience, with students whispering animatedly about the legendary tale of Ming Wanqing. The clamor arose, as if all attention had been diverted to her, students murmuring among themselves in hushed tones. "No wonder she is called the perfect goddess. Just look at her every smile and frown, utterly captivating. Just observe her beauty and grace." Tonight is destined to be another night of solitary striving. A group of students lowered their heads, smiling as they engaged in quiet conversation. "Galway, did you know? Even if she is the perfect goddess in everyone's eyes, I can only give her an 87. Why?" Galway looked puzzled, unable to comprehend how such a stunning woman could only warrant an 87. "Because I have yet to see the remaining 13 points. Galway. The speaker was Chun Tianming, who was not originally from this world. The former Chun Tianming lived on a blue planet called Blue Star until an unexpected car accident led to his soul being transported to this current realm, in today's world. The level of technology bears a striking resemblance to the one experienced by Chun Tianming, as they inhabit a nearly identical planet. Not only do they share a common language, but their cultural histories are also remarkably alike. The sole distinction lies in the fact that this world is currently besieged by malevolent forces from beyond. These malevolent beings are not extraterrestrials or mythical creatures, but rather various bloodthirsty monsters that have traversed countless miles through an array of portals to invade this realm. Their singular aim is annihilation, to eradicate every form of life that meets their gaze. Initially, the sudden emergence of these portals caught humanity off guard. However, mankind quickly organized a counteroffensive and managed to curtail the impending disaster. Yet, one fateful day, the inhabitants of this planet were struck with terror as they discovered that these portals would evolve over time, giving rise to increasingly formidable creatures. Gradually, humanity's weapons began to falter against these high-tier monstrosities. Among the invading entities, the Demon Clan led the charge, swiftly breaching human defenses and launching a widespread assault on cities. Thus commenced the era of crisis for humanity. Fortunately, it was later revealed that these portals could be destroyed. Upon their destruction, they yielded one or more purple crystals, which came to be known as purple gold stones by the populace. Nonetheless, with the loss of vast territories, many portals remained in enemy-occupied regions, rendering them beyond the reach of destruction and perpetuating humanity's disadvantage. That it was not until the discovery that purple gold stones could assist individuals in awakening their innate professions that humanity began to regain its capacity for counteroffensive action, inching back towards reclamation of lost ground. Before transitioning to their new professions, individuals could refine their mental fortitude and physical strength through meditation and body cultivation techniques. These attributes directly influenced their potential for awakening, with higher evaluations promising greater future achievements. Even if one were to awaken a mundane profession, such as a chef, Possessing exceptional talent could ensure that their future accomplishments far surpass those of ordinary individuals. Consequently, people diligently practiced meditation and body cultivation to enhance their innate capabilities. Coupled with professional bonuses, humanity gradually acquired the strength to repel the monsters and reclaim territories, having successfully regained 9 provincial regions thus far. Jiangbei province stands among them as brilliant beams of purple light soared into the sky. 10 purple gold stones were installed at this moment. I declare the commencement of the Jiangshan 4th Secondary School's job transition ceremony. Chapter 2. The exceptional talent of 1 in 1,000. With these words, the previously bustling playground fell into a profound silence, as every individual held their breath. A palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere, and all eyes turned towards the principal, brows raised in anticipation. The turning point of each individual's future is about to be inscribed at this very moment. Will they serve the nation like a dragon, or will they be like a worm, toiling aimlessly throughout their lives? The revelation is imminent. Zhang Wu, Li San, Ji Ba. The principal called out the names of 10 individuals in one breath, prompting them to rise and slowly make their way toward the purple gold stone. Some gazed around, while others wore expressions of anxiety, yet the tension in their tightly clenched fists was unmistakable. Upon reaching the forefront of the purple gold stone, a mystical array suddenly illuminated beneath their feet, startling those at its center. Seeing this, Fang Ping gently reassured, "Do not be alarmed, this is merely the detection procedure of the array. Once it concludes, their professions will begin to manifest upon the purple gold stone." In a short while, as the brilliance of the array gradually faded, one profession after another began to reveal itself upon the stone. Zhang Wu, a life profession of exceptional talent. Li San, a life profession of rare aptitude. Ji Ba, a combat profession of extraordinary prowess. Before long, the occupational transition ceremony concluded. 6 individuals in life professions, 3 in supportive roles, and 1 in combat. Oh yeah, Ji Ba, have also become a combatant of extraordinary talent. The students below cast envious glances his way. Talent is graded as follows: ordinary, excellent, rare, extraordinary, unique, peerless. It is said that above peerless, there exists a category known as the Chosen One. The previous session's Ming Wanqing was deemed a Chosen One, and each such individual is a treasured asset of the state, receiving paramount protection. Typically, as long as a Chosen One can flourish, they can inflict significant damage upon malevolent entities and foreign races. As for what profession one might transition into, no one can predict with certainty. Some individuals, whose performances appear average, may unexpectedly become formidable main battle professions, while others, who consistently excel, might only transition into life professions. Individuals like Ji Ba, who achieve extraordinary talent upon their first transition, are indeed rare and worthy of admiration. At that moment, Chen Tianming felt a tap on his shoulder. It was Gao Wei, approaching with a beaming smile. "Tiange, what is your dream profession?" Chen Tianming glanced at him and shook his head, offering no response. Gao Wei chuckled. "Come on, just share, it's not a big deal. He'll tell you this. If I were to transition into a main battle profession, I would wish to be a swordsman. This way, I could become a chivalrous hero, traversing the world, indulging in adventures and vendettas, living freely, and also protecting the ladies." His physique indeed suited the swordsman profession well. However, transitioning into a main battle profession is challenging. To achieve a desired profession is even more daunting. Chen Tianming had calculated that the odds are roughly around 10 out of over 1,000 individuals. Only about 100 might become main battle professions. As Gao Wei rambled on with great enthusiasm, Chen Tianming simply shook his head and smiled, choosing not to engage in conversation. Typically reserved, Chen Tianming excelled academically, but had few friends. Many regarded him as somewhat peculiar. Gao Wei remarked upon Chen Tianming's lackluster demeanor, subsequently turning to engage in conversation with those nearby. One individual beside Gao Wei tugged at his arm and whispered, "What are you discussing with that bookworm? He won't pay you any mind." Exactly. Just because he excels academically, what gives him the right to act superior? In the end, what profession he will transition into remains uncertain. Indeed, he might just settle for an ordinary, mundane job that a number of individuals around them engaged in lively chatter, their voices growing increasingly boisterous, entirely disregarding the feelings of others. Chen Tianming, possessing an average social standing among his peers, was perceived by many as aloof and arrogant. His academic prowess led to a disdainful view of those around him. Upon hearing the comment from his classmates, Gao Wei's temper flared. "Nonsense. You are all blinded by his exterior. His aloofness is merely a facade. Deep down, he is quite the character." I have known him since we were 5. Back then, Brother Tian would drag me to the bathhouse, claiming there were treasures inside. If I refused, he would hit me. Once there, our heights were insufficient, so he would stand on my shoulders, using me as a stool for an hour at a time. Yet when I suggested I should stand on his shoulders for a change, he would dismiss me with a not suitable for children and slip away. Would you not agree that is rather despicable? The surrounding crowd murmured in astonishment. Chun Tianming hurriedly covered the other's mouth, exclaiming, "You fool! Do you even hear the nonsense you're spouting?" A wave of frustration washed over Chun Tianming. He had not anticipated that this individual would retain such vivid memories of their childhood. At this moment, he felt a surge of desire to reprimand him, as the carefully cultivated image of aloofness he had maintained for years lay in ruins. He wished to clarify that such matters were best left unspoken. The more he explained, the more he would appear guilty. With a hasty remark of, "They'll deal with you after the transition," he fell silent, striving to uphold his cold demeanor. Time, devoid of warmth, felt as weightless as a falling feather, drifting aimlessly. Soon, the principal's voice resonated once more. "Next, Gao Wei, Li Jiping." Chun Kai. Upon hearing his name called, Gao Wei patted Chun Tianming on the shoulder and thumped his chest, his playful expression replaced by solemnity. "Brother Tian, it's my turn." Gao Wei's actions made Chun Tianming feel as though he were witnessing a soldier preparing for battle rather than a mere transition ceremony. He looked at Gao Wei, nodding encouragingly. "Go for it. Wei go. Best of luck." "Haha, here goes my Wei go." As the brilliance began to dim, the professions and innate talents of this group began to manifest upon the purple gold stone. Li Jiping, support-type profession, talent, a rare find. Gao Wei, combat-type profession, talent, exceptional. Chun Kai, combat-type profession, talent, a rare find. Buzzing filled the air. A thunderclap seemed to explode in Gao Wei's mind. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Wow, it truly is a combat-type profession, and my talent rating is indeed exceptional. Meanwhile, the audience buzzed with lively discussions as this event unveiled not one, but 2 combat-oriented professions, alongside an exceptionally rare talent, causing a stir among the spectators, all of whom were eager to witness the unfolding drama. Such is human nature when events occur at a distance. They remain inconsequential, yet when they transpire nearby and are witnessed firsthand, they create an illusion of deceptive sense of capability within oneself. Goodness, an extraordinarily rare talent. Not to mention the Royal Academy. At the very least, the other 4 prestigious institutions are surely within reach. Once they mature, they will undoubtedly become the backbone of our easternly nation. With limitless prospects ahead, I can't shake the feeling that the burly fellow who just transitioned to a combat class is my long-lost elementary school classmate. Does anyone have his contact information? Please send it to me. Thank you. Nonsense. He's clearly my ex-boyfriend. You vixen, keep your distance. Chapter 3. Unparalleled in the world. In easternly nation, aside from the esteemed Royal Academy in the capital city, the next best institutions are the 4 prestigious universities, followed by a number of ordinary colleges. Gao Wei never imagined that he would find himself at such a remarkable starting point. With the 4 prestigious universities as his foundation, and with a dash of fortune and a bit more effort, the Royal Academy in the capital could very well be within his grasp. Regaining his composure, he began to contemplate his specific profession, the magic swordsman. It truly is a sword-related vocation. How splendid. With excitement, he trotted back to Chun Tianming's side, under the envious gazes of the crowd. "Brother Tian, do you know how I awakened this extraordinarily rare talent and came to possess the swordsman profession?" "Oh, your class is swordsman." "Hee. Indeed. You have no idea." At that moment on stage, I silently wished to exchange 10 years of Yi Fan's lifespan for the chance to transition into a swordsman, allowing him to lose 10 years of his life. To my surprise, it succeeded. Not only did I successfully transition into a swordsman, but I also became a rare profession. The magic swordsman. Ha ha ha. Gao Wei exclaimed with exuberance. Upon hearing Gao Wei's words, Chun Tianming wore an expression of astonishment and skepticism. Perhaps he should give it a try as well. Could afford to spare a mere 20 years. After all, he was still young. After all, this was not a loss since it did not involve his own lifespan. Next, may we invite Yi Fan, Zhang Kai, Lulu, and Xia Shui to the stage for the transition ceremony. As the principal's words echoed, a majority of the students turned their attention to Yi Fan, including Chun Tianming and Gao W. That moment, Gao Wei felt an undercurrent of anxiety wash over him, glancing nervously at Chun Tianming. "Brother Tian, Yi Fan made a bold statement just days ago, asserting that although his academic performance may not match yours, he is determined to surpass you in the transition ceremony. claiming that previous academic achievements hold no weight. Only the profession and talent evaluation are the true measures of strength. Heh, it matters not if worst comes to worst. I shall simply add another 20 years. Chun Tianming observed Yi Fan's silhouette, a quiet chuckle escaping his lips. I in his second life. Chun Tianming, who had once traversed the trials of existence, found it inconceivable to engage in conflicts during his high school years. In his previous life as a corporate drone, he had been thoroughly tempered by the rigors of society. Thus, in this new existence, Chen Tianming cherishes his current life immensely. Not only are his parents alive, but they have also bestowed upon him a rare opportunity for a fresh start. In opportunity he is determined to seize wholeheartedly. Understanding that knowledge holds the power to transform destiny, he has diligently pursued his studies from a young age, consistently ranking first in his school and embodying the ideal of the exemplary child in the eyes of others. Oh, how splendid it would be if this world were free from the invasion of malevolent forces. Chen Tianming sighed quietly, contemplating, then I would have even more opportunities. At present, the curriculum at school encompasses knowledge pertinent to various professions, along with theories surrounding the emergence of portals, the anatomy and structure of malevolent entities, as well as a comprehensive understanding of the culture and history of this world. Other courses merely present superficial concepts, while the government has refrained from issuing further directives. The rationale behind this is that the nation currently requires professionals. Once, a madman proposed a theory known as the box theory, which suggests that through the purple goldstone, one could digitize human functions and directly assign us our vocations. For the scientists of this world, such an idea is utterly unfathomable. They cannot conceive of the force capable of manifesting such concepts within the minds of individuals. This madman speculated that humanity is merely a sequence of codes, trapped within an inescapable box, with the purple goldstone being the key. Those who provide these professions and encode them in our consciousness are referred to as observers, who perhaps watch our struggles for mere amusement or for other inscrutable reasons. This remains a mystery to the populace. Furthermore, slaying those otherworldly demons directly enhances one's attributes, leading the madman to ponder whether his reality is genuine or merely a virtual construct manipulated by unseen hands. To uncover this ultimate truth, one must engage in relentless battles, ascend to the pinnacle, or risk remaining oblivious to the profound secret. It may be the secret of immortality or merely a string of data, easily erased. Who can truly know in the end? Before that revelation, physics has perished and science holds no significance. At this moment, Yi Fan is fixated on the purple goldstone before him, his clenched fists betraying the tension within. Since I cannot compete with you in academic prowess, let us measure our professions and potential. Know that in preparation for this awakening, I have tirelessly practiced the meditation and body refinement techniques, all in hopes of making a remarkable impact during this job transition ceremony. Chen Tianming, it has been 3 years. Do you have any idea what I've endured during this time? Ever since I arrived at 4th high school, I have never once claimed the title of the top student. Whereas before, in middle and elementary school, I consistently secured the first position in every examination. You are the haunting specter in my heart, without surpassing you. My thoughts remain clouded, and I fear the emergence of inner demons in the future. This time, I must surpass you. Upon reaching this thought, he could not help but roar in fury, as if this was the only way to release the pent-up frustration within. Under the watchful gaze of Yi Fan, a brilliant and resplendent light surged upward from beneath his feet. In the next moment, the principal's booming and excited voice resonated. Yi Fan, you have awakened a rare combat profession. Talent evaluation, unparalleled in the world. Chapter 4. The Chosen One. Instantly, the students below erupted in astonishment, all rendered speechless, their mouths agape. Nearby, Fong Ping witnessed the scene and could hardly contain his joy. This is splendid. Last year we had Ming walking, and now another Yi Fan has emerged. Although his talent may not reach the level of the Chosen One, being a rare combat profession is already remarkable. Fong Ping's face beamed with delight, akin to a blossoming flower, as he chuckled incessantly. My heavens! His talent is truly unparalleled, and he possesses a rare combat profession. Although the specifics remain unknown, this is at least a stepping stone to the prestigious 4 great academies. Are you daft? Such qualifications could directly grant admission to the Kyoto Royal Academy. Do you truly believe there are countless prodigies like Ming walking in this world? I never expected our school to produce a Chosen One last year, and now another Yi Fan with unparalleled talent has emerged. Initially, I thought the recent standout was the pinnacle for this year, but it appears that was merely the beginning. By the way, wasn't there a wager between Yi Fan and Chen Tianming recently? This should provide quite the entertainment. Ha ha ha. I recall their bet was that the loser must call the other grandfather 3 times. Is this for real? Such a grand wager? This should be quite the spectacle. Everyone, silence. Gao Wei, hearing the murmurs around him, could not help but exclaim in anger, Tiangu has never lost. Even if he were to lose to Yi Fan this time. So what? It would only be a single defeat. Even if, in the end, Tiangu were to lose, it is not for you to discuss casually. Seeing Gao Wei's fury, those around him fell silent, their expressions filled with awe as they regarded him. This was the intimidation brought by unmatched talent. Congratulations, Yi Fan. I hope you achieve excellent results in the upcoming college entrance examination. As a rare profession of unparalleled talent, you will receive a reward from the school, which I will present to you after the job transfer ceremony. I hope you can bring honor to the 4th secondary school and to the city of Jiang. Indeed, Principal. At this moment, Yi Fan regained his composure from the earlier surprise, bowed slightly to Fang Ping, and turned to descend the stage. However, as he stepped down, his piercing gaze was directed straight at Chen Tianming, brimming with palpable provocation. A rare combat profession, unparalleled talent. Chen Tianming. I am eager to see how you will overcome me this time. Damn it, Tiangu, this kid Yi Fan is truly insufferable. Gao Wei, witnessing the provocative glare from Yi Fan, could not help but express his indignation. After all, what is a mere unparalleled talent? Tiangu, later on, awaken as a fated individual and deliver a resounding slap to his face. Upon hearing the words, Chen Tianming responded with composure, very well. I shall take your good wishes to heart. Time flowed inexorably, second by second, as one classmate after another completed their job transitions. Suddenly, with the principal's voice resonating once more, Chen Tianming's heart raced at that very moment. Now, let us welcome Yang Fei, Yanxi, Panjiming. Chen Tianming ascended the stage for the transition ceremony. Here it comes. Although cultivating the meditation technique and the body refinement method could enhance the likelihood of awakening a rare profession, it ultimately hinged on fortune. Even with Chen Tianming's experience from 2 lifetimes, he felt an unexpected surge of anxiety as the principal called out his name. All eyes in the audience turned to Chen Tianming, including those of Ming walking in the viewing stand. Go, brother Tian. Gao Wei was even more anxious than Chen Tianming, determined to outshine Yi Fan and ensure he remained forever in his dust. Rest assured, Chen Tianming assured Gao Wei, forming a gesture with his index and middle fingers joined. Then raising his hand from his temple, I am your ever-reliable brother Tian. Oh, this infernal sense of security. Chen Tianming stood at the center of the formation. His head bowed, hands clasped together, murmuring incantations incomprehensibly. Fang Ping observed him, initially attributing his soft mutterings to nerves, and approached to offer some words of comfort. However, as he drew near, he distinctly heard, "Oh heavens, I offer Yi Fan's 40 years of life as a sacrifice in exchange for a talent unparalleled in the world. If that is insufficient, feel free to deduct more." Fang Ping's expression darkened. As the others took their positions, he casually scanned the playground. Noting that nearly everyone's gaze was fixed upon Chen Tianming, including those on the viewing platform. At that moment, Fang Ping felt a surge of tension within him. Yi Fan, the perennial second in the 4th high school, had awakened a rare and unparalleled combat profession. What extraordinary talent or profession would Chen Tianming, the longtime top scholar, awaken? Shaking his head, Fang Ping observed that everyone was now in place, and with a commanding voice, he declared, "Commence the class transfer." Instantly, radiant purple light emanated from beneath their feet. Suddenly, the light beneath Chen Tianming flickered rapidly, transforming into a brilliant column of light that ascended skyward, piercing through the clouds above. The blinding purple glow shone like a cataclysmic flame, threatening to consume all in its path. The crowd below was left squinting against the dazzling light. As the brilliance gradually faded, people blinked in disbelief, their hearts filled with curiosity, eager to discern the revelation upon the purple gold stone. Chen Tianming awakens rare combat profession, talent evaluation, a person of destiny. Fang Ping stood upon the platform, staring at the inscription with an expression of utter incredulity. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he confirmed that he was not imagining things. Talent evaluation, A person of destiny. In the very moment the purple gold stone revealed its message, Chen Tianming's mind illuminated with his own attribute values. Name, Chen Tianming. Profession, summoner, rare, race, human talent, person of destiny. Level, mortal realm. Level 1 constitution, 90 strength, 85 agility, 85 spirit, 160 talent, tier 1 skills. Summoning summon beasts, 0 summoning space, 0-10. Just as Chen Tianming was meticulously examining his attributes, An intense itch suddenly overcame him, as if countless tiny insects were crawling upon him. He couldn't help but let out a groan. Before he could comprehend the situation, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Detection complete. Host has successfully completed class transfer, beginning extraction of the world's essence for profession upgrade. Chen Tianming was astonished to discover that his attribute panel had undergone a transformation. Name: Chen Tianming. Occupation: Overlord of the insect race. Unique race: human. Innate talent: Destined 1 level, Mortal Realm level 1. Constitution: 90 strength, 85 agility, 85 spirit, 160 gift. Grade 1 divine talent: Insect Codex. All creatures of the vast universe's insects are under your command. Skill: Summoning technique. Summon beasts. 0 summoning space. 0 upgrade complete. The host is rewarded with 1 opportunity to summon a mother insect. Would the host like to proceed with the summoning? Yes or no? Chen Tianming's astonishment morphed into bewilderment. Despite having lived 2 lives, he found himself utterly stunned by this sequence of transformations. Chen Tianming hastily selected no and began to explore the newfound information swirling in his mind. As for the lottery, it was far more intriguing to indulge in such pursuits when no one was around. Goodness! Just after the panel transformed, a multitude of information instantly flooded his consciousness. Firstly, his summoner had morphed into a Zerg Overlord. Secondly, his Tier 1 talent had been preserved, and he had acquired an additional talent known as the Insect Codex. In that moment, a vast and magnificent tapestry unfurled in Chen Tianming's mind, much like a grand mural. The tapestry shimmered with a variety of insectoid beings, ranging from diminutive ants and locusts to colossal beetles that could spout plasma, and even interstellar insectoid races capable of traversing the cosmos. Furthermore, there were many elegant humanoid insectoids wielding staves and blades. These swarms exuded an intimate aura, continuously merging within his psyche, eventually coalescing into a colossal wave that churned in his mind. In an instant, Chen Tianming comprehended the function and significance of the Insect Codex. Unlocking ordinary insectoids would require the expenditure of mental energy for summoning. However, summoning a queen insect merely necessitated providing sustenance for her, which would lead to a continuous generation of swarms. Thus, he could cultivate one formidable insect army after another. It was unfathomable, truly unfathomable. As a summoner, it seemed entirely reasonable to nurture an insectoid calamity, did it not? Chen Tianming began to feel a burgeoning sense of anticipation. Not only had his rare profession transformed into a unique vocation, but it is imperative to note that the manifestation of professions upon the purple gold stone is limited to 2 categories: a certain type of profession or a certain type of rare profession. The recent changes in his physical form have precipitated a momentous transformation in his attribute panel. Rare professions have now evolved into a unique vocation. It is noteworthy that within the entire Dongli Empire, the registered count of individuals holding rare professions amounts to merely several tens of thousands. While this figure may seem substantial, it is essential to consider that due to the invasion of malevolent forces, humanity has lost vast tracts of land. The once thriving population of over 1 billion has now been condensed into merely 9 provincial territories. According to the latest census, the total population of the Dongli Empire currently hovers around 678 million. When distributed among the population, the presence of several tens of thousands of rare professions translates to a mere 1 in every 10,000 individuals, thus earning the rare profession the distinction of being considered a 1 in a million vocation. However, it is crucial to understand that whether a profession is categorized as rare or unique merely signifies its scarcity and distinctiveness. As the saying goes, a profession determines one's baseline potential, while innate talent determines the ceiling of one's capabilities. Individuals who possess the talent of a fated one not only receive formidable gifts but also experience significantly enhanced attribute growth compared to those of lower innate talent at the same level. Similarly, their comprehension of skills surpasses that of their peers. This implies that anyone who awakens as a fated individual, regardless of the profession they eventually pursue, will achieve success as long as they do not succumb to complacency. His heart began to ignite with fervor, especially since his summoning space had transitioned from 0-10 to 0, coupled with his 2 innate talents. Was he destined to ascend to the pinnacle of life and marry a wealthy and beautiful partner? Congratulations to you, Chen Tianming, Fang Ping interjected, disrupting his reverie. Congratulations on transitioning to a rare combat profession. Fang Ping regarded the youth before him with genuine delight. For 2 consecutive years, the school had witnessed students transitioning into professions of fated individuals. The enrollment rate for the upcoming semester was beyond his imagination. He suppressed his own enthusiasm and solemnly stated, Chun Tianming, as a rare combat professional endowed with the talent of a fated individual, you are eligible to receive a special reward from the school. This reward will be presented to you following the conclusion of the transition ceremony. Should you have any other requests, feel free to voice them to the school. We shall do our utmost to accommodate you. Furthermore, he expressed his hope that you would bring glory to 4th High School and to Jiang City. At this moment, Principal Fang Ping extended his most heartfelt wishes to Chen Tianming. Chen Tianming nodded in acknowledgement and gradually descended the stage amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. Observing this, Gao Wei immediately inquired with delight, Brother Tian, what profession have you awakened? Summoner, Chen replied. Gao Wei erupted into hearty laughter, patting Chen Tianming on the shoulder. That's splendid. In future dungeon runs, I shall stand in front of you at the teleportation gate, and you can summon with all your might from behind. Ha! He then thumped his chest with a grandiose flair, proclaiming, if anyone wishes to harm me in the future, they must first tread over your lifeless body. After hearing this, Chun Tianming was rendered speechless and could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, I often urge you to read more, yet you refuse to heed my advice. It was clear that if anyone wished to harm him, they would first have to step over his corpse. Gao Wei, astonished, replied, indeed, that's right. They must first tread over your body. Ha! What a joker he was. Chen Tianming cast Gao Wei a disdainful glance and chose to ignore him. At long last, after all the students had completed their class transitions, Fang Ping took to the stage to address the gathering. Dear students, the class transition ceremony has concluded. Regardless of whether you have chosen a primary combat profession, a supportive role, or a life-oriented vocation, and irrespective of your innate talents, you are all citizens of the Dongli Nation. Humanity now finds itself in an era of crisis, and each individual should contribute to the survival of our race. Therefore, do not despair. A beautiful and bright future awaits you. I am confident that you will shine with your unique light and warmth in your respective positions. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, our beginner's leveling dungeon in Jiang City will be accessible to all students. You may form teams to venture into the dungeon for practical experience and advancement. For those pursuing life skills, there is no need to worry. The school has already coordinated with the Life Skills Association, and professional instructors will guide you in mastering and applying your skills effectively. I hope that in the National Unified Examination 1 week from now, each of you will achieve outstanding results and gain admission to your desired institutions. Now, I would like to invite those students with exceptional talents to visit the principal's office, where the school has prepared a small token of appreciation for you. Every student was aware that the materials within the beginner's leveling dungeon were familiar to them from their studies. They knew that the monsters within Jiang City's novice dungeon were of relatively low strength, typically ranging from levels 1 to 10. The difficulty of these creatures was not high, with the most challenging being classified as merely difficult. In comparison to the wild dungeons outside Jiang City, the challenge was significantly lesser. Of course, students could opt not to enter the beginner's leveling dungeon and instead practice in the wild or engage in outdoor dungeons, provided they had someone willing to guide them. Generally, prominent families would dispatch skilled members to act as guides for novices, or, akin to a consortium, they might pay handsomely for someone to lead. However, if you possess neither wealth nor familial ties, one could only resign oneself to fate. Chapter 6, Celestial Academy Tiangu. Should we make our way to the principal's office? Yes, let us go. Chun Tianming refrained from unnecessary conversation and proceeded directly to the principal's office. Upon arrival, he discovered that several classmates were already waiting inside, all of whom were exceptionally talented individuals, rare to find. These students were gathered around Yifan, lavishing him with flattering remarks. However, as soon as they noticed Chun Tianming's entrance, their eyes sparkled with excitement. The once admired Yifan suddenly found himself standing alone. Brother Tian, Brother Wei, you have arrived, exclaimed a perceptive student, quickly fetching 2 chairs from the side. Come, please take a seat. Ah, Hu Feiyu, you have quite the eye. Wei chuckled heartily at the scene. I've always known you were sharp. Well done. The other students, witnessing Hu Feiyu's swift actions, lamented their own sluggishness, regretting the missed opportunity to enhance their relationships. This unfolding drama left Yifan seething with envy. Yet, before any further words could be exchanged, the principal entered from outside. Noticing that everyone had gathered, Fang Ping cleared his throat and announced, students of exceptional talent will be awarded 1 million Tianshan coins and a choice of housing in the heart of Jiacheng Tian Valley. Well, Brother Tian, 1 million. My parents might never earn such an amount in their lifetime. This is truly remarkable. Highway exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Now, my family will no longer have to endure hardship. This is wonderful. As he spoke, tears of joy began to well in his eyes. Chen Tianming was well aware of Gao Wei's impoverished background. Gao Wei had an older brother who was once a formidable combat profession practitioner. However, during a mission, he tragically lost his life. Unable to cope with this devastating loss, Gao Wei's father turned to alcohol as a means of escape. Meanwhile, Gao Wei's mother, who had suffered a leg injury in an accident years prior, worked tirelessly in a factory, performing menial tasks to sustain their struggling family while her husband avoided reality. Seeing Gao Wei in tears profoundly affected the other classmates from similar disadvantaged backgrounds. In a world that devours the weak, practitioners were revered. Yet without the awakening of a commendable profession and innate talent, one could find themselves perpetually grappling at the lowest rungs of society. Hey, Gao Wei, why are you crying? Today is your day to shine. Chen Tianming comforted him. Don't forget, you can select a house at Tiangu Center. From now on, your parents will no longer have to endure hardship. Yes. The houses at Tiangu Center are all located in the heart of Jiang City, the most prosperous and secure area. From now on, we can provide our families with a worry-free life. It's truly wonderful. Gao Wei wiped away his tears. The room buzzed with lively chatter as everyone expressed their excitement. Observing the fervent discussions, Fang Ping cleared his throat. All right, dear students. You may proceed to the school finance office to collect your respective checks and housing certificates. As he spoke, Fang Ping handed over the prepared documentation. After receiving their materials, Gao Wei and the others tactfully departed. Tiangu, I'll head back and share the good news with my parents. I want to wait for you. Let us tackle a dungeon together tomorrow. Exactly. Tiangu, let us join forces in the dungeon tomorrow. Everyone unanimously invited Chen Tianming to accompany them, completely disregarding Yi Fan, whose expression darkened, his slightly handsome face contorting in displeasure. Once everyone had left, only Chen Tianming and Yi Fan remained. Fang Ping approached Yi Fan with a smile. Yi Fan, as a rare combat profession practitioner with unparalleled talent, the school is pleased to reward you with 3 million Tianxin coins, a villa at Tiangu Center, a guaranteed spot at the Kyoto Royal Academy, and a skill book tailored to your profession. Upon hearing the principal's words, Yi Fan, who had initially appeared displeased, quickly composed himself and responded with a bright smile. Thank you very much, Principal Fang. Fang Ping turned and handed Yi Fan a document. Take this to the finance office. However, since I am unaware of your profession, you will need to fill out a form there. The school will compile all the skill books pertinent to your profession for your selection. Once confirmed, they will be delivered to you promptly. Yes, understood. After speaking, Yi Fan turned to leave. However, upon reaching the doorway, he paused and, without looking back, declared, Chen Tianming, I acknowledge your remarkable prowess, but I am determined to surpass you. With that, he opened the door and strode away. Once Yi Fan had departed, the principal's office was left with only the principal and Chen Tianming. The principal, wearing a warm smile, offered a cup of tea and said gently, Chen Tianming, as a rare combat profession, you have been evaluated as a person of destiny. Your rewards include 5 million Tianxin coins, a luxurious standalone villa in Tiangu Center, a guaranteed admission to the Kyoto Royal Academy, and a professional book tailored to your vocation. Pausing for a moment, the principal glanced at Chen Tianming, who was also gazing steadily at him, his expression calm and inscrutable, leaving the principal curious about his thoughts. The principal then slowly retrieved a delicate little box from his pocket and presented it to Chen Tianming, saying, Additionally, I would like to gift you this. And congratulations on your opportunity to join the Tiangong Academy. Tiangong Academy? Chen Tianming inquired with curiosity, what is that? Chapter 7. The Spatial Ring. The Tiangong Academy is a branch of the Kyoto Royal Academy. At that moment, the door to the principal's office was abruptly thrust open from the outside, revealing a striking figure, Ming Wanqing, who entered with poise. Oh, is there something special about this academy? Chen Tianming asked casually. Certainly, Ming Wanqing replied, her gaze sharp as she looked at Chen Tianming. One of the privileges of the Tiangong Academy is the authority over life and death, allowing for execution before reporting. Moreover, anything you desire, within the capabilities of Dongli country, can be provided to you unconditionally. So what do you say? Would you like to join? Her expression was icy, and her tone suggested that Chen Tianming owed her something. I had initially thought that Ms. Ming returned to Jiangxing to witness her alma mater's event. It seems she is here to scout for talent. Haha. So what if it is? So what if it is not? At that moment, Fang Ping, who was seated nearby. Sensed something amiss and quietly asked, "Do you two know each other?" To his surprise, they both answered in unison, "We do not know each other." Huh. Fang Ping seemed to catch on to something, chuckling softly and falling silent, observing the two. Ultimately, Ming Wanqing, unable to suppress her discomfort, spoke up. "The scope of the Tiangong Academy is vast, and I cannot divulge details. But I can assure you that joining the Academy will provide you the chance to be part of the Tiangong project. The confidentiality of the Tiangong project is extremely high, and I cannot reveal anything, but your involvement would be very beneficial to that matter. I hope you will give it serious consideration." After saying this, Ming Wanqing turned to Fang Ping, the principal, and requested, "I hope you can keep our discussion today confidential." "Is that possible?" Upon hearing this, Fang Ping couldn't help but laugh heartily, promptly assuring that there was no issue. At that moment, Qin Tianming suddenly spoke up. Echoing the adage that with great power comes great responsibility, he expressed that the weight of the words just spoken had profoundly impacted him, and he requested some time to contemplate this matter seriously. "Very well," Ming Wanqing replied with a refreshing decisiveness. "With your talents, you are already eligible for direct admission to the Royal Academy in Kyoto. Whenever you arrive at a conclusion, simply reach out to me. I shall await your return at the school." With that, Ming Wanqing strode out of the principal's office, her departure as abrupt and decisive as her entrance, leaving without a trace. Once she had left, Fang Ping slowly began to speak. "Classmate Shun, I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding the Heavenly Palace Academy. It is a gathering of the finest professionals from across the Tianshan Kingdom, united with the purpose of combating the malevolent forces from beyond our realm. Beyond this, my understanding is quite limited. Since Ming Wanqing has encouraged you to reflect, taking the time to ponder this is certainly advisable." As he spoke, Fang Ping lifted the box in front of Qin Tianming, revealing an antiquely designed ring. This is a spatial storage ring with a capacity of 200 cubic meters. Awarded to you as a reward. It will greatly facilitate your endeavors, whether you are engaging in dungeons or gathering materials through portals in the future. However, do be mindful that this storage ring cannot accommodate living beings. While speaking, the principal handed Qin Tianming a set of documentation, identical to what had been provided to others. "Take this document to the finance office." Qin Tianming, unpretentious in demeanor, accepted the materials, donned the ring, and after expressing his gratitude to the principal, departed the principal's office with purpose. Qin Tianming entered the finance office, submitted his documents, and received a check valued at 5 million. He then selected a solitary villa situated in a somewhat secluded location, promptly filled in his occupation on the professional certification form, and left the finance office without a backward glance. However, upon exiting the gates of the 4th middle school, he paused, casting a silent glance back, whispering a quiet thank you to himself, before heading homeward. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Fang Ping was grimacing in pain, pressing his right middle finger, where the skin bore a faint white ring, starkly contrasting with the surrounding flesh, resembling a delicate circular mark upon closer inspection. In Block 9, the workers' living quarters, this area serves as a residence for laborers employed in the industrial zone. Most inhabitants here are workers who have been toiling in the nearby factories for years, including the Gao family, who also reside in this vicinity. The Chen family resides here. At this moment, Qin Tianming was eager to return home and share the delightful news with his family. Upon arriving, he opened the door to be greeted by an enticing aroma. Indeed, a sumptuous lunch had been prepared, awaiting his return. Just as Qin Tianming was about to speak, his father hurriedly interjected, suggesting that they discuss matters after the meal. "First, wash your hands. The dishes will soon lose their warmth." Noticing that Qin Tianming seemed poised to say something, his mother promptly pulled him inside. Qin Tianming was immediately caught in a blend of laughter and tears. He understood his parents' intentions. Regardless of whether the outcome was favorable or not, they decided to indulge in a hearty meal first, so as not to dampen their spirits concerning the matter at hand. Qin Tianming did not resist, and, yielding to his mother's insistence, stepped into the house. The family gathered harmoniously around the dining table. Before long, the delectable dishes on the table were completely devoured. Burp, burp. Qin Tianming and his father simultaneously let out a satisfying burp, exchanging amused glances. "Haha, thanks to my son, I've enjoyed a hearty meal today." The contented father reclined on the sofa, patting his belly, wishing for such feasting to be a daily occurrence. His mother shot him a disapproving look, remarking, "If we ate like this every day, today's meal cost nearly 1,000 Tianxian coins. How much do we earn in a month? We can't afford such extravagance." chuckling softly. The father fell silent, his gaze shifting towards Chen Tianming, while the mother's movements at the dining table slowed, as if she were anticipating something. Chapter 8. Spiritual connection for this family. The outcome of Chen Tianming's career transition held significant implications. If he possessed high aptitude, there would be no rush. A steady development over the years would elevate the family above the poverty line, gradually progressing towards a modestly prosperous life. However, if his talent were lacking, the expressions of both parents began to tense, waiting for Chen Tianming's words. To their astonishment, Chen Tianming's first revelation was, "I encountered Ming walking today." Upon hearing this, the room's atmosphere seemed to chill. The once jovial father's countenance darkened in an instant, letting out a heavy grunt, while his mother, who was clearing the table, wore a complex expression. With a sigh, she finally mustered the courage to ask, "How could Wang return? She is a special guest at our school this year." Having come back from Kyoto to attend the ceremony, Chen Tianming explained. At this, his father silently lit a cigarette, taking several deep puffs before expressing his frustration. Old 3 has indeed given birth to a fine daughter. Remember how much our family sacrificed for them, even your brother. In the end, we were driven to this Jiang city, living a precarious existence. Alas, better not to dwell on it. Sensing the discord in the atmosphere, the mother forced a smile. "Tianming, you haven't yet mentioned your career transition." At her prompting, the father straightened slightly, eager for the final answer. "Mom, Dad, I have awakened a rare combat class, Summoner," Chen Tianming said slowly. Upon hearing this, both parents rejoiced. "Wonderful, wonderful. Our son is destined for greatness," they exclaimed. Before quickly inquiring, "What is your aptitude?" The profession determines the baseline, while aptitude sets the ceiling. In that moment, the air in the room seemed to freeze. Both parents anxiously fixated on Chen Tianming, the father oblivious to the burning end of his cigarette as it singed his fingers. Chen Tianming smiled faintly. Rising to his feet and addressing his parents with a loud proclamation, "My talent assessment deems me a person of destiny." At that moment, his mother's pupils constricted sharply, while his father abruptly sat up from the sofa, his face a canvas of disbelief, stammering, "Destiny. A person of destiny. Ha ha ha." In unison, both parents erupted into laughter, particularly Chen Tianming's mother, whose eyes glistened with tears as she exclaimed, "It must be the blessings of Jing Tian. It must be the blessings of Jing Tian. Surely, your father is the one who has blessed Tianming." Ha ha. At this moment, Chen's father was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face. "Indeed, it must be the spirit of your brother watching over you. Well done, Tianming, truly remarkable. Now we can return to Kyoto and show those old geezers just how exceptional our son is." Seeing their son achieve such success, the elderly couple was so elated that they could hardly articulate their thoughts. Upon hearing his father's words, Chen Tianming shook his head. "Mom, Dad, let us not rush back to Kyoto just yet. The school has allocated us a house in the heart of Tiangu, and with that, he retrieved a document from his storage ring and handed it to his father. This outlines the various privileges and benefits that come with being a chosen one in Jiangqing. This afternoon, you can take this document and select any villa you desire." Upon hearing that they could claim an independent villa in the center of Tiangu, the couple's lips trembled, and they gasped in astonishment. A house in the center of Tiangu? His mother began to peruse the document meticulously. Indeed, it is a property in the center of Tiangu. Has the treatment for the chosen ones reached such heights? The couple was utterly astonished. While chosen ones are rare, dozens are born each year. It is worth noting that a property in the center of Tiangu costs upwards of 10 million Tianxian coins, and even then, they are hard to come by. As for independent villas, their prices soar to outrageous heights. It was rumored that a consortium once offered 300 million for one in the center of Tiangu but was unable to secure it. This illustrates just how exorbitant the value of properties in Tiangu is. The more they read, the harder it became for the couple to contain their excitement. Seeing the joy on his parents' faces filled Chen Tianming with happiness as well. However, he still spoke up. "As for your earlier mention of returning to Kyoto, I don't think we should rush. When they so ruthlessly drove us away, they should feel the sting of regret when they invite us back." Just as his mother was about to respond, his father interjected, "Mingxiun, I understand your thoughts, but I agree with our son. Moreover, the circumstances surrounding Jing Tian's death were suspicious. Returning now may not guarantee our safety. We should allow Tianming to grow stronger first. Only then will our lives be secure. I empathize with your desire to return home, but our priority now is not to hinder our son. Can you understand that? Besides, we've endured hardship for so long. I believe it's not such a loss if we don't go back." His father's words seemed directed at both his wife and Tianming. All right. I will follow your lead. Just then, a rapid knocking echoed through the room, a series of loud raps. Before anyone inside could inquire, a man's voice came from outside. Is this the residence of Chen Tianming? I am Fong Ping. Chen Tianming opened the door, his face a picture of astonishment. Principal, what brings you here? Ha ha. I have come to present you with a skill book, the principal replied, as he retrieved a beautifully bound tome from his backpack and handed it to Chen Tianming. Chen Tianming took the item and noticed 4 prominent characters inscribed upon it. Spiritual link. Tianming, exclaimed Fong Ping. I just reviewed your profession and learned that you are a summoner. Upon returning, I delved into your academic records and discovered that this spiritual link is ideally suited for you. With this, you will be able to communicate more effectively with your summoned entities. As he spoke, Fong Ping strode directly into the room and caught sight of Chen Tianming's parents seated on the sofa. With a cheerful smile, he greeted them. Both of you are here. I presume you are already aware of your son's remarkable talent, destined for greatness. Since I have some free time this afternoon, allow me to escort you to the heart of Tiangu to select a residence. Turning back to Tianming, he continued, this afternoon, you should visit the Adventurers Association to complete your professional certification. Then, you can familiarize yourself with your skills and summoned entities in their training rooms. Preparing for your departure tomorrow. Chapter 9. The Arachnid Mother. An hour later, Chen Tianming arrived at his destination, Profession Street. As the name suggests, this area caters specifically to professionals. Here, one can acquire all the necessary equipment and skills essential for adventurers, with a myriad of bustling shops creating a lively atmosphere. Long ago, Chen Tianming and Gao Wei had wandered through this vibrant locale, though at that time, they merely observed the spectacle. For the cost of the items needed by adventurers was beyond their means. The Adventurers Association. Chen Tianming lifted his gaze, admiring the 5 grand characters intricately carved above the building's entrance, emanating a subtle yet formidable authority that unmistakably showcased the might of a sovereign. In every city, there exists a branch of the professional association, and the structure of this association often stands as a city's landmark, with no other edifice daring to surpass its height. Today marks the conclusion of the job transition ceremony, and at this moment, a throng of people gathers before the entrance of the professional associations, with Chen Tianming joining the crowd. In the heart of the hall stood a group of elegantly attired women in professional attire, who, upon noticing new arrivals, graciously approached to extend their warm welcome. Welcome to the Professional Association. I am your dedicated attendant, Xiaoyu. Please feel free to express any needs you may have. I hope to assist you. Despite Chen Tianming being merely a high school student who had just completed his transition ceremony, dressed in humble attire, the attendant's demeanor reflected no trace of condescension. Nearby, a lavishly dressed woman chastised her daughter, saying, Do you see? If you do not train diligently, you shall only become a servant when you grow up. Yet, Xiaoyu's expression remained unfazed. However, Chen Tianming could not restrain himself from retorting, Madam, perhaps you should encourage your daughter to train earnestly so that she may secure a brighter future, which would surely inspire her desire to learn. The woman's face flushed with embarrassment as she took her daughter's hand and departed in silence. Xiaoyu, having overheard Chen Tianming's words, felt a flicker of surprise. Typically, attendants hailed from backgrounds devoid of privilege, often awakening as non-mainstream professions, thus occupying a lower status. Seeing someone willing to speak out for them stirred a sense of gratitude within her. Her gaze lingered on Chen Tianming, noting that despite his simple clothing, his large, expressive eyes shone with an undeniable brilliance. With a gentle smile, she inquired, You must be a student who has just completed your transition today. Are you here for professional certification? Indeed, he replied. Following the certification, I would like to reserve a training room and acquire some monster corpses. Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with delight at this unexpected request from the seemingly unassuming youth, her smile widening. This was certainly no trivial transaction. Very well, please follow me, she said, gracefully leading the way with an elegant sway. Before long, Chen Tianming was ushered into a quiet conference room where Xiaoyu skillfully poured him a cup of tea before promptly summoning the supervisor. An elderly man entered, his expression sharp and discerning. He exchanged pleasantries with Chen Tianming before accepting the school certification he presented. Upon seeing the listed profession, summoner, his interest was piqued. The gifted and fated individual has arrived. The elderly man's hand, grasping the brush, suddenly stiffened as he gazed at the young boy before him with an expression of sheer astonishment. You are the destined one? He stammered. Meanwhile, the young girl pouring tea, upon hearing the elder's exclamation, nearly lost her grip on the teapot, almost letting it crash to the floor, her face reflecting the same astonishment as she turned to look at Qin Tianming. In an instant, the elder transformed his demeanor, adopting a posture of utmost reverence as he addressed Qin Tianming. Young friend, no. My apologies, Mr. Qin. I had not anticipated that you were the fated individual of this year. I hope you will not hold my earlier negligence against me. Qin Tianming waved his hand and remarked, I am currently quite satisfied with your services. Let us dispense with the formalities. After completing the registration, I must proceed to the training room to cultivate. Ahem, the elderly man cleared his throat and, with a sycophantic tone, replied, Mr. Qin, your forthrightness and lack of pretense are truly commendable. Undoubtedly, you shall lead our human race towards a glorious future. With that, I have made a decision. I shall personally cover all of Mr. Qin's expenses today. He smiled obsequiously and continued. Might I inquire if you have any needs concerning the corpses of the demonic creatures? Upon hearing such delightful news, Qin Tianming immediately straightened his posture and candidly declared, Then bring forth everything that can be sent. The more, the better. The elder and Xiaoyu stood momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend whether such words could truly emanate from a human being. Nevertheless, Qin Tianming was promptly escorted into the A-grade training chamber. Upon his arrival, he found 20 corpses of mundane creatures, 10 of rare grade, and 5 of extraordinary grade already laid out within the chamber. Calculating based on the current market value, 10,000 for a mundane creature, 50,000 for a rare one, and 300,000 for an extraordinary specimen, this amounted to a staggering 230,000 in value being essentially gifted to Qin Tianming. Although the Adventurers Association would undoubtedly acquire these corpses for a lesser sum, it could still be considered a significant advantage, granting him over $1 million in savings. As the door to the training chamber closed, the sounds of the outside world faded away, enveloping him in an environment of profound silence where he could even hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Let us commence. Qin Tianming breathed deeply, seated cross-legged, and began to communicate with the system. The lottery commenced. In an instant, Qin Tianming felt an ineffable connection establish itself with the insect compendium residing in his mind. As this connection solidified, he seemed to transcend into the vast expanse of the cosmos. Before him lay an abyss of darkness, with the sole source of illumination emanating from the colossal insect compendium, unfurling like a grand tapestry before his gaze. On this tapestry, the images of various insects began to materialize one by one. The previously vivid representations transformed into obscure and indistinct shadows, rendering their true forms nearly unrecognizable. Sensing Qin Tianming's presence, each insect radiated an air of exuberance, akin to lost children reuniting with their mother. At that moment, the system's voice resounded abruptly. Lottery initiated, excluding non-mother sequences. Instantly, the once densely packed images of insects on the compendium dissipated, leaving behind only a fraction of their former multitude, still shrouded in shadowy ambiguity. Suddenly, a singular insect began to emanate a brilliant light, which swiftly traversed the entire compendium with such velocity that Qin Tianming's consciousness struggled to keep pace. Before he could fully comprehend the unfolding event, the luminescence halted upon a massive insect. Lottery concluded. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a legendary level arachnid mother. The innate abilities commenced activation, and the quality began to elevate. Quality enhancement in progress. Congratulations. You have acquired an ancient level arachnid mother. A series of system notifications echoed forth. Chapter 10. Ancient level troop, arachnid mother. Ancient level, strength, 69, constitution, 99, agility, 69, spirit, 99, status, sealed, bound by the power of the insect sovereign. The arachnid has yet to unveil its full might. Before the full liberation of power, his rank will synchronize with that of the Zerg Overlord. Sealed, subject to the current strength of the Zerg Overlord, awaiting the unlocking of the following units: Tank Bug, Jumping Bug, Bomb Plasma Bug, Rending Fly Bug, Dominator, Poison Scorpion, Worker Bug, Brain Bug. Unlockable units: Warrior, Talent, Rapid Reproduction. The Arachi Queen, when her internal energy is sufficiently abundant, can produce 1,800 eggs daily. Mimicry. The Arachi Queen possesses the ability to blend with her surroundings, significantly reducing her risk of exposure. Simulation. The Arachi Queen possesses an exceptionally high IQ, capable of generating bioelectric signals for simulation. In the future, with each significant elevation in the host realm, an opportunity for a lottery draw from the bug catalog will be granted. Upon reopening his eyes, Qin Tianming discovered that he had exited the bug catalog. The room now housed a colossal queen bug, whose 10-meter height barely fit within the confines of the training chamber. The creature stood tall, with a vast abdomen at its lower half, while its upper body featured 5 pairs of enormous limbs symmetrically distributed on either side. Its massive head bore 9 compound eyes of varying sizes, presenting a fearsome visage. Undoubtedly, this was the Arachi Queen. As soon as Arachi was summoned, it swiftly crawled toward Qin Tianming, nearly causing him to scream in terror. However, upon sensing the affectionate emotions emanating from the Arachi Queen, he remained frozen in place. Not attempting to flee, the Arachi Queen extended her enormous head toward Qin Tianming, lowering it slightly, as if a child encountering its mother. In response, Qin Tianming gently reached out his right hand to stroke her head, perceiving the joyful emotions she conveyed. Along with this came a sense of hunger, prompting her to glance back as if seeking the approval of Qin Tianming, the Zerg Overlord. With a faint smile, Qin Tianming said, "Go ahead. This food was originally prepared for you." Upon hearing this, the insect mother emitted a joyful hiss and plunged into the heap of corpses, indulging in a feast. Seizing the opportunity while the insect mother was preoccupied with its meal, Qin Tianming retrieved the book on mental linkage from his spatial ring and silently invoked its use. Instantly, the tome inscribed with the essence of mental connection transformed into specks of white light, enveloping Qin Tianming within. In merely a moment, he grasped the method of employing mental linkage. Qin Tianming began to attempt communication with the Arachi mother, and soon a faint yet remarkably resilient mental force connected with his psyche. Through this mental link, Qin Tianming distinctly sensed the Arachi mother's dependence and delight in him. In a matter of moments, more than half of the 35 corpses were consumed. "You have quite the appetite. From now on, I shall call you Tyrant," he chuckled. Upon hearing Qin Tianming's words, Tyrant joyfully rushed to his side, pressing its face against him. Startled, Qin Tianming hastily urged it to continue feeding, inquiring whether it was sufficient. Upon learning that this batch of food would temporarily satisfy Tyrant's hunger, he sat quietly observing as Tyrant devoured the remaining beast corpses with fervor. Before long, every last vestige of the magical beast bodies lay entirely consumed. After finishing its meal, Tyrant's abdomen began to undulate, and soon, eggs were being laid upon the ground. Witnessing this, Qin Tianming endeavored to retrieve both Tyrant and the eggs. Like a spell, Tyrant and the 2 freshly laid eggs simultaneously returned to the nest space. Within the nest, Qin Tianming observed Tyrant, solitary in its task, laying egg after egg from its brood pouch. Meanwhile, on his personal panel, the count of offspring steadily climbed. 5, 6, 7 At this moment, Qin Tianming sat alone in the room, quietly observing the state of the Tyrant while simultaneously keeping time. As the clock struck 13 minutes and 30 seconds since the Tyrant entered the insect nest, the first egg exhibited signs of disturbance. One by one, enormous hook-like appendages pierced through the egg shell. Shortly thereafter, a creature emerged, quadrupedal, with scissor-like jaws and a pair of formidable pincers at the front. The name of this creature swiftly materialized in Qin Tianming's mind. Warrior. Height, 3.5 meters. Length, 5 meters. Weight, 550 kilograms. Constitution, 299. Strength, 299. Agility, 299. Spirit, 5. Skills, Frenzy. When the warrior's health drops below 50%, all attributes increase by 300. This effect lasts for 15 minutes, after which the creature enters a weakened state with a 15 reduction in all attributes. Mimicry. The warrior can seamlessly blend into its surroundings, allowing it to execute surprise attacks on its prey. This was a startling revelation. How could a creature of mere level 1 possess such extraordinary attributes? My goodness, are you truly this formidable? At level 1, your initial attributes stand at 299, while most newly transitioned professionals only boast an initial attribute exceeding 100. A feat achieved through years of rigorous training and physical refinement and meditation. Yet here you are, surpassing the 100 mark in all attributes except for spirit. With some nearing 300? Qin Tianming felt a surge of exhilaration as he beheld such impressive attributes, his lips curling into an almost irrepressible smile. As the first warrior emerged from its egg, it was swiftly followed by the second and third, each hatching in succession. He decided to summon one to gauge the expenditure of his mental energy. Upon successfully conjuring the first warrior, he noted a decline of 10 points in his mental force. He pondered the outcome of summoning 3. Qin Tianming began to communicate with the insect nest space, and in an instant, 3 brave warriors were summoned forth by him. He noted that his mental strength had only decreased by 10 points. This was somewhat alarming. It seemed that summoning occurred based on frequency. When the insects within the insect nest space became endless, would it not mean that he could summon them all with merely 10 points of mental strength? Chen Tianming couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the thought. However, he was uncertain whether these insects could feed within the insect nest space. Promptly, he stepped outside and instructed Xiaoyu to expedite the delivery of another batch of beast corpses. Once the corpses arrived, Chen Tianming commenced the retrieval process. In an instant, the 10 beast corpses that had just been delivered appeared within the insect nest space, prompting the warriors inside to scramble for them. Chapter 11. Entering the following morning. Chen Tianming arrived at the school gate early. At this moment, several buses were already waiting at the entrance, ready to transport the students to the novice dungeon. Chen Tianming and his fellow students arrived at the entrance of the dungeon, which was already teeming with people. The novice dungeon was not only frequented by students from the fourth school. Students from several other high schools who had completed their class transitions had also come to partake in this adventure. In Jiancheng, there are a total of 7 high schools. And yesterday, over 8,000 students successfully completed their transitions. However, a significant portion of these students had chosen life skills professions, with auxiliary roles accounting for 30% and combat professions for 40%. Thus, nearly 3,000 students had gathered at the entrance of the dungeon. Teachers from the school were busy handling the entry procedures for the dungeon, while familiar students congregated to discuss whether they should form a team for the upcoming venture. Gao Wei navigated through the crowd to stand before Chen Tianming, his face alight with excitement. "Brother Tian, I've invited a few girls. Let us enter the dungeon together." To his surprise, Chen Tianming waved his hand dismissively and replied nonchalantly, "I plan to solo it." "Why is that?" Gao Wei exclaimed in astonishment. "Is that even a valid viewpoint? I thought you spent all your time studying. Is your brain just muscle?" Chen Tianming cast a disdainful glance at Gao Wei and continued. "When 2 or more people team up, the monster slaying speed may increase by at most 70%, but the experience gained will be divided among the members. Moreover, the number of monsters in the novice dungeon is fixed. Aside from the time spent locating them, the actual benefits are not substantial and can lead to unnecessary delays. In dungeons for levels below 10, soloing yields the highest rewards, a truth documented by countless predecessors." Chen Tianming articulated his thoughts with clarity, while Gao Wei, though not lacking in intelligence, often neglected his studies, resulting in a shaky foundation of knowledge. At that moment, Fang Ping stepped forward and proclaimed, "Aside from Chen Tianming and Yu Fan, all other main combat classes must bring along their respective support classes into the dungeon. Fellow students should abandon the notion of solo runs, although they may yield higher rewards. The challenging dungeons and interdimensional portals that lie ahead are inextricably linked to the presence of support. Fostering good relationships with support classes during regular classes is essential. When the time comes to rely on them, where else will you find assistance? To speak candidly, it is far more prudent to seek aid from familiar classmates than from strangers, for the bonds of camaraderie ensure that, in times of peril, they are less likely to abandon you." The principal's words were both forthright and pragmatic. Within the dungeons, one must contend not only with the onslaught of monsters but also with the treachery of one's own kin. As the saying goes, it is easy to evade a visible foe, yet difficult to guard against a hidden threat. Therefore, assembling a party with acquaintances emboldens one to charge fearlessly into battle, untroubled by the specter of an unexpected ambush. A curious voice inquired, "Why are those 2 exempt from bringing support?" In response, Fang Ping cleared his throat and explained, "They are exceptional. One possesses unparalleled talent, while the other is a person of destiny, having attained the highest accolades. They have already secured opportunities for advancement and will depart once they transcend the mortal realm." Consequently, at Fang Ping's urging, the combat classes of the 4th high school selected their supporting roles, forming groups in pairs and threes, eagerly awaiting the dungeon's commencement. Gao Wei had invited 2 female classmates, one a skilled painter and the other a fire sorceress, creating a balanced team with both ranged and close combat capabilities alongside crowd control. After completing the necessary procedures, the school began distributing weapons corresponding to each student's class. Gao Wei received a longsword, which he donned like an ancient hero, slinging it across his back, exuding an air of a seasoned warrior. Chen Tianming also received a staff. The staff grants 10 to mental power and is categorized as a common-grade weapon. Chen Tianming cast a glance and thought, "Well, it's passable. Having something is better than having nothing." After acquiring his weapon, he began to line up to enter the dungeon, starting with the most gifted individuals. Thus, under the gaze of all the students in the city, Chen Tianming was the first to step into the dungeon. As soon as he entered, a sound resonated in his mind. Ding. The system detected that the host had arrived in the dungeon area and activated the task mode. Task: within 3 days, eliminate 30,000 monsters to clear the dungeon, which will grant a chance to draw a lottery. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Chen Tianming felt a surge of excitement. He had just been pondering how to acquire more insects, and unexpectedly, the task had appeared. However, to defeat 30,000 monsters in 3 days posed a considerable challenge for him. Since the completion of the Bawang's meal yesterday, Chen Tianming had accumulated a significant number of monster corpses in the spatial ring gifted to him by Fong Ping. Whenever he sensed Bawang's hunger, he would retrieve several monster corpses for it to feast upon. At this moment, there were already 233 hungry warriors in his insect nest space awaiting his summons. With a grand gesture, Chen Tianming summoned 500 warriors. Instantly, the previously desolate grassland was overtaken by these insect warriors. The hunt mode was activated. With a mere thought, Chen Tianming commanded 500 valiant warriors to disperse in an instant. As they sprinted, the rushing air swept across Chen Tianming's cheeks, a result of their remarkable speed. Chapter 12: Chaotic Slaughter. The warriors, endowed with an astonishing agility of 299 points, moved with unparalleled swiftness, covering nearly 100 meters in the blink of an eye. At that moment, one warrior opened his gaping maw, a monstrous jaw as sharp as a blade, and swiftly severed a thunderflame rabbit in one bite. With the successful defeat of the thunderflame rabbit, experience increased by 10, renowned for its distinctive thunderflame patterns. The thunderflame rabbit is also recognized as a level 1 beast within the novice dungeon. Chen Tianming glanced at his experience, which had increased by 1%. Each first-level monster contributed an additional 1% to his experience, and defeating 100 of them would grant him a level up. However, the novice dungeon harbored more than just first-level beasts. Lurking in the depths of the vast grasslands were formidable 10th-level monsters. Chen Tianming's objective lies deep within the grasslands, targeting the formidable magical beasts that inhabit this realm. Upon successfully vanquishing the steel serpent, he gained 30 experience points, and after defeating the white-tongued cat, he acquired an additional 20 experience points. A flurry of notifications erupted, echoing through the air. Within mere minutes, Chen Tianming felt a surge throughout his body. He had leveled up. Name: Chen Tianming. Occupation: Overlord of the Insectoids. Unique: Race: Human talent. Destined 1 level, Mortal Realm. Level 2 Constitution: 100 Strength, 95 Agility, 95 Spirit, 170 Talent. Grade 1 Divine Talent. Insect Codex Skills: Mental Link. Maternal Entity: Arachnid Mother Bug. Ancient Grade Sealed State. Quantity: 1. Number of Offspring: 1239. Nest Space: 1240. Warrior: Ancient Grade, Sealed State. Level: 2 Constitution, 349 Strength, 349 Agility, 349 Spirit, 10 Skills. Frenzy: when the warrior's health drops below 50%. All attributes are increased by 300. This effect lasts for 15 minutes, after which the warrior enters a weakened state, resulting in a 15 decrease in all attributes. Mimicry: the ability to blend seamlessly with the surrounding environment, enabling surprise attacks on prey. With his elevation and level, both the Overlord and the warrior concurrently experienced a corresponding enhancement in their ranks. Chen Tianming glanced at the attributes of the warriors. Astonishingly, aside from a mere 5-point increase in mental strength, all other attributes surged by 50 points, marking a 5-fold enhancement compared to his own attribute growth. Upon advancing the warriors to level 2, Chen Tianming sensed that summoning them demanded a greater expenditure of mental strength. Consequently, he summoned an additional 500 warriors from the insect nest space and promptly examined their panel. Indeed, with the elevation in level, the prior requirement of 10 points of mental strength for summoning had escalated to 15. However, in light of Chen Tianming's current mental strength of 170 points, this was still a trivial matter. Chen Tianming promptly issued a hunting command to the warriors summoned in the second wave, while he himself settled down in a meditative repose, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding action. If other adventurers were to witness his demeanor, they would likely be incensed, while they toiled tirelessly. He appeared to be enjoying a leisurely retreat amidst the picturesque scenery of the grasslands, as if on a vacation. The defeat of a level 4 brown bear granted him 40 experience points. And the same was true for the level 4 copper-toothed cat, each kill executed with such swiftness that it was devoid of suspense. The current warriors were engaging enemies 2 levels beneath them, effortlessly dispatching these lowly creatures without a hint of struggle. As the warriors ventured farther afield, A map of the novice dungeon gradually took shape in Chen Tianming's mind. Ah, what an intriguing feature, he marveled. The areas traversed by the warriors automatically contributed to the formation of a map, transforming them into efficient cartographers while they hunted. In just over a minute, Chen Tianming felt a surge throughout his body. He had leveled up once more. Experience points soared as rapidly as if he were on a train, with his attributes increasing by 10 points. The warriors also ascended to level 3, augmenting all their attributes by a total of 50 points, except for the mental attribute, which remained a mere 5-point increase. The task progress reached 13,630,000, and although Chen Tianming had deployed 1,000 warriors, the fixed number of monsters meant that they had only managed to hunt slightly over 100 beasts in about 10 minutes, averaging 10 per minute. At this rate, the mission to slay 30,000 monsters could potentially be completed within 3 days. Presently, even the level 5 monsters fell before the warriors with ease. The 2 massive scythes wielded by the warriors had yet to see any action, standing idle as mere decor. Chen Tianming need only to bide his time, as the experience will automatically accrue to him. At this rate, he may even ascend 10 levels in a single day, thereafter embarking on the journey to transcend from the mortal tier to the elite tier. The human ranks are delineated into 9 levels: mortal, elite, hero, mountain shaker, sea filler, sky treader, void breaker, fragmenter, and returner. This hierarchical structure was established by humanity's mightiest, Yun Tianhe, who is revered as a living myth and a walking legend. However, the populace prefer to honor him as the foremost sword saint beneath the starry sky, for it is the path of the sword saint that he awakened to. His creation of this rank system is imbued with the hope that mortals will endure trials and tribulations, gradually evolving into heroes among humanity, ultimately wielding the power to move mountains and fill seas, shattering the void. He aims to amalgamate supreme strength within oneself to challenge the legendary state of unity with the heavens, the divine realm. Each level is further subdivided into 10 minor tiers, and upon surpassing the 10th tier, one may ascend to the next realm. The next realm beyond mortal is elite. Chapter 13. Pushing through to the depths of the instance. Having reached the extreme distance, retreat is no longer feasible. At this moment, the farthest warrior stands 700 meters from Chen Tianming, remaining stationary and emitting continuous cries towards the front, no longer advancing. At this moment, Chen Tianming understood that the warriors needed to maintain a distance of no more than 700 meters from him. This compelled him, who had initially intended to remain idle, to rise and brush the dust from his attire, setting forth in the direction ahead. Through a mental connection, Chen Tianming observed, via the eyes of the foremost warrior, an extensive array of wolf packs and other formidable magical beasts looming in the distance. As he advanced, a multitude of high-level magical creatures gradually came into view. 1,000 warriors formed a protective circle around him, with a few standing guard nearby to thwart any potential threats that might escape their grasp. Slaying a level 5 steel wolf granted him 50 experience points. Defeating a level 6 cracking tooth tiger yielded 60 experience points, while vanquishing a level 7 Varanus wolf awarded 70 experience points. For Chen Tianming, the efficiency of dispatching monsters, whether they were of level 1 or level 7, remained consistent. Thus, it was only logical to target the higher-level beasts, especially in greater numbers. The novice dungeon was accessible from 9 a.m. until 7 p.m., a span of 10 hours. Once the time elapsed, all adventurers within would be teleported outside the dungeon. The uncertainty lingered over how many magical beasts he could hunt before time ran out. The total number of creatures within the novice dungeon remained an enigma. Novices could not clear it, while experts were barred from entry. Allow me to unveil the answer to this mystery. Chen Tianming meticulously calculated his course of action, in a bid to enhance his efficiency in slaying monsters. He summoned a warrior, mounting it to delve deeper into the fray. Although the warrior's rigid shell caused discomfort to Chen Tianming, the increase in operational efficiency was significant, resulting in a remarkable acceleration of the warrior's movement speed. With the emergence of level 7 monsters, he dispatched them with a single, lethal strike. The novice dungeon was specifically designed for beginners, featuring low monster intensity, a straightforward environment, and assured safety. However, despite the ease with which Chen Tianming eliminated foes, he remained vigilant. In his childhood memories, while residing in Kyoto, he recalled a day when his elder brother, Chen Jingtian, returned from outside the city, drenched in blood and gravely injured. He earnestly advised Chen Tianming, even when battling a mere rabbit, one must exert full effort, never let your guard down. There may be cunning and treacherous beasts lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike you down. Even at night, one must keep an eye open, vigilantly observing the movements around. Chen Tianming had firmly etched his brother's words into his heart since childhood. He diligently adhered to this guidance. Venturing into the depths of the dungeon, where valiant warriors were engaged in a relentless slaughter, with level 8 and 9 monsters beginning to emerge. The warriors appeared as tireless machines of destruction, methodically hunting down the beasts, devouring their remains with a ferocity akin to a swarm of locusts ravaging the land. Consequently, as Chen Tianming traversed the path, he encountered only the remnants of limbs and dismembered bodies left by the warriors. After 6 hours had elapsed, Chen Tianming had ascended to level 7, while the might of the warriors had concurrently intensified. However, with each elevation in his own level, the range of the warriors' influence expanded, now stretching to an impressive 100 meters. This signified that with every level gained, the distance between himself and the warriors increased by 100 meters. As Chen Tianming pressed onward, a transformation in the terrain became apparent through their mental link. The expanse of endless grasslands gave way to a lush, verdant forest. At last, he had arrived at the deepest part of this dungeon. True to their reputation as the primary combat force of the arachnid lineage, the warriors left no trace of life in their wake. Everything they encountered, even stones, was subject to their ravenous onslaught. Upon sighting the trees, the warriors charged forward without hesitation, sinking their teeth into the trunks, and soon a substantial gap was torn into the forest. Suddenly, a notification chimed in. Defeated a level 10 treant, experience 150. Through the perspective of the valiant warrior, Chen Tianming observed a towering tree, standing at 3 meters, brandishing a long whip and relentlessly striking against the warrior's sturdy frame. At that moment, fragments of information regarding the treant began to surface in Chen Tianming's mind. Treant common level monster level. Common 10. The strength of monsters is similarly categorized into 9 tiers, namely, common, rare, extraordinary, epic, legendary, ancient, immortal, divine spirit, and mythical. These correspond to the 9 realms of humanity. Chapter 14. Have you vanquished all the monsters within the dungeon? In his heart, Chen Tianming mused that he had previously encountered information regarding the treants in books, yet he never anticipated encountering them in the novice dungeon. These treants lay concealed within the dense forest. Had it not been for the insatiable nature of the warriors, he might have unwittingly walked into their midst and suffered harm. Ordinary students, oblivious to the dangers, would undoubtedly be caught off guard by these treants upon entering the forest. Observing the long whips waving in the distance, Chen Tianming seemed to grasp the designer's painstaking intentions, truly a labor of love. This particular treant also bestowed upon him 150 experience points, revealing to Chen Tianming the true strength of this creature. Within the novice dungeon, all monsters had their strength halved, and correspondingly, the experience gained was also reduced by 50%. However, creatures of level 10 were exempt from this reduction, aimed at allowing students to experience the ferocity of monsters in the wild dungeons, thereby preventing them from being caught unprepared in the future. The significantly weakened low-level monsters matched the actual strength of their counterparts in the outside world. Moreover, a careful selection of a treant, one that could ambush yet lacked swift mobility, was made as a warning, ensuring that novice adventurers could grasp the harsh realities of the wilderness beforehand. At that moment, the warriors' sides finally fulfilled their purpose, as countless treants were toppled by the onslaught of brave warriors. The warriors opened their foul, gaping maws to engage in a close embrace with the treants, swiftly wielding their scythes with reckless abandon upon the creatures. The sound of cracking echoed as the treant beneath them ceased its struggles, and streams of green sap oozed from its body, eagerly claimed by the surrounding warriors. Upon witnessing this, Chen Tianming promptly instructed them to leave a portion behind. He then, under the guidance of the valiant warriors, approached to collect the fallen treants, storing them within his storage ring, while simultaneously delivering some to the Overlord in the insect nest space. During these 6 hours, Chen Tianming provided a substantial amount of meat to the Overlord, who advanced in tandem with Chen Tianming as his own level increased. With this elevation, the Overlord's appetite grew significantly, necessitating a continuous supply of sustenance from Chen Tianming. Upon receiving the treants, the Overlord expressed a wave of joyous emotions. Although it could not yet articulate speech, Chen Tianming distinctly sensed the Overlord's delight, perceiving its thoughts of the treants being delightfully crisp, chewy, and bursting with flavor. Fondness radiated from its essence. Observing this, Chen Tianming, with a mere thought, commanded the warriors not to consume the fallen treants but to await his collection. Complying with his directive, the warriors ahead thoughtfully gathered the slain treants into a pile for Chun Tianming's convenience. How astonishing it was to find such tender-hearted insects. They were indeed gentle. Gazing upon the dense thicket of trees ahead, Chen Tianming pondered how many more treants might be concealed within. He refrained from recklessly entering, maintaining a cautious distance of 500 meters behind. Clearly, once he emerged, it would be prudent to learn some life-preserving skills. As the thought crossed his mind, Chun Tianming summoned forth 1,000 valiant warriors, who immediately scattered and surged towards the dense forest. These warriors resembled famished children eagerly awaiting nourishment. Akin to alcoholics encountering the finest vintage and reminiscent of a parched man, long deprived, who finds himself surrounded by alluring beauties enticing him with their charms. Unable to restrain their desires, they began to clash and bite in a frenzy amidst the vast expanse of the forest. Their size and sharp beaks clawed at the tree trunks relentlessly, and Chen Tianming's expertise surged once more, while others found that the higher their level, the slower their progression. Chen Tianming experienced an accelerated ascent. Outside the dungeon, the setting sun hung low in the sky, resembling an inverted bowl, as the daylight gradually dimmed, signaling the hour of 6 in the evening. A full 9 hours had elapsed since morning, during which Fang Ping and several other principals were seated outside, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. These educators had steadfastly maintained their vigil throughout the day, even relying on provisions brought to them by others. As the students ventured into the dungeon, the teachers and principals remained outside, vigilant against any unforeseen incidents. Having stepped beyond the protective confines of the school, the students now faced the stark reality of imminent peril. Although the novice dungeon posed no fatal threats, injuries were of frequent occurrence. Among the teachers and principals were numerous healers and clerics, whose primary purpose was to swiftly attend to any students in need of medical assistance. Thus, they fulfilled dual roles as both educators and healers. Suddenly, a radiant light erupted at the dungeon's entrance, drawing the attention of all present. Could it be that someone had emerged prematurely due to unforeseen circumstances? A strikingly beautiful female teacher voiced her concern. The dungeon featured 2 exits, one leading to its innermost depths, accessible through the forest guarded by tree men, and the other being the entry point where the students had originally entered. As the brilliance began to fade, Chun Tianming's figure emerged from the exit. Fang Ping and the other teachers from the 4th high school quickly approached, their expressions filled with urgency as they inquired, "Tianming, why have you come out so soon?" Chen Tianming glanced at the anxious principal, noting the slight graying of the principal's right middle finger. A wave of emotion surged within him as he smiled at the principal and said, "Once they're all eliminated, I will emerge." In the next moment, Fang Ping cast a detection spell upon Chen Tianming. Chen Tianming, level 9 of the ordinary realm. Fang Ping was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "Tianming, you have reached level 9? His tone was filled with disbelief, leaving him momentarily speechless. Such a phenomenon had never occurred before. The highest level previously attained was merely level 6. This was precisely why Fang Ping had initially suggested that Yu Fan and Chen Tianming would remain there for 2 days. For within that time frame, they could both ascend to level 9 or even 10, thereby acquiring the privilege to leave the city. To achieve level 9 in a mere 9 hours, an average of 1 level per hour, was a pace that astonished not only Fang Ping but also left the other school principals in awe. Standing nearby, a figure who appeared to be a principal remarked with a hint of envy, "Fang Ping, you truly are fortunate. Last year, there was Ming Wanqing, and this year, not only do you have Yi Fan, but now Chen Tianming has also emerged. I can't help but envy you." In response, Fang Ping chuckled softly. "Principal, I wish to apply for an exit from the city to the outskirts of Jiang City," Chen Tianming stated earnestly, looking at Fang Ping with seriousness. "There aren't enough monsters inside. Otherwise, I feel I could easily reach level 10. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping initially contemplated dissuading him, but then recalled Chen Tianming's remarkable ability to eliminate all monsters within the dungeon in a single day, leading him to nod in agreement. Although the monsters in the novice dungeon would reset upon re-entry, the more formidable creatures resided deep within the dungeon, requiring considerable time to traverse. Thus, having Chen Tianming spend time clearing it again seemed rather futile. The treants at the deepest part of the dungeon boasted strength comparable to that of wild monsters, and the fact that Chen Tianming managed to accomplish this task was indeed astonishing. Fang Ping gazed at Chen Tianming as if he were witnessing a miracle. "Very well. I shall issue you the exit permit. However, before you leave tomorrow, you must procure some equipment, with the escape scroll being an essential item. The escape scroll serves as a life-saving tool, allowing one to tear it and flee from the dungeon should circumstances take a turn for the worse. Understood, no problem. Qin Tianming readily agreed. After a day of clearing the dungeon, Qin Tianming recognized the necessity of acquiring gear to equip himself, such as transportation tools or skill books. Seeing him acquiesce, Fang Ping nodded and said gently, "Please take a moment to rest. Once your classmates return, I will arrange for transportation to take you back." Qin Tianming has demonstrated his remarkable strength through tangible actions, and he has also obtained the certificate for leaving the city, allowing his next plans to unfold smoothly. Chapter 15. The night falls on the Association of Professionals. Qin Tianming found an unoccupied spot nearby, settled down cross-legged, and began to organize the spoils from his recent ventures in the dungeon. Firstly, after a day of relentless hunting, he confirmed that the number of monsters within the novice dungeon amounted to 9,527. The system had stipulated a task that required the extermination of 10,000 creatures within a single day, thus he had nearly fulfilled this objective, given that the monster count in the novice dungeon was fixed. There might be a few stragglers left behind. However, Qin Tianming would not squander his time searching for those insignificant remnants, as it would be a poor investment of his time. Moreover, his level had ascended to 9, significantly enhancing the attributes of both the warrior and the overlord classes. Reflecting on this, Qin Tianming opened his mobile device and logged into the website of the Adventurers Guild, seeking the regional distribution map of the wilderness surrounding Jiang City. The Adventurers Guild frequently published various tasks on their site pertaining to the collection of materials. For instance, they sought the infinite recovery of the azure bull python's hide and the fangs of the iron-toothed copperdrum wolf, both essential for crafting armor and protective gear. Qin Tianming's fingers glided swiftly across his mobile device, soon capturing his attention with a newly released quest, Desolate Prairie. The objective was to conquer the elite level Tier 3 Ironclad Rhino Dungeon and vanquish the dungeon's boss, the Ironclad Rhino King, in order to obtain flame crystals. Note: only the Nightmare level Ironclad Rhinos yield drops. The Ironclad Rhino is a gregarious beast. Despite its sluggish mobility, it possesses a tough hide and exceptional defensive capabilities. Consequently, typical elite-level adventurers find it arduous to inflict damage upon it, while high-level professionals often dismiss the modest rewards. This disparity has led to the offering of a substantial reward of 500,000 Tianxin coins for the quest. Given that it is an elite Tier 3 dungeon capable of bestowing such a generous sum, it is evident that the challenge is formidable. The Desolate Prairie lies to the north of Jiang City, approximately 70 kilometers away, necessitating over an hour's travel by car. Qin Tianming pondered for a moment, and a resolute decision took shape within his mind. After finalizing his itinerary for the following day, he settled into a meditative state, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, the 10-hour dungeon session finally drew to a close, and the students began to materialize one after another from the instance. After a relentless 10 hours of combat, exhaustion marked the faces of most students. However, a greater sense of exhilaration prevailed. The elevation in their levels brought forth an enhancement in their attributes, instilling within them a burgeoning sense of strength that captivated their very essence. Many bore the stains of battle, cloaked in a palpable aura of iron and blood. A gentle breeze swept through as an auxiliary teacher cast a spell, dispelling the lingering scent of sanguinity. The mentors and leaders of the institution swiftly mobilized, gathering their students, counting heads, and assessing injuries. After a flurry of activity, the outcome was relatively favorable. Aside from a few with serious injuries, most were merely afflicted with superficial wounds. After half an hour of roll call and confirming that no one had perished, the teachers collectively exhaled in relief. They began ushering the students onto the bus, preparing to return to the school. If the route allowed, students could disembark at their homes. Otherwise, they would first return to school to be transported home thereafter. In terms of safety, the schools had executed their protocols with utmost diligence. On the bus, Gao Wei made a point to sit beside Qin Tianming and raised his voice, inquiring loudly, "Brother Tian, what level did you reach today?" Upon hearing this, the students on the bus perked up, eager to discern Qin Tianming's response. "Level 9. Qin Tianming replied nonchalantly, as if recounting the morning's breakfast. "Level 9? Gao Yang's voice boomed, resonating throughout the bus, causing disbelief to ripple among the students as they turned their incredulous gazes towards Qin Tianming. Instantly, the atmosphere within the bus transformed into a lively buzz. Some wished to engage Qin Tianming in conversation to strengthen their camaraderie. Yet the recollection of their previous lack of interaction and the envy they harbored over his academic prowess left them at a loss for words. Those who initially intended to converse found themselves tongue-tied. Meanwhile, the female students unabashedly offered their heartfelt congratulations, exclaiming, "Brother Tian, you're amazing. Brother Tian, you're so formidable. Brother Tian, I admire you so much. Could you perhaps guide me in leveling up?" Upon hearing this, Chen Tianming noncommittally replied, "If the opportunity arises, it is possible." Gao Wei, scratching his head, hurriedly interjected, "Boss, don't forget about me." Chen Tianming smiled and said, "No problem." Gao Wei, filled with excitement, replied, "Then it's settled." Shortly thereafter, as the school bus passed through Professional Street, Chen Tianming called out, "I want to get off." "Tian Ge, where are you going?" Gao Wei asked anxiously. "I need to attend to some matters at the Professional Association. You can head back first. We shall level up together another day." Upon hearing Chen Tianming's words, Gao Wei's face lit up with joy. "All right then, Tian Ge." After disembarking from the bus, he rummaged through his belongings and pulled out 2 business cards, one a plain white card, the other a more refined blue patterned card. However, he tucked away the blue patterned card and held the white card in his hand, scrutinizing it for a moment before retrieving his phone to dial the number inscribed upon it. Beep, beep. After a few beeps, the call was quickly connected. A melodious female voice greeted him, "Hello. This is your dedicated concierge from the Professional Association, Xiao Yu. How may I assist you today?" On the other end was none other than Xiao Yu, the receptionist he had met on his first day at the association. "Hello, Xiao Yu. This is Chen Tianming. I would like to purchase some items. Are you currently at the association building?" Xiao Yu's voice brightened at the sound of Chen Tianming's name, seemingly surprised that he would call her. Although she had handed him her business card during their first encounter, she had assumed that her connection with him was severed after her supervisor had interacted with him. She never anticipated receiving a call from him at this moment. "Ah, Mr. Chen, I am on the night shift today, and I am indeed at the association building. When will you arrive? I shall greet you at the entrance. I am already on Professional Street. I should arrive in about 15 minutes. Great. I will head to the entrance to await your arrival. Looking forward to seeing you." Chapter 16, I Want a Loan. Chen Tianming arrived at the professional building, and by now it was already 8 o'clock in the deep of night. Standing outside the edifice, one could observe that the entire structure remained brilliantly illuminated. As Chen Tianming entered, he beheld Xiao Yu clad in a professional outfit reminiscent of the one she wore last time, standing vigil at the door. Upon entering, Chen Tianming cast a glance and noticed a small badge adorning the chest of the receptionist, which read level A receptionist Yen Yu. During his previous visit, he had observed that she was not wearing such a badge. It appeared she had been promoted, a detail that did not escape Chen Tianming's attention. Seeing him arrive, Yen Yu promptly approached with enthusiasm, extending her hand and cheerfully greeting, "Mr. Chen, hello. How may I assist you today?" He hastily grasped her delicate hand, his thumb gently caressing the back of her hand, feeling its smooth and elastic texture. Simultaneously, he discreetly passed something concealed in his palm to her, then smiled broadly and said, "I am immensely grateful for the monster corpses you provided me last time. This time, I have a request. I am preparing to venture outside the city for trials tomorrow and wish to purchase some equipment or skill books to enhance my abilities. Might you have any recommendations?" "Fair lady?" Feeling the warmth of his touch, Yen Yu's cheeks flushed, and she quickly comprehended the implication. A subtle glance revealed it to be the largest denomination of currency issued by the Dongli Kingdom. Recognizing it as a 10,000-unit bill, she discreetly tucked it into her pocket. Yet, her eyes sparkled with affection as she gazed at him, saying, "I must thank you, dear sir, for your generous support." After all, her monthly salary amounted to merely 10,000 Tianshan coins, rendering this reward sufficient to cover her basic monthly earnings. She then gently inquired, "Mr. Chen, to my knowledge, one must possess at least elite-level strength to venture beyond the city. I believe you just completed a novice dungeon, am I correct?" Upon hearing his intention to purchase items, she had assumed it was to bolster his strength for more rapid dungeon runs. However, Chen Tianming's next statement about leaving the city truly astonished her. Could it be that this young man before her had already attained elite status? Yen Yu hesitantly asked, her voice tinged with disbelief, "Mr. Chen, have you reached the elite level?" "I have not yet achieved elite status, but I possess a certificate for leaving the city." "A certificate for leaving the city?" However, upon reflecting on Chen Tianming's exceptional talent, Yen Yu felt reassured. In circumstances where one's level is not particularly high, venturing outside the city often proves to be more beneficial than mere rank. Those who dare to roam the wilderness before reaching the elite level possess an extraordinary confidence in their own strength, regardless of one's background. The monsters in the wild do not concern themselves with identity, Seeing a human is akin to a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey, showing no regard for sentiment. Upon hearing Qin Tianming's words, Yin understood and ceased her incessant chatter, leading him to the third floor, the domain of the Practitioner Association's skillbook transactions. Upon arrival, she guided him into a quiet room and handed him a tablet computer. Mr. Qin, on this device, you can peruse all the skill books available at our Practitioner Association. You merely need to make your selections. Some skill books are available at our headquarters in Jiaqing, while others are exclusive to our Kyoto headquarters. If you find something you desire, I can arrange for it to be delivered, requiring only an additional shipping fee. However, as you are now a registered destined individual in Jiaqing, you are entitled to a 50% discount. Please note that the items you purchase are for personal use only and cannot be resold. Should the Practitioner Association discover otherwise, this privilege will be revoked. Furthermore, you will enjoy the benefit of 120 hours of complimentary access to a Class A training room each month, along with interest-free or low-interest loan services. In the event that you lack sufficient funds for a purchase, a specialist will conduct an assessment and agree upon a repayment schedule. After sharing a plethora of benefits associated with being a destined individual, Yin Yu quietly sat across from Chen Tianming, falling silent. Listening to Yin Yu's introduction, Chen Tianming mused to himself, I never imagined the benefits of being a destined individual would be so advantageous. Not to mention, the 50% discount alone provides substantial assistance. It is well known that the items required by practitioners are typically quite expensive. With only 5 million in hand, Chen Tianming effectively possessed the purchasing power of 10 million, complemented by loan services. Thus, he began to browse the tablet. The first category he explored was skills, and a variety of skill names appeared on the screen. There were basic low-level skills such as Fireball, Healing, and Lightning, as well as advanced skills like Flame Strike, Thunderstorm, Mind Lash, Sword Control, Obsidian Wall, and Skyfire Slash. As a summoner, I inherently belong to the Mage class, so I should select suitable skills from the Mage skill books. Soon, a skill named Mirror of Illusions caught Chen Tianming's eye, capable of creating a magical mirror that confines the target's soul within. The mirror reflects not their visage, but their deepest fears and desires, becoming a tool to manipulate their actions. The price was 150 million. Quite impressive, Chen Tianming mused, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, before continuing to browse. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as a name reflected in his gaze. Void Transmission. Granting the ability to enter the void dimension for instant teleportation or spatial traversal. The price was 280 million. Chen Tianming felt a surge of excitement. This was a miraculous skill that combined both life-saving and journey-enhancing capabilities. He then looked up, offering a gentle smile to Yin Yu, and spoke with deliberate clarity, I wish to apply for a loan. Upon hearing his request, Yin Yu was left in a state of bemusement, quickly informing him that while the chosen ones are indeed eligible for loan services, the limit of 280 million was far beyond what an ordinary individual like Chen Tianming could access. At the very least, one must be of heroic caliber to qualify. For ordinary loans, the limit is set at 10 million. For elite status, it is 50 million, and for heroic status, it reaches a staggering 100 million. Furthermore, the Void Transmission skill book is not available at our Jiangxing headquarters and must be requisitioned from the capital, leaving insufficient time for such arrangements. Chen Tianming had no choice but to relinquish his desires. However, upon learning about Chen Tianming's profession and his intention to acquire a life-saving skill, Yin Yu recommended a skill book entitled Damage Transfer. This skill allows one to bind themselves with summoned or contracted life forms when the individual incurs external damage. 30% of that damage is transferred to the summoned entity. The price of this tome is 38 million, but with your privileges, you are entitled to a 50% discount, bringing the cost down to 19 million. This skill book is currently located at our headquarters in Jiangxing. After some contemplation, Chen Tianming decisively resolved to procure the damage transfer skill. Chapter 17. Leaving the city soon, Yin Yu presented some documents, and upon taking a glance, Chen Tianming discovered it was a loan application form. He picked up a pen and began to fill it out. While he was engrossed in completing the form, Yin Yu quietly observed him from the side. After a considerable pause, she seemed to muster her courage and softly inquired, Mr. Chen, would you care to join me for dinner tonight? Upon uttering these words, Yin Yu felt a slight flush on her cheeks, suddenly questioning her own boldness. It was nearly 9 o'clock, and here she was, a young woman, suggesting dinner at such a late hour. Would it not imply that she harbored feelings for him? Yet, her intentions were purely to share a meal. Just then, as Chen Tianming was concentrating on the form, He was taken aback by Yin Yu's unexpected proposal. Perhaps next time, as I need to leave the city tomorrow, and it is rather late today. He promptly handed the completed form back to Yin Yu. As she took the document from him, Yin Yu shyly remarked, "Please hold on for a moment," before rushing out, her face aglow with embarrassment. Before long, Yin Yu returned to the room, carrying the damage transfer skill book, and solemnly placed it in his hands. Chen Tianming, filled with joy, accepted the skill book and prepared to procure some additional items. Soon, accompanied by Yin Yu, he departed from the building of the Adventurers Association. However, just as he was about to step outside, Yin Yu spoke up, saying, "Mr. Chun, I am immensely grateful for your support of my work. Thanks to you, I have been promoted from an ordinary receptionist in the lobby to an A-level receptionist. Upon completing your transaction, I will also receive a substantial commission. As a token of my appreciation, I would like to invite you to dinner. I apologize for my earlier oversight in not expressing this sooner, and I hope you will not take it amiss." Chen Tianming was not a fool. He could likely discern the thoughts of the young girl. The reason he sought her out this time, rather than the previous supervisor, was due to the resemblance she bore to a friend from his past life. This friend was the sister of his close companion, also named Xiaoyu. From a young age, Xiaoyu delighted in trailing behind Chen Tianming, affectionately calling him brother. Alas, fate was unkind. His friend's sister fell victim to leukemia in the prime of her youth, enduring a painful existence for 3 years before she departed from this world. This loss plunged Chen Tianming into a prolonged period of sorrow. Thus, when he first encountered this woman at the professional association and she introduced herself as Xiaoyu, it stirred long-buried memories within him. Perhaps this was the reason for seeking her out, merely a simple longing for the past. Chen Tianming responded to Yin Yu with a casual remark, suggesting, "Very well, let us postpone our meal until my return." With that, he turned and departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving no trace behind, save for a hefty loan of 10 million. The following day, Chen Tianming arrived at the northern gate of Jiangsheng, poised to leave the city. Chen Tianming, level 9 summoner? The gate guard, holding the exit permit presented by Chen, wore a perplexed expression. Despite his confusion, the authenticity of the permit, complete with its official seal and signature, could not be disputed. And thus the guard permitted Chen to pass through the city gate. "Your exit permit is now valid. Absent any extraordinary circumstances, you may freely enter and exit the various towns within the Tianshan Kingdom," the guard advised with genuine concern. "There are many monsters outside. Please exercise caution and ensure your safety. Wishing you a safe journey." Chen Tianming slightly bowed to the guard, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, I shall be cautious. You have worked hard, and I appreciate it. Farewell." With that, he stepped through the city gate. A chilling breeze swept by, causing the sky to darken momentarily. Chen Tianming reflected to himself, this city wall possesses a certain profundity. The inner and outer realms are divided by a formidable wall, resembling 2 disparate worlds. Chen Tianming strode forward with determination, soon vanishing from the guard's line of sight atop the city walls. The surroundings began to grow oppressive, the air thick with a palpable scent of blood. In the distance, one could hear the occasional roar of beasts, and now and then, individuals could be seen along the roadside, engaged in the hunt of ferocious creatures. These individuals were all elite-level warriors. With a mere thought, Chen Tianming summoned 5 valiant warriors and began to forge a mental link. Upon completion, he pointed towards the monstrous foes ahead and commanded them to vanquish the adversaries. 4 of the warriors, upon receiving the directive, charged forth with fervor, while the remaining one stood guard by Chen Tianming's side, ensuring his safety. Green-skinned goblin level, common level 10 strength, 130 agility, 60 spirit, 60 constitution, 110 skills. None this level 10 green-skinned goblin, with a grotesque visage and wielding a cleaver, typically dwelled in the subterranean depths, emerging only to forage for sustenance. It is often said that the sighting of a single goblin suggests the presence of many more. This creature embodies a brute strength archetype, with lamentably low agility and spirit. Yet, in the presence of warriors whose attributes soar to 699 across the board, such traits are woefully inadequate. In the blink of an eye, the warriors closed in on the green-skinned goblin. Realizing the warriors were not retreating, the goblin let out a shrill cry and launched an assault, swinging its cleaver with ferocity. However, the creature could muster nothing more than that single desperate strike before succumbing to defeat. Chapter 18. Arrival at Elite Level defeated Common Level 10 Greenskin Goblin. Experience 200. After the warriors dispatched the goblin, Chen Tianming had a clearer understanding of the goblin's strength. Generally, The power of monsters within the same level does not vary significantly. With another thought, he summoned 1,000 warriors, swiftly issuing commands in his mind. Move northward, evade humans, hunt any encountered monsters, and refrain from consuming trees. Upon receiving Chun Tianming's orders, the warriors comprehended their mission, dispersing rapidly as if in a novice dungeon, resembling a dense swarm of plankton in the wild. The rate at which Chun Tianming's experience surged was akin to a rocket soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, a map of the terrain began to materialize in his mind. Defeated common level 10 green-skinned goblin. Experience 200 defeated common level 10 unicorn rhinoceros. Experience 220 notifications flooded his mind like a barrage of messages, overwhelming Qin Tianming with their frequency. This pace was remarkably faster than the previous day. At this rate, he anticipated reaching level 10 in no more than 3 hours. It seemed that his decision to venture beyond the city was indeed the right one. Clenching his fists, he felt a surge of excitement. He wondered how many levels he could ascend before the examination, which would hinge on the experience gained upon breaking through to the elite tier. Over 1,000 valiant warriors, no matter how stealthy they attempt to be, are inevitably detected by the professionals. Upon their first glimpse of these warriors, the professionals are momentarily taken aback, mistaking them for some monstrous entity. However, among these professionals are those well-versed in detection magic, and upon casting a spell, they realize that what they face is merely a summoned creature, which brings them a sense of calm. Yet, this summoned being is astonishingly powerful, dispatching level 10 monsters with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Some individuals, lost in their thoughts, endeavor to locate the summoner by trailing behind the warriors. Unfortunately, the speed of the warriors is too swift. Even elite-level experts find themselves merely trailing in the dust behind them. Qin Tianming rode upon a valiant warrior as he ventured toward the distant dense forest. The forest's tumultuous terrain and poor visibility rendered it susceptible to ambushes by monsters, posing a considerable danger. Consequently, most individuals preferred the open expanses of the wilderness. However, such concerns were of little consequence to Qin Tianming, as the warrior forged ahead, allowing him to follow in its wake. Should any challenges arise, he could retreat with ease. 3 hours later, a tremor coursed through Chun Tianming's body as he achieved the milestone of reaching level 10. The warriors relentlessly hunted down one monstrous creature after another in the forest, not only slaying them but also consuming their remains. Some of the untouched corpses were delivered directly to Qin Tianming. At this juncture, his spatial ring was filled with an abundance of monster carcasses, including several elite-level beasts. Some of these remains were transported to the insect nest space for the consumption of the Overlord. In this world, it seemed unlikely that anyone else could level up with such ease as he did. Qin Tianming mused internally, reflecting on the mental toll of spellcasting for mages and the exhaustion warriors faced during prolonged, intense battles. All mortals require rest, yet the warriors appeared tireless. As the main combatants of the arachnid lineage, they possessed remarkable stamina, akin to born hunters, existing solely for the pursuit of prey. Life endures, and the hunt continues. Qin Tianming had already traversed the dense forest, leaving behind a path devoid of any remnants. The unfortunate souls who had crossed this route either became sustenance for the valiant warriors or were confined within Qin Tianming's spatial ring. Once the ring reached its capacity, he cast the contents into the nest of the insects, resulting in a desolate landscape. By afternoon, he had advanced over 50 kilometers, with only a mere 10 kilometers remaining to reach his destination. At this moment, Qin Tianming's experience points had ascended to level 1098, tantalizingly close to the elite tier. Upon breaking through to elite status, he would gain the ability to learn damage transfer, in addition to completing the system's tasks for a chance at a lottery. Though he remained uncertain about what rewards might await him, there exist 3 avenues for acquiring skills. One is through the tutelage of a mentor. The second is via skill books, such as the mental link, which belongs to the category of universal skills, and the third is through the utilization of skill stones. Given Qin Tianming's profession as a direct manifestation of the insect overlord, he lacked a mentor capable of guiding him. However, the universal skill he had procured yesterday, damage transfer, was indeed learnable, with the remainder adapted through skill stones. These stones resonate with the user, generating skills tailored to their essence. Yet, skill stones are exceedingly rare, generally fetching a market price of 30 million each, a steep cost. While Qin Tianming pondered these matters, a shiver coursed through him, and in that moment, his experience culminated perfectly, propelling him into the elite tier. Chapter 19. Gene primordial insect Chen Tianming retrieved the tome of damage transfer from his spatial ring and began his studies. Suddenly, he heard the system's notification chime. Ding. Talent skill activated. Damage transfer rank 1. Ding. Damage transfer learning successful. The caster of damage transfer can continuously coalesce mental imprints, linking them with summoned entities. When the caster incurs external damage, a defensive shield constructed from mental energy will automatically rise around them, transferring 60% of the damage in percentage form to the summoned entities. To his astonishment, Chen Tianming realized that his innate talent not only enhanced the strength of his summons, but also allowed for the elevation of learned skills. He pondered how many mental imprints could be consolidated. Soon, he began to experiment mentally. In an instant, he felt, aided by the mental link, that he had inscribed mental imprints upon each of the summoned warriors. At that moment, Chen Tianming sensed a peculiar connection between himself and the warriors. One akin to a mental link yet distinctly different. This sensation deepened his bond with the summoned warriors, making their connection more profound. Chen Tianming withdrew a dagger from the spatial ring and, with unwavering resolve, slashed his arm. In that fleeting moment, he felt the inflicted damage being evenly distributed into 5 portions, all transferred to the warrior, while his own arm merely bore a slight abrasion. Upon the completion of the test, the damage was successfully transferred. Name: Chen Tianming. Profession: Overlord of the insectoid race. Unique: Race: Human. Innate talent: Destined 1 level, Elite level 1 Constitution, 190 Strength, 185 Agility, 185 Spirit, 280 Talent, Rank 1 Divine Talent. Insect Codex Skills: Summoning. Mental Link: Damage Transfer. Mother Entity: Arachni Motherbug. Ancient level: Sealed. Quantity: 1. Number of offspring: 6298. Nest space: 6299. Warrior: Ancient level: Sealed. Level: Rare level 1 Constitution, 699 Strength, 699 Agility, 669 Spirit, 210 Skills. Frenzy: when the warrior's health falls below 50%. All attributes are enhanced by 300. This effect lasts for 15 minutes, after which the warrior will enter a weakened state, resulting in a 15 decrease in all attributes. Mimicry: the ability to seamlessly blend with the surrounding environment, allowing for ambushes on prey. Chen Tianming glanced at his attributes after his advancement. Aside from his mental strength, which had notably increased by 20 points, all other attributes continued to rise by 10 points per level, culminating in an overall enhancement of 30 points. However, the most remarkable transformation was that of the warrior, whose rank ascended from ordinary to rare. What truly astonished him was the alteration in the warrior's attributes. Previously, each level up resulted in an increment of 50 points, but upon breaking into the rare tier, the warrior's attributes surged by a staggering 150 points. With mental strength being no exception, it remained uncertain whether this pattern would persist with subsequent upgrades, necessitating further observation later. Ding. Detection indicates the host has advanced to the elite level. Part of the seal on the arachnid mother has been lifted, unlocking the unit type: Bomb Plasma Worm. Bomb Plasma Worm: Ancient level, Sealed. Level: Rare 1 Physique, 500 Strength, 500 Agility, 500 Mental Strength, 1000 Skill. Soul Leap. The bomb worm can utilize its formidable leaping ability to soar into the air and dive into densely packed areas, inflicting real damage equivalent to its mental strength value. Ding. Detection indicates a significant enhancement in the host's capabilities, granting 1 opportunity for a random draw from the insect compendium. Commencing the draw. In an instant, a massive compendium of insects unfurled in Chen Tianming's mind like a grand scroll. A bright light flickered upon the compendium, and after nearly a minute of scintillation, it settled upon a small worm with a flat body and a gray-black skin that emanated a chilling sheen. Congratulations, host, for drawing the ancient level gene original worm as a summoned entity. Ding. Talent skill activated. Detection indicates the ancient level gene original worm is beginning to undergo quality enhancement. Quality enhancement in progress. Enhancement complete. Immortal level gene original worm. Chen Tianming emerged from the depths of his mental consciousness, and with a mere thought, summoned forth a series of small, round-faced creatures, each the size of a human visage. These peculiar insects possessed oval-shaped heads, resembling distorted human faces, evoking an unsettling sense of dislocation. Their cold, piercing eyes glimmered with a malevolent light, instilling a sense of dread. Upon summoning these genetic parasites, Chen Tianming swiftly comprehended their purpose. The creatures he had summoned were in their larval stage, possessing a singular skill: rapid parasitism. By providing them with a sacrifice, these parasites could swiftly embed themselves, facilitating their own evolution. They were capable of evolving twice. After the larval stage came the growth stage, culminating in their final form. Achieving this ultimate form would bestow upon them the power of immortality. How terrifying, Chen Tianming mused silently, realizing that nurturing them to the immortal level would grant him the ability to wield an immortal-level warrior at the elite tier. As he perused the information regarding the parasites, a surge of excitement coursed through his being. With another thought, he began to summon the genetic parasites incessantly. By the time he reached the 10th summoning, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, noticing that his mental energy had diminished by 100 points, on average. Summoning a single genetic parasite required 10 points of mental strength. Thus, he halted his summoning and initiated communication with the warriors, who promptly assembled before him. Chen Tianming promptly issued instructions to the 10 protozoa, softly uttering the word, "Go." Upon receiving the command, the 10 protozoa immediately erupted in exuberant leaps, swiftly adhering their oval-shaped faces to the warrior's visage. Chen Tianming observed as the once plump faces of the protozoa swiftly caved in. Through the mental link, he could perceive that these 2 protozoa had glided into the bodies of the warriors via their esophagus, establishing residence within. The warriors, under Chen Tianming's control, offered no resistance. It was as if they had succumbed to a state of vertigo upon the entrance of the genetic protozoa, collapsing to the ground and remaining motionless. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Tianming instructed the surrounding warriors to carry these 10 burdens together as they proceeded. At this moment, a full sun reclined amidst the mountains, casting its lingering rays and elongating Chen Tianming's shadow upon the ground. Chapter 20. The dark-clad man of the wilderness, on a moonless night with a howling wind. At this moment, Chen Tianming was merely a few kilometers away from his destination. Initially, he had intended to make a swift advance towards the entrance of the ironclad rhino's dungeon. However, being no valiant warrior, his stomach was already grumbling with hunger. Consequently, a bonfire was kindled upon the grassland, where he indulged in the provisions purchased the previous evening. Chen Tianming had meticulously planned ahead, acquiring ample food to sustain himself in the wilderness until the impending college entrance examination. To his dismay, upon reaching the elite level, the experience gained from slaying ordinary monsters had been halved. Moreover, after traversing the forest, the density of monsters on the grassland had significantly diminished, resulting in a near stagnation of his experience over the subsequent hours. It seemed that only by entering the dungeon could he fulfill the system's quest. Chen Tianming cast a glance at the system task. At this moment, the progress had reached 1,567,830,000, barely completing half of the total. Determined in his resolve, Chen Tianming planned to resume his journey after finishing his meal. At that moment, he felt the presence of 10 parasitic worms communicating with him. He quickly turned his gaze towards the 10 valiant warriors who were host to these parasites. To his astonishment, their abdomens were swollen, forming a round, protruding bulge, as if something were about to emerge from within. The emotions of the 10 parasitic worms intensified at this moment, and Chen Tianming could distinctly sense their intentions. Chen Tianming hastily retrieved several corpses of magical beasts from his spatial ring and placed them beside the campfire. As soon as he set the bodies down, 10 grotesque creatures, their backs encased in hardened exoskeletons, erupted sequentially from the bellies of the warriors. The evolved primordial worms advanced with robust limbs, each adorned with sharp claws and spines, exuding a formidable presence capable of effortlessly tearing through enemy defenses. Their appearance radiated a primal and ferocious aura, instilling an involuntary sense of dread and oppression. Upon spotting the blood and flesh that Chen Tianming had prepared for them, the 10 genetically enhanced primordial worms rushed forward to feast voraciously, simultaneously conveying messages to him. Insufficient. Insufficient. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Tianming took a deep breath and produced several dozen corpses, retreating behind the campfire to observe in silence. 3 hours had passed, the larval stage lasting 3 hours. Chen Tianming raised his gaze toward the vehicle, and the information regarding the 2 primordial insects began to materialize within his mind. Genetic primordial insect, growth stage, level, rare grade 1, sealed, physique, 200 strength, 200 agility, 200 spirit, 200 sealing. The genetic primordial insect has not yet manifested its full potential, constrained by the power of the insect sovereign. Until its abilities are completely unleashed, its level will rise in tandem with that of the insect sovereign. Once the 2 primordial insects had finished their feast, Their forms underwent yet another transformation. They not only grew taller but also developed long tails, each adorned with a sharp, pointed stinger at the tip. Chen Tianming harbored no doubts regarding the formidable power of this lethal thorn. Should it pierce its target, it would undoubtedly create a grievous wound. At this moment, the attribute panel of the genetic parasite underwent a transformation. Genetic parasite, mature form, level, rare level 1, sealed, physique, 1800 strength, 1800 agility, 1800 spirit, 1800 skills, fortified barrier. The genetic parasite can envelop itself in a layer of robust armor during combat, thereby enhancing its defensive capabilities. Bloodthirst. Upon sustaining damage, the genetic parasite enters a bloodthirsty state, wherein its strength is augmented by 400% for a duration of 15 minutes, followed by a 20-minute period of weakness, during which all attributes decline by 20%. Propagation. When the genetic parasite experiences a desire to reproduce, it seeks out healthy life forms to implant new genetic parasites within their bodies. Evaluation. This is a species characterized by a powerful reproductive drive. Its cunning and almost cold-blooded nature render it a perfect nocturnal hunter, often lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a lethal strike to its adversaries, excelling in combat within complex terrains. Such strength. All attributes exceeding 1,000, nearing the monumental threshold of 2,000. Chen Tianming marveled. Moreover, these genetic parasites possess the remarkable ability of self-propagation, meaning that once they experience a desire to reproduce, new genetic parasites can emerge. Simultaneously, I can prepare ample life forms for them, thereby accelerating their reproductive pace. With just a modest investment of time, I could amass a super army capable of overwhelming warriors with unparalleled attributes. Observing the might of the genetic parasites, Chen Tianming felt a slight sense of elation. Beginning to indulge in fanciful daydreams of ascending to the pinnacle of success as a CEO. Just as Chen Tianming reveled in his realm of imagination, a vigilant warrior stationed nearby suddenly relayed information. Humans were approaching from the distance. Chen Tianming's thoughts stirred, and he soon discerned a figure clad in black swiftly traversing the desolate expanse, pursued by a quartet of professionals seemingly intent on tracking him down. It appeared as though this individual was fleeing from an assailant, yet the extent of their prowess remained a mystery to him. In an instant, Chen Tianming summoned 10 genetic primordial insects to lie in ambush around the area, while the surrounding warriors activated their camouflage, seamlessly blending into the environment. Before long, the pursuers came into view. Upon noticing Chen Tianming sitting alone on the grass, the newcomer paused momentarily, then spoke with a hint of apology. "I beg your pardon. Someone is pursuing me. I was unaware of your presence here. I advise you to leave at once, for you may find yourself in grave danger." Unexpectedly, this individual exhibited a commendable concern, warning Chen Tianming to depart swiftly to avoid any potential repercussions. Chen Tianming slowly opened his mouth and said, "I fear it is too late." A white sphere of light suddenly emerged from the distance, hurtling swiftly towards the man in black. The man in black reacted with remarkable speed, performing a swift roll on the ground to narrowly evade the luminous projectile. However, before he could fully relish his fortune, the magical orb erupted violently beside him, transforming into 2 streams of light that cascaded onto both him and Chen Tianming. At that moment, a lotus lantern, slowly igniting, appeared above the heads of both the man in black and Chen Tianming. Chapter 21. The Perfect Dark Knight Assassin. "This is disastrous. It is the ignition lotus lamp," exclaimed the man in black, his face suddenly filled with alarm. He then turned to Chen Tianming, a look of deep regret crossing his features. "Brother, I am truly sorry. You have been drawn into this." In this moment, Chen Tianming's mind is flooded with knowledge regarding the flame-attracting lotus lamp. This arcane skill allows the caster to mark a target, manifesting a lotus lamp above their head, which burns slowly. Before the lamp is completely consumed, the caster can effortlessly locate the position of the individual bearing the lamp, serving as a specialized tracking aid. Even if the marked individual activates their invisibility, the lamp remains undiminished, making it an exceptionally advanced tracking technique. At this juncture, a quartet of individuals approaches leisurely from a distance, led by a scholarly figure clad in white, holding a brush. It is unmistakably a painter. The painter scoffs, "I never anticipated you would have companions, but alas, you have fallen prey to my flame-attracting lamp. Now, none of you can escape." No sooner had the painter finished speaking than an archer swiftly moved to a nearby slope, raising his bow and aiming at Chen Tianming and the man in black. Simultaneously, a knight bearing a scar on his face and a warrior wielding a sharp sword approached with determined strides. The man in black, producing a dagger from an unknown source. Crossed it defiantly before him and declared loudly, "This matter does not concern him. I merely encountered this individual by chance. If you spare him, I shall surrender the remnants of the true Bagua Zheng Song to you, and we shall part ways." The painter chuckled from afar. Had this been earlier, it might have sufficed, but now, I deem it far safer to eliminate you both. The advancing knight, his visage twisted with menace, added, "The implications of the true Bagua Zheng Song are too vast. Only the dead can refrain from speaking recklessly." Perceiving the dire situation, the man in black whispered, "Brother, they seek me. I will hold them off. You must flee. What about you? There is no time for such concerns. Save yourself if you can. I am He Dongxing, the eldest son of the He family in Rongqing. Should you miraculously escape, please convey my regards to my family." The archer interjected sternly, "Enough of this delay. The night is long, and we must act swiftly." The painter brandished his brush, stating, "None of you shall escape today." With a flourish, the brush soared into the air, and, with a gentle touch, a radiant sun appeared in the sky. The once pitch-black night suddenly blazed with brilliance, illuminating the surroundings. The knight and the swordsman began to prepare for their assault, while the archer on the slope held his breath, ready to unleash a lethal arrow at any moment. Observing this, Chen Tianming focused his thoughts, and the hidden warriors around him surged forth. The knight and the swordsman, who had just initiated their charge, were rendered momentarily stunned by the unfolding spectacle. What is happening? Where did these monsters come from? Not only were the four individuals opposite him taken aback, but even the man in black beside Chen Tianming exhibited a visage of utter astonishment, although the opposing team of professionals was surprised. As more and more warriors deactivated their cloaking, they were horrified to realize they had been surrounded by an innumerable swarm of insects. Meanwhile, the archer on the nearby dirt slope, sensing something amiss, was preparing to retreat stealthily when he suddenly turned around to find a more grotesque creature looming behind him. The archer reacted swiftly, attempting to roll aside. Unfortunately, the genetic parasite was swifter, effortlessly piercing through his chest with a flick of its tail, and using that momentum, it propelled the archer towards its maw. It then opened its gaping jaws, a massive tongue shooting forth at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the archer's head was obliterated by the genetic parasite, which thereafter commenced to feast upon his remains. This gruesome spectacle instilled a profound sense of dread in the remaining three professionals. At that moment, they could no longer deny that what they faced was not merely a monster, but rather a summoned entity controlled by the individual seated cross-legged on the ground. Prior to their arrival, they had discreetly utilized a detector to assess their opponent's strength. If the individual was formidable, they would retreat. If their power was comparable, they would attempt to communicate, and if they were weak, they would naturally seek to eliminate them. The detector had indicated an unknown profession, classified as Elite Level 1. Upon observing the opponent's age, they hastily deduced that he was merely a student who had recently completed his job transition ceremony. They then entertained thoughts of robbery and murder, unaware that what they perceived as a mere sheep was, in fact, a being more fearsome than a devil. In that moment, they comprehended that the individual before them was undoubtedly a high-ranking professional, and his age must have been disguised through some form of illusion equipment. Furthermore, he was likely equipped with a device to mislead detection, rendering their instruments ineffective. The remaining three immediately began to plead for mercy. "Great One, please forgive us. We were momentarily blinded by greed. We didn't anticipate you were waiting here. We belong to the Azure Dragon Gang. My uncle is the gang's leader. If you spare us, we will offer substantial rewards afterward. As for the remnants of the Bagua True Concealment, we swear never to disclose anything about it. Please, show mercy and allow us to serve you." Upon hearing their pleas, Chen Tianming's mind stirred, and the warriors who had been poised to pounce halted in their tracks, encircling the three without further movement. He then inquired, "What is the Bagua True Concealment?" The three, upon hearing Chen Tianming's question, were filled with uncertainty. Could it be that he was not here for the Bagua True Concealment, but was merely a passing expert? Without hesitation, he replied, "Respected elder, the true essence of the Bagua is crafted from the rare golden stones found within the dragon vein of our heavenly Xian kingdom. When 9 pieces are assembled, they form the Bagua compass, allowing one to uncover the whereabouts of the true Bagua. One of these pieces is in the hands of that young man from the He family beside you." The stout knight spoke with utmost respect. Meanwhile, He Dongxing, upon noticing these seemingly hellish creatures that appeared to be summoned by the man beside him, felt a surge of secret delight, believing he might escape unscathed. However, he was soon startled as the words of the scar-faced knight made his heart race in that very moment. Chapter 22. He Dongxing anxiously glanced at Chen Tianming, only to find him staring intently at him, causing a tightening in his chest. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden scream pierced the air from a distance. Ah! The scar-faced knight and the swordsman turned to look behind them, and they were immediately struck with terror. Another creature, the same type that had just annihilated the archer, emerged behind the painter, its sharp tail delivering a chilling blow from behind, sealing his fate. The knight and swordsman were unable to utter a sound as the warriors beside them surged forward to launch an assault, witnessing the gruesome deaths of their two companions. The remaining duo lost all will the fight. They activated their evasion skills in a desperate attempt to escape the encirclement. As the warriors closed in, the space for their retreat dwindled. At that moment, a brown light flickered around the knight and swordsman, and with one charging forward and the other leaping aside, they made a dash for freedom. It was the earthen rock wall. Qin Tianming contemplated the essence of this skill. A defensive technique that envelopes the body in a uniform layer of rocky armor, significantly enhancing the caster's defensive capabilities. The extent of its power remained a mystery to him. However, there had been instances where an elite knight, utilizing the earth rock wall, successfully withstood the magical onslaught of an epic-level mage. Remarkably, after augmenting their defenses, the two individuals managed to endure the warrior's assault and fervently charged towards the periphery. Just as they were on the verge of breaking free from the encirclement, Vanishing, observing Qin Tianming's calm demeanor, hastily interjected, "Senior, those two are about to escape. No rush, let them savor the taste of death amidst their fleeting hope." Vanishing was still pondering the profundity of this statement when a chilling scream echoed from the distance. Raising his gaze, he beheld two of those creatures, the ones that had previously decimated the archers and calligraphers, suddenly materializing behind the two fleeing figures. However, this time, the two primordial insects did not execute an immediate kill. Rather, they conveyed a desire for reproduction, much like Qin Tianming had previously communicated. Intrigued by the emotions transmitted by the gene insects, Qin Tianming eagerly wished to understand the reproductive process of such mature beings and readily acquiesced. He then summoned the warrior to shield the cloaked figures, obscuring their line of sight. Witnessing this, Vanishing's face reflected despair, realizing that he might soon follow in the footsteps of these individuals. "Remain still, and they shall not harm you." Vanishing nodded fervently, resembling a diligent student receiving praise from a teacher. "Very well, senior. I promise to remain motionless." With Qin Tianming's consent, the two gene insects began to approach the scarred knight and swordsman, and then Qin Tianming witnessed the most bizarre spectacle of his life. One so repulsive that it nearly caused him to regurgitate his recently consumed dinner. Before him, a gene protozoan, resembling a human, extended its twin appendages to gently lift the prostrate scarred knight from the ground. It then gradually approached the knight's lips, disregarding his vehement protests, and in a fervent display, the two, a creature and a man, engaged in an unexpected embrace. Soon after, the protozoan's abdomen began to undulate as if some entity was migrating from its belly to its throat, ultimately entering the scarred knight's body through his mouth. The other creature performed a similar act. Fortunately, having lived two lives and witnessed numerous gruesome scenes in recent days, Qin Tianming managed to suppress his urge to vomit, successfully preserving his dignified demeanor. Once the parasitic union was complete, the two lay motionless on the ground. After instructing several warriors to transport them to a secluded location, Qin Tianming dismissed the insect warriors surrounding Vanishing. Once the warriors dispersed, Vanishing cautiously surveyed the area. Finding no one else in sight apart from himself and Qin Tianming, not even a single corpse remained. Vanishing pondered silently about the true identity of this elder, who had, with scarcely a word, dispatched 3 heroic figures in mere minutes. The battle, from its inception to this moment, spanned no longer than a few fleeting moments. Yet within that brief interval, Vanishing felt as though he had experienced a lifetime of thrills, from heaven to hell and back to heaven again. Qin Tianming toyed with the 4 storage rings in his hand. Upon opening one, he discovered the interior was rather modest, merely spanning a few cubic meters, far inferior to the large one gifted to him by Feng Ping. The contents were also scant, primarily consisting of various materials from magical beasts and herbs. At that moment, Qin Tianming stumbled upon a golden metallic artifact within the space ring of the calligrapher. Just as he was about to examine it closely, Vanishing, standing nearby, exclaimed in astonishment, "The true concealment of the Bagua? Is this truly the true concealment of the Bagua?" Vanishing clasped his fists and bowed slightly, respectfully stating, "Yes. Esteemed senior, you may wish to inspect the back. There should be a character inscribed there." Qin Tianming turned over the Bagua Jinsong in his hands, revealing a large character for Kun engraved upon it. Sensing Qin Tianming's confusion, He Dongxing explained, the Bagua song consists of 9 pieces: Li, Sun, Kuan, Jin, Zhang, Dui, Jin, Can, and Qian. When all 9 pieces are gathered, they form a Bagua compass, which can establish a stable entrance to the underground palace. He Dongxing paused momentarily, casting a discreet glance at Qin Tianming, who remained impassive, before continuing, within this underground palace lies an abundance of wealth, and it is rumored to hold the opportunity for ascension to divinity. Ascension to divinity? At this moment, Qin Tianming's expression finally shifted, albeit slightly. For he already possessed a path to divinity through his unique abilities. So, this item must be quite valuable? Indeed, Senior. The difficulty in gathering all 9 pieces of the Bagua song leads major powers to seize any fragments they encounter. If they cannot acquire them, they do not push too hard. Consequently, individual pieces of the Bagua song do not command a high price in the black market, approximately 1 billion Tianxin coins, which is not exorbitant. Chapter 23. I can't call this robbery, can I? How much? Qin Tianming's face now brimmed with astonishment. This broken trinket is worth 1 billion? Ah, Senior, I mean 1 billion. He Dongxing replied, puzzled, what's wrong? You do not seem like someone who cannot afford 1 billion. Qin Tianming's mind stirred as he recalled your earlier statement about being the scion of a certain city and family. I am the eldest son of the He family from Rong City, He Dongxing said, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Qin Tianming grinned widely and remarked, your family must be quite affluent. In response, He Dongxing humbly retorted, we cannot claim to be excessively wealthy. Yet it is true that approximately 80% of the weapons and armor in Rong City are crafted by the He family. Nevertheless, the pride evident on his face was impossible to conceal. It turns out they are quite a prosperous household. Qin Tianming chuckled mischievously. Well then, young master He. Since I have come to your aid today, might you be inclined to? He Dongxing instantly grasped the implication and readily replied, of course. I would be curious to know how my esteemed senior wishes for me to express my gratitude. Qin Tianming pondered for a moment before casually tossing the trinket inscribed with the character Kuan towards He Dongxing. This item holds no interest for me. And since you mentioned its worth is a staggering 10 billion, coupled with the fact that I saved your life, let us settle on 11 billion. 11 billion? He Dongxing exclaimed, but upon noticing the gradual chill in Qin Tianming's gaze, he quickly amended, no problem at all. I shall transfer the funds to you immediately. He promptly retrieved his phone to initiate the transaction. Once the transfer was completed, Qin Tianming remarked with a slight smile, this hardly qualifies as robbery, does it? He Dongxing, with a forlorn expression, replied, not at all. This modest sum is well within the means of the He family. As the 11 billion arrived in his account, Qin Tianming felt a surge of joy. He had just secured a fortune that would allow him to settle his debts with the Association of Professionals and provide a substantial inheritance for his parents. Should misfortune ever befall him, they would be well cared for in their twilight years. His disinterest in the trinket was not due to its nature, but rather its elusive essence. The notion of integrating 9 pieces was a discussion for another time. Even if successful, the pinnacle of its promise lay merely in the opportunity to ascend to godhood. However, with the Zerg Dominator system already in his possession, Qin Tianming was confident that, in due course, he would stand at the zenith of this world. In high spirits, he gazed at He Dongxing by the fire and found himself increasingly fond of him, a veritable harbinger of fortune. After the transfer, He Dongxing settled down by the fire to warm himself, now free of the threat that had pursued him, allowing him to relax. He then engaged Qin Tianming in conversation. How did someone from Rong City end up here? I was initially out training under the guidance of my family elder, Uncle He, preparing to level up for admission to the Royal Academy in Kyoto. However, we unexpectedly encountered a group embroiled in a fierce battle. We intended to quietly withdraw and avoid meddling in their affairs, but one of the fleeing parties inadvertently ran towards us. Consequently, my elder was drawn into this inexplicable turmoil, and the man being pursued thrust the trinket into my hands, shouting, brother, quickly return this to the president, before fleeing in another direction. Uncle He was about to explain further, but upon glimpsing the item in my possession, the trinket, he immediately commanded the family's elite guards to ensure my safety while he stayed behind to hold off the pursuers. Thus, I ran. With the numbers against us, some of their groups circumvented Uncle He to chase after me. Fortunately, my family's guards proved loyal. Whenever adversaries closed in, they would remain behind to hinder the pursuit. Eventually, only 3 continued to chase me. While it seemed my protectors had either gotten lost or perished in the fray, Dongjing spoke at length, retrieving a bottle of water from his spatial ring before tilting his head back to drink it in one gulp. He then turned to Qin Tianming and inquired, "Esteemed elder, what about you? With your prowess, did you merely happen to pass through this place while seeking to level up?" Qin Tianming shook his head, insisting, "No. I have come here solely to level up. However, esteemed senior, does one such as yourself still derive experience from slaying these lowly creatures?" "Why not?" Qin Tianming countered. "May I inquire what realm you currently inhabit?" "Elite level 1. "Surely, senior, you jest?" Throughout their conversation, Dongjing discerned that Qin Tianming was not a bloodthirsty individual, which emboldened him to respond with greater audacity. "Indeed," Qin Tianming replied, seemingly struck by a thought as he retrieved the city exit permit issued by the principal from his spatial ring. Dongjing took it and observed the clearly inscribed words, "Qin Tianming, Mortal Realm Level 9, permitted to exit the city." Beside it, a prominent seal was stamped. "The dangers have been eliminated on my behalf. If fate allows, we shall meet again." With that, Qin Tianming rose and ventured deeper into the desolate grasslands, leaving Dongjing alone to slowly stoke the fire, muttering to himself, "This is impossible. This is impossible." In a world devoid of warmth, akin to a fallen feather, floating aimlessly without weight, Qin Tianming soon arrived at the gathering site of the iron-armored rhinoceros dungeon. At that moment, the number of people along the roadside began to increase, as the monsters leading to the secondary path had been largely eradicated. Typically, within a 5-kilometer radius centered around the dungeon, a safe zone is established, with military personnel stationed to maintain order. To avoid drawing excessive attention, Qin Tianming left a gene primordial insect nearby as a precaution while storing the rest of the swarm in the nest space to prevent unnecessary complications. After all, in the nest space, damage transfer remains effective, and Qin Tianming harbored no concerns for his safety. Soon, he beheld the entrance to the dungeon, a swirling vortex reminiscent of the novice dungeon, albeit considerably larger. The vortex from yesterday's novice dungeon in Jiancheng measured merely 2 meters in diameter, while the one before him, for the iron-armored rhinoceros, boasted a diameter of 3 meters. It emanated a bloodthirsty aura that could send those with wavering resolve into trembling fear. Chapter 24. What if he truly is a master? Normal difficulty requires one more, lacking a control-type role. Swift formation is underway. Elite difficulty has a mage, a frontline, and a controller, but lacks a healer. Nightmare difficulty is a guaranteed party, 5 lacking 4. Hurry forth. The entire dungeon gathering area was ablaze with light, as many individuals waved flags and shouted, seeking companions to form teams. Numerous others congregated at the entrance, seemingly engaged in discussion. Qin Tianming approached the entrance, accompanied by a genetically engineered creature that possessed a terrifying appearance. The mere sight of this abomination incited a flurry of commotion among the gathered crowd, as whispers and speculations filled the air. Some of the bolder onlookers discreetly brandished their detectors, attempting to gauge the levels of both Qin Tianming and the genetic monstrosity. However, unbeknownst to them, Qin Tianming was shielded by a cloaking talisman he had scavenged from a calligrapher, rendering his true level imperceptible to all. As he drew nearer to the instance's entrance, many individuals hastily parted to grant him passage. Qin Tianming stepped forward to examine the dungeon information. The desolate grassland ironclad rhinoceros dungeon offered selectable difficulty levels: normal, hard, and nightmare. The normal difficulty already featured elite monsters, significantly surpassing the strength of those encountered in the wild, while the nightmare difficulty presented even more formidable elite creatures, raising the challenge to unprecedented heights. Typically, a trio suffices for the normal difficulty, comprising 1 damage dealer, 1 tank, and a healer. However, the hard difficulty necessitates the inclusion of a support class for crowd control. Conversely, the nightmare difficulty demands dual damage dealers, dual supports, and a highly durable tank to successfully navigate its challenges. The requirements for team composition clearly illustrate the disparity in difficulty levels. The genetic parasite stood quietly around Qin Tianming, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. At last, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and bravely called out to Qin Tianming, "Young man, are you a beast tamer?" The beast tamer is a combat-oriented profession, leading those around to naturally assume Qin Tianming belonged to this class. The even rarer summoner was beyond the imagination of these individuals. Qin Tianming chose to disregard the individual and continued to scrutinize the information regarding the dungeon. Noticing Qin Tianming's silence, the person mustered his courage and spoke again. "Young man, would you care to join us in conquering this dungeon? Our team already consists of a controller and a tank. We are merely in need of an output damage dealer. You appear to be a beast master, and the strength of your summoned creature seems quite formidable. Would you consider teaming up with us? The dungeon rewards could afford you a 30% share. Old Wu, you are being rather stingy. Just look at how powerful that summoned creature is. If the young man doesn't join my team, I shall offer you a 45% share outright. The onlookers began to recognize Chen Tianming's exceptional capabilities, prompting them to extend invitations for him to join their ranks. Nevertheless, Chen Tianming remained unperturbed by their entreaties. After thoroughly reviewing the information, he resolutely opted for the nightmarish difficulty level. Confirm selection of nightmarish difficulty? Is it? Yes. Chen Tianming abruptly vanished from the sight of the crowd, accompanied by the disappearance of the genetic parasite. Goodness, this fellow has entered the dungeon alone. He intends to tackle it solo. He must be quite the expert. Let us see what difficulty level he has just chosen for the dungeon. As soon as someone enters, one can inquire at the dungeon entrance about the level of difficulty selected by the newcomer. My word, he has chosen the nightmare difficulty. To attempt a solo run at nightmare level, is he courting death? Perhaps not. He might indeed possess formidable skills, as his summoned creature appears quite powerful. Yet, no matter how strong it may be, everyone knows that a beast master can only summon one creature at a time. Judging by his age, he seems to be at most of elite caliber. At that level, he can only summon 2 creatures at best. I see. Let us wait and observe, to discern whether this individual is merely overestimating himself or genuinely possesses the strength he claims. The onlookers wore expressions of mockery, each displaying a demeanor of eager anticipation. Should he perish within, his body would be teleported out of the dungeon, and those outside noticed that Chen Tianming wore spatial rings, making the prospect of looting his corpse potentially lucrative. It is well known that many have long lingered outside dungeons, waiting for the chance to collect the spoils of the fallen. With a stroke of fortune, one might even achieve overnight wealth. The desolate grassland, true to its name, is blanketed with vast expanses of green grass atop the black earth, resembling nature's brushstroke of verdant hue against a dark canvas. Yet, the sky hangs heavy and overcast, as if a torrential downpour is imminent, imparting a sense of oppression and gloom. At this moment, Chen Tianming stood at the foot of a magical array. Stepping beyond its confines would signal the official commencement of the dungeon. Not far off, a creature exceeding 2 meters in length, with dark red skin, roared incessantly, having evidently detected Chen Tianming and was now accelerating towards him. With a mere thought, Chen Tianming commanded the gene parasite to surge forth like an arrow, charging swiftly towards the enemy. Meanwhile, he remained composed, retrieving a detector to scan the monstrous foe. Ironclad rhinoceros, enhanced rare grade, level 13 strength, 400 agility, 200 spirit, 100 constitution, 500 skill, savage charge truly. This enhanced elite creature boasted attributes significantly superior to those of ordinary monsters, complemented by an additional skill. A typical tank, even a level 13 tank, would possess a constitution barely exceeding half of that of the ironclad rhinoceros. Yet, in comparison to his own warriors and the gene parasite, these attributes still fell woefully short. Chen Tianming lifted his foot and gently stepped forward, instantly summoning a multitude of warriors within the instance. Chapter 25. Here I come, my calves. The iron-armored rhinoceros, which had just charged towards Chen Tianming, was swiftly caught off guard and was brutally torn apart by the warriors. Kill, enhanced rare level 3, iron-armored rhinoceros, experience 720. Obtained rhinoceros horn 1. The monsters in the instance drop materials. If they are humanoid, they yield weapons and equipment. The horn of the iron-armored rhinoceros can serve not only as a decorative craft but can also be utilized in the creation of arrows, making it an excellent material for equipment. As for the hide, it can be fashioned into armor, and the meat is edible. However, having recently acquired 11 billion from the young master Chen Tianming decided to keep the rhinoceros horn for himself while allowing the other spoils to be distributed among the warriors. The surge in experience filled Chen Tianming with a thrill. The experience gained here was approximately 3 times greater than that from monsters of the same level in the outside world. Thus, slaying a single creature here equated to vanquishing 3 in the outside realm, all while the pace of hunting remained scarcely diminished. Chen Tianming felt he had found the right direction. With a sudden thought, he began to summon genetic parasites. As each parasite materialized, his mental energy swiftly began to wane. By the time he sensed fatigue, 20 genetic parasites had manifested before him. He promptly commanded these parasites to attach themselves to the warriors. Instantly, these parasites transformed into ravenous giants, lunging toward the warriors. Subsequently, the surrounding warriors hoisted these 20 beings, while Chun Tianming mounted one of the warriors, initiating the hunt for armored rhinoceroses. Soon, a herd of armored rhinoceroses came into view, and with a sweeping gesture, he signaled the warriors to charge forth. Upon defeating the reinforced rare-tier armored rhinoceros, a notification appeared. Experience 720, obtained rhinoceros horn 1. A flurry of information filled his mind, and at that moment, his experience began to surge rapidly. Concurrently, a detailed map of the dungeon gradually formed in his consciousness. The armored rhinoceros dungeon resembled the novice dungeon, characterized by a monotonous landscape composed of grasslands, forests, and a small stream, a terrain exceedingly suitable for battle. In less than 20 minutes of entering the dungeon, Chun Tianming ascended to Elite Level 2. Name: Chun Tianming. Constitution: 210 Strength, 205 Agility, 205 Spirit, 340 Number of Parasites, 8698 Nest Space, 8699. Upon reaching Elite Level 2, Chun Tianming discovered that his attribute points no longer increased by 10 with each level but rather by 20, while his mental power surged by 50 points. Clearly, upon entering the elite tier, the experience required for leveling up had significantly increased. Yet the growth of attribute values had also been amplified. The strength of professionals began to manifest gradually. With the elevation in rank, the subsequent increments in attributes would only become more pronounced. Chun Tianming continued his advance deeper into the dungeon, leaving a path reminiscent of a locust swarm. As his experience began to surge exponentially, the efficiency of his progress was markedly superior to that of the outside world. Level: Elite Level 2, 36. 48, had already surpassed one-third of the way, and in less than an hour, the efficiency could be deemed extraordinarily high. Soon, a massive gray creature loomed ahead. And upon closer inspection, Chun Tianming discerned that this armored rhino was nearly 5 meters in length. He promptly retrieved his scanner for an analysis. Armored Rhino, Enhanced Rare Grade Boss. Level: Rare Level 4 Strength, 600 Agility, 400 Spirit, 100 Constitution, 700 Skill. Savage Charge. Chun Tianming encountered a formidable elite-level monster for the first time. Although its attributes were inferior to those of a warrior, it was still significantly more powerful than the minor creatures he had just faced. He was taken aback by the extent of the boss's abilities. It was evident that the final dungeon boss would possess even greater strength. However, it was unlikely to surpass that of a warrior. Otherwise, this dungeon would not be feasible for elite-level adventurers to conquer. Nevertheless, even if the final boss's attributes did exceed those of a warrior, he remained unfazed, for the attributes of his genetic parasite were even more terrifying. It was not unusual for monsters of such caliber to appear in a nightmare difficulty dungeon, as typically adventurers tackling such a challenge would possess levels exceeding that of the dungeon itself. A 5-member team would generally have an average level of at least 15, with some reaching 17 or 18. Otherwise, they would struggle to clear the nightmare dungeon. Additionally, their equipment and skills could not be subpar. After all, failing to complete the dungeon on the next attempt would prove exceedingly disadvantageous, given that there were only 3 outcomes: success, death within, or reliance on an escape scroll. However, an escape scroll carried a hefty price tag of 300,000. Using it repeatedly would squander both time and resources. Few, if any, in the entire Crisis era would dare to solo a level 13 nightmare dungeon like Chun Tianming, who had the audacity to take on such a challenge. As if sensing the demise of his subordinates at the hands of the warriors, this elite boss lost its composure and charged recklessly towards the group of warriors, exuding an aura of bloodthirst and savagery. The terrifying pressure surged forth as the iron-armored rhinoceros charged, enveloping the surroundings. Charge! With a mere thought from Chun Tianming, the warriors charged fearlessly towards the armored rhinoceros. At that moment, the rhinoceros unleashed its skill, a ferocious charge. Instantly, a powerful gust enveloped its entire form, toppling the foremost dozen warriors in a single blow. The immense force left imprints on the ground, resembling the size of hoofprints. Even from 100 meters away, Chun Tianming felt the terrifying impact of the rhinoceros's strike. This was the first time he witnessed warriors being hurled through the air. The warriors, thrown off balance, landed awkwardly on their backs, appearing somewhat disheveled, but that was the extent of their misfortune. He sensed their emotions. Those who had been knocked away were merely dazed, without a single wound upon them. After all, their resilient exoskeletons were not merely for show. The warriors quickly regained their footing and surged towards the head of the armored rhinoceros. Meanwhile, those who remained unscathed had already engaged in combat with the beast. Tearing and stabbing, blood splattered as flesh was rent asunder. The armored rhinoceros screamed in agony, emitting a thunderous roar before collapsing to the ground, soon falling silent. The once formidable head of the armored rhinoceros met a tragic end beneath the sides of the warriors. Chapter 26. The plasma bomb bug reveals its might defeated. Enhanced rare level 4. Armored rhinoceros chief. Experience 2120 acquired low-level monster crystal acquired rhinoceros horn 1. What good is size when it ultimately leads to demise? Qin Tianming observed the scene before him, feeling a subtle stir within his heart. The massive physique bestowed formidable strength, yet simultaneously, it rendered glaring vulnerabilities. Primarily, the lack of agility was evident. The warriors encircled him, capable of launching attacks, while he, after utilizing his skills to send a dozen warriors flying, could scarcely land a blow on any of the nimble fighters. Ultimately, he met a tragic end beneath the onslaught of the warriors' mandibles. As his final, anguished howl echoed into the air, a haunting resonance began to ripple across the vast prairie. Sensing that something was amiss, Qin Tianming immediately commanded the surrounding warriors to disperse, maintaining a vigilant watch. He had long since etched his brother's words into his memory, never allowing them to fade. With Qin Tianming advancing to the elite second tier, the distance between himself and the warriors had expanded to 1,500 meters. Through the farthest warrior's line of sight, he discerned a gathering of armored rhinos assembling in the distance. 10, 20, 50, 200, all brimming with restless energy. Soon, these agitated armored rhinos coalesced into a formidable legion, charging swiftly toward Qin Tianming's position. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Tianming was immediately struck by a question. How would other teams confront the armored rhinoceroses? He could hardly believe that a mere 5-person squad could withstand the charge of hundreds of these formidable beasts. Casting a glance around the surrounding environment, he felt a vague suspicion, though it remained unverified at that moment. It was likely that other teams would not engage in a direct confrontation with the armored rhinoceroses at all. The vast expanse of the grassland offered ample opportunity to hide and wait for the herd to disperse before launching their hunt. Qin Tianming's thoughts were astute. Other teams adopted similar strategies. However, there was one crucial aspect he was unaware of. The herds of armored rhinoceroses encountered by other teams numbered at most a mere 10. Unlike the several hundred that Qin Tianming faced, this discrepancy was also linked to his tendency to engage in combat with every monster he encountered within the dungeon. While other teams prioritized the elimination of the boss, occasionally dealing with minor adversaries. Upon his inaugural venture into the wilderness dungeon, Qin Tianming found himself perplexed by its mechanisms, which were not elucidated in any texts. This left him in a state of uncertainty. Nevertheless, despite understanding that his actions could incite the rampage of the armored rhinoceros, he resolved to proceed regardless. How could Qin Tianming possibly overlook the experience and the quantity of monsters he had to slay? It is crucial to remember that the system had tasked him with the formidable challenge of exterminating 30,000 creatures within a mere 3 days. As for the difficulty, in his eyes, there was naught that posed a challenge from the moment he entered the dungeon. The most arduous aspect had been the discomfort caused by the rigid exoskeleton of the warrior beneath him, which had left him quite sore. He hadn't even broken a single bead of sweat. Upon witnessing a horde of armored rhinos charging forth, Qin Tianming swiftly summoned 50 plasma bomb worms, eager to test their potency. In no time, 50 caterpillar-like plasma worms materialized before him. Following his command, the worms promptly contorted their bodies into disc-like shapes and stood upright on the grass, rolling at an astonishing speed toward the battlefield. Concurrently, with a mere thought, he ordered the warriors at the forefront to swiftly retreat, halting at a distance of 1,000 meters from him. From the vantage point of the sky, the warriors on the plain arranged themselves in a concave formation, resembling a pocket waiting for the rhinos to charge in. Before long, the herd of rhinos surged to a distance of 1,200 meters. Upon receiving the signal, the 50 bomb worms rolled forward with remarkable speed. Just as they were about to collide with the gray torrent, the worms sprung into the air, leaping high before crashing down amidst the stampede of rhinos. Simultaneously, the warriors at the rear surged forward like a verdant ocean, advancing toward the armored rhinos. The plain was soon enveloped in a cacophony of thunderous explosions. As he felled the enhanced rare level 4 armored rhinos, he gained 960 experience and collected 7 rhino horns. Once the explosion subsided, a pungent odor filled the air, and faint sparks of electricity flickered across the grass. Some of the not-quite-dead armored rhinos lay on the ground, emitting pitiful cries of agony. Soon, compassionate warriors approached, assisting them in finding peace. Oh my, how could such benevolent creatures exist in this world? Meanwhile, Chen Tianming's mind was inundated with the system's notifications, and his experience soared like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, his experience surged by nearly 1/3, elevating his experience points to an impressive 76. 38 at Elite Level 2. Chen Tianming couldn't help but marvel at the formidable bomb bugs. They were nothing short of a chaotic force in group battles. Within their explosive radius, one was either doomed or severely injured. Regrettably, their numbers were scarce, comprising roughly 10% of the total hatchlings, amounting to about 200 a day. It was likely that no other class could match the destructive prowess of the bomb bugs. After all, the current bomb bugs had yet to realize their full potential. As Chen Tianming's level increased, so too would the strength of the warriors, genetic primordial bugs, and bomb bugs. The once mighty ironclad rhino leader met a grim fate beneath the sides of the warriors. Chapter 27. The Pitiful Rhino King. Upon witnessing the brutal demise of its kin ahead, even the intellectually challenged ironclad rhino sensed the gravity of the situation. The herd behind began to halt their charge, attempting to retreat, but alas, they had already entered the pocket Chen Tianming had meticulously prepared for them. As they turned in panic, they were horrified to discover they were encircled by layers of warriors. In a mere 10 minutes, the once feared ironclad rhino legion was reduced to mere experience points for Chen Tianming, while their flesh became sustenance for the warriors. Chen Tianming commenced issuing commands for unrestricted combat, swiftly eliminating the rhinoceroses on the wasteland. In the future, engaging in solo endeavors within the hellish-level dungeons would undoubtedly yield greater experience. However, it is imperative to expedite the cleansing process at present. Should anyone be privy to Chen Tianming's intentions, they would likely wish to drown him in a torrent of carbonated salt water. Undertaking solo missions in hell-level dungeons is a feat pioneered by Yun Tianhe. Yet, who is he? The foremost powerhouse beneath the starry sky, the mightiest sword saint of mankind. Chen Tianming naturally aspired to emulate that, yet not at this moment. Chen Tianming advanced steadily forward, having cleared the monsters along his path. Upon reaching the depths of the grassland, he discovered that his experience had ascended to Elite Level 2, nearing a mere step away from the breakthrough to Elite Level 3. At this juncture, the only adversary remaining in the dungeon was the final boss. By vanquishing the ironclad Rhino King, he would achieve the coveted Elite Level 3. In a mere span of 2 hours, he had elevated his rank by 2 levels, far surpassing his initial expectations. With a few more rounds in the nightmarish difficulty, not only could he fulfill the tasks mandated by the system, but he could also elevate his experience to level 5 or even level 6. With a higher level, his strength would inevitably follow. Tianming recalled his brother's teachings and the myriad memories of the past, the faces of those individuals flashing before him, causing him to clench his fists tightly. At that moment, a colossal ironclad rhino lay on a small hillside, soundly asleep. Its length approached 8 meters, and even in a prone position, its height was nearly 2 meters. Its massive mouth opened and closed rhythmically, inhaling and exhaling air. The sound of its breathing resonated like thunder, audible even to Chen Tianming, who stood hundreds of meters away. Surrounding warriors gathered nearby, awaiting the latest command from their sovereign. Chen Tianming rode atop the warrior, gradually approaching until he was 100 meters away, at which point he produced a detector to scan the creature. This was the advantage of the detector. Unlike mages or support classes, who would disturb slumbering monsters with their detection spells due to the resultant magical fluctuations, the detector elegantly circumvented this flaw. Moreover, detection spells consumed a skill slot, leading many to deride it as the most superfluous skill in this world. The Ironclad Rhinoceros King, enhanced rare level, rare grade 6 strength, 900 agility, 700 spirit, 200 constitution, 1000 skills, rampaging charge, flame spout, earth-shaking roar. This formidable beast possessed a strength and constitution surpassing that of the warrior. In a bid for caution, Chen Tianming summoned 10 mature genetic primordial insects. These insects were conjured directly from the nest space, requiring minimal expenditure of his mental energy. Just prior to entering the dungeon, he discovered that the genetic primordial insects he summoned could be stored within the nest space, allowing for significant conservation of mental power for future summons. The 10 genetic primordial insects stealthily approached. With a sudden burst, they launched their assault. Some pierced with their tails, others slashed with their claws, while a few extended their grotesque mandibles towards the eyes, brain, abdomen, and head of the ironclad rhinoceros. One could discern a horrifying visage upon the mandible, resembling a miniature genetic primordial insect. Its tongue bore spikes and a viscous secretion, creating a chillingly grotesque sight. Then, with a violent thrust, they penetrated its body. The iron-clad rhinoceros king erupted in a deafening wail, a cry reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, echoing across the desolate prairie. Its massive form attempted to rise. Yet against the overwhelming four-dimensional attributes of the genetic primordial insects, boasting a staggering 1,800 points, the rhinoceros king's mere 900 points of strength were woefully inadequate. Furthermore, it was simultaneously pinned down by 10 genetic primordial insects, rendering it incapable of even standing, leading to a violent convulsion as it approached the end of its life in this dramatic fashion. How pitiful, Shen Tianming lamented. Upon defeating the ironclad rhinoceros king, he received Experience 30,001 Ironclad Rhinoceros King, Crystal 1 Ironclad Rhinoceros, Horn 1 Rare Grade Armor, Iron Bull Shield 1 as the notifications appeared. Shen Tianming felt a tremor coursing through his body. Elite Level 3. Soloing a nightmarish dungeon in just about 2 hours had elevated him by 2 levels, and more? Astonishingly, he had also acquired equipment. Shen Tianming stepped forward to begin his examination. He beheld a shield adorned with a magnificent bas-relief of a colossal bull's head at its center, equipped with a robust handle on its reverse side, facilitating grasp and manipulation of the shield's orientation. The entire shield emanated a profound metallic essence. He promptly employed a scanner, and soon the shield's information materialized on the device. Iron Bull Shield, rare level, a shield crafted from the bones of an iron-armored rhinoceros, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities, with a constitution enhancement of 50 and strength enhancement of 30. In addition to the shield, he discovered a crystal from the iron-armored rhinoceros king. Its vivid crimson hue reminiscent of a ruby, radiating warmth when held. This, he surmised, was the flame crystal mentioned in the task issued by the Adventurers Guild. Considering the crystal's worth of 500,000, Shen Tianming joyfully stowed it away in his spatial ring. At that moment, a swirling vortex gradually emerged in the distance. Shen Tianming was in high spirits, promptly gathering all his summoned creatures into the insect nest space, leaving only a primordial gene creature by his side as a guardian. He then strode towards the exit of the dungeon with a cheerful gait. Chapter 28. Encountering the Qinglong gang again. Shen Tianming's sudden appearance at the entrance of the dungeon instantly captured the attention of those nearby. The key to this intrigue lay in his genetic parasite, undoubtedly. Anyone who had encountered this organism would be left with an indelible impression. Had Shen Tianming emerged alone, he might not have garnered such interest, especially given the late hour of 10 o'clock at night. Ah, he has come out. Do you think he used an escape scroll or successfully cleared the dungeon? Need you even ask? It must be an escape scroll. Just look at him, not a scratch on his body, and his summoned creatures are perfectly intact. Clearly, he wandered around inside, realized he was outmatched, and retreated. Haha, I initially thought he was a skilled player, but it turns out he's merely a fool. Shen Tianming paid no heed to the murmurs of those around him as he opened the instance, preparing to enter once more. To his surprise, a cooldown period appeared on the screen. The notification indicated that the nightmare-level instance was under cooldown, requiring a 6-hour wait before he could challenge it again. Disappointed, Shen Tianming shook his head. After this recent expedition into the instance, he had lost interest in the outdoor monsters. The experience gained was minimal, and their levels were inconsistent. Unlike the instance where both the density and levels were considerably higher. However, the 6-hour cooldown provided an opportune moment for him to meditate and restore his mental energy, as the consumption of his spiritual strength during the instance had been rather excessive. In a secluded corner, Shen Tianming sat cross-legged in solitude, while a genetically engineered creature faithfully stood guard beside him, embodying the role of a protector. His mental fortitude gradually rejuvenated through meditation. Some adventurers sprawled on the ground to rest, while others kindled fires, setting a pot over the flames to brew soup and roast meat, inviting familiar companions to gather and revel in joyous camaraderie. The atmosphere quickly became vibrant and lively. The enticing aroma of sizzling meat mingled with the fragrance of wine, wafting through the gathering. These individuals, seasoned by years of wilderness experience, had not only equipped themselves with various cooking utensils, but also brought along makeshift water barrels. One adventurer hung a barrel from a tree and began to wash himself nonchalantly. At that moment, a man clad in white approached Shen Tianming, carrying a platter of roasted meat. The genetically engineered creature, sensing the newcomer, took a bold step forward, baring its sharp teeth, causing the man to shiver in fright. The white-clad figure halted, silently placing the dish before Shen Tianming and departing. I remarked. Lu Liang, you truly have too much time on your hands. Are you attempting to forge connections by delivering roasted meat to such a person? Another chimed in. Indeed, brother, this individual appears rather peculiar. Not only does he seem odd himself, but even his summoned creature is unsettling, unmistakably suggesting he is not of good character. Lu Liang defended. I believe he is quite all right. Perhaps he simply prefers solitude. He continued, donning a friendly smile and calling out to Chen Tianming, brother, have a piece of meat. Rest assured, it is not poisoned. Upon hearing the words, Chen Tianming remained motionless, his eyes closed in meditation as he sought to restore his spiritual strength. Approximately 5 hours later, he rose, brushed off the dust from his attire, and began his journey toward the outskirts of the gathering place. However, the plate before him was already devoid of any remnants. Upon reaching a secluded grove, Chen Tianming concentrated. And soon 500 valiant warriors and 10 genetic primordial insects materialized in the clearing ahead. In the inky darkness of the night, no one would suspect that such a small thicket concealed hundreds of fearsome monsters. After issuing commands in his mind, Chen Tianming exhaled softly, go. Today marked the final day, with the system's task requiring 11,000 more. Just recently, he had slain approximately 2,000 armored rhinos in the dungeon, and with less than 24 hours remaining, he could complete the dungeon at most 3 more times, yielding only 6,000 more. Thus, a gap of 5,000 remained, which could only be entrusted to his warriors and genetic primordial insects to fulfill. With 5 hours until dawn, it was the perfect opportunity to utilize the cover of night to purge the surrounding monsters, as there were likely still some stragglers. Utilizing the cloaking abilities, it was unlikely to alarm the army. Should the results prove unsatisfactory, he would have no choice but to exit the dungeon temporarily to complete the system's task first. As Chen Tianming pondered, he made his way towards the gathering point. Upon arriving at the entrance of the instance, he noticed a group of individuals, each holding photographs and seemingly inquiring about something. The 20 or so individuals were dressed in well-tailored, uniform attire. Each bore a large green emblem on their cuffs, and a magnificent green dragon was intricately designed on their sleeves. Voices drifted from nearby, growing louder. Is your green dragon gang not being excessively domineering? I have already stated that I have not seen the individuals in these photographs. On what grounds do you insist on searching my spatial ring? Although we are outside the city, there are troops stationed not far away, and you cannot act with impunity. Your actions are an invasion of our personal privacy. Be cautious, or I shall report you to General Wang. Many voices echoed similar protests. At that moment, a mage wielding a staff stepped forward, declaring loudly, I am Li Xian of the Green Dragon Gang. If you truly have not seen this person, and your spatial rings do not contain our lost items, we shall not impose further. Likewise, once the examination is complete, I, Li, will personally offer my apologies, and from that day forth, you shall be friends of the Green Dragon Gang. However, should you refuse our inspection today, I will consider you harboring ill intentions, and you shall become our adversaries. The choice between friendship and enmity lies in your hands. Chapter 29. What? He is only at elite level 3? The professionals at the gathering protested, yet they refrained from taking action. The Green Dragon Gang wielded immense power, leaving them no choice but to endure the oppression. At this juncture, a knight approached a female professional and coldly commanded, hand over your ring. The female professional, dusted with grime and a bead of sweat dangling from her hair tip, showcased her perfect figure in her swordsman attire. Under the flickering flames, her delicate form appeared ethereal, emanating an unusual charm. Let Louis check it. Once it's done, there will be no further issues, remarked a nearby man, his expression somewhat grim. He was the same white-clad individual who had previously delivered roasted meat to Chen Tianming. The swordswoman bit her lip, reluctantly handing over her ring. As the knight took the ring, he seized the opportunity to rudely grip her hand before proceeding to inspect the contents. The knight inspected the ring for an extended period, seemingly uncertain of what he was searching for, and persistently refused to return the ring. The female swordsman, seated on the ground, extended her arm and impatiently inquired, Is it done yet? We still need to enter the instance. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, a member of the Qinglong gang seized her hand and, with a crooked smile, requested the beautiful swordswoman to rise, declaring his intent to search her, as he suspected she had concealed items on her person. Observing this, the other Qinglong gang members quickly grasped the knight's intentions and began to jeer, proclaiming, Indeed, we must conduct a search. Your hasty departure surely indicates wrongdoing. Perhaps you have found our lost possessions. Instantly, several of them closed in, encircling the swordswoman and her companion. "You Qilong gang are utterly unreasonable," the man in white exclaimed. His face flushed. "You subject us to a search without even informing us what the lost items are. Is there no law in this land?" "Law?" the Qilong gang member retorted. "In this territory, we are the law. I suspect you have taken the items. So either allow me to conduct a thorough search or face consequences if I find nothing. Is this true?" "Yes, yes," the Qilong gang members mocked. Their faces twisted with amusement. "If nothing is found, you may leave immediately." "What are you talking about?" the swordswoman exclaimed in anger. "Navi," Chen Tianming said as he stepped forward. The previously contentious crowd suddenly fell silent, all eyes turning towards Chen Tianming. "What did you say?" The leading mage glared at Chen Tianming, his expression resembling that of a predatory wolf. The Qilong gang members surrounding him also regarded Chen with hostility. These individuals were predominantly at the hero level, representing various professions, each exuding an air of superiority that imposed considerable pressure on the elite warriors present. Their equipment was of exceptional quality, ranging from weapons to armor and accessories, all at least of bronze grade. Consequently, although the assembled crowd felt a sense of indignation, they only voiced their discontent, refraining from engaging in direct confrontation. However, with Chen Tianming's arrival, this dynamic was irrevocably altered. "Look, isn't that the individual who just soloed the nightmarish dungeon?" one onlooker remarked. "I thought he had left the gathering place, yet here he is returning." Chen Tianming approached the man clad in white, gently patting his shoulder as he softly remarked, "Do not be so naive in the wilderness, by the way. Your barbecued meat is quite delectable." "Ah, thank you," the man in white stammered, momentarily bewildered by the situation. Chen Tianming turned to the mage and said, "Step aside, I wish to enter the dungeon." Upon hearing his words, Li Xian burst into hearty laughter, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. "Little one," he chuckled, "have you perhaps consumed some counterfeit liquor? Run along home and seek your mother's milk. This is not a place for you to meddle." Chen Tianming continued, "Do not obstruct my entry into the dungeon, lest I be compelled to take your life." His tone was unwaveringly serious. He harbored no fondness for the Qilong gang, given that enmity had already been established, and he was indifferent to the prospect of deepening it further, although the sought-after items did not reside within him. The spatial rings belonging to the four individuals remained in his possession. As he approached the gathering site, he had already noticed archers honing in on him. Should he turn to flee, it would only arouse their suspicion. Thus, he resolved to seize the initiative. Unexpectedly, however, he encountered a foolhardy youth. Upon hearing Chen Tianming's declaration, the onlookers exchanged derisive glances, their expressions rife with mockery. Some speculated quietly among themselves, wondering whether this individual might indeed be a formidable expert or merely a reckless novice. "Oh dear, this is hilarious. I initially thought someone capable of soloing a nightmare-level dungeon would at least possess some courage, even in failure." At that moment, a support class practitioner cast a detection spell on Chen Tianming and, with an air of superiority, announced to the group, "Leader, this individual is at elite level 3, and his class is the rare summoner." With this revelation, the crowd became acutely aware of Chen Tianming's true level. Chen Tianming furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback by the revelation that someone within the team had mastered the art of detection. This skill could circumvent the effects of shielding talismans, allowing one to discern basic levels. An elite level 3? How audacious to attempt soloing a nightmarish dungeon at such a rank. It seems they truly are a headstrong novice. Even those who had previously harbored doubts in their hearts were now dissuaded, evidently captivated by the appearance of his summoned creature. A summoner? This profession was unfamiliar to him. Was it a newly emerged class? He had initially assumed it to be a standard beast master, but it appears he was mistaken. Chapter 30. Engaging in combat beyond one's level. Chen Tianming, lacking proficiency in detection techniques, resorted to employing a scanner aimed at the mage. Soon enough, the mage's profession was revealed, yet it merely displayed a level and a title, level 4, mage. Beyond that, no further information was available. Perhaps influenced by the murmurs of those around, Li Xian's expression turned icy, regardless of which affluent family you hail from. "Should you dare to impede the operations of our Qilong gang today, you shall undoubtedly face the consequences. Otherwise, would it not embolden every petty individual to prance before us?" "Oh, pray tell, what price do you wish for me to pay?" 10 million. Leave behind items equivalent to 10 million, and I shall permit your departure. Otherwise, do you dare to create a disturbance in our gathering place?" Li Xian laughed heartily. "Do you truly believe our Qilong gang is a trivial faction, without connections? Would we have the audacity to search and inspect everyone's belongings here?" Lu Liang shouted, "Brother, enough. Do not engage with them. You cannot contend with their strength." Chen Tianming disregarded the surrounding noises, which gradually turned frigid. "It seems that you have no intention of engaging in a proper discussion. This, indeed, is what you have compelled me to do." Chen Tianming gazed at Li Xian, a thought flickering through his mind. In an instant, the genetic parasite surged forth like a bolt of lightning, appearing before the mage in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, it lunged directly at Li Xian's face. Li Xian, wearing a mocking expression, summoned a crimson halo that not only deflected the parasite's assault, but also sent it sprawling aside. This was the anti-resistance fire ring, a skill that combined both defense and semi-control. The onlookers were taken aback, unable to fathom that Chen Tianming would dare to strike first. A collective sense of regret filled their hearts, as they believed they were about to witness the fall of a prodigy. Yet, in the following moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. 11 additional summoned creatures emerged in the battleground, and in addition, dozens of four-legged insects began to gather, baring their fangs at the members of the Qinglong gang. Chen Tianming uttered softly, "Kill." A swordsman unleashed a skill, the cross slash, aimed fiercely at a warrior before him. The sound of clashing metal resounded as the swordsman expressed disbelief. His sword had become ensnared in the warrior's armor, rendering it immovable for the moment. Li Xian hastily retreated while conjuring an enchantment, simultaneously commanding, "Kill the summoner." A crimson glow enveloped 3 archers, a manifestation of the support class's enhancement skill. The archers loosed their arrows in unison, which soared through the air, forming a triangular formation directed towards Chen Tianming. The trio of arrows surged swiftly towards him. "Brother, quickly evade!" The man in white shouted urgently. Chen Tianming remained unfazed, his expression devoid of any emotion. Several warriors were summoned by him, positioning themselves perfectly to obstruct the arrows. How infuriating! How can this fellow continue to summon? Is it possible that his summoned creatures are endless? The 3 archers grumbled in frustration. "Everyone, be cautious. His class is a new one and cannot be judged by conventional standards." Li Xian's voice resonated once more. "Align the formation with me at the center. Quickly, form ranks to confront the enemy." The experienced mage leader observed that the archers' attacks were ineffective and promptly directed his team to establish a defensive formation. Soon, a front line comprised of knights and shield bearers was formed, with mages and archers positioned centrally and support classes behind them. In Li Xian's eyes, although Chen Tianming's summoned creatures appeared formidable, he firmly believed that they were not infinite. He was convinced that the 60-odd monsters before him represented Chen Tianming's limit. As long as they systematically eliminated these summons, Chen Tianming would become an easy target, akin to a lamb led to slaughter. With this thought, the mage leader began orchestrating a counterattack. Enhancement spells, acceleration spells, healing spells. He unleashed every available buff spell as if they were free, completing the casting in less than 20 seconds. This moment exemplified the combat prowess of the Qinglong gang. And a confident smile began to emerge on Li Xian's face as he envisioned the torment he would inflict upon the young man across from him. Though they were currently surrounded by warriors and genetic parasites, they had encountered similar situations before, ultimately turning the tide under his command. He remained steadfast in his belief that he would be the ultimate victor. As he lifted his gaze to Chen Tianming, displaying a confident and cruel smile, he was about to speak when he suddenly noticed several small, caterpillar-like creatures appearing at Chen Tianming's feet. Before he could comprehend the situation, he saw Chen Tianming seemingly conversing with those nearby, prompting them to cover their mouths and noses while retreating hastily. Before he could fathom what was happening, the 6 or so small creatures abruptly stood upright and began rolling towards them like discs at a remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, they reached a few meters in front of their formation, then leaped into the throng of people. A series of thunderous explosions ensued, scattering a multitude of items across the ground, while a misty rain began to fall from the sky, reeking of a foul odor. The remaining few gasped for breath, realizing their impending doom. The warriors and parasites surged forward to deliver the finishing blows, and soon, the remaining members of the Qinglong gang were all but annihilated. Having completed this grim task, Chen Tianming collected the scattered items from the ground and walked into the dungeon without a backward glance. Chapter 31. Where has everyone gone? The group that previously dared only to protest from the sidelines finally approached once Chen Tianming entered the instance. The terrifying energy unleashed by the bomb bugs, which had erupted amidst the crowd, still lingers in their hearts, leaving them shaken. By the immortal, this person is truly ruthless, they exclaimed. It seems everyone misjudged him. Indeed, actions speak louder than words. He is direct and unambiguous. It appears that a storm is brewing, as the Qinglong gang will undoubtedly seek vengeance. I have heard that the Qinglong gang suffered a loss today, and with so many casualties, they will likely retaliate fiercely against this young man. What shall we do? At this moment, Louis and Lu Liang suddenly stood up, speaking loudly. Esteemed friends, given the Qinglong gang's modus operandi, they will certainly not let this matter rest. If they learn that we are here today, regardless of our words, we cannot expect a favorable outcome. I propose that we retreat and seek refuge in distant lands. There are plenty of places we can contact. I refuse to believe that the Qinglong gang's reach extends that far. Their suggestion quickly garnered agreement from those present. Just as they stated, if the Qinglong gang were to catch them, it would be futile to speak. Fleeing to another place seems the wisest course. Lu Liang and Lu Yi bowed slightly to the crowd, clasping their fists. This individual has avenged us today. We hope you will keep this matter to yourselves. My sister and I will take our leave first. May we meet again under fortunate circumstances. With the siblings' stirring words, the crowd began to disperse, and the once lively gathering swiftly became desolate. Only the solitary flicker of the bonfire remained, accompanied by the stains of blood scattered across the ground. Chen Tianming once again entered the hunting mode alone within the instance, having discerned the topographical distribution of the desolate grassland. Chen Tianming summoned 1,000 valiant warriors, marching resolutely towards the location of the boss. Employing the same strategy as before, his experience surged rapidly once again. This time, efficiency was markedly improved. Within merely an hour, they arrived at the small hilltop from their previous encounter. However, the ironclad Rhinoceros King was not napping peacefully on the slope as it had been before. Surrounding it were dozens of minions standing guard. Yet, in the face of the assembled warriors, this merely delayed the inevitable demise of the beast. In a mere minute or two, the fearsome ironclad Rhinoceros King, with a look of unwillingness in its eyes, collapsed to the ground. Upon vanquishing the ironclad Rhinoceros King, Chen Tianming received a bounty of experience points, 30,000, and acquired the Rhinoceros King Crystal, along with a Rhinoceros Horn 1, and a rare-grade armor. The Iron Bull Armor 1. To his surprise, another piece of armor had dropped. Elated, Chen Tianming approached to examine it. Iron Bull Armor, rare grade crafted from the bones of the ironclad rhinoceros. This armor boasts exceptional defensive capabilities, providing 60 to constitution and 50 to strength. Gazing at the attributes of the Iron Bull armor, Chen Tianming suddenly thought of Wei Ge. He wondered if he possessed an armor of his own. Perhaps he would gift this one to him upon his return. As he defeated the ironclad Rhinoceros King, Chen Tianming also ascended to Elite Level 4. The experience requirements had increased, and the next dungeon's rewards would not suffice to elevate him to Elite Level 5. A whirlpool materialized, and Chen Tianming exited the dungeon. Upon reaching the gathering place, he found the surroundings eerily silent, with not a soul in sight. Had everyone departed? After a brief contemplation, Chen Tianming grasped the sequence of events with clarity. The Qinglong gang had stirred trouble here, leading to fatalities, and the military had yet to arrive, likely having received prior warnings. The others, fearing repercussions, deemed it prudent to depart. Casting a glance around, he did not linger, swiftly melding into the shadows until he vanished from sight. The following morning, a resplendent sun rose upon the horizon, bestowing upon the land the colors that rightfully belonged to them. A new team approached the entrance of the gathering place. Where is everyone? Why is there not a soul in sight? This location had once thrived with activity. It was peculiar. Where had all the people gone? The team, puzzled yet undeterred, selected an ordinary difficulty level and promptly entered the dungeon. Subsequently, more teams arrived at the gathering place, restoring the bustling atmosphere at the dungeon's entrance. As the cooldown period concluded, Chen Tianming returned once more, re-entering the dungeon. This time, he charged through with unbridled vigor. After 6 hours of meditative recovery, his mental fortitude was fully restored. Just as before, warriors comprised the main force, yet this time, the number of genetic primordial worms had escalated to 60. Together, they formed a formidable killing legion, leaving desolation in their wake. Furthermore, with Chen Tianming's increasing familiarity with the dungeon, his progress accelerated once more, completing the endeavor in merely 50 minutes before a familiar figure materialized before him. Hey, wake up. Don't fall asleep again, lest you meet an untimely demise. Chapter 32. The enraged leader of the Qinglong gang, the ironclad rhinoceros, exhaled flames, followed by a torrent of fire erupting from its maw, yet it proved ineffectual. Both the genetic primordial worms and the warriors were agile combatants, deftly evading its fiery assault. In a mere 30 seconds, the ironclad Rhinoceros King fell once more, unwillingly succumbing. Defeating the ironclad Rhinoceros King awarded 30,000 experience points, a crystal from the ironclad Rhinoceros King, 1 ironclad Rhinoceros horn, and a rare grade weapon, the Iron Bull Sword 1. Iron Bull Sword, rare grade, a longsword forged from the resilient horn of the ironclad Rhinoceros, boasting sharp attributes capable of effortlessly piercing enemy defenses, 60 constitution, 60 strength, 5 sword skill power, and an attack imbued with piercing properties. Ah, what a splendid find, Chen Tianming mused, stowing it away in his spatial ring. The ironclad Rhinoceros glared at him with a potent mix of resentment and frustration, as if it longed to devour him whole. Your gaze seems to carry a hint of unwillingness, doesn't it? Just as my beloved Tyrannosaurus had yet to partake in breakfast today. I promptly transported the carcass of the ironclad Rhinoceros to the insect nest realm, offering it as a morning repast for my cherished companion. Upon receiving this generous offering from Chen Tianming, the Tyrannosaurus swiftly conveyed an exuberant sense of joy. Sensing the creature's delight, Chen Tianming couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed. I am a truly attentive father, adept at nurturing my child's emotions." Chen Tianming glanced at the progress bar and realized that, once again, he had failed to complete the upgrade, falling a full 60% short of reaching Elite Level 5. It seemed he needed to seek a different location. After Chen Tianming exited the instance, he swiftly distanced himself, choosing not to linger at the gathering place. As anticipated, in the afternoon, a cadre of senior members from the Qinglong gang arrived at the instance's assembly point. The previous day, the Qinglong gang had encountered a formidable adversary in the outskirts, resulting in the loss of several elite fighters. Furthermore, they had misplaced a precious item, the 8 trigrams true treasure, inciting outrage among the upper echelons. Subsequently, another small team lost communication within the gathering place. They learned through military channels that Li Xian had previously signaled them to conduct a search and advised against any interference in the unfolding events. To their dismay, the entire team has since vanished without a trace. Upon learning this, the Qinglong gang suspected that the individuals responsible for their demise were also those who had seized the 8 trigrams true treasure. Consequently, they formed an investigative team to uncover the truth. However, the members of this investigative group were exceedingly courteous and did not engage in any excessive actions. Understanding that the annihilation of an entire investigative team without allowing them the chance to relay information warranted utmost caution. After a series of inquiries, all responses yielded nothing of significance. After all, those present were newcomers, having just arrived that day, and were indeed oblivious to the events of the previous night. Conversely, they were quite inquisitive, eager to learn from the Qinglong gang members about what had transpired. Naturally, the Qinglong gang members, unwilling to compromise their reputation, could only retreat quietly when they gleaned no useful information. Meanwhile, at the Qinglong gang's headquarters, the gang leader, Hong Richung, was furiously reprimanding his subordinates. "Are you all fools? We have lost 2 hero-class experts and dozens of elite members, not to mention the only 8 trigrams true treasure in our possession. Furthermore, we have failed to retrieve the counterpart from our adversaries. You are all utterly incompetent. Especially you, Xu Qing. You should never have entrusted that 8 trigrams true treasure to your nephew for safekeeping. Now, he is missing, and you shall bear full responsibility for this debacle." A trembling figure, a hall master, rose cautiously and bowed, saying, "Leader, this is unjust." At that moment, I saw the enemy advancing aggressively, and with a mindset resigned to death, I attempted to hold them off to allow others the chance to apprehend those fleeing. My intention was that even if I were to perish that day, I would not hinder your grand ambitions. I entrusted the remnants to my nephew, hoping he could escape amidst the chaos. Regrettably, he has since gone missing, and I acknowledge my negligence in this matter. However, leader, I have discovered that the weapons used by those who perished that day bear the insignia of the He family from Rongqing. I suspect that those we encountered were indeed members of the He family. We might consider them as a potential lead, perhaps yielding fruitful results. As for my nephew, I pledge to find him and present him to you for your judgment, without pleading for leniency. I merely hope for an opportunity to redeem myself. Very well. Let us expedite our search. Even if it means overturning the entire city of Rome, I must retrieve what is mine. They shall understand that the treasures of the Qinglong gang are not easily acquired. Understood, Chief. The members bowed in acknowledgement before departing. Once they had all left, the vast conference hall was left with only Hong Riching, who sat there, a visage of concern etched upon his face. Just then, the serene atmosphere was pierced by the sudden ringing of a telephone. Hong Riching, already brimming with frustration, was about to answer the call, curious as to who dared to disturb him at such a moment. However, upon glancing at the caller ID, he abruptly straightened in his seat, alone in the expansive hall. He maintained a posture of dignity, as if the voice on the other end were a formidable beast rather than a mere human. After all, he was the leader of the Qinglong gang, a figure whose mere stomp could cause the entire Jiacheng to tremble. Manager Ming, yes. I understand. I will ensure that it is delivered to you post-haste. Yes, rest assured, I would appreciate it if you could speak favorably of me in front of the eldest son. I have already made some progress on this matter. You can trust that I will complete it swiftly. All right. Yes, I assure you. Chapter 33. The refreshing stone at midday. The sun shone brilliantly. Ding. Host has successfully slain 30,000 monsters, initiating the grand lottery. With a sigh of relief, Chen Tianming, perched atop a warrior, wiped the sweat from his brow and exclaimed with excitement, "At last, I have reached 30,000 kills. Let us see what treasures await in the draw. Rewards are being prepared for the host. Preparation complete. Shall we commence the lottery now? Shall we?" A colossal, ethereal wheel materialized slowly within his mind, visible only to Chen Tianming. Chen Tianming felt a sudden thought, and then a soft chime resonated. The system was extracting rewards for the host. A colossal wheel began to spin rapidly, with a crimson pointer whirling faster and faster across its surface. After several moments, the red pointer gradually came to a halt. Congratulations. You have received a Bug Codex Directional Summoning Scroll. What exactly is a Bug Codex Directional Summoning Scroll? Chen Tianming was momentarily taken aback, quickly opening the item to examine its details. The Insect Atlas Summoning Scroll. This scroll can be used during the extraction process of the Insect Atlas, allowing one to reveal all insect factions listed and select any one for summoning. After reading it twice silently, Chen Tianming swiftly grasped the purpose of this item. In simple terms, it granted him a singular opportunity to freely choose an insect faction from the Insect Atlas. He could summon a particularly formidable individual insect or select a queen to expand his legion. This prize was truly exceptional. Soon, a yellow talisman materialized in Chen Tianming's hands. After toying with it for a moment, he stored it within his spatial ring. Once he had secured the summoning scroll, Chen Tianming decided to switch to a different instance when his mobile phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he noticed an unfamiliar number. After answering, a familiar voice resonated through the line. "Tianming, are you all right?" It was the principal. "I'm fine, principal. What's the matter?" "Nothing much. I just heard that there have been some incidents outside the city and was concerned for your safety, so I called to check in. Hearing your voice reassures me that you are safe." Upon hearing the principal's words, Chen Tianming felt a warmth in his heart and immediately inquired, "What happened?" Fang Ping did not withhold any information from Chen Tianming and directly stated, "Tianming, have you heard of the Qinglong gang?" "I've heard of them. Why?" "It is said that the Qinglong gang's front desk was involved in a conflict in the wild and lost an important item. Consequently, the gang leader was furious and dispatched all members to search the wilderness. Some individuals were even killed for merely speaking out of turn. If you encounter members of the Qinglong gang in the wild, be sure to declare your identity promptly. They will not harm you if you do so. It is crucial that you avoid any confrontation. Do you understand?" Feeling the principal's concern for his well-being, Chen Tianming's heart warmed, and he replied, "Understood, principal. Thank you for your concern." Hearing Chen Tianming's gratitude, Fang Ping felt pleased and continued to inquire, "How have you been these past few days? What level are you at now?" "I'm at Elite Level 4. I just completed the Ironclad Rhinoceros instance today and am on my way back." How much?" "It's only been a few days and you've reached Elite Level 4? Where did you grind for experience so quickly?" "I farmed the Ironclad Rhinoceros instance in the desolate grasslands." "Oh, that instance. I know it. The experience yield is higher there. But why not continue leveling up? There's still ample time. Why don't you keep grinding?" "I feel the experience gain is too low, and there's a 6-hour wait time, which doesn't seem very worthwhile. Besides, I can be directly admitted to the Kyoto Royal Academy now, so my desire to level up isn't as strong. I plan to return and visit my parents." After Chen Tianming finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the other end of the phone. After a considerable pause, the principal's somewhat trembling voice finally emerged. "Tianming, are you suggesting that you wait for the 6-hour cooldown of the dungeon before re-entering?" "Indeed." After another lengthy silence, Fang Ping's voice drifted through the line, "Tianming, have you ever heard of a refresh stone?" "Refresh stone? What in the world is that?" "The refresh stone is an item that allows one to bypass the dungeon cooldown." Upon hearing the principal's words, Chen Tianming was taken aback, exclaiming, "Such a thing actually exists?" In that instant, he felt as though all the years he had spent studying were in vain. having never encountered such a marvelous item. If such a thing existed, he could repeatedly clear dungeons, swiftly elevate his level, and complete system tasks at an accelerated pace. These items are sold at the Adventurers Association, only 100,000 each. You didn't miss out on purchasing one, did you? Chen Tianming then awkwardly remarked, I truly hadn't noticed. Fang Ping responded, well, it doesn't seem matter too much that you didn't purchase it. At least your level has been progressing swiftly. Just now, I received news that the novice dungeons in Jiacheng have been entirely closed for the day. The city lord has decided to activate 3 dungeons on Lake Heart Island tomorrow as a training ground for this year's graduates. They're the Tidal Beach, the Lost City, and the Underground Abyss, corresponding to Elite Level 2, Elite Level 4, and Elite Level 6 respectively. Additionally, the city lord has enabled the Hell Level option for these dungeons. Should you feel confident, you may wish to take on the challenge. I will be waiting for you on the island tomorrow and will bring you a refreshed stone. Before the upcoming examinations, make sure to train diligently there. The purpose of my call today was to inform you about participating in tomorrow's dungeon training. You will commence your challenges from the Lost City, and when you feel prepared, you can directly tackle the Underground Abyss. Tianming. This here destined individual has also emerged in Jiangcheng, and I've heard he will be attending the training on Lake Heart Island as well. Make sure you don't embarrass our 4th high school, ha ha ha. With that, he hung up the phone. Chen Tianming turned his head towards the direction of Jiacheng. His gaze resolute as he declared, rest assured, principal, I shall not disappoint. Chapter 34, The Illegitimate Child. The following day, Chen Tianming strolled out of his opulent villa with a cheerful stride, humming a light tune as he hailed a taxi. Master, to Hushin Island, please. All right, young man. You must be heading there today for your training as a professional, right? The uncle smiled knowingly. Haha, you've seen right through me. I just dropped off my son, who has also become a combat professional this year. The pride was evident on the uncle's face. Your son sounds impressive, Chen Tianming replied. His spirits lifted as he engaged in friendly banter with the uncle. Before long, they arrived at the outskirts of Hushin Island. Young man, I can only take you this far. Vehicles are not permitted beyond this point. You will have to continue on foot. Not a problem. A few steps will serve as good exercise, Chen Tianming said as he alighted from the car, paid the fare, and began his journey toward the island. Following the directional signs, Chen Tianming proceeded along the indicated route, swiftly arriving at the heart of the island. Upon stepping into the area, ding! The system detected the host's arrival in the instance zone, and optional tasks have been activated. Optional Task 1. Elevate your level to Elite Level 5. Reward: 1 lottery chance. Optional Task 2. Successfully complete a Hell Level instance. Reward: 2 lottery chances. Optional Task 3. Eliminate 50,000 monsters. Reward: 3 lottery chances. 3 tasks presented at once? Just moments ago, he pondered how to acquire lottery chances, and unexpectedly, the tasks have now appeared. The first task poses no significant challenge. Yet the latter 2 may present some difficulties. However, none of these tasks are time-sensitive. He aims to complete them all before the impending major examination. Brother Tian? As Chen Tianming pondered while making his way forward, a familiar voice filled with surprise resonated from behind him. Turning to look, he saw Gao Wei and 2 young ladies excitedly waving at him. It truly is Brother Tian, Gao Wei exclaimed joyfully, quickly jogging towards Chen Tianming with the 2 girls in tow. Brother Tian, you're here to level up too, aren't you? Shall we go together? He nudged Chen Tianming's arm with his elbow, wearing a mischievous grin as he glanced at the 2 young ladies beside him. Let me introduce you, Brother Tian. You've met these 2 before. They are both students from our school. This is Li Meng, a calligrapher, and this is Su Mengyao, a pyromancer. Come on, greet Brother Tian. The 2 young women cheerfully called out to Chen Tianming, their melodious voices like a sweet, refreshing spring, delightful and invigorating. Chen Tianming observed the 2 individuals before him with keen interest. One of them, wielding a brush and clad in a form-fitting black attire, exquisitely accentuated the well-proportioned physique of the artist Li Meng, whose ample contours showcased an elegance not typically associated with her age. The other, adorned with a cascade of fiery red hair and a complexion reminiscent of a sunset, grasped a metallic staff. Dressed in a vibrant crimson robe that harmonized beautifully with her vocation as a flame sorceress, she exuded an aura of fervent brilliance. Chen Tianming chuckled, all right. However, I must be the captain. Of course, you shall be the captain. You're the chosen one. If not you, then who? Gao Wei replied with a hearty laugh. Ready to agree. Yet, a discordant voice emerged from behind. So this is the chosen one from the 4th high school? Doesn't he appear impressive at all? A tall man, pale-faced and bearing a sinister expression, stepped forward, condescendingly mocking. Indeed, you are the chosen one, but if I recall correctly, your profession is that of a summoner, is it not? I have researched the profession of summoners. Although rare, they have not been absent in the annals of human history. Historical records indicate that summoners possess a high potential ceiling, yet also a significantly high floor. Each level attained allows for the summoning of a creature. But the quality of these summons is highly unpredictable. In the early stages, it is merely a feeble profession. How could such a weakling aspire to become the captain of a team? Upon hearing this, Chen Tianming furrowed his brow, as he did not recognize the individual. He glanced at Gao Wei, who, upon seeing the newcomer, exclaimed, Tian Gu, while you have been away from Jiangqing these past few days. You may not have heard of his legend. His name is Qian Feng. He is a student from the second high school, also a rare mage class. Though the specifics remain unclear, it is rumored that he is the illegitimate son of a prominent figure within the Qinglong gang, possessing talents akin to yours as a chosen one. Like you. He ventured out of the city for training on the second day and has unexpectedly come to participate in the dungeon exploration at Huxin Island today. The entire Jiaqing is comparing the two of you, eager to discover who among you will emerge as this year's strongest. He has boldly proclaimed his intention to defeat you in the upcoming examination, intending to show you a thing or two. Chen Tianming, upon hearing these words, felt a sense of helplessness. He merely wished to quietly level up without embroiling himself in any disputes, yet some individuals were intent on provoking him. Was it the Qinglong gang again? A chill swept through his gaze as he regarded the person before him, thinking to himself, this individual has chosen the path to demise. However, having promised the principal to strive for the honor of 4th high school today, he resolved to prioritize dungeon runs. Very well. You may form your team. I can manage solo. Solo? Haha. A newly minted elite-level summoner believes he can conquer the Heart of the Lake dungeon alone? Are you unaware that the Heart of the Lake dungeon starts at a minimum difficulty level of hard? A fledgling and frail profession daring to attempt a solo run? Qian Feng erupted in laughter, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke. Gao Wei, hearing this, quickly intervened, urging, Brother Tian, don't act rashly. There is no need to get worked up over these people. Let us focus on our own team and ignore them. Initially unaware of the summoner's underwhelming early game status, the group, upon learning from Qian Feng that summoners are relatively weak at the start, collectively deemed a solo attempt tantamount to courting disaster. If it comes to that, I can team up with you, Brother Tian. As a rare magic swordsman, I can shield us in the front. If we proceed with caution, we should be able to navigate the dungeon without significant issues. Gao Wei clenched his teeth and continued, casting a glance at the two women nearby. If you two feel uneasy, you may seek a new party. To his surprise, both women promptly declared, Wei Ge, do you take us for timid souls? Besides, was it you who guided us through the novice dungeon? Without your help, we wouldn't have reached elite status in just 3 days. Do you truly see us as the kind who would abandon our comrades in fear? Are you not afraid of peril? Gao Wei questioned, noting the vulnerability of a mage, an artist, and a swordsman, all fragile professions that could face grave danger if cornered by monsters. Not afraid, Gao Wei replied resolutely. Though I am a magic swordsman, my vitality and strength attributes are quite commendable. In this level of dungeon, I can serve as a makeshift tank, coupled with Sister Li Ming's control and amplification. Along with Sister Su Mingyao's damage output, as long as we remain cautious, we should encounter no significant difficulties. Chen Tianming nodded slightly, refraining from any defense, and directly extended a team invitation to Gao Wei, Li Ming, and Su Mingyao. Meanwhile, Qian Feng let out a cold snort, clearly displeased, as it seemed he had not anticipated that despite his attempts to suppress them, the three would still wish to ally with Chen Tianming. You three should consider this carefully. If you choose to befriend Chen Tianming, you will inevitably become my adversaries. Though both Chen Tianming and I are destined individuals, you should be aware of the formidable background that I possess, he declared. Upon hearing this, the onlookers who were still contemplating whether to engage with Chen Tianming fell into a stunned silence. However, Gao Wei could not contain his laughter. Opposing the Qinglong gang? Who are you to represent the Qinglong gang? You, Qian Feng? Although there are rumors that you are the illegitimate child of a high-ranking member of the Qinglong gang, my friends from the second high school have informed me that you are merely a distant relative of some member. Prior to your successful transition, you had no right to even converse with the leaders of the Qinglong gang, let alone the gang leader himself. You've been timid for 3 years in high school, and now you suddenly soar, claiming to be a destined individual. Yet, even among the destined, there exists a hierarchy. Do you not fear that your words may attract a tempest? With that, Gao Wei turned and accepted Qin Tianming's invitation. His words left Qian Feng blushing with rage, evidently striking a nerve. "Brother Wei, you're impressive," Qin Tianming exclaimed, giving Gao Wei a thumbs up and smiling. Indeed, absence sharpens appreciation. Only someone as astute as Gao Wei could pinpoint the opponent's Achilles heel and deliver such a decisive blow. The mere mention of illegitimate child had struck at the core of Qian Feng's vulnerabilities. "Tian Ge, I've heard that ignorance can be contagious. We should leave this place at once." Qian Feng, trembling with anger, appeared increasingly pallid, resembling a frail figure on the verge of collapsing. Ding! Qin Tianming opened the copy list and casually selected one before entering. As the 4 figures gradually faded from view, Gao Wei suddenly turned and raised his middle finger at Qian Feng. "Though my family background may not rival yours, I am the sole heir of my household. A fact you shall forever envy." This final gesture seemed to ignite a powder keg. Qian Feng could no longer contain himself, roaring, I will drain every drop of blood from your bodies. I will kill you. I swear I will kill you." Qin Tianming, Gao Wei, you two scoundrels, wait for me. Just wait. Chapter 35. Me, Brother Leg. With a rustle, a desolate and forlorn atmosphere enveloped the surroundings as 4 silhouettes darted past. The figures of Qin Tianming, Gao Wei, Li Ming, and Su Mingyao gently descended upon a dilapidated square. From a lofty vantage point, one could discern that this square lay at the very heart of a crossroads. A white magic circle enveloped the 4, and should anyone step beyond its bounds, they would forfeit their protection, confronting the horrors of the dungeon head-on. How exhilarating! Brother Tian, this is utterly delightful, Gao Wei exclaimed with palpable excitement. This time, I have directly vented my wrath upon a destined individual for you. You must watch over me, or I shall be unable to withstand his ambitions. Rest assured, I shall handle everything, Qin Tianming replied, retrieving a shield, a suit of armor, and a longsword from his spatial ring, which he then presented to Gao Wei. These were 3 pieces of rare-grade equipment acquired from the ironclad Rhino dungeon. "Here you go," Qin Tianming said with a smile, placing the 3 items into Gao Wei's hands. "Wow, Brother Tian, did you scavenge these in the wild? Where did you procure such splendid equipment?" Gao Wei remarked in astonishment after examining the items' details. 3 pieces of rare-grade gear? Could it be that the destined ones receive a luck bonus? Is it truly possible to find such treasures? Nonsense. I painstakingly farmed these from the dungeon. If I have no use for them, I might as well gift them to you. Surely, I cannot expect a summoner like myself to wield a shield and engage in combat. Gao Wei donned the equipment while chuckling. "Brother Tian, you're just boasting. Although my academic performance has been lacking, I am aware that only dungeons of nightmare level or higher yield equipment. The fact that all these items share the same prefix suggests that you have completed the nightmare dungeon 3 times or more." Qin Tianming chuckled. "Of course. Otherwise, how could I have been your elder brother for so many years?" Realizing that Qin Tianming was not jesting, Wei Ji's lips quivered slightly as he asked, "Brother Tian, what level are you at now?" "Elite level 4, came the reply. A collective gasp escaped the 3 of them. Was this truly the destined one? Indeed, it was terrifying. Gao Wei exclaimed dramatically, "Brother Tian, what difficulty level did you choose for the dungeon?" At that moment, Su Mingyao's voice chimed in. "The Lost City held difficulty." "The Lost City," Su Mingyao continued. "We must tread carefully. Although you are already an elite level 4 expert, we have only just broken through to." "Wait. What?" Gao Wei's smile abruptly froze. "Hell difficulty? Is there truly a hell option for dungeons here?" "Indeed, but only the destined ones can unlock it." Qin Tianming teased. "No way, is this really a hell-level dungeon?" Gao Wei inquired with exaggerated disbelief, while the 2 women beside him looked at Qin Tianming with anxious expressions. He then stepped outside the protective array, disbelief etched on his face. "The Lost City, hell-level dungeon officially begins. It's over. This is truly the end," Gao Wei despaired. While Su Mingyao's complexion turned pale, only Li Ming maintained a semblance of calm, though beads of sweat dotted her forehead. "Brother Tian, we've played together since childhood. Aside from the time I threw firecrackers into the toilet while you were squatting, and when I sneakily took your clothes during our swim, leaving you to walk home bare. I haven't really offended you otherwise, right?" "Not at all," Qin Tianming replied, puzzled. "So those 2 incidents were your doing? I thought you had known all along." In the distance, a throng of dark figures slowly approached them. "Brother Tian, Wei Ge, look. Monsters are coming," Li Ming exclaimed, pulling out a scanner to begin scanning the approaching threat. Creature, mutated zombie, level, rare 5, rare enhanced, strength, 700, agility, 300, spirit, 100, constitution, 700, skills, bite, infection. Upon seeing the creature's stats, Gao Wei nearly wept in despair. If you were unaware, why did you choose hell difficulty? You know dungeons can be lethal. And I can't afford an escape scroll. Fear not, we can handle it, Chen Tianming reassured him. Surveying the surroundings and noticing that monsters were not only approaching from the front, but also from the sides and behind. Brother, I'm only elite level 1. With just 2 skills, one is the offensive skill Shadow Assault, and the other is the defensive skill Soul Guardian. Clad in the attire of a youthful rebel, Li Ming stepped forward with calm composure. Let us first seek a strategically advantageous position to form our ranks, lest we find ourselves besieged from all sides. Since Brother Tian has the courage to lead us here, we must place our trust in him. With that, she produced a brush and began to cast enhancement spells upon her companions. Upon witnessing this, Chen Tianming offered a faint smile, confidently patting his chest as he calmly declared, "Rest assured, it is all under my protection." With a snap of his fingers, a multitude of terrifying insects, each adorned with a colossal scissor-like head and wielding sickles, materialized around the crowd. These were the valiant warriors. He snapped his fingers once more, and from the shadows emerged several hunched creatures, grotesque in appearance, each sporting a menacing visage and dragging a lengthy tail. These were the gene parasites. What on earth is this? The spectacle left not only Gao Wei and Su Mingyao in sheer terror, their eyes rolling back and legs trembling. But even the usually composed Li Ming was drenched in a cold sweat, her breath coming in rapid gasps. The silhouette before her fluctuated with each hurried inhalation, causing those who beheld her to feel dizzy. However, upon Chen Tianming's soft command, "Go," the surrounding creatures surged with alarming speed towards the zombies, their momentum reminiscent of an earth-shattering upheaval. Chen Tianming initially contemplated summoning the plasma bomb insect for assistance. However, upon realizing that this creature belonged to a consumable category of the insect race, which would be depleted after a single explosion, he promptly dismissed the idea. As he observed that these monsters did not initiate an attack against them, the three gradually regained their composure. "Brother Tian, are these all your summoned creatures?" The glimmer of hope flickered in their eyes as they asked in unison. Yet, before Chen Tianming could respond, a series of voices began to resonate within their minds. Kill, enhanced rare level 5, mutated zombie, experience 1200, experience 1300, experience 2400. A continuous stream of notifications echoed in their ears. Gao Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. His pupils slightly unfocused, and his expression turned bewildered as he unconsciously opened and closed his mouth. He yearned to articulate something, but felt as though his throat was obstructed, rendering him utterly voiceless. He could only tremble and point forward, then gesture towards Chen Tianming. "Just as you imagined, these are all my summons." Chen Tianming assured Gao Wei with a confident and affirming glance. "Well," Gao Wei leaped in place, bounding to Chen Tianming's side and clinging tightly to his leg. "Brother, from now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never venture west. From this moment forth, I am but an adornment to your leg. Wherever you go, I shall follow." In that instant, Gao Wei understood that he was not merely holding onto Chen Tianming's leg, but also grasping his own future. Beside them, Li Ming and Su Mingyao exchanged glances, their lips twitching, and then looked at Gao Wei with envy. They too wished to embrace him. Yet their feminine modesty restrained them from such an undignified display. Instead, they stood shyly beside Chen Tianming, quietly admiring the allure of the man before them. Chapter 36. There must be something going on between them. The four stood at the edge of the square, gazing intently into the distance. In a scenario where all attributes were overwhelming, these mutated zombies were no match for the warriors. They could not even breach their defenses. The gene original worm, akin to a hungry wolf infiltrating a flock of sheep, struck and seized with ease. Its elongated tail tip, smeared with dark brown blood, was a sight to behold under the sun's glare. Each piercing thrust would undoubtedly impale one or even several zombies upon its tail. These terrifying mutated zombies fell like ripe wheat before a scythe, collapsing in droves along the roadside. The once crowded streets were swiftly overrun by the swarm. Experience points surged upward rapidly. Goodness, is this truly your summoned beast? This is nothing short of a legion of slaughter, a synonym for brutality. With each resonating sound of the system notification, thousands of experience points surged into the bodies of Chen Tianming and his companions. The experience required for professionals to level up increases incrementally every 10 levels. At level 1, it is 10,000 experience points. At level 2, 20,000. And by level 10, it escalates to 100,000. Upon entering the elite tier, the requisite experience does not merely rise to 110,000, but rather to 200,000. For elite level 2, it remains at 200,000. while Chen Tianming must accumulate 500,000 experience points to ascend to Elite Level 5. Similarly, upon reaching the Hero tier, the required experience skyrockets to 1 million. With Hero Level 2 demanding 2 million, and so forth. Bro, this is utterly exhilarating, Gao Wei exclaimed, grinning widely, even while standing still. His experience points soared to level 9 with an exhilarating rush. At that moment, the corners of Gao Wei's mouth resembled an AK-47 firing wildly, impossible to suppress. A smile graced Chen Tianming's face. For approximately an hour, not a single zombie was to be found in the desolate city. The four of them lingered at the edge of the square, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Suddenly, Chen Tianming's mind stirred, through a mental link. He sensed an extraordinarily powerful zombie being besieged by a swarm of insects. This zombie was indeed formidable. Each strike was capable of piercing the warrior's exoskeletons, marking Chen Tianming's first encounter with a creature that could inflict harm upon the valiant fighters. Yet, despite its strength, this formidable being succumbed to the relentless tide of insects. Within mere minutes, it met a gruesome end at the claws of the warriors and genetic primordial insects, never having laid eyes on the orchestrators of its demise. A familiar voice resonated in the ears of those in the square. Congratulations on clearing the lost city, Hell Level. Calculating your rewards for this instance. Congratulations. Your completion time was 1 hour and 5 minutes, breaking the previous record and currently ranking first. You have been awarded 1 million Tianxin coins. The coins will be automatically credited to your account within 3 business days. For any discrepancies, please consult the Practitioner Association. However, an additional voice chimed in Chen Tianming's ear. Ding. Congratulations on completing optional task 2, granting you 2 lottery chances. Preparing rewards for the host. Preparation complete. Would you like to proceed with the lottery now? Will you? Chen Tianming was not in a hurry to participate in the lottery. He intended to wait until he returned home alone in the evening to draw his fortune. After Chen Tianming, Gao Wei, Li Ming, and Su Mingyao successfully completed their quest, the four reappeared in the central plaza of the lake island. To their astonishment, a quest had leveled up by 1.5 tiers, accompanied by a reward of 1 million Tianxin coins. The trio immediately erupted into jubilant cheers, eagerly pulling Chen Tianming into their excitement. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a distance. Tianming, I thought I had arrived early, but it seems I am late. The group looked up to see Principal Fang Ping from the 4th high school approaching, accompanied by a stunning young woman clad in an ornate robe. Both engaged in light-hearted conversation as they made their way towards the four. Tianming, have you already entered a quest once? The principal inquired. No, that's incorrect. Chen Tianming just guided us through one, Li Ming and Su Mingyao chimed in, stepping forward to bow respectfully. Principal Fang nodded with satisfaction. Tianming, this is prepared for you, he said, producing a milky white stone and placing it in Chen Tianming's hand. Is this the refresh stone? With this, you will face no limitations in your quests. Though each stone can only be used 10 times. After that, you must purchase your own. Thank you, Chen Tianming replied, tucking the refresh stone into his pocket with evident contentment. By the way, allow me to introduce you. This is Principal Lu from the 7th high school. And this is her disciple, Xue Shan, a rare talent in the field of medicine. Principal Lu, this is Chen Tianming, our destined talent at the 4th high school this year. You may call him Xiaoming. Greetings, Principal Lu, the four said in unison. Indeed, he is the pride of Jiangcheng. A truly remarkable young man. Principal Lu, you flatter me, Xiaoming responded modestly. Xiaoming, I noticed you were leading a few classmates through the quest. Might you be able to take on another student? Principal Lu's voice was soft and melodious, accompanied by an enchanting fragrance. Chen Tianming suddenly shivered. And as he prepared to raise his head to respond, he beheld an unfathomable chasm before him. It appeared to be bottomless. This sight caused the words that had nearly escaped his lips to retreat back into the depths of his stomach, swallowed along with his saliva. Despite having lived 2 lives, Chen Tianming had never encountered such an imposing trench. I assure you, Principal Lu, I will ensure that Brother Leg completes this task. Gao Wei replied with a sheepish grin, eager to take on the responsibility as if he were the leader of the group. Principal Lu smiled charmingly, remaining silent but casting a teasing glance at the flustered Chen Tianming. Rest assured, you shall not labor in vain, she said, handing Chen Tianming a card containing 3 million, which would serve as his reward for mentoring her disciple during this period. If you can help her break through to Elite Level 5 before the grand examination, I shall bestow upon you an unexpected additional reward. Chen Tianming gazed at the bank card handed to him by Principal Lu, feeling somewhat bewildered. and turned to Principal Fong for guidance. Fong Ping shrugged. Since Principal Lu has bestowed it upon you, you might as well accept it. Shueshan possesses commendable healing abilities, which will greatly aid your team in dungeon runs. The 5 of you can seamlessly form a complete party. With Fong Ping's encouragement, Chen Tianming finally accepted the bank card. After witnessing him do so, Fong Ping leisurely approached Principal Lu, playfully taking her hand and grinning. With no further matters at hand, Principal Lu and I shall take our leave. You young ones can gradually nurture your relationship. Upon hearing this, Principal Lu rolled her eyes at him but chose not to respond, allowing Fong Ping to lead her away from the dungeon plaza. Nearby, Gao Wei wore a knowing expression, his demeanor becoming decidedly lecherous. Right, let's first have them level up, then attempt to conquer the underground abyss, hell level. Should they succeed, additional rewards await. Fong Ping reiterated his instructions, ensuring Chen Tianming would not forget. He then wrapped his arm around Principal Lu's slender waist, step by step guiding her out of the plaza. Chapter 37. All left to leg brother. Once the 2 principals had departed, the previously silent Li Ming and Su Mingyao erupted with excitement. The spirit of gossip ignited within them. Leg brother, Wei brother, did you see that? There's definitely something going on between them. Who would have thought that our robust Principal Fong could be seen with a woman of Principal Lu's extraordinary grace? Indeed, Principal Lu's poise is unmatched. In her presence, we feel like mere children, utterly incomparable. Who says that? I believe Li Ming is not far behind Principal Lu in charm, Gao Wei asserted, casting a furtive glance at Li Ming's silhouette. Noticing Gao Wei's gaze, Li Ming feigned anger, retorting, "If you keep staring, I shall gouge your eyes out." Hee. I won't look anymore, I promise. Chen Tianming cleared his throat, casting a glance to the side. Ahem. Please be mindful, Shui classmate is still present. Gao Wei finally realized, feeling quite embarrassed. My apologies. I got carried away just now and forgot. It's nothing, Shueshan replied, blushing slightly as she waved her hand dismissively. Su Mingyao approached, taking Shueshan's hand. Shan, let us ignore these rascals. All right, Shueshan responded. Li Ming also joined them, engaging Shueshan in conversation to avoid any awkward silence. In no time, the 3 girls were animatedly chatting, their excitement causing them to gesture wildly, their chests bouncing with enthusiasm. Gao Wei watched in awe, his mouth watering. Shui classmate, which level are you at now? Su Mingyao inquired. Me? I just reached elite level 1 yesterday. How about you? Upon hearing this, Li Ming and Su Mingyao perked up instantly. Hee, thanks to leg brother. We barely made it to elite level 1 yesterday, but just after completing a dungeon. We've already advanced to elite level 2 and are on the verge of reaching level 3. So, what do you think, Shui classmate? Are you envious? Who is leg brother? Shueshan asked, puzzled. Leg brother is Chen Tianming. Just now, it was all thanks to leg brother that he single-handedly conquered the hell difficulty of the Lost City. Shueshan stood frozen, her face a mask of disbelief. One person defeated the hell level of the Lost City? How is that even possible? How could it not be possible? Gao Wei countered, his enthusiasm evident. Otherwise, how could he be called leg brother? He then turned to Chen Tianming with a flattering expression. Isn't that right, leg brother? Ahem, perhaps my profession is indeed suited for dungeon runs. Chen Tianming remarked as he sent a party invitation to Shueshan. All right, we should enter the dungeon now. Noticing Shueshan's lingering skepticism, Gao Wei exclaimed excitedly, let me show you why he is called leg brother. Ding. The moment Shueshan accepted the party invitation, Chen Tianming raised a refreshed stone, illuminating the stone with a bright light, and the 5 figures vanished from the dungeon plaza. In the plaza of the Lost City, the 5 landed simultaneously. Shueshan confirmed that she had entered the dungeon, though still within the protective formation. She was unaware of the dungeon's difficulty. She glanced over the party information. Chen Tianming, Elite Level 4. Gao Wei, Elite Level 2. Li Ming, Elite Level 2. Su Mingyao, Elite Level 2. Shueshan, Elite Level 1. She then took a small step forward. A voice resonated within her mind. The Lost City, Hell Level, officially commenced. Shueshan realized that Chen Tianming had indeed chosen the Hell Level dungeon, and she felt a surge of panic. It was not that she doubted the capabilities of Chen Tianming and his companions. Based on their previous experiences, their team could undoubtedly conquer the tidal beach. While tackling the Lost City was not impossible, starting with the Hell Level difficulty genuinely unsettled her. After all, dungeons could be lethal. However, she soon understood why Chen Tianming had earned the moniker Leg Brother. It was at that moment. Clap, clap. Chen Tianming snapped his fingers. and a multitude of warriors and gene parasites materialized around the square, startling Shueshan into a sudden leap. The air was filled with the crisp sounds of experience points being accrued, 1260, 1374, 1198. The melodious chimes of experience gained resonated continuously in her ears. Shueshan's expression transformed from initial terror to contemplation, soon giving way to bewilderment. Just as she lifted her gaze to inquire about the unfolding events, she beheld Gao Wei, who raised two conspicuous joker cards high above his head before slamming them down onto the ground with great force, exclaiming, "Royal flush, 3 of a kind. I win. You two, show your faces. I'm about to begin. Shueshan, how about a game of landlord?" Shueshan shook her head, deciding against it. "I prefer to observe the summoned beasts of Leg Brother." Moments later, laughter erupted as Gao Wei, wielding Li Ming's brush, remarked, "Ha ha ha, Shueshan. There's no more room on your face for notes." At that moment, Shueshan's visage was adorned with a myriad of designs. Chapter 38, The Grave of Elite-Level Warriors. At this moment, everyone bore intricate lines upon their faces. With Gao Wei and Shueshan nearly covered entirely, another loss would leave no space for further markings. Just then, as the group reveled in their merriment, both Shueshan and the distant Qin Tianming experienced a sudden jolt. Then came the announcement, "Congratulations on clearing the Lost City, Hell level. Calculating rewards for this dungeon completion. Congratulations! Your completion time for this dungeon is 55 minutes, setting a new record and currently ranked first. You are awarded 1 million Tianxin coins, which will be automatically credited to your account within 3 business days. For any discrepancies, please consult the Adventurers Association." Before the crowd could fully comprehend the news, a dark vortex manifested before them. "That was quick," Shueshan exclaimed, astonished. "A hell-level dungeon cleared in under an hour?" Cough. Cough. "This is the second run. I was unaware of the boss's location during the first attempt," Qin Tianming replied, scratching his head. "This time, I instructed the summons to head directly towards the boss, thus naturally increasing our speed." After a brief exchange, Qin Tianming reopened the dungeon panel. In the blink of an eye, the 5 of them vanished from sight once more. Approximately 50 minutes later, the 5 reappeared in the dungeon square. "Leg Brother. That was absolutely exhilarating. I feel that with a few more runs, I could ascend to Elite Level 3. The pace of this advancement is truly exhilarating." At this moment, the majority of the group had ascended to the Elite Level 2, with Shueshan also successfully reaching this milestone, her expression radiating excitement. The exhilarating sensation of witnessing her experience bar fill up instantaneously captivated her. The 4 of them turned their attention toward Qin Tianming, eagerly anticipating his next course of action. By now, they had all come to regard Qin Tianming as their linchpin, centering their efforts around him. Ding. Detection indicates that the host's level has risen to Elite Level 5, an optional task. 1 has been completed. A chance for a lottery draw has been granted. Rewards are being prepared for the host. Preparation complete. Shall we commence the lottery draw now? Yes? No. Qin Tianming resolutely opted for refusal. The 3 hellishly challenging dungeons had bestowed upon him nearly 200,000 experience points, along with his previous accumulations. He had just reached the Elite 5th level after vanquishing the boss. Had he pursued the endeavor solo, he would have undoubtedly attained the Elite 5th level much earlier. However, since they were in a team, such contemplations were futile. Matters of the lottery could wait. Qin Tianming glanced at his companions and declared, "For our next venture, I intend to challenge the Underground Abyss at the hellish difficulty. Will you join me?" The mention of the Underground Abyss momentarily stunned the group. Shueshan, seemingly familiar with this dungeon, quickly interjected, "Why elevate the difficulty so drastically all at once? Among the 3 dungeons unlocked today, the Underground Abyss poses the greatest challenge. It is rumored that the final boss is a being of extraordinary caliber among monsters, possessing strength that rivals that of human heroes. Unlike the Lost City, where the adversaries were not particularly formidable and employed rather simplistic attack methods, the Underground Abyss presented a stark contrast. Prior to their arrival, my master had warned me that the creatures within the Underground Abyss not only possessed a degree of intelligence but also demonstrated adaptability, even laying traps for adventurers. Moreover, the dungeon's intricate terrain allowed the boss to overwhelmingly overpower lower-tier professionals. It is said that when the Underground Abyss was first opened several years ago, many confident adventurers ventured forth only to return in a dismal state, with fewer than 1 in 10 making it back. Consequently, this dungeon earned the moniker the Grave of Elite-Level Warriors. Shueshan shook her head, stating, "Among our group, you alone possess the capability to contend in this dungeon. And more accurately, It is your summoned creatures that hold that potential. Although you command numerous summons, the underground abyss, known as the grave of elite warriors, is not without its merit. My suggestion is that we gradually ascend through difficulties, starting from the challenging level, rather than recklessly opting for the hellish level from the outset. Qin Tianming waved his hand with a faint smile, assuring, "Rest assured, I possess immense confidence in my summoned creature." Was it not evident that he understood the attributes and skills of his summoning better than anyone else? The underground labyrinth was undeniably a dungeon characterized by its intricate terrain. Fortuitously, the gene original insect was the quintessential hunter perfectly suited for this environment. Now, having reached elite level 5, the attributes of the gene original insect had transformed to gene original insect, mature form, level, elite level 5, sealed, constitution, 2600 strength, 2600 agility, 2600 spirit, 2600 skills, fortified barrier. The gene original insect can envelop itself in a layer of sturdy armor during combat, thereby enhancing its defensive capabilities. Bloodlust. Upon receiving damage, the gene original insect enters a bloodlust mode, during which its strength surges by 400% for a duration of 15 minutes, followed by a vulnerability phase lasting 20 minutes, during which all attributes decrease by 20%. Propagation. When the gene original insect feels the urge to reproduce, it will seek out robust life forms to implant new gene original insects within them. Evaluation. This species exhibits an exceptionally strong desire to propagate. Its cunning and almost cold-blooded nature render it the perfect nocturnal hunter, often lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a lethal blow to its adversaries. Excelling in combat within complex terrains, it also possesses parasitic and reproductive traits. Elite level 5, with all attributes at 2,600 points. What does this signify? Not to mention hero level. Even the bare minimum attributes in the mountain-moving realm would likely raise questions. Does it possess intelligence? Can it ambush? Before a natural-born killer, such concerns are trivial. Once inside the dungeon, the gene original insect will demonstrate to those monsters what true cruelty entails. Seeing Qin Tianming resolutely determined to proceed, the other four were inwardly conflicted, uncertain whether he was genuinely confident or merely overestimating his own abilities. However, it was Gao Wei who stepped forward first. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Everything I have now is thanks to Brother Leg. I cannot falter at the slightest obstacle. If I fail to follow in Brother Leg's footsteps, I may miss future opportunities to team up." Qin Tianming nodded, his gaze sweeping over the rest of the group. Shueshan sighed, then retrieved several scrolls from her backpack, distributing them among the others. "These are escape scrolls. Should you encounter danger, tearing one will allow you to exit the dungeon safely. If we happen to clear the dungeon, it will cover the subsequent training fees." At this, Qin Tianming was taken aback. He had not anticipated the generosity of this young girl, who provided each person with an escape scroll. While he possessed one himself, it was a reward earned after vanquishing over 20 members of the Qinglong gang, alongside selling a genuine Bagua treasure to Yidongxing, the eldest son of the He family in Rongqing, which bolstered his own financial standing. Typically, practitioners at this stage would not have such substantial resources. However, Qin Tianming did not dwell on it further. Upon seeing the others accept Shueshan's scrolls, he declared, "I am ready to enter. Are you all prepared?" The women responded in unison, "We are ready, Brother Leg, please proceed." "Very well, I shall enter now." Qin Tianming located the option to enter the dungeon and decisively clicked to confirm. In an instant, the 5 individuals vanished from their original location. Chapter 39, The Challenge of the Underground Dungeon. True to its name, the underground dungeon was ominous. The 5 found themselves simultaneously in a dimly lit, cramped chamber. Before them loomed a massive iron door, at its center a small opening. Through this aperture, they could clearly discern a wide tunnel beyond the door, its walls adorned with several flickering oil lamps. The dim, wavering light offered no semblance of security, instead amplifying the atmosphere of dread. From a distance, unsettling growls echoed, suggesting that some dreadful creature lurked within the shadows, poised to strike with deadly intent. This horrifying scene left the young women trembling with fear. "Leg brother, is this really all right?" Gao Wei asked. Anxiety etched across his face as he looked at Qin Tianming, his expression betraying his terror. Qin Tianming remained unresponsive, striding directly to the iron gate, placing his hand upon the handle. With a creaking sound, accompanied by a piercing shriek of metal grinding against metal, the gate was ultimately unlocked. At the very moment the iron door swung open, the voice of the system echoed within the minds of all present. Underground abyss, hell level, officially commenced. The act of opening that gate signified the formal initiation of the quest. In that instant, a sharp crack resounded. with a snap of his fingers. Qin Tianming summoned 50 genetic parasites into the tunnel. Due to the confined terrain, he could only manifest this number at once, he mused inwardly. Almost immediately, he sensed a skirmish unfolding ahead. Through his mental connection, he beheld a creature nearly 2 meters tall, adorned with a pair of crimson eyes, engaged in combat with the genetic parasites. However, in the face of the parasites' extraordinarily high attributes, this humanoid monster was swiftly immobilized and rendered powerless. As Qin Tianming pondered the absence of the hunt for this creature, he was suddenly enveloped by an emotion, a profound yearning for reproduction and parasitism. He remained still for a moment, and after a brief contemplation, he acquiesced to this request, swiftly transmitting a wave of emotion to the lifeless body that lay upon the ground. Qin Tianming promptly directed the remaining primordial parasites to venture forth, exploring their surroundings. Once the genetic parasites beside him had departed, he snapped his fingers, and with a sharp sound, another 50 genetic parasites materialized within the tunnel. After issuing a similar command, once these creatures had moved on, Qin Tianming commenced summoning warriors. However, he ceased the summoning after 500 warriors had been called forth. "All right, follow me." Qin Tianming beckoned to the group behind him. "This map is rather expansive. We cannot remain stationary for long," Shuaishan astutely noted. "Is there a distance limitation between you and your summons?" Qin Tianming did not deny this observation, readily acknowledging it. Before long, the 5 of them arrived before the first monster that had been parasitized. Qin Tianming retrieved his detector and began scanning the unconscious monster sprawled on the ground. Monster, blood slave, level, rare level 6, rare enhanced type, strength, 800, agility, 500, spirit, 300, constitution, 700, skills, bloodthirst, frenzy. Observing the monster's attributes, Qin Tianming fell into contemplation. Based on past experiences, the attributes of a boss typically exceed those of lesser monsters by approximately 2 to 3 times. Therefore, the attributes of the final boss in this underground dungeon should range between 1600 and 2400. It is somewhat inferior to my genetic primordial insect. Truly, this dungeon is of hellish difficulty. However, it is regrettable that, compared to my genetic primordial insect, there remains a slight disparity. You possess only one of your kind, while I have an entire nest. With this thought, he felt a sense of calm. These blood slaves were, in his eyes, not significantly different from the zombies of the lost city. "Leg brother, what is the situation with this blood slave? Why is it lying here motionless?" Galway inquired, puzzled. "It has been rendered unconscious by my summoned creature through special means and will not awaken for the time being." "Then why don't we take this opportunity to eliminate the monster?" Su Mengyao also questioned, looking perplexed. "What if this creature awakens later? Would we not be caught off guard?" In response to Su Mengyao's question, Qin Tianming did not provide a direct answer. He merely smiled faintly and urged them not to worry. "So, leg brother, is there anything we need to do in this dungeon?" asked Li Meng. "No need. For now. Let us take a stroll here." "A stroll?" Shuaishan asked, confused. "Indeed, as this is my first time in this dungeon, I am unfamiliar with the terrain, and I do not know the whereabouts of the boss. Through my summoned creatures, I can sense that the terrain here is somewhat complex. So you must stay close to me, lest you become lost in this tunnel. Once we locate the final boss and defeat it, our journey through this dungeon will conclude." Gao Wei, not concerned with these details, felt reassured by the safety of the area and then eagerly asked, "Leg brother, why haven't we heard the sound of experience growth yet?" "Hiki." Qin Tianming replied mysteriously, "There is no rush. Let the bullets fly for a while." Thus, the 4 of them followed Qin Tianming as they strolled through the so-called graveyard of elite-level warriors. As time passed, they began to feel increasingly strange. During the past 2 hours, every blood slave they encountered lay unconscious on the ground. Likewise, they had not heard any notifications of experience gain. Whenever they attempted to eliminate the fallen blood slaves, Qin Tianming would intervene, and whenever they inquired, he would offer no response, merely instructing them to be patient. After 2 hours, Qin Tianming had thoroughly discerned the layout of this underground lair. Soon, under the leadership of Qin Tianming, an enigmatic subterranean castle emerged before the eyes of the onlookers. Chapter 40. Playing Big 2. The castle was situated at the end of a concealed path. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be an expansive underground cavern. Surrounded on 3 sides by emptiness, only the narrow path before them led to the entrance of the castle. A few pallid guards stood dutifully at the threshold, their crimson eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, poised to launch a lethal attack at the slightest disturbance. The entire cavern was permeated with an eerie and sinister atmosphere. The 5 individuals surveyed their surroundings, beginning to assess the environment. This underground lair was akin to a typical Elite Level 6 dungeon, with a hellish difficulty rating, recommended for Elite Level 8 players. The boss, the master of this subterranean castle, was named Nikola, a creature endowed with vampiric abilities. He possessed 3 skills. One was the ability to heal his own wounds, known as Absorb. Another was a skill called Crimson, which could amplify his attributes, and he also had an evasion skill named Transform. It was crucial to note that this boss could emit ultrasonic waves when attacked, summoning all surrounding minions back to his side. Therefore, the optimal strategy was to eliminate all minions without alerting the boss, and then concentrate their forces to deliver a decisive blow to him. Upon entering the underground cave, Shuaishan spontaneously recited the foundational information regarding the boss. If memory served correctly, there was a note in the records provided by the teacher indicating that a subterranean passage encircled the cave, leading directly into the castle's interior. We might attempt to locate this passage and stealthily infiltrate, first eliminating the blood slaves within the castle, and finally uniting our strength to vanquish the boss. This represented our highest probability of successfully clearing the dungeon. Gao Wei and the others listened in astonishment. Is there truly so much to consider when engaging in a dungeon raid? What are your thoughts, Brother Leg? Just then, a melodious voice echoed in their minds like falling raindrops. Defeated Enhanced Rare Level 6 Blood Slave. Experience 1720. Experience 1860. Experience 1780. Gao Wei exclaimed in surprise. What is happening? Shuaishan quickly realized, glancing towards Qin Tianming ahead. The creatures that had collapsed upon the ground were gradually perishing. Brother Leg, are these the fruits of your summoned minions' labor? Qin Tianming did not deny it, merely nodding gently. A wave of terror swept through the crowd. What a horrifying ability was this? Once the monsters were incapacitated, they succumbed to death automatically. Could it be that his summoned entities possessed a toxic capability? Shuaishan cast a fearful glance at Qin Tianming, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread emanating from his silhouette in the dark, damp underground tunnel, prompting her to instinctively take a few steps back. However, Qin Tianming paid little heed to these minor gestures, instead offering a faint smile. It seemed the bullet had struck its mark. And now it was time to reel in the catch. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, Qin Tianming summoned hundreds of warriors, who instantly adorned the walls surrounding the cavern. A mere thought directed these formidable creatures as they surged towards the ancient castle at the tunnel's end. Among them were several genetic protozoa, some launching an assault from the tunnel's entrance, while others hung upside down, charging forward with the grace and power of their own bodies. Their elegant and agile forms propelled them swiftly onward, defying the howling winds and flying debris within the tunnel. Unfazed, these warriors pressed resolutely toward their foes, embodying the prowess of the main combatants of the Alachi lineage, adept at traversing any terrain. Observing this, Qin Tianming nodded in approval. Boom. In no time, the castle's grand entrance was shattered beneath the warriors' onslaught. Countless blood slaves shrieked as they burst forth, some wielding crimson spears and sharp swords. A number of elite blood slaves remained silent atop the castle, waiting for the warriors to invade before they spread their wings and soared down, seemingly aiming to coordinate a surprise attack with their brethren inside. Alas, these elite blood slaves appeared to have underestimated the might of the Alachi insectoid forces and the cunning nature of the genetic protozoa. The moment they touched the ground, they were overwhelmed by the concealed protozoa hidden amidst the swarm. A flash of cold light, imperceptible to the naked eye, signaled the end for one blood slave, whose head exploded upon impact. The genetic protozoan then vanished into the throng of insects, becoming invisible once more. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. It was their first close encounter with the lethal prowess of the genetic protozoa. A single strike, an impeccable method of concealment. None dared to imagine facing such terrifying creatures themselves. Fortunately, these monsters were on their side, providing a slight sense of reassurance. Surely, this formidable entity would triumph over the elite-level dungeon, right? Shuaishan regarded Qin Tianming with a mixture of awe and a hint of envy. Subsequently, she fell silent, understanding at last why he dared to challenge the underground lair. Mere numbers might have posed a challenge within this dungeon, yet if these summoned beings possessed their own cunning and tactical acumen, the scenario shifted entirely. Little did she know that within Qin Tianming's insect hive lay tens of thousands of creatures yet to be summoned. Even without the genetic protozoa, the warriors alone were more than capable of laying waste to this underground stronghold. Qin Tianming turned around and retrieved a brand new deck of playing cards from the ring. Smiling as he said, "Let us engage in a game of Jiajinhua." What is Jiajinhua? The 3 women inquired, puzzled. Gao Wei chuckled. It's simpler than Do Di Zhu. Allow me to teach you. Excellent. I shall seek vengeance for what just transpired. Chapter 41. Brain Collapse defeated a reinforced rare level 7 blood slave. Experience 1920 defeated a reinforced rare level 8 blood slave. Experience 2120 defeated a reinforced rare level 8 blood slave. Leader. Experience 4120. The melodious sounds of experience acquisition echoed continuously in the ears of the 5 individuals. It must be noted that the monsters within the ancient castle should have been largely eradicated. It had been quite some time since any notifications of experience had been received, leaving them uncertain about the situation inside. Qin Tianming glanced at the 3 cards in his hand, sighed, and remarked, "Leg brother. Your summoned creature hasn't been drained of its blood by that vampire named Nicola, has it?" Gao Wei also rose, placing his cards down. Upon witnessing the 2 prepare to depart, Li Ming interjected, "You too, hold on. Even if the King of Heaven himself, Nicola's father, mother, or ancestors were to arrive today, you both are obliged to reveal your cards. I possess 3 queens, a full house. Each of you, should you attempt to flee, will owe me 100 brain cells." Qin Tianming feigned ignorance and turned to Gao Wei, his expression fraught with concern. "This is not good. Something feels amiss. I sense that my summoned creature is in peril, as though it is on the brink of demise." Gao Wei nodded gravely. "Then we must hasten to rescue your summoned creature, Brother Leg." Upon hearing this, Shueshan and Su Mingyao hastily dropped their cards and echoed in unison, "Yes, indeed. Let us swiftly aid Brother Leg's summons." Shueshan, Su Mingyao, do not run off. Li Ming exclaimed anxiously. "You two still have stakes in this. You cannot act so impulsively." Watching the 4 distance themselves, Li Ming, incensed, stomped her feet in frustration before begrudgingly gathering her playing cards and following after them. As the 5 entered the grand hall, they were met with a gruesome sight, blood and dismembered limbs strewn across the floor. Faint sounds occasionally echoed from the upper levels, but soon fell silent once more, leaving only the rustling noise that indicated the movement of warriors traversing the floor. It appeared that the entire castle had been thoroughly purged by the Arachi swarm and the valiant warriors. "Ah, look here. A staff." Gao Wei, with keen eyes, spotted a glimmering object in the corridor. He approached it for a closer inspection. Weapon, bloodstaff quality, rare applicable level, none mental power, 100 strength, 30 agility, -10 effect. Enhances fire attribute spells by 15% upon casting. Who among you 4 desires the staff? The others gathered around to examine it, and upon realizing its potential to amplify fire spells, they all instinctively turned their gaze towards Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao shook her head repeatedly, a hint of embarrassment gracing her features. "You have all accompanied me through dungeons to level up. It would be inappropriate for me to take this equipment." Qin Tianming swiftly seized the staff and handed it to Su Mingyao, proclaiming, "I still owe you 50 brain crumbles. Let this serve as repayment." Without allowing Su Mingyao a chance to decline, he thrust the staff into her hands. Observing this, Li Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement as she approached Qin Tianming, grasping his arm and playfully shaking it while sweetly inquiring, "Brother, regarding the 100 brain crumbles you owe me, may I perhaps offset that with 2 pieces of equipment?" Qin Tianming felt an uncomfortable sensation on his arm and immediately remarked, all right. As long as everyone is agreeable, I shall defer to you." "Yay. Leg brother is truly wonderful." With that, a kiss was planted on Qin Tianming's cheek. "Oh my." The crowd erupted in playful cheers, instantly enlivening the atmosphere. Su Mingyao's moment of embarrassment was deftly alleviated by Li Ming's lively antics. The 5 of them meandered once more, eventually discovering a second piece of equipment in an attic on the 2nd floor. It was a decorative bracelet capable of enhancing mental acuity. Su Mingyao, having just acquired a staff, remained silent, while Shueshan dismissed it with a wave of her hand. Consequently, after securing the group's consensus, Li Ming successfully claimed the bracelet, joyfully adorning her wrist with it. After a brief interval, a thunderous noise reverberated from the rooftop. Suddenly, a cacophony of cracking sounds pierced the air. The group gathered at the corridor, peering through the window to witness a colossal bat tumbling through the sky, seemingly on the verge of plummeting to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that a genetically modified organism was precariously suspended in its grasp. With a resounding thud, the enormous bat struggled momentarily before plummeting to the earth, lying motionless upon impact. Qin Tianming sensed that he had become a host. As the final boss collapsed to the ground, the crowd began to traverse the castle, scavenging the scattered equipment. Approximately half an hour later, several pieces of gear were retrieved from various corners of the ancient fortress. With the entire castle devoid of spoils, everyone turned their gaze towards Chen Tianming. Hey, leg brother. Why has TA teleportation portal appeared? Gao Wei inquired with confusion. Could it be because the creature named Nicola is still alive? Noticing that the underground lair held little value, Chen Tianming was ready to eliminate Nicola without further delay when he suddenly perceived an emotional transmission from all the genetic parasites. They implored him not to hunt Nicola. Chen Tianming was momentarily taken aback, standing still as he began to perceive the information conveyed by the swarm of insects. In no time, his face lit up with joy as he exclaimed with delight. It turned out that within Nicola's body, the gene primordial queen was about to be born. The information relayed by the gene primordial indicated that the queen was an extraordinarily powerful entity within the gene primordial race. Her combat prowess was such that she could effortlessly eliminate ordinary gene primordials, and she also possessed the ability to lay eggs and nurture offspring. Gao Wei and the others, observing Chen Tianming reveling in his solitary joy, could not help but curiously inquire, "Leg brother, what are you so merrily celebrating all by yourself?" Chen Tianming smiled faintly at the crowd, offering no further explanation. With an expression brimming with excitement, he retrieved a brand new deck of cards from his ring. Come, let us indulge in a game of Jia Jin Hua before we depart. I intend to reclaim the 100 brain bursts I just lost. Chapter 42, 9-turn fish soup. An hour later. Having slain the rare level 9 dungeon lord, Nikolai, he received a bounty of 55,000 experience points, a blood core, and a bloodthirsty staff 1. Nikolai is dead. The 5 still engaged in their game of Jia Jin Hua paused momentarily at the announcement. Ding. Detection of the immortal level gene parasite queen. Innate skill activated. Rank 1. Rank enhancement in progress. Enhancement complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Holy Spirit level gene parasite queen. Immediately following this, congratulations on clearing the underground dungeon, hell level. Calculating the rewards for this dungeon clearance. Congratulations. Your clearance time for this dungeon was 4 hours and 38 minutes. You have earned 500,000 Tianxin coins. The Tianxin coins will be automatically deposited into your account within 3 working days. Should any issues arise, feel free to inquire at the Adventurers Association. Swish. A black vortex materialized at the center of the hall. At that moment, Chen Tianming sensed a presence outside the castle, navi yet exceedingly malevolent. It was the gene parasite queen. Feed me. A voice, reminiscent of a child's babble, echoed in his mind. The queen was capable of speech. Chen Tianming was taken aback. There was still an abundance of food within the insect nest space. He decided to store it away first. With a mere thought, he summoned the queen into the insect nest space. All right, the instance is concluded. It's time for everyone to depart. With that, he stepped into the portal. Despite the large bumps adorning his head, whoosh, the 5 of them materialized in the instant square. Bro, shall we continue? We've been at it all day. Perhaps we should take a break? Gao Wei said, one hand cradling his head and the other clutching his stomach, his expression one of agony. In the final hour, he had endured over 300 head blows. It felt as though his skull was on the verge of shattering. Among the 5, he possessed the highest physical resilience. The others were either support classes or not primarily strength-based professions. Similarly, Chen Tianming endured over 100 strikes, while Su Mingyao faced dozens of blows. Her forehead reddened from the impact. In stark contrast, Li Ming and Xue Shan were subjected to the least amount of punishment, both laughing heartily. Their expressions betraying a sense of unfulfilled delight. Observing the scene, Li Ming couldn't help but stifle a giggle. It became unbearable. Initially, the playful face painting was rather enjoyable. Yet they insisted on altering the rules. Well, how do you like this? Who claims I cannot hold out? I merely skipped lunch, and now I find myself quite famished. Gao Wei retorted defiantly. Should you doubt me, let us engage in a few more rounds later, and witness me crack your head open like a melon. Enough of that. Let us go for a meal. Xue Shan interjected, cutting through their banter. I know a nearby restaurant with commendable cuisine, called Yin Lu. How about we dine there? A restaurant recommended by a wealthy patron is surely delightful. Gao Wei's interest was instantly piqued. That means you shall treat us. Absolutely, no problem at all. Xue Shan readily agreed. Before long, the 5 of them, under Xue Shan's guidance, arrived at the entrance of an opulent restaurant. Upon arrival, Gao Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, it truly is Yin Lu. No wonder she is a wealthy woman. Chen Tianming did not respond. He had never been to this place and was not well acquainted with the local situation. Is this restaurant particularly renowned? Surely not. Leg brother. Are you not aware of Yin Lu? This establishment is indeed one of the finest dining venues in Jiangxing. Allow me to express it this way, patrons who dine here typically spend no less than several tens of thousands of Tianjin coins for a single meal. Should you desire to indulge a bit more, perhaps with additional drinks, your expenditure could even soar to several 100,000 Tianjin coins. Upon hearing Gao Wei's words, Li Ming and Su Mingyao could not help but gasp in astonishment. Fortunately, they were accompanied by a wealthy companion, and today was simply an eye-opener for them. While it may not be the absolute best, this restaurant is known for its exquisite preparation of various monster meats, earning it a modest reputation. The signature dish that brought them fame is the 9-turned fish soup. Only this establishment possesses the prowess to master this dish in Jiangxing. And it is said that the head chef is a practitioner of a life profession with considerable talent. Shuaishan interjected to elucidate the details to the group. The 9-turned fish soup is a culinary masterpiece that cannot be replicated through any fewer than 9 distinct techniques, allowing one to savor 9 different flavors in a single bite, thus earning its renown throughout Jiangxing. Upon hearing Shuaishan's explanation, the others were filled with anticipation. Thank you very much, Shui classmate. It was nothing. Shuaishan waved her hand dismissively and summoned a waiter to escort them upstairs. However, they were taken aback when they entered the hall, only to be met with a mocking voice. Oh, look who has arrived. Is that not the fated one from the 4th high school? Why aren't you continuing your escapades at the tidal beach? The 5 turned in confusion to find Qianfeng and his entourage seated at a private booth on the 2nd floor, looking down upon them. Chapter 43. Qianfeng's intentions. Hey, are you sure you are in the right place? This is Yin Lu. Just a glass of water costs 200 Tianjin coins at this upscale establishment. Can you afford to eat here? Qianfeng held his wine glass delicately between his thumb, middle finger, and ring finger, swaying it as he approached the group. Do you see this glass of wine in my hand? This exquisite drink, known as Thunderous Roar, hails from the capital and is crafted by a consortium of at least 10 brewers at the ocean overturning level. As for the price, it is rather reasonable. Nearly 3,000 Tianjin coins a glass. What do you think? Care to sample it? Qianfeng gently swayed the wine glass before them, his pallid face adorned with a sickly smile and a hint of derision. Tue, Thunderous Roar? It's something even dogs would disdain. How could anyone possibly enjoy it? Shuaishan sneered. Upon hearing this, Qianfeng's expression darkened, yet upon catching a glimpse of the other person's beauty, his eyes gleamed with delight. He cast a furtive glance at Li Ming and Su Mingyao, instantly captivated. He inhaled deeply, as if savoring some exquisite delicacy from the world, and then jovially remarked, You've brought along so many lovely ladies. It's no wonder you're putting on a facade to come here. Gao Wei frowned and retorted, Qianfeng, are you not finished yet? If the leader of your Qilong gang discovers that you, a person of destiny, are indulging in revelry instead of completing your missions, how do you think he would perceive you? This time, however, Qianfeng remained unfazed, responding with disdain. This gathering is a celebration, and I have the leader's endorsement. Indeed, young Master Qian has secured a place in the Heavenly Palace project, and upon the conclusion of the grand examination, he will go to the capital for the assessment. Moreover, young Master Qian has also won the favor of the Qinglong gang's leader, who has specially provided him with a refresh stone that lasts for a remarkable 7 days, all to ensure that he ascends to a higher level before the grand examination, aiming to secure the top position in the selection assessment. Chen Tianming was taken aback. A refresh stone with effects lasting an entire week? He was familiar with refresh stones, but weren't they supposed to be consumables? Could it be that there exists a weekly variant? And might there even be a monthly version? Use it once and gain unlimited entries to all dungeons within a week? Chen Tianming felt somewhat bewildered. If this were to be given to him, he counted on his fingers and concluded that he should be able to elevate himself to the hero level before the impending examination. Indeed, regardless of the time, the methods employed by the privileged class consistently surpass the imagination of the ordinary populace. As for the Heavenly Palace project, he had heard about it countless times before and had gleaned quite a bit of information. It seemed this project was indeed of great significance. Otherwise, it would not have provoked such a considerable response. It appeared. A subordinate nearby continued to stir the excitement. Our Qian Shao has already stepped into the elite tier 3 today and tomorrow. The Qilong gang will arrange for someone to lead Qian Shao to explore the Lost City or even the underground dungeon. Coupled with the refresh stones, there is a potential for Qian Shao to reach the hero level before the examination, representing Jiangxing in battle. As for you, it seems that you will merely be able to explore the Lost City at best. Haha. Gao Wei, Shuaishan, and the others exchanged glances, looking at Qianfeng and his companions as though they were jesters. Shui Shan, unwilling to engage in further debate, lamented, "What a bunch of fools. Let us retire to a private room." Upon hearing this, another uproar of laughter erupted from Qian Xiao's group. "Little sister, the Heian building is not your average restaurant. A private room requires a VIP status to access. However, attaining VIP status here is not merely a matter of wealth. The membership cards are divided into 3 tiers: gold, diamond, and crown. For instance, gold-level customers can dine on the 2nd floor, while diamond-level customers can enjoy the 3rd floor. As for the legendary crown card, it grants exclusive access to the entire 4th floor restaurant, undisturbed. I humbly confess that I have just become a distinguished gold-level VIP customer at the Heian building today. Hence I reserved a private room on the 2nd floor. Why don't you and your female classmates join us in our room on the 2nd floor? We can discuss the philosophies of life and future career plans." Qian Feng and his companions were animatedly discussing when suddenly they were struck dumb. Like a gun that had jammed. They saw the attendant who had accompanied Shui Shan move without hesitation, directly leading them upstairs. The attendant finally stopped at the staircase to the 4th floor, bowed slightly, and turned to depart, leaving Qian Feng and his subordinates in a state of astonishment, staring at one another in bewilderment. What is happening? Qian Feng was stunned. How could these 5 individuals gain direct access to the private room on the 4th floor? Hey, did you make a mistake? Why can they go to the 4th floor? Qian Feng, flustered, grasped the attendant who had just come down the stairs, seeking clarification. But the next moment, bang, Qian Feng's arm seemed to strike against iron, only to be rebuffed. At that moment, he suddenly realized that Yin Lu, an establishment catering exclusively to the upper echelons of society, employed waitstaff who were at least of heroic caliber. The extraordinary treatment and stable working environment drew many to willingly serve as attendants in such a place. The prowess of these individuals was far beyond what Qian Feng, who had only just stepped into the ranks of the elite, could contend with. The server's expression remained unchanged as he slightly bowed in apology. "Esteemed guest, I sincerely apologize, but it is against Heian Lu's regulations to touch the staff without permission. As for why those 5 were allowed into the 4th floor private room, it is because Ms. Shui is a cherished crown client of our establishment. May I assist you with any other inquiries? If not, I must return to my duties." Qian Feng waved his hand, signaling for the server to depart. "That woman surnamed Shui is a crown client? Surnamed Shui, age similar to mine. Wait a moment." Qian Feng's brows furrowed as a realization struck him. He recalled the elder's warning about a list of individuals one should not provoke, which included a woman named Shui Shan of similar age. This woman was currently the apprentice of the principal of the 7th high school. Could it possibly be her? He slammed his fist on the table, the elder's admonition stirring unease within him. The forceful action startled his companions nearby, but he soon regained his composure, a faint smile emerging on his pale face. "I apologize for losing control of my emotions for a moment, leading to your amusement. Let us continue our meal," he added. "However, let us refrain from discussing Chen Tianming and his associates for the time being." The younger members exchanged glances, bewildered yet compliant. "Very well, we shall heed your words. Qian Xiao, we are at your command." They echoed their agreement. Soon, cups were raised and replaced, and the atmosphere grew lively once more. Yet, a glimmer of cold calculation flickered in Qian Feng's eyes as he pondered. The woman surnamed Shui was not to be trifled with. But Chen Tianming was on our Qinglong gang's blacklist. Previously, his deliberate provocation of Chen Tianming was undoubtedly sanctioned by a prominent figure within the gang. As for who it was, the elder had said nothing at the time, merely raising a finger to the sky. In an instant, Qian Feng comprehended everything. This was the will of the gang leader. Qian Feng was unconcerned with the reasons behind the leader's desire to target Chen Tianming. He was solely focused on the benefits he could derive from the situation. To him, Chen Tianming was someone whose downfall held no significance. Even if he were a man of destiny, Qian Feng would not hesitate to offend him, for Chen Tianming lacked a formidable background and came from modest means. As far as he knew, both of Chen Tianming's parents were ordinary factory workers. Although they had recently moved to the center of Tian Valley, it did not alter the fact that they had no influential connections, unlike himself, who had the backing of the Qinglong gang, which set him apart. This world is not devoid of talent. However, only those who mature into brilliance deserve the title of genius, while the rest are but fleeting blossoms. Thus, Qian Feng adopted an attitude of vehement opposition towards Chen Tianming, even going so far as to openly demean and suppress him. This was all to demonstrate his loyalty to the leader of the Qinglong gang. If the leader noticed, a mere allocation of resources could significantly lessen his struggle. And even if he went unnoticed, that was of little concern to him. Qianfeng was a proud individual. The years of feeling inferior during high school were entirely liberated the moment he deemed himself a man of destiny. Although he spoke disparagingly of Chen Tianming, it did not imply he held contempt for this fellow man of destiny. However, the unexpected arrival of Xue Shan disrupted his original plans. She was someone who instilled fear even in the Qinglong gang, not due to her petite stature, but rather the formidable presence she represented. Such an entity was beyond the reach of Qianfeng, even as a man of destiny. Unless he were to elevate his own power to the realms of mountain moving or sea turning, perhaps then he could contend with her. Qianfeng was astute. In the face of absolute strength, all words are but empty rhetoric, hence he chose to bide his time. At the dining table, Qianfeng and his subordinates laughed and chatted, their pale faces flushed with a hint of red from the wine. They appeared to be in a state of mild inebriation. Yet his eyes were remarkably clear, revealing a profound longing. It was a yearning for strength and power. Chapter 44, Leaking Traces 2 hours later. The youthful group exited the private room on the 4th floor of He Yin Lu, each face adorned with expressions of bliss. Among them, Gao Wei was particularly boisterous, patting his belly and continually belching. Indeed, He Yin Lu lived up to its reputation, especially the 9-turn fish soup, which was truly an eye-opener. I initially believed that savoring 9 distinct flavors in a single bite was nothing short of miraculous. Little did I anticipate that it could also enhance experience and amplify one's state. This is truly beyond imagination. If only one could indulge in such a delight every day. Chen Tianming also patted his belly and jested. This meal cost nearly 1,550,000 Xian coins. Which family can afford such extravagance? How much? 1,500,000? Gao Wei gazed at Xue Shan in astonishment, as if awaiting her confirmation. Xue Shan tilted her head playfully and looked at Gao Wei. I am not entirely sure. Typically, we dine first and settle the bill at the end of the month, so I can't say for certain how much it is. 666. Chen Tianming and his companions were once again astounded by her extravagant demeanor. Truly, she was a wealthy woman. The opulence of the meal, ordered without a glance at the prices, spoke volumes about her affluence. One could only wonder how wealthy one must be to act in such a manner. Even Chen Tianming could not help but be taken aback, although he currently possessed over 1 billion. He knew that purchasing skills and acquiring suitable equipment would consume a significant portion of his wealth. At that moment, doubts began to arise among Chen Tianming and his companions regarding Xue Shan's true identity. Surely, there was more to her than simply being Principal Lu's disciple. She seemed to have an impressive background. However, Xue Shan refrained from divulging much about herself, leading the others to abandon their curiosity. As the 5 exited the restaurant and agreed to reconvene at the Instant Square the following day, they bid each other farewell, leaving only Gao Wei and Chen Tianming standing at the entrance. Leg brother, what are your plans next? Are you heading home? I intend to visit the Practitioner Association to take care of some matters. What about you? I'll accompany you. I won't be able to sleep if I go home now. Then let us go together. Soon, they arrived at the Practitioner Association. Welcome, Mr. Chen. Yin Yu greeted warmly upon seeing Chen Tianming, her face alight with enthusiasm. With a smile, she turned to him and Gao Wei, inquiring, Is this your friend, Mr. Chen? Indeed, this is my classmate, Gao Wei. He has come along to take a look. You both should exchange contact information. He is also a practitioner with great potential. The two promptly exchanged their details. Thank you for the recommendation, Mr. Chen. Your assistance has been invaluable. Yin Yu expressed her sincere gratitude. She then slightly stepped aside to allow them to walk ahead, while she followed closely behind. Before reaching the Practitioner Association, Chen Tianming had already called Yin Yu to inform her of his imminent arrival. May I inquire, Mr. Chen, what business brings you to the Practitioner Association today? Chen Tianming wasted no time and spoke directly, stating, I have come to procure the Tome Void transmission. I am curious as to how long it will take to secure it from headquarters. Additionally, I possess some idle items that I wish to sell. Might your establishment be willing to take them off my hands? With that, he cast a penetrating glance at Yin Yu. Upon perceiving the significance of Chen Tianming's gaze, Yin Yu immediately understood the situation and responded with a serious demeanor. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, our professional association guarantees the confidentiality of all client information, while our prices may be slightly lower than those found externally. We assure you that your information will be kept absolutely private. You can place your mind at ease. With Yin Yu's reassurances, Chen Tianming felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He then produced a space ring and handed it over, saying, I no longer require this ring or its contents. I would appreciate it if you could have someone evaluate them. Yin carefully accepted the ring and led him and Gao Wei into his serene private chamber, saying, "Please, gentlemen, bear with me for a moment while I arrange for an evaluation." He then exited, closing the door behind him. A few minutes later, Yin returned, holding a tablet computer. "Mr. Chen, I have arranged for a dedicated staff member to assess the contents of your ring, and we will provide you with an evaluation price shortly. Now, let us discuss the void transmission skill book. May I inquire how you intend to proceed with the payment?" Chen Tianming, undeterred, promptly produced a card and declared with great extravagance, "I will pay in full and settle the previous loan of 9 million. However, he pondered when he could apply for this skill book from headquarters. Upon hearing Chen Tianming's intention to make a full payment while clearing his previous debt, Yin was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Chen Tianming would possess the means to purchase the void transmission so swiftly. Elated, she replied, "If you are paying in full, that is simply splendid. Coincidentally, our Jiancheng branch has recently requested a batch of advanced skill books from above, which includes the very one you seek. These skill books will arrive before the major examination. If Mr. Chun is certain, you may place a deposit today, and I will notify you to settle the remaining balance upon their arrival." Chen Tianming, feeling exhilarated by Yin Yu's words, responded, "I will pay the total amount now, and I will come to collect it when the time comes." Yin Yu felt a wave of emotion upon hearing his reply. She recognized it as a testament to Chen Tianming's trust in her. At that moment, her phone rang, and without hesitation, she activated the speakerphone. A male voice on the other end stated, "Sister Yin, I have completed the evaluation of the items you provided. Our assessment team has determined a price of 9 million. You may discuss this with your client to see if it meets their satisfaction." As Yin Yu prepared to respond, she noticed Chen Tianming nodding at her. Immediately, she conveyed to the caller, "All right, my client has no objections. Let us proceed accordingly. Mr. Chen, the price for this skill book is 280 million. But as you are a chosen one, you need only pay 140 million to acquire it. The assessment team has just provided a price of 9 million, and I will personally authorize an increase to 10 million. After deducting your previous debt, you will need to pay 139 million. Does that work for you?" "Yes, that is acceptable." Chen Tianming expressed no objections and promptly commenced the necessary procedures. Under Yin Yu's efficient guidance, the entire process was completed in a mere 5 minutes. Moments later, the two departed from the gates of the Practitioner Association, exchanging words and laughter, warmly sent off by Yin Yu. However, as they left, Chen Tianming deliberately overlooked Yin Yu's sorrowful gaze. As he walked further away, Yin Yu could no longer contain herself and called out, "Mr. Chen, have you forgotten the time you promised me?" Upon hearing this, Chen Tianming halted his steps, turned around with a beaming smile, and remarked, "How could that be? Recently, I have been preoccupied with leveling up. Rest assured, I shall keep our appointment on the day the skill book arrives. Miss Yin, what do you think?" "Very well. This is your promise." With Chen Tianming's affirmative response, Yin Yu appeared quite elated, returning to the building with a buoyant stride, a gleeful expression adorning her face. "Truly impressive." "Leg brother." Gao Wei gave a thumbs up, gazing at him in admiration. "I never imagined you would show such consideration everywhere. But fret not, when I acquire a sister-in-law, I shall keep her in the dark. It seems you're itching for trouble." After exchanging a few playful words, the two agreed on a time to meet the following day and bid each other farewell. Little did they know, at that moment, an evaluator was stealthily hiding in an unoccupied corner, engaged in a phone call. The man held the phone, seemingly narrating something to the other party. "Yes, sir. But I do not know who the seller is. However, the facilitator of this transaction is named Yin Yu. She must possess the seller's information." "Yes. She herself has no notable background, merely an ordinary professional." "Understood, I know what to do." Chapter 45. The Hidden Crisis Within the Confines of the Bedroom. Let us first examine the attributes of the Gene Queen. Gene Queen, Saint Spirit level, sealed, level, ordinary level 1 constitution, 5,400 strength, 5,400 agility, 5,400 spirit, 5,400 sealed. Due to the constraints imposed by the Zerg Overlord's power, the Gene Queen has yet to reveal her full strength. Until her powers are completely unleashed, her level will synchronize with that of the Zerg Overlord. Ding. Detection indicates the host's level is Elite level 5. The Gene Queen's level will advance to Rare level 5. Enhancement in progress. Enhancement complete. Constitution, 9,800 strength, 9,800 agility, 9,800 spirit, 9,800 skills. Frenzy, actively enters a frenzied state. boosting all attributes by 300 while imparting a 20 lifesteal effect to her attacks. Lasting 5 minutes with a cooldown of 15 minutes. Tongue Strike. The Queen's mandibles are imbued with foreign elements, allowing her to launch attacks at an astonishing speed while ignoring 40 of the enemy's defenses. Fortified Barrier. The Gene Queen can envelop herself in a layer of sturdy armor during combat, enhancing her defense by 300. Bloodthirst. Upon sustaining damage, the Gene Queen enters a bloodthirsty mode, further amplifying her strength by 500 for 15 minutes, followed by a subsequent 20-minute period of weakness, during which all attributes decline by 20%. Evaluation. This is an exceedingly powerful life form, endowed with remarkable vitality and formidable combat prowess. Moreover, it possesses the ability to parasitize exceptional life forms, thereby absorbing their genes to give rise to even stronger offspring, thereby augmenting the strength of its own species. Note, a species of genetic protozoa can possess only one queen. If a new queen is born, the two populations cannot coexist symbiotically. Chen Tianming excitedly rubbed his hands together. Goodness gracious, this is simply astounding. A rare level 5 entity with a full attribute of 800 points, who could possibly stand in my way? Next came the delightful lottery segment. System, I wish to participate in the lottery. Ding. Esteemed host, greetings. You currently have 3 lottery attempts remaining. Would you like to proceed immediately? Yes. Chen Tianming clicked the lottery button without hesitation. Congratulations. You have obtained a double experience token. Congratulations. You have acquired a legendary equipment. The Wisdom Necklace. Congratulations. You have received a death substitute bug. A burst of white light flashed, and the 3 items were enveloped by 3 orbs of light. Hovering before Chen Tianming. A significant windfall. With a startled exclamation, Chen Tianming hurriedly approached to investigate. The double experience token, upon activation. It enhances experience points by 2-fold for a duration of 3 hours. The Wisdom Necklace grants an augmentation of 500 points to mental strength, accelerates mental recovery by 300, and can withstand 3 instances of mental assault. The Death Replacement Bug, a remarkable creature, infused with a drop of the user's blood, allows for rebirth upon the user's demise. Truly, the system is impressive. While the experience token is rather commonplace, the reward of a legendary grade piece of equipment is astonishing. Not to mention the amplified attributes and recovery speed. The ability to resist 3 mental attacks is invaluable. Chen Tianming's greatest fear at present lies in encountering high-level professionals who might unleash mental assaults upon him, a scenario that could potentially lead to his untimely demise. However, with the possession of this mental necklace, such concerns are rendered obsolete, as long as he possesses sufficient reaction time. Once he ascends to the hero level and masters the void passage, he will be able to retreat into the void, alleviating any threat to his life. The remainder can be entrusted to the insects to handle. Chen Tianming joyfully hung the necklace around his neck and then began to examine the final reward. At that moment, a green caterpillar lay motionless on his hand, resembling a lifeless object. However, as the sovereign of the insect race, he could perceive that this creature harbored no thoughts whatsoever. Its mind was a blank slate, akin to that of a robot. Furthermore, it appeared that its limited racial characteristics rendered this little insect currently devoid of any ability to move. Chen Tianming withdrew a knife and, with an abrupt motion, aimed it at his own fingertip, preparing to draw blood for a ritual. To his utter embarrassment, he found himself unable to pierce his own skin. No matter how he tried, the blade would not break through. In a state of frustration, he began to revoke the damage transfer with the insects. However, before doing so, he summoned several primordial gene insects to guard his surroundings. It would indeed be mortifying if an unforeseen event were to occur at this juncture. Once the bloodletting was complete, a droplet of rich crimson fell into the mouth of a black insect. After absorbing the blood, the diminutive body of the green caterpillar began to writhe. Soon, it commenced spinning silk, and within a short span of time, it transformed into a small cocoon. In that moment, Chen Tianming felt an inexplicable connection with the cocoon before him. He was certain that should he encounter misfortune one day, he could emerge reborn from this very chrysalis. In a moment of indecision, Chen Tianming pondered over where to place the cocoon. Initially, he contemplated placing it within the insect nest space. But then a thought struck him. Should he encounter an unforeseen mishap and enter the nest, would he be able to summon himself back out? Thus, he opted to temporarily set it upon the desk in his room. Once he had addressed all pressing matters, Chen Tianming began to establish a connection for damage transfer. By the time he had completed his tasks, the hour had turned late. After a refreshing wash, he retired to bed, ready to embrace the promise of a new day. As the sun rose and set in an endless cycle, Qin Tianming spent his days engaging in dungeons with Gao Wei and Shuai Shan. Returning home each evening to spend time with his parents, each day was filled with fulfillment and joy, and he elevated his prowess to elite level 7, surpassing Ming Wangqing's achievements from the previous year by 2 levels. This advancement was significantly aided by the double experience tokens, which hastened his ascent. Under his guidance, Gao Wei and the others also ascended to elite level 5, matching the accomplishments of Ming Wangqing from last year, garnering much admiration and praise. Leg brother, from now on, you shall be my elder brother. Wherever you go, I shall follow, and no one can sever our bond, they jested. Even Shuai Shan, Li Ming, and Su Ming outchimed in with laughter. If we could attend the Kyoto Royal Academy, I would truly vie for your favor, Wei Ge. They joked, laughing heartily. Leg brother is solely mine. No one shall contest that, not even the king himself. Though, if it were Ming Jia, I might reconsider. The others, perplexed, inquired, why? Gao Wei chuckled, narrowing his eyes with mischief as he fixed his gaze on Li Ming. Because both Leg brother and I favor a life of grandeur, he remarked. The group erupted into laughter, with Li Ming playfully scolding, you, Gao Wei, are increasingly absurd. After several days of camaraderie, their familiarity deepened, and the boundaries of their playful banter expanded. On the afternoon preceding the major examination, a message pinged on Qin Tianming's phone. Mr. Qin, are you free tonight? Upon seeing this message, Qin Tianming likely understood the situation. Indeed, your void transmission has just arrived at the headquarters in Jiangqing. May I inquire when Mr. Qin intends to collect it? Immediately. And what shall we do afterward? Haha, I see. After collecting it, shall we dine at Yinlu? Sounds delightful. With that, Qin Tianming set off towards the Practitioner Association building. Mr. Qin, here is your void transmission. Yin said with a beaming smile as she handed the skill book to Qin Tianming. Qin Tianming took the skill book and glanced at it. Skill book, Void Passage. Skill description, the user can retreat into the void dimension, evading all damage, and possesses the ability to teleport to any location within a maximum range of 1 kilometer visible to them, with a cooldown of 15 minutes. Upgrades can reduce cooldown. Maximum level, LV10. Indeed, this is the one. Unfortunately, it cannot be learned at the moment. After tidying up the skill book, Qin Tianming looked up and met the radiant smile of Yan Yu. He inquired, Miss Yin, what time do you finish work today? Yan Yu's lips curved into a beautiful arc as she replied, I am on a break today. I came to the association solely to deliver this skill book to you. Then shall we dine together this evening? Yan Yu smiled sweetly, but it must be on me. Coincidentally, I have a friend who recently opened a restaurant. The food is delightful, though it is somewhat remote. However, it is quite peaceful and free from disturbances. What do you think, Mr. Qin? Very well, lead the way. Sir. Yan Yu has left the association building with the client from the last ring sale. I believe this is a perfect opportunity to act. Understood. A man hung up the phone and stealthily followed behind the two. Chapter 46, Hunter or Prey. By the way, Mr. Qin, with your wealth, have you not considered purchasing a means of transportation? Yin Yu asked, her hands on the steering wheel, a look of curiosity on her face. I have been preoccupied with leveling up recently, which has caused a delay. However, as far as I know, you were granted a direct admission. Why are you still working so hard? The path of a professional is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, they will regress. Even though I was granted direct admission, I still wish to participate in the grand examination to gauge my abilities against my peers. Moreover, the sensation of leveling up is utterly captivating. Mr. Qin, if there were more individuals like you in this world, it would surely become a much better place. Why do you say that? Qin Tianming turned to Yan Yu, his expression filled with perplexity. Mr. Qin, I actually have a younger brother named Yin Feng, who is also a combat professional. Although he lacks exceptional talent, he successfully passed the military selection process, and our entire family rejoiced at his achievement. However, one fateful day, I received a call from an unfamiliar number. On the other end, there was no sound, only the heavy, labored breathing of a man. In that moment, I instinctively knew it was my brother calling, yet no matter how much I inquired, he offered no response. Just as the call was about to end, he uttered a chilling warning, do not trust anyone, before abruptly hanging up. Shortly thereafter, I received a notification from the military, stating that my brother had valiantly fought and had perished on the battlefield. My parents felt as though the sky had fallen, drowning in their tears. Since that ominous call, I have been consumed by doubt, questioning whether my brother may still be alive or if he had been silenced. Qin Tianming took over the conversation and said, "So you suspect that there are spies within the military?" "Indeed, I had perused relevant materials at the time and discovered that my brother's unit, the 38th Corps, had not undergone any significant troop movements, and my brother was still a recruit. How could he have perished without reason? However, my words were but whispers, and I chose not to inform my parents, burying my thoughts deep within my heart." At this point, they arrived at a traffic light, and Yin Yu halted the car. Turning to Qin Tianming with a serious expression, "Mr. Qin," she said earnestly, "you are a good person, and I am truly grateful for your care during this time. I am merely an ordinary professional in a mundane occupation and cannot offer much assistance on your path to growth. My intention in sharing this with you is not to seek your help in uncovering the truth or avenging anything, but rather to convey that humanity may not be as united as we perceive. I share this with you today as a reminder to tread cautiously in the future and to remain vigilant in all matters." She paused, gazing at Qin Tianming with a tenderness that resembled flowing water, her smile radiant. "I am delighted to have met you." Upon hearing Yin Yu's words, Qin Tianming felt a surge of emotion, his gaze intensifying as he looked at her. In that moment, her visage overlapped with the memory of another. The last words spoken by the girl from years past were also, "I am delighted to have met you." His heart was now a tumult of feelings as he quietly observed the girl before him. Yin Yu, catching the depth of Qin Tianming's affectionate gaze, felt her own heart race. She wondered if her words had been amiss or if she had inadvertently displeased him. Yet, she could perceive a hint of affection in his eyes. "Is he fond of me?" Yin Yu playfully mused. Perhaps this notion is not entirely unwelcome. Damn it. Why am I thinking about this at such a moment? Yin Yu wanted to say something, but the air in the car was thick with ambiguity, rendering her speechless. She was reluctant to disrupt the atmosphere that enveloped them. They simply exchanged glances, their cheeks drawing ever closer, just as they were on the brink of uniting. A sudden and sharp honking from behind interrupted them. Qin Tianming immediately recoiled in embarrassment, preparing to offer an explanation when suddenly, with a resounding roar, the ground split open, and the entire vehicle plunged into the abyss. Before either of them could fully comprehend the situation, a massive flame descended from the heavens, striking the roof of the car with tremendous force. In an instant, the searing heat melted the entire rooftop into molten metal, droplets cascading into the interior of the vehicle. "Ah!" Yin Yu emitted a piercing scream of agony as a drop of molten metal fell upon her scalp. As an ordinary individual, she was utterly unprepared to endure such terrifying temperatures, and her cries of despair filled the air. With a mere thought, Qin Tianming summoned dozens of insect warriors, instructing them to construct a wall with their bodies to shield against the searing heat descending from above. At that moment, he was finally able to spare a hand. He wrapped one arm around the screaming Yin Yu, drawing her into his embrace while using his own body to withstand the still chilling remnants of the water. Fortunately, thanks to the damage transfer, the molten iron inflicted no significant harm upon him. It merely clung to his skin, creating an exceedingly uncomfortable sensation. He kicked open the car roof and, aided by the warrior's claws, successfully climbed to the ground. Taking advantage of the insect swarm's cover, he began to survey the tumultuous scene outside. The crowd was in disarray, and the entire traffic situation had descended into chaos. Those oblivious to the truth hid at a distance, some seemingly capturing the moment with their phones, while others appeared to be calling for help. No one dared to approach and observe closely. Even the drivers who had just urged them on were fleeing their vehicles, fearful of becoming entangled in the calamity. Qin Tianming, through the eyes of the warrior, found no suspicious individuals. A sense of perplexity arose within him. What could possibly be the motive behind their assault? Were they targeting him specifically, or was there something more? Qin Tianming glanced at Yin Yu in his arms. At this moment, she was covered in blisters from the molten iron that had splashed onto her. Trembling uncontrollably, she resembled a frightened kitten, curled up in his embrace. Qin Tianming gently patted her back, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Regardless of what transpires, I shall protect you well this time." With that, he concentrated his thoughts, summoning several genetic protozoa to conceal themselves in the open space outside. Qin Tianming harbored the conviction that those who dared to launch an assault within the city would inevitably strike again. By concealing himself within the pit, he was certain they would be unable to restrain their impulses. To initiate an attack within the urban confines, regardless of the motive, constituted a grave offense. He could await rescue while they, constrained by the urgency of time, would be compelled to act first. Thus, a confrontation between hunter and prey was imminent, though the identity of the prey remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 47. Absolute Kill Qin Tianming. Meet your demise. Activate the signal jamming device. Plan A has failed. Proceed with Plan B. Acknowledged. A figure ascended slowly, enveloped in an ethereal azure glow, which then spread outward, creating a protective barrier with a radius of 1,000 meters. Instantly, this expanse was isolated from the outside world, as an enigmatic force expelled all irrelevant individuals from the street. Report: Dark 5 has ascended, observer mode is active. And the Lioli barrier has been successfully established. Time limit: 5 minutes. Detection indicates that a patrol envoy is approaching from a distance. Please conclude the matter swiftly. Dark 1 has successfully received imagery. Dark 2 has successfully received imagery. Dark 6 has successfully received imagery. Upon hearing the reports, a knightly figure stepped onto the street, a sinister grin adorning his face. Ha! Let this little one experience the terror of death. In an instant, flames erupted anew, while the ground continued to crumble. A silhouette melded with the darkness, stealthily advancing towards Qin Tianming. Dark 3, be cautious. This individual has summoned an excessive number of creatures, capable of conjuring dozens in an instant. We must not underestimate him. Concurrently, a towering figure appeared at the end of the street, charging towards the swarm of insects as if the monstrous entities before him were mere pests to be crushed at will. Qin Tianming observed all this. In the sky, an unknown profession; on the ground, a knight. Concealed within a nearby tree was a mage, presumably the wielder of the fire magic and the earth-sinking spell. His strength likely not below that of a hero, perhaps even higher mountain-moving realm? Were there only these three? No, that could not be. An assassin must be present, for a hunt would be incomplete without such a practitioner. Besides the assassin, there would surely be a commander, though it remained unclear whether this commander was concealed or the one floating in the sky. A control-type practitioner was likely involved as well. The information was scant, and conclusions could not yet be drawn. The estimated number of enemies stood at no fewer than 6. Given this, with a sudden thought, Qin Tianming commanded 10 insect warriors to charge swiftly towards the knight, while several gene larvae stealthily approached the mage hidden beside the towering tree. In no time, the foremost warrior collided violently with the knight. At the very moment of their impending contact, a golden light and a crimson glow emanated from the knight's form. He surged forward with remarkable acceleration, the force of which propelled the 10 warriors into the air, causing even their formidable exoskeletons to crack. Fortunately, the warriors at the rear fought valiantly, managing to halt the knight's relentless advance. Instantly, the surrounding warriors surged forth, attempting to rend the fearless knight into pieces. Observing this, the knight smirked disdainfully, undeterred as he continued his charge towards Qin Tianming. Just then, 10 ropes descended from the heavens, ensnaring the warriors' necks and suddenly tightening, suspending them in midair. Thus, the Grim Reaper's noose was cast. Qin Tianming recognized this skill, a unique ability of the calligrapher, distinguished by its rare combination of control and aggression. It could suspend prey in midair and gradually tighten the noose, ultimately suffocating it to death. However, the ropes were limited to 10, capable of ensnaring only 10 warriors, while numerous others still stood defiantly before the knight. Yet, under the careful watch of the distant mage, their numbers posed no significant threat. The knight grinned menacingly, his voice dripping with malice. Qin Tianming, prepare to lose your life. Startled by the words directed at him, Qin Tianming was taken aback, realizing that the adversary was indeed targeting him. However, this was not the time for contemplation. With a swift thought, he summoned another 100 warriors from thin air, disregarding the need to conserve his strength, and commanded the others to intercept. Simultaneously, he summoned several gene parasites from the swarm to conceal themselves, preparing for a surprise attack. The knight had anticipated the hunt was nearing its conclusion, only to be astonished by the sudden emergence of a horde of wretched insects. Reluctantly, he abandoned his offensive and activated his defensive skills. A soft, pearlescent glow enveloped him, creating a barrier that repelled all surrounding insects, preventing any from breaching it. The situation became dire. The knight shouted, "Dark 4, eliminate these monsters swiftly." "You fool! Do not shout so loudly." Yet, he obeyed the knight's command, canceling the sinkhole spell, realizing that these insects ignored terrain, rendering the spell ineffective against their speed. He intensified the casting of fire magic, the flames soaring to even greater intensity. Just as the mage focused intently on his incantation, a gene parasite stealthily approached from behind. With a swift flick of its tongue, it struck, and the mage's head exploded, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. As the flames around Qin Tianming began to dissipate, so too did the ropes binding the warriors. The calligrapher, hidden in the shadows, met a similar fate. Upon witnessing the flames and ropes vanish, the knight's anxiety escalated. "Dark 4, Dark 5, what is happening?" But no response came. A foreboding realization crept into his mind. though he struggled to accept it. Just then, the voice of Dark One broke the silence. Dark 3, it seems we underestimated this fellow. He possesses assassination-type summons. Dark 4 and Dark 5 are likely dead. Given that, let us revise our battle strategy. Dark One paused, then continued, Old 6, do you have confidence in executing the assassination? After a moment of silence, Dark 6 replied, if it is an assassination rather than a stun, my chances improve significantly. However, I need Old 3 to restrain more of the insects. These accursed summons are overwhelming. I am still 15 meters from the target. I won't have an opportunity to strike until I close the gap by another 10 meters. Old 3, can you hold on? Just one more minute. My abilities can last at most another minute. The knight bellowed, second brother, how long until the inspector arrives? If not, you should cancel the observer state and come down to assist me. There are still 2 minutes until the inspector arrives, came the reply from the figure above. However, I cannot cancel the observer state. If it is discovered that this atrocity is the doing of our Azure Dragon gang, not even the leader could shield us from the consequences. So, we have 1 minute. If we fail, we must flee immediately, leaving no trace behind. After the figure spoke, a profound silence enveloped the group. After a moment, a voice emerged from the shadows. I know what to do. Old 6, I will create an opportunity for you. The rest is up to you. With that, from a distant tall building, a man slowly stood, raising an enormous bow, stringing an arrow. A terrifying power coalesced at the arrowhead. The mere waves emanating from it sent a shiver down Chen Tianming's spine. What kind of power is this? Chen Tianming thought. Deeply alarmed. Through their mental connection, he observed that at the edge of the protective barrier, there was indeed a tall building. A mysterious figure was aiming at his position with a massive bow. He had not anticipated that an enemy would hide so far away. Uncertain if he could withstand this horrifying strike under the effects of damage transfer, he sensed the breath of death in that arrow. Hundreds of warrior insects were summoned forth. They quickly moved like a stack of pancakes, attempting to shield against the incoming arrow. However, at the very moment these warriors emerged, the terrifying arrow was already released. With an intimidating momentum, it flew toward him, akin to the sinister laughter of the Grim Reaper. Now, Dark One shouted. The light surrounding the knight intensified as he activated his charge skill. Braving the onslaught of the insect warriors, he began to approach Chen Tianming. Yet, the radiance enveloping him began to wane, as if it would shatter at any moment. Damn it, Old 6, it's up to you. You must kill him. Avenge me, Old 4, and Old 5. The knight understood that even if Chen Tianming perished, his own chances of survival were slim. He let out one final roar. Chen Tianming, you shall die. Meanwhile, not far away, a shadow lay in wait, holding its breath, anticipating the moment Chen Tianming would reveal himself for a lethal strike. The encirclement was complete. The deadly conclusion was imminent. Chapter 48. Rest assured, I will heal you. At this moment, Chen Tianming was consumed by an overwhelming sense of impending doom, unleashing a frantic call for the warrior insects. In an instant, thousands of valiant warriors materialized around him, forming a protective mount. These resilient insect warriors forged an unyielding defense with their sturdy bodies, standing resolutely against the onslaught. Meanwhile, arrows from a distance approached with alarming speed, all occurring in the blink of an eye. Upon striking the exoskeleton of the first warrior, the arrow swiftly penetrated its form with an unstoppable force, traversing layer after layer. Simultaneously, a powerful gust of wind sent the mound of warriors flying, clearing a wide expanse. From the shadows, a dark figure darted forth, launching a lethal strike towards the two individuals within the vehicle. The blade in its hand glimmered ominously in the glow of nearby streetlights. Just then, a colossal silhouette rose upright, unleashing a thunderous roar towards the heavens. Remarkably, the arrow, imbued with an overwhelming momentum, was deflected by the creature's formidable exoskeleton. Following this, a massive tail swept swiftly to the side, sending the dark figure hurtling away. Old 6, exclaimed Dark 1, Dark 2, and Dark 3 in alarm. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the enormous beast charged towards the knight, shattering the protective shield with a single swipe. It then opened its gaping maw, consuming the knight whole. After devouring its prey, the creature slowly lifted its gaze, its cold, merciless eyes fixating on the man above. A chilling, eerie voice emerged from its mouth, proclaiming, "The master shall perish." The man observing from the skies trembled uncontrollably upon meeting those unfeeling eyes. What manner of monster was this, capable of uttering human words? Its brutal and savage actions instilled a deep sense of dread within the nearby mysterious figure. Both were struck with fear, despite being formidable beings of the ocean-filling realm. Their target was merely an elite-level child, yet this child had effortlessly annihilated 4 of their comrades with a mere flick of his wrist. Was such terrifying power truly the hallmark of an elite-level warrior? Even if he were the chosen one, this was utterly terrifying. Doubt began to creep into their minds. From 6, only the 2 of them remained. Suddenly, the mysterious man's gaze sharpened, and a resolve formed within him. He raised his great bow once more, aiming at Qin Tianming, who had just exposed himself to his line of sight. With swift precision, he released an arrow, soon followed by 2 more. Qin Tianming was taken aback, commanding the queen to stand in front of him. However, the first arrow was unexpectedly aimed at the man who had just attempted to assassinate him. Shortly thereafter, flames erupted from the body of the man struck by the arrow. Qin Tianming immediately realized that the assailants intended to obliterate all evidence. Unfortunately, the flames consumed their remnants with astonishing speed, reducing them to mere ashes in an instant. Not far away, the recently assassinated mage and painter also bore the marks of an arrow, their corpses similarly reduced to cinders. After completing their grim task of erasure, the 2 figures lingered not a moment longer. They deactivated the barrier and vanished from Qin Tianming's sight in the blink of an eye. As he witnessed the barrier begin to dissipate, Qin Tianming retracted the furious queen and the other insectoid beings, hastily turning his attention to Yin Yu in his arms. The once enchanting visage was now marred by large blisters and pustules, her skin, previously so fair, exposed to the air. What should have been a captivating form was now riddled with wounds. Her beautiful eyes were tightly shut, yet silent tears at the corners betrayed her inner turmoil. Despite Qin Tianming's efforts to shield her from harm, the suddenness of the attack had left him unprepared. After the initial chaos, she had not uttered a single sound, biting down hard on her lip to endure the excruciating pain, all in an effort to prevent Qin Tianming from losing focus. Qin Tianming observed everything with keen awareness. His heart profoundly moved. He understood how terrifying it could be for a young woman to lose her beauty. Qin Tianming gazed sorrowfully at the person in his arms and uttered, "I am truly sorry. They came for me." Although he understood that her injuries would eventually heal, he could not shake the feeling that this calamity was a consequence of his own actions. Upon hearing his words, tears cascaded down the girl's face like a breached dam. "It's all right. I do not blame you," she replied, playfully brushing his nose with her fingers, striving to display a reassuring smile and to convey that she was not as fragile as she seemed. Yet, he recognized that this was merely a facade she put on. Upon witnessing this, Qin Tianming let out a silent sigh. Although he was unaware of the identities of these individuals, an inkling of suspicion began to take root within him. Glancing at the person in his arms, he hastily retrieved his phone and called Shueshan. His opening words were a dire announcement of an injury that required immediate medical attention. Shueshan was the only physician he currently knew. "I will wait for you at the entrance of Jiancheng Huafu." After learning Shueshan's address, Qin Tianming made his way to a nearby abandoned vehicle. He gently placed Yin Yu in the back seat before driving away. Having not held a steering wheel for over a decade, he felt somewhat unaccustomed to driving. However, after a brief period of adjustment, he quickly regained his proficiency. The speed of the vehicle began to escalate. During his departure, he encountered police and patrol officers rushing towards the scene, yet Qin Tianming paid them no heed, focusing solely on reaching Shueshan's residence. Simultaneously, the fury within him intensified with each passing moment. "Qinglong Gang, I will not rest until we meet again." Thunderous roars echoed in the air. Qin Tianming pressed the accelerator to the floor, honking the horn incessantly as he maneuvered through traffic. In merely 20 minutes, he had traversed several blocks and arrived at an opulent villa district. At this moment, Shueshan had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Accompanying her were Fang Ping, Principal Liu, and an unfamiliar man. The moment the four caught sight of Qin Tianming, they hurriedly approached him. Fang Ping took the lead, quickly stepping forward to assess the situation. Fortunately, there were only burns, which Shueshan could handle, but to prevent scarring, it was best to call upon Mr. Shui for assistance. As he finished speaking, the unfamiliar man raised his hand and unleashed a sophisticated healing spell. Just as Yin Yu stepped out of the vehicle, she was enveloped in a soft, milky light. Soon, the blisters and sores on her skin vanished. Under the influence of the healing magic, not only did her sores disappear, but her already fair complexion became as tender as that of a newborn. However, her damaged clothing left her somewhat exposed. Chapter 49. Let me provide you with psychological counseling. After the healing, Yin Yu's delicate form revealed large areas of pristine, glistening skin that sparked the imagination. She shyly covered her cheeks with her hands. Qin Tianming and Fang Ping were reluctantly drawn to the captivating curves before them. The icy, angry visage of the delicate young lady was graced by a blush that seemed to seep through her porcelain skin. At that moment, Shui Shan thoughtfully retrieved the cloak from her spatial ring, draping it around her to shield her from any unwelcome exposure. All right, Qin Tianming, we have successfully treated your friend. Now, might you enlighten us on what transpired? Fang Ping remarked, his gaze tinged with regret as he looked toward Qin Tianming, nodding to signal that he should speak freely. With that, he beckoned everyone to enter the villa. Upon entering, Qin Tianming was struck by the exquisite decor of the house, which surpassed even that of his own home, prompting him to speculate further about Shui Shan's true identity. However, this was not the time for such musings. With the principal having spoken, Qin Tianming recounted in detail the events of the evening, including his previous encounter where he had eliminated 4 members of the Qinglong gang in the wilderness. Though I lack concrete evidence, I am certain it was they, he asserted. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping furrowed his brow in contemplation. If it were merely the elimination of a few ordinary members, it would hardly justify the deployment of an assassination squad against you, he remarked with a sense of relief. It is truly remarkable that you survived the ambush by the Qinglong gang's dark operatives. Yet, how did they manage to track you down? Logically, you handled the situation with such finesse, leaving no trace behind. How could they have located you? Fang Ping pondered, sitting on the sofa with a thoughtful expression. Qin Tianming lifted a cup of tea from the table and drained it in one swift motion. He then remarked, the ring, I suspect, is the spatial ring I sold. After speaking, he turned to Xiaoyu and gently inquired, who else has come into contact with that ring? Upon hearing Qin Tianming's words, Xiaoyu suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. She understood that this calamity might very well have stemmed from her actions. She quickly replied, first, there was the evaluation team. After the assessment, it is submitted to the supervisor for review and signature. Once signed, it is passed on to the storage team for organization. The storage team then puts it up for sale. At this point, Xiaoyu comprehended that the disaster of the day was entirely her doing. Overwhelmed with distress, tears welled up in her eyes, and she could not help but begin to sob, though she endeavored to stifle her cries amidst the company present. The situation had become abundantly clear. Meanwhile, Principal Liu turned to the visibly remorseful Yin Yu and continued. The internal staff of the Practitioner Association recognized this ring as belonging to a member of the Qinglong gang. Consequently, they discreetly contacted the gang, unaware of the seller's identity, and began to monitor you in secret. Today, upon discovering that you and Qin Tianming were going out for a meal, they promptly reported to the Qinglong gang, leading to the ambush by their covert operatives. Qin Tianming approached Xiaoyu, gently patting her shoulder with a puzzled inquiry. But why did they possess such audacity to brazenly commit murder within the city? The imminent major examination loomed tomorrow. After it, you would depart for the capital. If they did not act today, they might never have another opportunity. Of course, there existed another possibility. They had originally intended to strike tonight, only to have fate intervene with your dinner invitation to a secluded restaurant. As Principal Liu spoke, he cast a brief glance at Yin Yu, who was still softly sobbing beside them, and continued, I believe their initial aim was to capture you alive. However, upon realizing the formidable strength of your summoned creature, they were left with no choice but to eliminate you and seize your spatial ring. Recently, rumors have circulated that the Qinglong gang has lost a crucial item, which I suspect lies within. At this juncture, the man who had assisted Yin Yu in her recovery interjected, yet they did not anticipate that the terrifying arrow, combined with the assassin's ambush, would fail to take your life. Faced with the collapse of their plans, they were compelled to retreat. The interruption seemed to awaken Principal Liu to a realization, prompting him to fall silent. The unfamiliar man then offered Qin Tianming an affirming glance, accompanied by a thumbs up, exclaiming, no wonder Shui Shan has been reminding you these past few days. Indeed, you are a young hero. His hearty laughter created an immediate sense of camaraderie. Ha ha. Fang Ping joined in the laughter. Old Shui, it's rare to hear you praise someone. Does this student of mine catch your eye? Indeed, he is a promising talent. When you arrive in the capital, do visit our home, the man known as Old Shui kindly remarked to Qin Tianming. At that moment, enlightenment dawned upon Qin Tianming. He understood that Old Shui belonged to an ancient family whose legacy spanned the entirety of the Dongli Kingdom's history. They had witnessed the various upheavals of the Dongli Empire firsthand. Rising to his feet, he slightly bowed and solemnly declared, I shall certainly pay a visit on another day. Good, good. Shui Shan is my niece. You young ones should foster closer ties. Old Shui replied jovially. Uncle Li, what are you saying? How annoying. Shui Shan stomped her foot in protest, ignoring him as she ascended the stairs. This young girl. Shui Li shook his head, choosing not to respond further. All right, Tianming. Why don't you stay at Shui Shan's house tonight? The outside is chaotic, do not return home today. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to the examination site. I will handle matters with the inspector and the police on your behalf. Additionally, do not forget to call your parents to assure them of your safety. If they inquire about your whereabouts, simply say you are with me tonight. Qin Tianming readily agreed. Understood, Principal. As the hour grew late, he urged everyone to retire for the night. Subsequently, Fang Ping cast a mischievous glance at Principal Liu, saying, Lu Yun, could you please check if there are any vacant rooms at home? You'll need to arrange that. If space is insufficient, I could reluctantly squeeze in with you tonight. Go to hell, you lecherous old man. Lu Yun retorted, rolling her eyes as she sashayed upstairs. There are still 2 empty rooms on the 2nd floor. 1 on each side. I'll have the housekeeper escort you shortly. As for you, Fang Ping, just come to pick us up tomorrow morning. With that, she vanished around the corner of the staircase. Fang Ping let out an exaggerated wail, then shot a fierce glare at Qin Tianming. Damn it. I was supposed to have dinner with Principal Liu tonight to discuss the intricacies of life, but Shui Shan's phone call ruined everything. And you. Deciding to participate in the major examination tomorrow and aiming for the top spot in the province. If you don't achieve that, I won't let you off easily. Moreover, put the matters of the Qinglong gang on hold for now, he added, casting a sideways glance at Yin Yu. Everything must revolve around the major examination. Within Qin Tianming's chest, a tempest of anger brewed, seeking an outlet. Just as he was about to voice his discontent, he was met with Fang Ping's piercing gaze, compelling him to swallow his retort. All right, I understand. Qin Tianming acquiesced, silently sighing as he realized their unwavering disbelief in Xiaoyu. Once Fang Ping had departed, a man dressed as a steward descended the staircase with measured grace, speaking as he approached. Esteemed guests, please follow me. I shall arrange your accommodations for this evening. Upon concluding his statement, he completed his descent and offered a slight bow, gesturing with an inviting hand. Qin Tianming cast a sympathetic glance at the tearful Xiaoyu beside him and gently reassured her, there is nothing to worry about. This place is entirely safe. Let us ascend to the upper floor. With that, he extended his hand. Xiaoyu softly replied, and took his hand, following him upstairs. After a brief moment, they stood up together. Mr. Qin, this will be your room. Ms. Yin, please follow me. I shall escort you to your room, announced the butler. Dear sir, my friend is feeling rather down today, and I intend to offer her some psychological counsel, Qin Tianming courteously interjected. As for the room, I shall guide her there myself shortly. Given the modest size of this establishment, it should not be difficult to locate. Psychological counsel? The butler was taken aback and could not help but scrutinize Qin Tianming a bit more closely, pondering. The young lady did not mention that this esteemed guest would also provide psychological support. However, as a professional butler, his duty was to accommodate the needs of his guests. So he promptly responded, this is a directive from the young lady. Failure to execute it properly may result in repercussions for me. Nevertheless, I can wait outside. With that, he stepped back to afford the two some privacy. If you are to wait, then you may do so outside. Qin Tianming replied before firmly pulling the sobbing Xiaoyu into the room, subsequently shutting the door with a definitive thud, leaving the butler standing alone outside. As for what transpired within the room, the conversation, the actions, and the manner in which Qin Tianming offered his guidance, none could say. However, an hour later, when the door creaked open, Xiaoyu's previously tear-streaked visage was now graced with a hint of a smile. Upon witnessing this transformation, the butler could not help but commend. Mr. Qin is indeed erudite and talented. It seems his psychological counsel has yielded positive results. Chapter 50. The Lighthouse. Today, the city of Jiangcheng was undoubtedly bustling with activity. As the capital of Tianbei Province, Jiangcheng hosted the annual major examinations. During this time, all candidates from across Tianbei Province flocked to Jiangcheng, reminiscent of the ancient tradition of traveling to the capital for examinations. Qin Tianming stretched languidly, rubbing his drowsy eyes, feeling utterly refreshed. The fatigue that had enveloped him was completely dispelled after a night's rest. At this moment, he found himself in a state of peak vitality. After Qin Tianming finished his morning routine, he proceeded to Yin Yu's room and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Qin. Miss Yin has asked me to inform you that she has an early shift today and has left to change her clothes at home. The butler approached, bowing slightly as he spoke. Furthermore, the young ladies are already waiting for you downstairs to partake in breakfast. Please follow me. Very well. Upon hearing the butler's words, Qin Tianming did not ponder further and accompanied him downstairs. Upon reaching the hall, he discovered that Shueshan, Lu Yun, and Shueli had already begun to enjoy their breakfast. However, he did not see any sign of Yin Yu. After exchanging greetings, he inquired about her whereabouts. Qin Tianming cast a glance and noticed that the breakfast spread was quite lavish, with a table brimming with various local delicacies from Jiangqing. There were hot dry noodles, bean curd skin, small noodle nests, along with congee and steamed buns, complemented by some vegetable salad to cleanse the palate. It was a feast that truly whetted his appetite. He greeted everyone at the table and began to indulge in the delightful offerings. During the meal, Qin Tianming turned to Shui Shan and inquired, "Thank you for your help yesterday. Do you feel confident about the exam later?" Shui Shan beamed a smile in response, assuring him that there should be no significant issues. Qin Tianming smiled faintly, "Then we shall meet in Kyoto." Shortly thereafter, Fang Ping pushed open the door and entered. "Ah, you're eating." As he spoke, Fang Ping produced several stones from his pocket and handed them to Shui Shan and Qin Tianming. "These are the teleportation stones permitted for the exam. You merely need to activate them with your mental energy to be transported directly to the examination venue. Lastly, I must emphasize that ensuring your own safety is the utmost priority during the exam, so do not attempt to show off." "All right, no problem," the two replied in unison. They then simultaneously activated the teleportation stones, and in an instant, a stream of light enveloped them, causing them to vanish from their spot. Upon landing, they were awestruck by the scene before them. The examination site was vast and boundless, resembling a colossal square capable of accommodating tens of thousands of individuals with ease. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting dappled shadows on the ground, which rendered the entire area even more mysterious and solemn. In the distance, buses continuously arrived, each filled with the hopes of this nation. Qin Tianming cast a glance around, but did not spot Gao Wei and Li Ming. They were likely yet to arrive, or perhaps lost amidst the crowd, as candidates from numerous cities across the entire Tianbei province had gathered here. He dismissed the thought of continuing his search and quietly awaited the commencement of the examination. Occasionally, flashes of light flickered around, signaling the arrival of candidates who had hastily used teleportation stones. All candidates stood haphazardly in the square, awaiting the beginning of the test. After approximately half an hour, no more vehicles entered. All candidates had congregated, poised for the examination to commence. Suddenly, a colossal white lighthouse descended from the sky, landing heavily on the ground under the gaze of thousands of eyes. Strangely, it emitted no sound upon impact, as if this immense structure were as light as a feather. The lighthouse activated. A commanding voice resonated throughout the square as the doors of the lighthouse slowly opened inward. "All candidates, please listen to the examination rules. No speaking. No questions. Any transgressors will be disqualified." Upon hearing this proclamation, the once boisterous square fell into an immediate silence. Every candidate stood upright, attentively listening to the ensuing instructions. The lighthouse would present different examination scenarios tailored to various professions. Combat-oriented candidates would face main battle scenarios, while support-oriented candidates would confront non-combat scenarios. Upon successfully passing the foundational examination, candidates would gain the right to choose their difficulty level. Different levels corresponded to varying scores, which would serve as both the results of this examination and the currency used in esteemed academies. Remember, the value of these scores far exceeds that of Tianxin coins. In closing, it is important to note that all equipment you carry can be used normally, but your spatial rings will be sealed. The authoritative voice elaborated on the examination rules, ensuring that anyone of average intelligence would comprehend without difficulty. "Now, all candidates, please line up to enter the lighthouse." Everyone began to form an orderly queue, proceeding into the tower one by one. No one dared to act out of turn. Even the scions of prominent families refrained from any mischief at this moment. The grand examination was the most significant event of the year in the Easternly Kingdom, and it marked the last fair assessment in the lives of all practitioners. This examination would not only take place in Tianbei province, but would also be simultaneously conducted in other provinces. On this day, the number of candidates participating soared into the tens of thousands. Qian Feng was among the throng. As the destined child of Jiang City and a member of the Qinlong gang, he had been quite arrogant of late. Yet now he stood obediently in line within the crowd. Qin Tianming followed the procession as they gradually entered the tower. Upon entering, a radiant light enveloped him, akin to a scanning mechanism, and within moments, he vanished from his spot, transported to a solitary realm. At this moment, atop the lighthouse, stood several middle-aged gentlemen, their postures upright, exuding an air of solemnity and authority. They were the chief examiners responsible for the grand examination in Tianbei province. Holding several documents in hand, they commenced their perusal. Qin Tianming, a male summoner, has been designated as the chosen one. Li Yuqing, a female puppeteer, has likewise received the same distinction. Qianfeng, a male blood mage, is also among the chosen. This document prominently displays the information of all the chosen ones from the entire Tianbei province, comprising no less than 7 individuals. As they activated the surveillance system atop the tower, the visages of these 7 individuals materialized on the screen. Chapter 51. Adaptation. The group sat before the screen, engaging in hushed discussions. These are the chosen ones for this year from all of Tianbei province. Quite commendable. With 7 individuals, 3 more than last year. After deliberation, they began to finalize the examination methods for these 7. At that moment, a creature appeared before Qin Tianming, brandishing its claws menacingly. This creature, possessing a canine head, wielded an enormous staff. It was a beast unlike any Qin Tianming had encountered in his studies. Observing its formidable physique paired with a staff, could it possibly be a dual-cultivated magical beast? Qin Tianming pondered silently. Just then, a voice resonated in the space. Examination task. Eliminate the dog-headed man. No further information was provided. A countdown timer appeared on the luminous screen. At this moment, Qin Tianming was fully prepared. A warrior and a genetic parasite materialized beside him. 5, 4, 3. With the countdown reaching its conclusion, the warrior and the genetic parasite surged forth towards the dog-headed creature. The mere 10 meters that separated them was a trivial distance for both the parasite and the warrior, traversed in the blink of an eye. In less than a second, the genetic parasite stood before the dog-headed being, and with a swift strike, it severed its head without so much as a cry of anguish. Was it dead? Qin Tianming found himself at a loss for words. The intensity seemed rather insufficient. At that moment, on the pinnacle of the lighthouse, several examiners displayed expressions of astonishment. Was this a summoned creature? How could it possess such formidable strength? Was there an error in the data? Had the recent settings been misconfigured? The settings were indeed accurate. What was deployed was a rare-grade monster, corresponding to an elite-level candidate. Furthermore, this creature was designated at the elite 6th level. Such a challenge was already considerably high. The difficulty of the monsters faced by practitioners varied according to their innate talents. For instance, an individual with ordinary talent would confront a rare 1st-level monster, while those of exceptional talent would face a rare 2nd-level monster, and individuals of destiny would directly encounter a rare 6th-level creature. Additionally, for main combat professions, if one belonged to the warrior category, they would correspond with warrior-type monsters. If one belonged to the mage category, they would encounter mage-type monsters. Qin Tianming, being a summoner, was assigned to confront monsters that exhibited a dual mastery of magic and martial arts. Such creatures typically possessed formidable strength, equivalent to that of a rare level 7. Yet, before Qin Tianming, they were vanquished in an instant. It was no wonder that the examiners were left astounded. Generally, the grand examination assesses the combat techniques of the candidates. Even if the challenges are more arduous, for individuals of their astounding caliber, it poses no significant issue. This format has been consistently employed since the Crisis era, without encountering any problems. Battles usually concluded in about 10 seconds, with longer engagements lasting up to half a minute. This allowed the examiners to gauge the combat potential of the candidates. However, an anomaly arose with Qin Tianming's performance. Instant annihilation rendered the assessment utterly moot. What to do? At this juncture, one examiner voiced a query, drawing the attention of the others towards a man clad in armor and another wielding a staff. These two were examiners representing the warrior and mage classes, respectively. As they presided over examinations of the same type, they found themselves at a loss, as the anticipated outcomes had not been achieved, causing them considerable distress. Just then, an elderly gentleman with a spirited demeanor entered the room. Lord Shui, what brings you here? The examiners promptly bowed in respect. Xuanning glanced at the screen with a cheerful expression and remarked, I heard that 7 fated individuals have emerged from Tianbei province this year, so I came to take a look. Observing the figures on the screen, Xuanning sighed with a mix of admiration and hope. These are remarkable young individuals. The future of Dongli relies on them. The examiners hurriedly reported their observations from earlier. After listening, Xuanning maintained his jovial demeanor and replied, It is my first time encountering a Destiny-level summoner. Since you are all eager to ascertain the true strength of this summoner, let us raise the stakes and conduct another round of examination. An examiner expressed concern, questioning how the points would be calculated if an additional assessment were to be added. Xuanning smiled and reassured them, such situations have arisen before. It is simply that you are unaware. This time, we shall make an exception. I shall designate him as the first in this round of examinations and award him the 100 points reserved for the top position. Should he succeed in the second round, He will receive an additional 100 points as a reward. In the face of exceptional talent, we must adapt accordingly. As the saying goes, a person who does not move will perish, while a tree that remains stagnant will die. Stagnation will not save our nation from its perilous plight. The examiners, upon hearing this, unanimously agreed. Very well. We shall proceed as Lord Shui has decreed. Chapter 52. The second round of examinations. After a brief pause, Qin Tianming was once again confronted by a monstrous entity. This creature bore an identical appearance to the previous one, yet its aura radiated an even more formidable presence. Candidates, please prepare for the second examination. Eliminate the null before you. A second examination? Confusion clouded Qin Tianming's mind, yet he dismissed it, assuming it to be a standard protocol of the assessment. He remained oblivious to the fact that he was being treated differently. As the countdown reached its conclusion, a sharp sound echoed snap. Once again, without even a cry of despair, the genetic parasite dispatched the knoll with a single swipe, sending its head flying. Even before its body touched the ground, it had already succumbed to defeat. This summoned creature, is it not excessively powerful? The knoll I had just set was an elite at its peak. It still could not escape the fate of being annihilated. Could it be that there exists some equipment enhancing the summoned creature's offensive capabilities? The examiners stood agape, their eyes fixed on the screen, momentarily uncertain whether to proceed or halt the testing. They turned their gaze toward Elder Shui as since his arrival. The focus had shifted from the examiners to the elder named Xuanning. There is no need for hesitation. Let us proceed directly to the second round of testing, Xuanning declared, shaking his head. At that moment, all candidates had completed the first round of examinations. A solemn and authoritative voice resonated in the ears of everyone present. The first round of combat examinations has concluded. There were 326 candidates in the main combat category, with 105 achieving a passing score. The rankings of the candidates are now being announced. A luminous screen appeared before each individual. Qin Tianming, 0. 1 seconds, points, 100 Qianfeng, 2 seconds. Points, 95 Li Yuqing, 3. 6 seconds, points, 90 Yufan, 4. 5 seconds, points, 85 Qin Tianming astonishingly claimed the top position, achieving this feat in a mere 0. 1 seconds. Upon seeing this ranking, Qianfeng was utterly flabbergasted. How could this be? Wasn't that brat a summoner? How on earth did he manage to slay the monster in just 0. 1 seconds? This must be a mistake. In that moment, Qianfeng felt as though his heart had endured 1,000 critical hits. The very person he had always looked down upon had, at this moment, utterly outshined him in the examination results. Su Mengyao gazed at the rankings in admiration, exclaiming, "Indeed, he truly deserves the title of Leg Brother." Yao Wei also wore an exaggerated expression, declaring, "Leg Brother is indeed remarkable. He always shines brightly, no matter the occasion." Qin Tianming scratched his head in embarrassment, pondering whether he should temper his approach. Little did he anticipate that this assessment, which he deemed relatively uncomplicated, would ultimately eliminate over 100 candidates. The solemn and authoritative voice resonated once more, announcing the commencement of the second round of the main combat examination, where candidates were permitted to select their own difficulty levels. It was imperative to note that the second round posed a risk of casualties. Thus, all candidates were advised to assess their capabilities judiciously. Should they encounter peril during the examination, they could declare their withdrawal with a loud shout, resulting in the cessation of their test, with their scores recorded as those at the moment of withdrawal. Much like the previous round, 3 difficulty options were presented: normal, hard, and nightmare. The points awarded for defeating monsters varied according to the chosen difficulty. A monster slain at normal difficulty yielded 1 point, while hard difficulty conferred 5 points, and nightmare difficulty granted 10 points. The examination duration was set at 45 minutes. Upon reading this, Qianfeng, without a moment's hesitation, opted for the nightmare difficulty. In his estimation, defeating a monster at nightmare difficulty equated to vanquishing 10 at normal or 2 at hard. By all calculations, nightmare difficulty proved to be the most advantageous, provided one possessed the requisite strength. Coincidentally, Qianfeng was an individual brimming with confidence in his own abilities. "Humph. You may have narrowly triumphed in the first round, Qin Tianming, but I refuse to believe you can outmatch me in the second," he declared, gripping a blood-red staff, his complexion pale. "Observe, this fellow named Qianfeng has chosen nightmare difficulty. His profession is blood mage," the examiners remarked among themselves. Indeed, a blood mage possesses formidable sustainability and explosive power. He should perform commendably in the second round. Yao Wei contemplated his options before selecting hard difficulty. Although he too belonged to a rare profession and was adept in both magical and monstrous arts, his lack of resources hindered his sustainability, prompting him to rely on quantity for victory. Li Yuqing, who secured third place in the first round, opted for nightmare difficulty as well. The examiners also took note of her choice, recognizing her as a rare main combat profession. Upon witnessing her decision, they offered their assessments, noting that her puppets bore a resemblance to Chen Tianming's summons to some extent. However, their current levels constrained them. It was only when they both ascended to the ranks of mountain movers or ocean shakers that their true potential would be unleashed. The other destined individuals primarily occupied auxiliary roles, with only 3 of this year's 7 possessing main combat professions, while the remainder belonged to support classes. The other candidates also made their selections, leaving only Chen Tianming still contemplating. Soon, he made his move. Raising his hand, he gently tapped the nightmare option. Indeed, the examiners displayed expressions of expectation, confirming that this young man would indeed select the nightmare difficulty. It is indeed natural. The summoner inherently embodies the essence of a mage, while his summoned entities parallel the role of warriors. With these summoned beings shielding him at the forefront, he harbors no fears. Let us not forget, we have yet to witness his skills. I am eager to uncover the abilities this young man has acquired. Now, let us await his remarkable performance with bated breath. Chapter 53. To abandon or to persist? At this moment, outside the examination hall, the principals of various prestigious secondary schools from across Tianbei province congregated. Fang Ping, once again, you have astonished us. A mere 0.1 seconds. This staggering achievement surpasses even last year's Ming Wanking. Moreover, 2 of this year's top 5 hail from your esteemed institution. I am truly envious. Your school has undoubtedly made a name for itself, and next year's enrollment figures will surely soar. If this year's Chen Tianming returns as the provincial champion, who knows, you might find yourself promoted to the Education Bureau. Fang Ping chuckled modestly. Oh, it's nothing. Just fleeting clouds, yet the pride on his face was unmistakable. At this moment, all candidates had made their selections, and as the countdown concluded, the second round of the examination commenced. A dark crimson magic circle shimmered in the distance, and then an utterly bandaged mummy began to hop energetically towards Chen Tianming's direction. As Chen Tianming's thoughts stirred, the nearby warrior of the insect tribe lunged forward, taking a decisive bite at the mummy. With a resounding crunch, the seemingly resilient body was effortlessly severed in 2. A swift kill remains a swift kill. Although the attributes of the creature remain obscured, Chen Tianming could discern that this monster possessed significantly lesser strength than the dog-headed creatures encountered in the first round. Standing still, he contemplated the situation and soon grasped the underlying rationale. After all, this was an examination designed to cater to the majority. Should the monsters be excessively formidable, it would inevitably lead to a large-scale elimination, which would not align with the nation's interests. The purpose of the examination was not to eliminate students, but to identify and nurture exceptional talents. As someone who was inherently favored for admission, his abilities naturally surpassed those of most peers. Witnessing the mummy's swift demise, Chen Tianming's thoughts sparked again, prompting him to command the genetic parasite to advance and stand guard alongside the warrior by the teleportation array, awaiting the emergence of the next monster. After a few moments, a second mummy materialized from the dark red array. In swift succession, the genetic parasite struck, and this mummy met a fate akin to that of the first round's dog-headed creature, its head soaring through the air while its body lay still on the ground. How utterly mundane. Chen Tianming observed the monsters that appeared every few seconds, gradually discerning the pattern of this examination. This round tested the endurance and combat capabilities of the professionals. At this moment, the officials at the top of the lighthouse were utterly astonished as they gazed at the screen displaying Chen Tianming, who lay on the ground with his eyes closed, seemingly in a state of serene meditation. Wasn't this individual's summoned creature excessively powerful? Just look at him, casually reclining with his leg crossed. It was almost as if he were on a leisurely vacation rather than participating in an examination. It was evident that he would surely gain admission to the Celestial Academy. The only uncertainty lay in whether he would later join the Celestial Project. These examiners, being high-ranking leaders of the nation, possessed a certain understanding of the Celestial Project, with some even having participated in it. Having grown weary of observing Chen Tianming's display, the officials shifted their attention to other professionals. The monsters he faced barely lasted a second. Each one perished instantly upon emergence, as if they were mere vegetables being chopped. Meanwhile, Qian Feng wielded a crimson staff, maneuvering around a group of mummies. Once the mummies accumulated in sufficient numbers, he summoned a pool of blood to ensnare them all within, subsequently unleashing a blood explosion. In an instant, a horde of mummies was obliterated, and he repeated this operation with great enthusiasm. On the other hand, Li Yuqing experienced a more chilling scene. The screen revealed a massive evil eye hovering in the air. Any mummy caught in its gaze stood frozen, as if bereft of its soul, for mere seconds. Soon, dozens of mummies stood vacantly before Li Yuqing. When more mummies appeared, these previously motionless creatures abruptly turned and launched an attack on their kin behind them. This was unmistakably a malevolent spell that attacked the soul and controlled the deceased. After surveying the scene, the examiners gained a general understanding of the varying levels of the candidates, with the exception of Qin Tianming. As time passed, some participants chose to forfeit. Yet many gritted their teeth and persisted. Each individual aspired to achieve the best possible results to secure admission to superior institutions. Yet, Qin Tianming could afford to doze off amidst it all. As the countdown concluded, Qin Tianming finally rose from the ground. Many candidates sighed in relief, exclaiming that the ordeal had finally come to an end. Had it continued any longer, they feared they might not have endured. They felt more exhausted than after traversing the lost city. Most candidates now sat on the ground, panting heavily. In just 45 minutes, they were utterly drained. The examination round concluded. A total of 962 candidates participated, with 650 passing the assessment, while the rest were eliminated. The difficulty of the next round would be further heightened, prompting the remaining candidates to choose wisely. At this moment, a radiant panel appeared before everyone, presenting only two options: continue or forfeit. Everyone heard the words simultaneously. Some chose to relinquish their aspirations, yet a greater number wished to persevere. Qin Tianming, without a moment's hesitation, chose to proceed. He understood that this was an integral part of the examination, testing the courage akin to rowing against the current. Indeed, the instant he clicked to continue, that voice resounded once more. Even if you abandon now, your current scores suffice for admission to esteemed institutions. However, should you choose to persist, your very lives may be at stake. The difficulty of the third round will exponentially escalate, and you may not have the opportunity to halt the examination, potentially leading to fatal consequences. Please deliberate carefully. I shall grant you 5 minutes to consider. If you fail to make a choice, it will be assumed you wish to continue, and you will automatically advance to the next round. Upon hearing this, many candidates ultimately opted to withdraw. Unbeknownst to those who chose to forfeit, at that moment, a crack had formed in their resolve. Conversely, a significant number remained steadfast in their decision to continue. After all, it would be a lamentable loss to give up at this juncture. Chapter 54. 3 middle school students out of 650 candidates who succeeded in the second round. Over 800 chose to withdraw. Ultimately, 758 individuals resolved to continue the examination. The results of the second round were then announced. First place, Qin Tianming, total points, 600. Second place, Li Yuqing, total points, 800. Third place, Qian Feng, total points, 350. Fourth place, Yi Fan, total points, 2090. Upon seeing the leaderboard, Qian Feng leaped up in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is impossible. How could he possibly amass such a high score?" With a calculation of 5 seconds per monster over 45 minutes, one could defeat a maximum of 12 monsters per minute. Given the nightmare difficulty, each monster yields 10 points, allowing for a maximum of 120 points per minute. The absolute limit over 45 minutes would be 5 for 100 points. Adding the 100 points from the first round, the maximum attainable score would be 500 points. How did he acquire 600 points? This does not even account for the time consumed in battling monsters. Did Qin Tianming defeat each monster the moment it appeared without missing a single one? At that moment, a thought emerged in the minds of the onlookers. Could this fellow be some sort of prodigy? Is this a feat achievable by mere mortals? Qian Feng even suspected he had cheated, yet dared not voice this opinion, keeping it confined to his thoughts for fear of offending the higher echelons of authority. Qin Tianming's eccentricities could be overlooked, but how could Li Yuqing manage to suppress herself so thoroughly? Is it possible that my innate talent is merely an illusion? At this moment, Qian Feng's visage was exceedingly grim. He had initially anticipated that securing the top position this year would be as effortless as plucking fruit from a tree. Yet, unexpectedly, a dark horse had emerged. He was increasingly apprehensive that if his ranking continued to decline, would he still garner the support of the Qinglong gang? A sense of unease enveloped him. Outside the examination hall, Feng Ping, upon seeing the released results, sprang up from his chair in disbelief, his aged face flushed with excitement. And the water bottle in his hand trembled uncontrollably, spilling water onto the floor. "Old Fong, your student is indeed exceptional. Truly a prodigy." Fong Ping chuckled heartily, retorting, "You are the one who is peculiar. Your entire family is peculiar." A wave of satisfaction washed over Fong Ping as he felt an understanding of how Chen Tianming had achieved such success. Throughout their 3 years in high school, Fong Ping had covertly provided him with considerable assistance, though he had refrained from disclosing this to avoid disrupting his studies. Now, witnessing Chen's remarkable accomplishments brought him immense joy. However, at that moment, several vehicles adorned with flashing red and blue lights arrived at the examination site. Groups of law enforcement personnel alighted from the cars, their presence imposing. Among them were individuals clad in trench coats and sunglasses, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. They were evidently high-ranking professionals. The school principals exchanged hushed whispers, speculating on the arrival of law enforcers and inspectors. What could have transpired? "Look, the leader appears to be Director Ma from the Law Enforcement Bureau. What incident could warrant him personally leading the team?" It was well understood that any unlawful activities within Jiang City fell under the jurisdiction of the Law Enforcement Bureau. But if inspectors were involved, it indicated that the situation was extraordinarily severe, surpassing the Bureau's authority. In an instant, the principals recalled the urgent news from the previous night, which detailed a violent assault in the suburbs of Jiang City. While there were no civilian casualties, the repercussions were dire. And the rapid spread of information online had made it a nationwide concern within mere hours. They furtively cast glances at the 7 principals of Jiang City's secondary schools. Pondering the implications, Lu Yun and Fong Ping exchanged a subtle glance, then shifted their focus elsewhere. The joy that had previously adorned Fong Ping's face was now replaced with a frown of concern. Nevertheless, being accustomed to high-stakes situations, he quickly composed himself, adopting a cheerful demeanor as he approached. "Director Ma, what brings you here today? Is there a need for security at the examination hall?" "Principal Fong, is Chen Tianming inside taking the exam?" "Indeed. What is the matter?" "We now harbor suspicions regarding his involvement in a murder case, which prompted our summons. However, given his professional status, I deemed it prudent to bring along the inspector as a precaution." "A murder case?" Fong Ping gasped, then whispered, "Did I not mention to you last night that he was attacked? How has it transformed into him being the murderer?" Director Ma remained silent, casting a profound glance at Fong Ping before slowly responding, "This is not a matter from last night. It has just transpired. The deceased is named Yingyu." "This is impossible," Fong Ping exclaimed. He had been at the examination venue since early this morning and was still inside taking the test. How could he possibly have time to commit murder? Furthermore, wasn't Yingyu his friend? What motive could he possibly have? Director Ma, with a grave expression, replied, "I did not assert that he was the one who killed." "Then who did?" Fong Ping inquired, his face a mask of confusion. 3 middle school students. Director Ma stated calmly, "What does this have to do with Chen Tianming?" According to the testimonies of the 3 students, they had just exited an internet CAF last night when they coincidentally encountered Chen Tianming, who requested their assistance in teaching someone a lesson and promised them a reward of 100,000 Tianshen coins. They acquiesced, but when they encountered the victim this morning, the victim reacted violently, resulting in an accidental death. In their fear, they came to the police station to confess, revealing that the mastermind behind it all was Chen Tianming. Last night? That makes it even more implausible. Not only I, but also Principal Lu Yun and Dr. Shueli can vouch for his presence with us. Director Ma fixed a penetrating gaze on Fong Ping, retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket, and opened the album, where a video promptly appeared. It was a high-definition clip from a roadside surveillance camera, clearly depicting Chen Tianming speaking to the 3 middle school students. They appeared to converse for several minutes under the watchful eye of the camera. It was evident that the exchange was not smooth, as the students repeatedly shook their heads and gestured dismissively, seemingly rejecting Chen Tianming's proposal. However, when he revealed the 100,000 Tianxian coins from his pocket, the young men's interest was unmistakably piqued, leading them to follow Chen Tianming to Jiangcheng Huafu. Upon arrival, Chen Tianming instructed them to wait outside while he entered the villa area, at which point he lost contact. The next segment of the video unfolded, revealing a woman skipping joyfully, her face radiant with happiness, as she made her way toward the exit of the community. Just as she approached an alleyway, several young men abruptly emerged, forcibly dragging her inside. As there were no surveillance cameras in the alley, the specifics of what transpired thereafter remain unknown, including the circumstances surrounding the victim's demise. However, we have already notified the coroner to commence an autopsy. Old Fang, due to the gravity of this matter, which involves incitement of minors and the hiring of assassins, the repercussions are quite severe. Rumors have already begun to circulate online. Thus, Director Ma placed his hand on Fang Ping's shoulder and remarked, I am aware that there are numerous ambiguities surrounding this case. However, all the current evidence points unfavorably towards him. According to protocol, we must take him back for interrogation. Rest assured, we shall not impose any undue hardships upon him. After all, with so many professionals in the field, who can definitively assert that the individual in the video is not an imposter. Having said this, he disregarded Fang Ping and took a seat nearby, awaiting the conclusion of the examination. Fang Ping, upon hearing this, was visibly stirred, his gaze fixated upon the sky. Lost in contemplation. Chapter 55. The terrifying third round within the tower, a beam of pure white light descended from above, illuminating each individual. Everyone returned to their peak condition. In light of this, I respect your decisions. The rules for the third round of the examination are as follows. Each of you will face 10 waves of monstrous assaults. Each wave will consist of 20 creatures, culminating in a total of 200 entities. The intervals between each wave will be precisely 1 minute. Regardless of whether you have vanquished the first wave, the subsequent one will appear on schedule after 1 minute. The final wave will be led by a first-tier extraordinary creature. Complete annihilation of all foes will result in passing the round. Each monster defeated will grant you 10 points. Should you eliminate all, the points for this round will be doubled, amounting to a total of 4,000 points. After explaining the rules, the dark red magical array before each contestant began to flicker. The first wave of 10 monsters had emerged, comprising the dog-headed men and mummies from the initial round. With 5 of each type, it appears that the mummies are intended to serve as shields in the front, allowing the dog-headed men behind them the opportunity to cast spells. The difficulty has significantly escalated. At this moment, Chen Tianming remains oblivious to the unfolding circumstances outside, his mind diligently calculating. The difficulty has escalated significantly. Should the efficiency of exterminating the demonic creatures prove inadequate, he risks being besieged by an ever-growing horde, ultimately leading to his failure. He has come to comprehend that this round serves as a test of the candidate's ability to eradicate numerous adversaries. The first round assesses individual combat prowess. The second evaluates sustained combat capability, and the third examines the ability to execute rapid extermination. Chen Tianming sighed, remarking that this examination was indeed a laborious endeavor. A few examiners wore amused expressions, their gazes fixated on Chen Tianming's screen, chuckling. Let us see how you intend to cope this time. Regardless of the strength of his summoned entities, if his cleansing capabilities fell short, granting the magical creatures a moment to breathe would inevitably lead to chaos in the later stages. However, given the formidable power of his summons, passing this round should pose no difficulty. The true measure of his strength would only reveal itself in the final round. At that moment, Xuanning, who had been observing silently, suddenly spoke up, declaring, this round will certainly not pose a challenge for him. The examiners regarded Elder Shui with a mix of surprise. His words exuded a confidence that suggested he was utterly convinced this hurdle would not trouble Chen Tianming. Although some examiners harbored doubts, they ultimately refrained from voicing their objections due to their positions. In any case, the unfolding events would soon clarify who was right and who was wrong. The third round of testing commenced shortly thereafter. Before Chen Tianming stood 4 valiant warriors and 4 genetic parasites, perfectly matching the number of monsters within the opposing formation. The 10 insectoid creatures surged forward, one brandishing its claws, another wielding a scythe, swiftly claiming the lives of 5 dog-headed beings and 5 mummies without a hint of hesitation. In the blink of an eye, they were vanquished. Suddenly, the examiner responsible for the mage category smacked his forehead in realization. He recalled having read a book that detailed how a summoner gains a new summon and increases their limit by 10 for each ascension. This young man, being of the elite level, had a summon limit of 20. Therefore, the examiner wryly acknowledged that the top spot was undoubtedly his. The prospect of gaining 10 additional allies and a new summon with each level up was indeed remarkable, underscoring the rarity and prowess of the summoner class. It was astonishing how fearsome this summoner could be. In the later stages, he could effectively form an army single-handedly. Beside him, Xuanning grinned, his expression one of knowing anticipation, as if everything had unfolded according to his expectations. Meanwhile, Chen Tianming grimaced, internally lamenting the lack of challenge posed by this grand examination, finding it less exhilarating than the depths of an underground lair. Oh, I can't bear to watch this young man any longer, he thought. reclining comfortably with his legs crossed. How infuriating. While others were pursued and besieged by monsters, he simply squatted at the respawn point, waiting for foes to materialize. The excitement seemed to lie elsewhere. Look there, this one named Galway is quite impressive. At that moment, several examiners were keenly observing the young man's performance. He deftly maneuvered within the encirclement of monsters, wielding his longsword, which shimmered with a silvery light. This ethereal glow enhanced the blade's sharpness, effortlessly piercing through the creature's defenses and inflicting devastating damage. This was a unique skill of the magic swordsman, capable of dealing both physical and magical damage simultaneously, a hybrid assault. Coupled with his agile and graceful movements, he navigated through the throng of monsters with ease. Though he lacked area of effect skills at present, he still felled his enemies one by one. Gao Wei was remarkable. Despite being a rare talent, his potential in this profession was immense. He belonged to a dual damage category, suggesting that his power would soar in later stages. Should he continue to excel, he might very well capture the attention of the Royal Academy of Kyoto. At this moment, the examiners were no longer merely observers of fate. They activated multiple screens displaying a selection of promising candidates, all deserving of their attention. Gao Wei was but one among them. The other candidates exhibited a range of extraordinary skills. Some wielded their weapons with lethal precision, while others lurked in the shadows, launching stealthy assaults on the monstrous entities. A few even forsook defense altogether, engaging directly in a fierce contest of abilities against the beasts. The examiners were thoroughly entertained. In stark contrast, Chen Tianming sat with his eyes closed, reclining nonchalantly, humming a tune, creating an undeniably awkward scene. From the information gleaned in just this initial minute, the examiners recognized that the title of first place in the third round was undoubtedly his. Infuriatingly, the time he spent with his eyes shut exceeded that spent open. 5 minutes later, a significant number of candidates began to forfeit their participation, each being teleported outside the lighthouse. They felt no shame in their elimination during the third round. Rather, they harbored a sense of honor. After all, they had persevered longer than those who came before them, which was a testament to their abilities. They were all prodigies, the future seeds of the Easternly Kingdom and humanity's hope. The strength of this cohort was astonishing. Not only could they endure, but they also possessed formidable resilience and ranged capabilities. I nearly believed I would perish within. Indeed, those who continued to persist were truly remarkable. Speaking of which, that Chen Tianming seemed exceptionally formidable, almost superhuman. As time swiftly slipped away, an increasing number of individuals were teleported outside the tower. Soon, fewer than 100 remained within. The elimination rate for this round reached a staggering 99%. Chapter 56. Missing in action. The third round of the examination concluded. Among the 758 participants, only 86 succeeded in passing through. The voice of the examiner resonated not only within the lighthouse but also reached those outside. The fact that only 86 individuals remained from 758 signified that these 86 were the elite of Tianbei province. The Ciarmée de la Ciarmée poised to enter the 4 prestigious academies. The rankings for the third round were then announced. First place, Chen Tianming, total score, 9. 600 points. Second place, Li Yuqing, total score, 6. 300 points. Third place, Qian Feng, total score, 5. 50 points. Fourth place, Yi Fan, total score, 4. 90 points. Fifth place, Feng Yuxiu, total score, 3. 800 points. Chen Tianming remains significantly ahead, and the gap between him and the second place continues to widen. A radiant light once again illuminates the surroundings, signaling the restorative healing light. Gao Wei, Xue Shan, Li Meng, Su Mingyao, and others each settle into a meditative position, diligently focusing on their breathing. As the glow envelopes him, Gao Wei, with a beaming smile, tightens his grip on the sword in his hand, murmuring to himself, "Leg brother, I shall undoubtedly gain admission to the Royal Academy of Kyoto." Li Meng, Xue Shan, and Su Mingyao also exhale deeply, acknowledging having already surpassed the third round. Securing a place in one of the 4 prestigious institutions is assured, yet we remain uncertain about our chances of entering the Royal Academy of Kyoto. Each harbors a singular ambition to exert every ounce of effort to gain admission to the Royal Academy of Kyoto. At this juncture, their current standing guarantees them a spot in the 4 major academies, yet it does not ensure their entry into the Royal Academy of Kyoto. Chen Tianming was no exception. However, he lay down. At that moment, the examiner's voice resonated once more. "I am aware that all of you aspire to enter the Royal Academy of Kyoto. Yet gaining admission to this esteemed institution is no trivial endeavor. Although you have persevered through 3 rounds, there remains a final test. Should your performance prove inadequate, you may still face elimination. To gain entry into the Royal Academy of Kyoto, one must let their points speak for themselves. Therefore, I urge you to attentively listen to the rules of the final examination. In this last round, the lighthouse will activate its teleportation function, casting you and candidates from other provinces into the abyss. Within the abyss, your sole task is to survive for 5 hours to successfully complete the assessment. At the end, the lighthouse will retrieve you. The challenge consists of 4 distinct phases, each offering varying points. Every hour, a defensive barrier will be lifted. The first phase rewards 10 points for slaying magical creatures. The second phase offers 20 points, the third grants 40 points, and the fourth bestows 80 points. Notably, defeating enhanced elite or boss-level creatures yields even greater points. You may choose to collaborate in teams for survival, yet the points earned will be evenly distributed among the members. There is no limit to the number of individuals in a team. Upon conclusion of the assessment, those who accumulate a total of 10,000 points shall secure a guaranteed spot at the Royal Academy of Kyoto. Therefore, may you all advance with courage, and may future generations be spared from suffering. Teleportation. Commence. Destination. The Abyss. The summit of the lighthouse erupted with a radiant incandescent light, soaring into the heavens and tearing the sky asunder, creating a vast rift. Subsequently, the entire structure began to emanate a resplendent glow, as if it were forging a glassy passage. Almost immediately, the lighthouse trembled, as though something was entering that chasm alongside the brilliant light. This process lasted for several seconds before tranquility returned. At this moment, all candidates, save for the examiner at the pinnacle, had been transported to the abyss. This realm serves as the front line in the battle between humanity and the malevolent forces. All extraterrestrial fiends breach the world of Blue Star through the portals situated in the abyss. The abyss acts as a transit hub, providing a pathway for invasion. However, humanity lacks the strength to traverse back into the homeland of these demons. Blue Star is merely humanity's secondary battlefield, while the abyss stands as the primary site of confrontation. Countless valiant heroes of humanity shall engage in a fierce struggle against these monstrous entities, with some even disappearing entirely. Their bodies lost and only memorialized with honorary tombs erected in the rear. Today, these blossoms of our homeland shall experience the grim realities of war prematurely. Many may exhibit bravery in ordinary instances, buoyed by the presence of comrades and elders. Yet, upon entering the abyss, they often falter. For those who first arrive find themselves utterly alone. The challenge of confronting an unfamiliar environment without allies profoundly tests one's psychological resilience. In this endless void devoid of companions and kin, emotions can swiftly spiral into despair. In this realm saturated with death, oppression, and chaos, the descent into emotional collapse brings one perilously close to demise. The abyss is vast, featuring a myriad of terrains. At this moment, Chen Tianming found himself transported to a desolate valley. Before him, a dark crimson hue engulfed the sky, casting a shadow over the valley that appeared as though it had been stained by blood. A repulsive stench pervaded the air, reminiscent of rotten eggs from a malfunctioning refrigerator, inducing nausea. Countless jagged stones littered the ground, some towering several meters high. Nevertheless, such an environment offers the adventurer ample opportunities for tactical maneuvering. Chen Tianming wrinkled his nose, as the air appeared to be tinged with a fresh scent of blood. It seemed that a battle had recently transpired here. With a flicker of thought, he summoned 100 valiant warriors and 50 genetic primordial insects to disperse around him for preliminary exploration. Meanwhile, the lighthouses atop every province across the nation were thrown into disarray. All examiners emitted frenzied roars of anger, demanding to know what had transpired and why the monitoring visuals had been lost. Chapter 57. The Overlord in the Abyss. In the distance, the sounds of combat echoed. Approximately 100 meters away, a squad of orcs had engaged with the warriors. However, upon realizing the presence of other warriors surrounding them, the orcs erupted into a cacophony of deafening roars, retreating while continuing to fight. Before long, several more squads of orcs came into Chen Tianming's line of sight. Observing the situation, these orcs began to engage in battle while gravitating towards other orc squads. These creatures seemed to possess a notable level of intelligence. Truly, they were formidable beings from the depths of the abyss. Chen Tianming beckoned to a warrior and mounted him. After traversing several dozen meters, he retrieved a detector from the ring and commenced scanning. Upon entering the abyss, he discerned that the seal on the ring had indeed been lifted. Soon, the detector revealed its findings: green-skinned orc warrior, level, rare 5. Aside from this, no further information was available. Quickly reporting to the other orc squads, they initiated a counterattack. If these orc teams had encountered other small bands of human practitioners, such tactics would undoubtedly have proven effective. Alas, they were faced with Qin Tianming. With a sudden clap, 500 insectoid warriors materialized and swiftly surged toward the group of orcs. A scythe-like thrust struck the foremost green-skinned orc, inflicting severe wounds. Yet he clung to a flicker of life. Qin Tianming couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment that the creature had not been vanquished in an instant. The fact that the Zerg warrior had failed to eliminate the green-skinned orc truly took him by surprise. It seemed that one must not underestimate these abyssal entities. The physical attributes of these orcs must indeed be exceptionally high, otherwise they would not have been able to withstand a strike from the warrior. Nevertheless, in the face of overwhelming numbers and attributes, these orcs ultimately cannot escape the fate of annihilation. In Qin Tianming's mind, a decisive judgment took shape. If one strike was insufficient, he would unleash a flurry of blows, for the sheer abundance of his attacks allowed for such audacity. At worst, he could orchestrate a simultaneous assault from 2 directions to ensure a swift and certain kill. With that, a green-skinned orc fell to the ground, lifeless and defeated. At this moment, Qin Tianming's points underwent a transformation, ascending from 9600 to 9610. Experience increased by 1360. Oh, there is indeed experience to be gained? Qin Tianming was somewhat taken aback. Although the command room of the lighthouse had lost visual feed, they could still observe the fluctuations in the score. Shuelao, quickly look. Qin Tianming's score panel is fluctuating, exclaimed the examiners, their faces lighting up with a glimmer of hope. It seems the situation may not be as dire as we feared. However, just then, the score surged again, leaping from 9610 to 9720. This sudden change caused a palpable tightening in the hearts of the examiners. It was unlikely that a candidate entering the abyss would encounter such a multitude of abyssal creatures immediately. At this moment, Qin Tianming had effortlessly vanquished 11 monsters, indicating an exceptionally high density of abyssal entities. A sense of foreboding began to settle within them. The candidates, upon entering the abyss, had dispersed, and the auxiliary classes were particularly worrisome to the examiners, who felt utterly powerless. At that moment, a furious examiner from the main combat category slammed his fist on the table, shouting vehemently, "What on earth are the higher-ups in the Empire doing? Why is there no news amid such a significant event? These are the nation's most outstanding candidates." They were acutely aware of what losing contact with the abyss entailed. The trial area had likely fallen out of communication. The notion of silently breaching the trial zone was one they dared not entertain, for the monsters within were undoubtedly terrifying. "Shuelao, what should we do now? You must provide guidance," implored a mage examiner. "If necessary, we could activate the teleportation array to enter and rescue the children. They represent the future of our nation and must not perish under the machinations of these creatures. Do not panic. Remain calm." Xuanning, shifting from his previous jovial demeanor, spoke with solemnity. "The trial zone has not been compromised. I have just established contact with the military's upper echelons. They informed me that the commander of the Anti-Magic Legion, Shui Kai, had recently communicated with them. They are still stationed near the Abyss trial zone." This confirmed that the trial area had not fallen, but rather that other changes were afoot. The Empire's higher-ups had already dispatched a notification to the stationed troops in the Abyss, instructing them to investigate. Moreover, at the very moment the lighthouse lost its visual feed, the Sky Marshal had mobilized a large contingent of high-ranking practitioners to jointly activate the observer mode of the lighthouse. It would not be long before the visuals were restored. The current lack of imagery was undoubtedly due to the interference of those vile creatures disrupting the observation array. What concerns me now is whether this is a ploy by the extraterritorial demons to lure us away, perhaps intending to provoke a military response. In any case, there is little we can do at this moment but wait patiently. Humanity has traversed countless perils to reach this day, relying on indomitable courage and astute intellect. At this juncture, maintaining our composure and awaiting the Empire's directives is our prudent course of action. If the nation were in urgent need of a cadre of elite individuals to descend into the abyss, it would undoubtedly be this old veteran who would take the lead. It is not your place to intervene. Now, observe the panel diligently. Shui Lao's remarks swiftly quelled the earlier chaos among the examiners, who now calmed themselves. The carnage continued unabated, and soon, these orc squads brought Qin Tianming hundreds of points and tens of thousands of experience points. At this juncture, his points had surpassed 10,000, meeting the admission criteria of the Royal Academy of Kyoto. Yet, he did not halt. Instead, he collected the corpses into the nest space. To date, Qin Tianming's nest space had accumulated a staggering 20,000 various insectoids, including over 19,000 warrior insects, more than 2,000 plasma bomb insects, and 1,500 genetic primordial insects. There was also one arachnid matriarch and one genetic queen, representing the entirety of Qin Tianming's current combat strength. The vast numbers of insectoids naturally led to substantial consumption. Although the insectoids in the nest space could enter a dormant state, significantly reducing their consumption when not summoned, their inherent instinct drove them to incessantly feed and absorb energy to spawn more insectoids. The tyrant's hunger for sustenance had never waned. At this moment, as Qin Tianming cast these orc squads into the nest space, the tyrant expressed a desire to emerge. Through their mental connection, it became clear that the flesh and blood of these orcs contained an energy that felt eerily familiar and advantageous to it. Thus, it yearned to come forth and absorb more energy to enhance its reproductive capabilities. With a thud, a terrifying 20-meter-high giant worm crawled upon the ground, first unleashing a roar towards the heavens before rapidly advancing towards Qin Tianming, startling him into a defensive stance. "Go pursue your own intentions," he commanded. In response, the tyrant surveyed its surroundings and then ascended to a nearby cliff, standing upright and embedding its 5 pairs of hook-like appendages deeply into the rocky surface to maintain its balance, subsequently activating its camouflage. With a rustle, this colossal creature melded seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Were it not for the mental link between Qin Tianming and the tyrant, he would have been oblivious to the fact that such a massive beast lay concealed not far ahead. Suddenly, the tyrant's abdomen began to undulate, and soon, insectoids began to emerge one after another from within its body. Chapter 58. The exceptional conductor. Since the tyrant had been summoned, its safety must be ensured. A sharp snap echoed twice. 10,000 warriors and 1,000 genetic primordial insects were summoned forth. At the command of Qin Tianming, a reconnaissance mode was initiated centered around the Overlord and himself, instructing that upon encountering humans, they must refrain from initiating an offensive and instead retreat strategically. The objective: to hunt every abyssal creature that could be seen. With a thunderous roar, all the insectoids erupted in excitement, their colossal cries capturing the attention of the nearby abyssal monsters. Upon noticing the sudden emergence of this vast swarm, the creatures congregated, attempting to eliminate these unwelcome intruders. Meanwhile, the insectoids, unable to contain their fervor, dispersed like a rising tide. A grand slaughter was about to unfold upon this land. Simultaneously, hundreds of orcs gathered, their voices echoing through the canyon as they shouted in unison. Soon, 10,000 insectoid warriors and 1,000 genetic primordial insects organized into 10 battalions, launching an assault against the green-skinned orcs. Qin Tianming's points surged rapidly in an instant. The control room of the lighthouse erupted once again in excitement. What exactly transpired in the abyss? Why was Qin Tianming's score escalating at such an astonishing rate? The examiners exchanged glances, their expressions filled with concern. The speed at which Qin Tianming's points were increasing was simply too remarkable. Almost every second, his score soared by hundreds. Xuaning's eyelids fluttered incessantly, deprived of visual information. They could only speculate in silence, utterly unaware of the truth. At that moment, dozens of fireballs, each measuring a meter in diameter, plummeted from the sky like meteors. Qin Tianming's heart trembled as he cast his gaze toward the distance. There, behind the current battalion of orcs, a formidable wave of reinforcements surged forth. A cursory glance revealed that there were likely thousands in number. As for what lay beyond his sight, he could not ascertain. Leading this throng was a familiar figure, the dog-headed ones. It appeared that these fireball-wielding creatures hailed from the abyss. In an instant, meteor-like fireballs rained down upon the warriors, erupting into a dazzling display of sparks, breathtaking in their brilliance. Yet, that was the extent of it. With a single thought, Qin Tianming entrusted the command of the battlefield entirely to the Overlord. The Overlord, not only the queen of the Zerg, but also their leader, possessed an exceptionally high IQ. As noted in the system, upon assuming command, the Zerg formation swiftly began to alter. Firstly, 2 squads maneuvered around the front line, bypassing the orcs to charge directly at the fireball-throwing goblins with great speed. Subsequently, a small contingent of warriors advanced to the rear of the orcs to gather intelligence on the enemy. Immediately after, a team of warriors fanned out in a semicircle behind the Overlord to execute reconnaissance tasks. Concurrently, another squad took on the role of battlefield logistics, transporting supplies to the Overlord at the rear. At this moment, the Overlord resembled a high-speed supercomputer, incessantly issuing a stream of tactical commands. Under the Overlord's guidance, the Zerg operated with impeccable organization and efficiency. Qin Tianming was astonished to discover that after the Overlord took command, the previous limit of 700 meters that the Zerg warriors could maintain from him had been shattered. Upon reflection, he surmised that this was likely attributable to the Overlord's unique abilities. Or perhaps her mental prowess surpassed his own at this moment. Qin Tianming harbored doubts about the upcoming trial. If entering the abyss meant encountering such a multitude of monsters, he could scarcely fathom the number of lives that would be lost. Was the emergence of these creatures contingent upon the number of participants or their individual strengths? Where were the other candidates? A multitude of questions swirled in Qin Tianming's mind, yet he could not decipher the reasons behind them. Remaining blissfully unaware of the disturbances occurring within the abyssal trial grounds, ultimately, he resolved to focus on what he knew best, slaying these monsters. If this momentum continued, not only would he accomplish the system's objectives, but he could also swiftly ascend to elite level 8, or even level 9. Upon this realization, Qin Tianming ceased to ponder other matters and began to meticulously observe the battlefield dynamics, entrusting the command to the formidable. Under the relentless onslaught of the insect horde, the contingent of over 1,000 orcs that had come to assist was now encircled, with only a few hundred valiantly resisting. Meanwhile, the warriors who had ventured behind the orc lines relayed the latest developments. Through the mental link, and after being processed by Qin Tianming discerned that beyond the canyon lay an immense plain, teeming with tens of thousands of orcs surging toward the canyon. However, constrained by the narrowness of the entrance, they could only trickle in like a meandering stream, unlike the warriors who could traverse the terrain with ease. This enabled Qin Tianming's forces to maintain a numerical advantage. Gradually, as he sensed the inadequacy of the orc strength to pose a threat to the insect warriors, he began to communicate with to issue orders for the insect warriors, led by the gene primordial insects, to advance outward. He was prepared to confront the massed ranks of green-skinned orc warriors beyond the canyon. Given their experience, they should not blame me for the inevitable carnage. Chapter 59. Humanity must not lose the lighthouse at this moment. In the capital of the Eastern Li Empire, Kyoto, a colossal white lighthouse hovered in midair. This tower was the very embodiment of the lighthouse, while the lighthouses conducting examinations across various provinces were merely its avatars. The original name of the lighthouse was not Lighthouse. It is so named because it serves as a guiding beacon for the Empire, illuminating the path toward humanity's future. Its purpose extends beyond merely testing talents. The lighthouse can also establish spatial anchor points in other worlds. Once an anchor point is established, direct transportation becomes possible. If humanity were to engage in combat with extraterritorial malevolence, establishing an anchor point behind enemy lines would unleash a sudden and formidable strike, catching the adversary off guard. It is crucial to understand that a stable transportation route is fundamentally different from the strategic implications of a random teleportation portal. As for talent selection, it is merely a method employed within the lighthouse concerning spatial applications. This is the origin of the lighthouse, though its precise origins and how it was acquired remain shrouded in mystery. Since the Empire gained possession of the lighthouse, humanity's elite combat capabilities have steadily improved, leading to a string of victories in the abyss. However, this tower does not reveal itself often. Its appearance heralds the day of the Empire's grand examinations. Suddenly, the sky transformed dramatically, as if rent asunder by an overwhelming force. In an instant, darkness engulfed the land, and a sinister dark red light surged forth from the rift. Its target was none other than the Empire's pivotal asset, the lighthouse. Audacious. Outrageous. A thunderous cacophony resounded throughout the cosmos. Suddenly, two colossal ethereal hands materialized in the sky, forcefully striking towards the crimson glow. Alas, the red light was exceedingly agile, twisting effortlessly and slipping through the gaps between the enormous hands. Higi, you two cannot impede me. A sinister voice echoed from the enigmatic red light in the dark of night. Subsequently, a horned demon with sharp fangs slowly emerged from the void. This is bad. It is the demon Saga. Do not panic. It is merely a doppelganger. At that moment, an eerie eye with a violet-red pupil opened behind him. The peculiar orb began to rotate slowly, revealing a high, white figure projected upon its retina. Then, the eye gradually closed. Saga, do you dare? Two figures shot skyward from the ground, a formidable force gathering in their hands. Simultaneously, two waves of light were unleashed towards the eye. Boom. The eye shattered, followed by an enraged roar from one of them. You seek death. Instantly, he materialized behind Saga. His hands enlarged, crashing together with great force. Slap. The figure was squashed as though swatting a fly. However, before perishing, the demon left behind a final utterance. Just a doppelganger, a gift for you. But what about those little ones in your lighthouse? TSK, TSK, TSK. Two figures appeared beside the lighthouse. Their imposing forms loomed in the void, instilling a sense of awe. It was unexpected that these rabble from the abyss would venture deep into our territory to launch a surprise attack on the lighthouse. Thankfully, the lighthouse remained unscathed. Otherwise, we would be eternal sinners. Brother Hai, a creature from the abyss has infiltrated the lighthouse. What shall we do? The other asked anxiously. The leader wore a grave expression, urging, quickly notify Marshal of the Sky. This tower is under his command, and only he knows how to handle it. No need to notify. I have already arrived. A middle-aged man clad in a blue and white uniform approached from afar, his presence overwhelming, his cultivation unfathomable. The intruder is also a high-ranking demon's doppelganger, though its identity remains unknown for now, with the target being this year's examination candidates. The energy within the tower has been disturbed, rendering most of its functions inoperative. I now require a group of high-tier professionals to assist me in quelling the turbulent energy within the lighthouse and then activating the observer mode, so we can gain immediate access to real-time information. Subsequently, the Sky Marshal spoke swiftly. Now, immediately contact General Shuek Kai and instruct him to mobilize troops to the Abyss Trial Grounds. Once the defensive barrier of the fourth stage is lowered, we must, at all costs, he paused, enunciating each word with gravity, destroy the anchor point. Upon hearing the command to obliterate the anchor point, Yun Hai and Yun Tian were seized by trepidation. Marshal, please reconsider. What will become of the candidates? What of the Anti-Magic Legion? Furthermore, there are over 60 individuals within whose talents have reached the level of destiny. This year has seen the highest number of such individuals since humanity entered the age of crisis. The losses to the Empire would be catastrophic. The Sky Marshal waved his hand dismissively, glaring at the two. If you two had managed to contain that demon, none of this would have transpired. He spoke with unwavering determination. The anchor point must be destroyed. Otherwise, we face the imminent threat of a reverse invasion, and we would be left with no choice but to abandon the lighthouse. Surely, you both understand the significance of the lighthouse to humanity. We cannot afford to lose it. I will not allow such an occurrence. Is there truly no alternative? Yun Hai asked, his expression one of desolation, laced with reluctance. Yun Tian and I can infiltrate the enemy-occupied territory and use a portal to enter the abyss. It is my failure not to have safeguarded the lighthouse, and I cannot permit any harm to befall the candidates within. They are the future of humanity. Moreover, there is an entire anti-magic legion inside. They are our bulwark against the forces of evil. I am acutely aware of your concerns. If we are to preserve the lives within without destroying the anchor point, there is, indeed, a plan, the Sky Marshal replied. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited on Yun Hai's previously despondent face, only to be extinguished by the Marshal's next statement. That is to eliminate the demon's avatar inside. Kill the demon avatar? Yun Hai replied with a bitter smile. While it may be straightforward to eliminate the avatar, it is well known that demons excel in concealment. The Abyss Trial Grounds are vast. How can we possibly locate it if it chooses to hide? Yun Hai performed a respectful fist salute towards the Sky Marshal, expressing his apologies. Today's events stem from my brother and me. Coincidentally, I know of a secret portal that leads to the Abyss. The exit is not far from the trial grounds, and I will do everything in my power to find the demon's avatar. If I fail, then let me perish there. It would not tarnish my ancestor's name. My Marshal, I entrust the lighthouse to you. With that, he clasped his hands in salute and bowed slightly, declaring, I am off. Two silhouettes transformed into streaks of light, racing swiftly into the distance. The kobold mage behind continually unleashed spells, showering the battlefield with a relentless torrent of fire. The air resonated with the thunderous sounds of conflict. The warrior, endowed with an astonishing agility of 1749, exhibited remarkable swiftness under the command of the Overlord. The Zerg warrior effortlessly breached the kobold's defenses in the blink of an eye. With a swift strike, one after another, the kobolds fell as if harvested like ripe grain. The kobolds, lacking the resilience of their green-skinned orc counterparts, were swiftly dispatched by the warrior. Experience gained, 1300, 1420. The examiners within the trial tower could scarcely believe the spectacle unfolding before their eyes. Chun Tianming's points can no longer be described as simply skyrocketing. They are akin to a cataclysmic explosion. With a sudden burst, they surge into the thousands. This signifies that dozens, if not hundreds, of monsters perish at his hands each second. This individual possesses area of effect skills. This profession seems to defy the heavens. The mere existence of his summoned creatures is already terrifying. And to think his crowd control abilities are even more outrageous. He is likely at the hero level now. Hiss. The examiners collectively gasp in astonishment, suddenly realizing that, indeed, judging from the feedback on his score, this individual has undoubtedly hunted down several thousand magical beasts. The examiners cannot fathom that these feats are attributed to Chun Tianming's summoned creatures rather than himself. As for aerial attack skills, he has not even mastered a single target attack. After all, who would personally engage in battle when transformed into the fourth calamity? With so many minions at his disposal, who would not find it visually appealing? The front lines begin to advance towards the entrance of the canyon. Chun Tianming was oblivious to the thoughts of the examiners, yet at this moment, he felt a profound sense of ease, distinct from the usual shiver that accompanied his ascension. He was gently lifted from the ground by a golden radiance, hovering in midair. A soothing energy coursed through his entire being, continuously cleansing his blood and bones, enhancing his physical constitution. In this instant, he sensed an evolution in the essence of his life. However, this transformation lasted only a fleeting moment before it ceased. He gradually descended to the ground. Reluctant to open his eyes, still enveloped in the euphoria of his recent experience, unable to extricate himself from its allure. How delightful! Is this the transcendence and life levels brought forth by breaking the mirror? After a considerable time, Chun Tianming slowly opened his eyes, his hands clenched into fists. Feeling the tremendous power surging within them, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, leveling up is an intoxicating endeavor for practitioners. This sensation is exquisite." It seems that if he wishes to experience this again, he must wait for the next breakthrough. Delightful, truly delightful. Solo play is undeniably exhilarating. All the experience belongs solely to him. Chun Tianming softly exhaled a breath of stale air, reflecting on his previous team experiences where 5 individuals shared the experience points. Although there was a captain's bonus, the efficiency paled in comparison to solo play. Nonetheless, after slaying thousands of orcs, his experience skyrocketed, ultimately shattering the shackles of life and ascending to the heroic level. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Host detected to have ascended to the heroic level. A portion of the Arachi motherworm seal is lifted, unlocking the unit type, worker worm. The Arachi lineage's worker worm can construct nests and fortifications, and also serve as carriers for brain worms. Ding. Host's power has significantly increased, granting a chance for a worm gene lottery. Commencing lottery. In an instant, a vast worm gene unfolded in Chun Tianming's mind like a scroll. A beam of light began to flicker upon the worm gene, and after nearly a minute of dazzling brilliance, it finally rested upon the silhouette of a large scorpion. Congratulations. Host has drawn the Holy Spirit level Void Behemoth, Devourer. Ding. Holy Spirit level Void Behemoth, Devourer's innate skill activated, rank 1. Rank enhancement in progress. Enhancement complete. Congratulations, Host has obtained the mythical level Void Behemoth, Devourer. Chun Tianming withdrew from the sea of consciousness, and at that moment, a creature resembling a scorpion was summoned forth. With a sharp snap, as the Devourer manifested, the entire swarm fell into a hushed silence, the warriors gazing in trepidation at the diminutive scorpion. Indeed, the summoned Devourer was merely 1 meter in length and half a meter in height, yet the aura it exuded instilled a palpable fear in these once fearless warriors. Master, I am hungry, the Devourer chirped in a childlike voice. Very well. Soon, one by one, the warriors began to place the corpses they had intended to transport to the rear directly before the Devourer. Upon sighting the food, the Devourer lunged eagerly, tearing into the offerings, swiftly devouring one orc carcass after another. As sustenance was consumed, the Devourer's form underwent a remarkable transformation in mere moments. Its height increased by half a meter, while its length extended to 1 meter. Its head broadened and became more formidable, exuding a fierce demeanor. With eyes as profound as a well, radiating a dark purple luminescence. Master, I want more. It pleaded, still in its sweet, childlike tone, melting Chun Tianming's heart. Give it to him, all of it. In an instant, the swarm surged, and a multitude of corpses began to accumulate before the Devourer. Chapter 61. Little simpleton. At this moment, Chun Tianming finally found the time to examine the fundamental details of the Devourer. Devourer, mythical level, ordinary level 1, sealed, constitution, 9999 strength, 9999 agility, 9999 spirit. 9999. It detected that the host's current strength was at hero level, thus elevating the Devourer's level directly to extraordinary level 1. Level. Extraordinary Level 1, Sealed, Constitution, 25399 Strength, 25399 Agility, 25399 Spirit, 25399 Seal. Due to the constraints imposed by the Overlord of the insect race, the Devourer has yet to reveal its full power. Until its strength is completely unleashed, its level will rise in tandem with that of the Overlord. Talent, Carnivore Note. For every creature slain, the Devourer can enhance its constitution and spiritual limits. Skills, Void Bone Spike. The Devourer can summon bone spikes from the void within its line of sight. Enemies struck will experience mental disorientation and a 60% reduction in movement speed. Silence Wave. The Devourer emits a magical silence wave from its mouth, silencing the targeted foes and inflicting severe magical damage. Void Stab. The Devourer's regular attacks conjure sharp protrusions from the void, dealing penetrating damage to enemies. Death Feast. The Devourer can directly consume a creature with lesser constitution, devouring them whole. The consumed creature enables the Devourer to undergo further evolution. Note: after the Death Feast is activated, it can only be triggered again once the first consumed creature has been fully digested. Evaluation. This is a peculiar species that is either eating or in pursuit of food, seemingly never satiated. It is said that a Devourer once devoured an entire planet in one bite. Hiss. Chen Tianming glanced at the little scorpion beside him, exclaiming, "Truly a mythical creature, it is utterly terrifying. Not only does it possess skills, but its talent is astonishingly formidable." He pondered whether there was any limit to it. The thought of limitless potential made his heart race, and he involuntarily shuddered. "Burp. Master, is there more?" The Devourer's childlike voice chimed again, and seemingly realizing the cuteness of its tone, it shyly lowered itself to the ground, placing its two claws over its head, murmuring, "I must have eaten too much. Master must be displeased with me, sob. Give it to her. Give her as much as she desires." How could one allow such an adorably naive Devourer to go hungry? Realizing that the name Devourer lacked affection, Chen Tianming contemplated for a moment before declaring, "From now on, you shall be called Little Dumpling." "Yay, I have a name now." Little Dumpling loves this name. Chen Tianming cast a glance at the broad back of his steed, Xiao Dai, and then at the valiant warrior beneath him. It seems it is high time to replace this rather uncomfortable mount. Without further ado, he settled onto Xiao Dai's back. Oh, how delightful. The creature's back boasted several protrusions, perfectly accommodating Chen Tianming's weight. Thus, Xiao Dai, flanked by a green-skinned orc on one side and a dog-headed humanoid on the other, ambled toward the canyon's entrance, occasionally nibbling at the orc on his left and then at the creature on his right, all the while carrying Chen Tianming with a gentle sway. Nearby, a group of valiant companions awaited. Whenever Xiao Dai finished his meal, they eagerly presented the prepared rations, displaying a commendable sense of attentiveness. With each bite, Xiao Dai's physical strength and spiritual energy steadily increased. Chen Tianming noted that each orc consumed contributed a point to both attributes. It remained uncertain how much Xiao Dai could consume in a day, but at this rate, the title of glutton was undoubtedly his to claim. Within Chen Tianming's heart, fantasies continuously blossomed. 1,000 points gained each day would culminate in 10,000 within 10 days. Accumulated over time, how delightful it would be. Soon, as he approached the entrance of the canyon, the orc horde, towering like mountains and oceans, became distinctly visible. At that moment, at the very limits of Chen Tianming's sight, a flickering blue light veil shimmered intermittently. Gradually, this luminous curtain began its descent from the heavens, as an invisible gas rose from the depths of the earth, coalescing into a dense, blood-red mist with alarmingly low visibility. The air was tainted with the stench of blood and decay, inducing a wave of nausea. The sky darkened, and a suffocating pressure enveloped the atmosphere. The second phase commenced, accompanied by an ethereal voice resonating through the void. Chen Tianming gazed skyward, finding himself quite attuned to the atmosphere, devoid of any significant aversion. Perhaps it was due to his inherent nature as the ruler of the insect clan, for he felt akin to a mere insect, possessing an extraordinary resilience to his surroundings. When he first arrived in the abyss, the repugnant odors that once plagued him no longer affected his state of mind. On the contrary, he discovered a peculiar sense of belonging. Reveling in the prospect of unending slaughter, perhaps this was his true destiny, to blossom in carnage and to embrace silence in the face of death. As the crimson mist gradually dissipated, his vision began to clarify. To err on the side of caution, Chen Tianming commanded a small team to disperse around him. Although there was a mechanism for damage transfer, prudence remained paramount, as an inexplicable sense of unease lingered within him. Chen Tianming felt a sense of vigilance brewing within him. Moments later, the sound of footsteps echoed in the air. Behind the colossal army of beastmen on the plain, two unfamiliar types of beastmen emerged unexpectedly. Their numbers were so vast that they were almost impossible to count at a glance, but soon, Chen Tianming received a response from the Overlord. An additional force of 12,000 had been summoned. A precise message was transmitted directly into Chen Tianming's mind through thought. With Chen Tianming's ascension to the hero level, the Overlord was now able to communicate with him through precise written words. However, it might still take some time before the Overlord could articulate speech on its own. Upon witnessing this, Chen Tianming extracted a detector to scan the newly emerged magical creatures. Soon, information regarding two novel entities appeared on the display panel of the device: the green-skinned orc fighter, classified as rare level 6, and the dog-headed archer, also of rare level 6. Noticing that they were merely of rare level 6, Chen Tianming waved his hand dismissively, dispersing the mist before him. It startled him momentarily. As the trial progressed to the second phase, not only had the levels of the previous magical creatures increased by 1, but their numbers had also been replenished. Nevertheless, Chen Tianming harbored little concern. He regarded their rare level 6 status as relatively manageable, aside from the satisfaction derived from their numbers. He perceived their quality to be somewhat lacking. At that moment, he sat atop the small creature, deep in contemplation about another issue. Could it be that these magical creatures were a cumulative result from both the first and second phases? Were they distributed collectively among all the candidates? However, these creatures appeared in large groups, making it exceedingly difficult for candidates to hunt them unless they could gather in significant numbers. Considering the current difficulty level, a majority of candidates could still evade the threats in the first phase. Yet, in the second phase, it would become increasingly arduous for other practitioners to push through. To illustrate, the simplest of enemies consisted solely of green-skinned orcs and dog-headed individuals. Although these creatures possessed commendable strength, their movement speed was average, rendering it not too difficult for candidates to evade them even if they were unable to defeat them. In stark contrast, the archers and fighters of the second phase were a different matter altogether, with their rapid attack speed and high mobility. The convergence of these forces from the first phase would inevitably lead to substantial casualties among candidates if they encountered one another. Was this truly the intention of the examiners? Or had something unforeseen transpired in the abyss? Chen Tianming found it hard to believe that this constituted a normal trial difficulty, although he perceived it as simple. The majority of candidates were merely ordinary individuals, and the high casualty rate was detrimental to the interests of the empire. With this thought, Chen Tianming inhaled sharply. Could it be that the abyss had indeed undergone a transformation? Chapter 62, Cross-Dimensional Communication Symbol. If the examiners were to become aware of Chen Tianming's deductions, they would undoubtedly be astounded. The sheer horror of deducing such conclusions merely from the encountered environment and the underlying interests is truly staggering. Regrettably, no one is privy to his thoughts. Not even Chen Tianming himself, who currently harbors a sense of skepticism. At this moment, however, the warriors previously dispatched by the Overlord have relayed crucial information. After being meticulously analyzed by the Overlord, these messages infiltrate his consciousness. Vivid images flash through his mind. Some candidates are engaged in fierce combat with the orcs, while others have already succumbed, their lifeless bodies sprawled upon the ground. Even more incredulous is the sight that Chen Tianming witnesses. Some green-skinned orcs have actually captured candidates, commencing their violations in the desolate wilderness. The violated candidates, both male and female, lie on the ground with vacant eyes turned skyward, emitting anguished cries, their faces etched with disbelief. At that moment, two familiar figures come under siege. Shui Shan possesses a pendant that emanates a protective barrier of light, sheltering the two within. The two support class characters find themselves encircled by a throng of orcs, with not even a narrow escape route left. Through the warrior's perspective, Chen Tianming observes that the once brilliant barrier of light is beginning to wane. Should the pendant's energy deplete? Shui, are we going to die here? Su Mingyao gazes in terror at the green-skinned orcs outside, haunted by the vivid memory of her companion's gruesome demise. They had encountered a primary combat class player earlier, forming a trio, but that player, disregarding their warnings to showcase his formidable prowess, charged into the midst of the orcs, only to have his hands and feet severed. Subsequently, a group of orcs executed a flanking maneuver, stealthily encircling the two to capture them as well. Sensing the impending danger, Shui Shan immediately urged Su Mingyao to flee. Alas, they scarcely made any progress before being cornered by the orcs, prompting Shui Shan to reluctantly activate her family's light guardian necklace to fend off the attacks. The orcs, finding the light barrier impenetrable, brazenly resorted to consuming the previously incapacitated candidates before their very eyes. The horrific scene left both young women pale and on the verge of retching. In that moment, despair took hold of them. As support classes, they possessed no means of attack, and now encircled by the orcs, they had no escape route. It seems not only will the two of us perish here, but this year as candidates may all meet their demise. Shueshan shook her head, her complexion ashen as she spoke. A cataclysm has befallen the abyss, with malevolent entities invading the lighthouse, now lying in wait within the depths. Even if we evade the orcs, we are unlikely to escape unscathed. How could you possibly know all this? Am I truly destined to perish here? The barrier of light, which had shielded them for an extended period, now teetered on the brink of collapse, seemingly poised to shatter at any moment. Shueshan shook her head, refraining from responding to Su Mingyao's inquiry, and instead closed her eyes, resigned to await her fate. Alas, she had yet to express her gratitude to that individual. Su Mingyao let out a piercing scream, abruptly shaking Shueshan's arm, exclaiming, "It's Leg Brother, it's his minions." Shueshan's eyes flew open, and she turned her gaze forward to behold a dozen warriors, akin to knights traversing a rainbow, charging forth with an unparalleled might. A tear trickled down the corner of Shueshan's eye. "Once again, you have saved me." Observing that Su Mingyao and Shueshan had been rescued, Chen Tianming felt a slight alleviation in his heart. It seemed that this trial was indeed amiss. He had also caught sight of the lifeless corpse nearby. In truth, it was not merely that body. He had witnessed numerous scenes conveyed by the Overlord, yet the sight of a flesh-eating creature was a first for him. Chen Tianming felt a surge of anxiety, an unsettling premonition of impending misfortune. "Master, I've detected an electronic communication signal." The voice of the Overlord resonated within his mind. "From where does this electronic communication signal originate?" Chen Tianming inquired, his expression one of perplexity. "Master, the two individuals you just rescued appear to have something to convey to you." Rather than answering Chen Tianming's question immediately, the Overlord projected an image directly into his consciousness, akin to a live broadcast. The image featured Shueshan and Su Mingyao. "Leg Brother, can you hear me?" Shueshan, just rescued, pulled a warrior closer and began to rap insistently on its head. The warrior, seemingly oblivious, stood there in a daze. After a moment, it gradually nodded. Only then did Shueshan continue. "Leg Brother, shortly after we entered the lighthouse, my family transmitted 2 messages to me, fearing that Chen Tianming might doubt her. She produced 2 pieces of talisman paper from her belongings and displayed them to him. This is a cross-boundary communication talisman. It comprises 2 sheets, and writing on one will synchronize with the other." She spread the 2 talismans apart, revealing the inscriptions upon them. The first read, "An unknown demon's avatar has infiltrated the lighthouse, abandoning the assessment to preserve itself." The second stated, "The Sky Marshal has ordered the destruction of the anchor point. Executor Shui Kai must rendezvous for a chance of survival." After delivering her urgent message, Shueshan anxiously awaited Chen Tianming's response. It took her a while to grasp that the warrior could not speak. Just as worry began to overtake her, 2 warriors approached her, and Su Mingyao, slowly kneeling before them. The 2 women, possessing keen intellects, instantly comprehended the implication and promptly mounted the warriors. Once the 2 were securely seated, the warriors began their return journey, intent on delivering them safely to Chen Tianming. Chapter 63, Maximizing Survival Value as I Anticipated. The abyss indeed encountered a tumultuous upheaval. It was only logical. The difficulty of such a trial was akin to that of hell itself. With such a multitude of demonic entities converging, even the most formidable individuals would ultimately be overwhelmed by the sheer tide of numbers. Upon contemplating this, Chen Tianming could not help but feel a surge of anxiety within him. Reflecting on his knowledge of anchor points, he recalled having encountered relevant explanations online. In this era, acquiring knowledge transcends mere textbooks. One can garner a wealth of information from the internet. As an academic prodigy, Chen Tianming, while not possessing a photographic memory, could generally remember the gist of the books he had read, thus retaining a considerable amount of the article's content. The establishment of anchor points is a formidable task. Yet once they are established, their destruction is far from a trivial matter. This elucidates why the Sky Marshal employed the phrase "at all costs." To create a stable teleportation channel between 2 realms necessitates the establishment of anchor points. If an anchor point is destroyed, it is tantamount to shutting the stable gateway between the 2 worlds. The thought that all candidates could become the state's forsaken pawns, discarded at a whim, sent a chill down Chen Tianming's spine. nearly causing him to lose his balance and slip from his small, dazed form. He endeavored to calm himself, engaging in thoughtful reflection. The fact that the anchor point had yet to be destroyed indicated that the situation was not beyond redemption. Therefore, he resolved to find a means of self-rescue. With this determination, Chen Tianming decided to unite all available forces. He instructed the tyrant to augment the patrol teams to swiftly locate Gao Wei and Li Ming. Simultaneously, if they encountered any humans in distress along the way, they should lend assistance wherever possible. He urged the fastest conveyance of Xue Shan and Su Ming at his side, as he needed to ascertain the direction of the military. After issuing these commands, Chen Tianming began to discuss the recent electronic signal issues with the tyrant. However, as the conversation progressed, he sensed something amiss. There were two distinct messages, each dispatched to different directions. The content of the electronic messages, deciphered by the tyrant, now vividly resonated in Chen Tianming's consciousness. The first message was relatively normal, especially since he had just learned from Xue Shan that it entailed the destruction of the anchor point at all costs. Yet, the second message sent a shiver down his spine, a wave of profound terror surging from his spine to the crown of his head. Yun Hai and Yun Tian, the two brothers, had secretly entered the abyss. Their route and location remained unknown, and caution was advised regarding their concealment. Who were Yun Hai and Yun Tian? And who were they urging to remain hidden? With the surname Yun, could they possibly be descendants of Yun Tianhe? What was their purpose in entering the abyss? Was it to prevent the destruction of the anchor point, or something else entirely? And who was to heed the call for concealment? At this moment, the only entity within the abyss trial grounds that required concealment was the demon avatar that had infiltrated. From this message, it became clear that the strength of Yun Hai and Yun Tian surpassed that of the demon avatar. Tyrant, can you determine the reception location of the second message? Yes. Their communication device is not particularly advanced. However, I must first infiltrate the host devices in this area, and only then can I accurately locate him by controlling the scanning equipment. This will require some time. Approximately how long? 1 to 2 hours. Very well. I'll leave it to you. Subsequently, Chen Tianming took out the tome of Void Passage and began to utilize it. Ding. Skill book detected. Void Passage. Talent skill activated. Rank 1. Commencing rank enhancement. Enhancement complete. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill book, Void Leap. Ding. You have successfully learned the skill, Void Leap LV0. Skill description. The user can slip into the void dimension, evading all damage, and possesses the ability to teleport. Capable of instantaneously moving to any location within a maximum range of 5 kilometers within the line of sight. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Upgrading can reduce cooldown. Highest level, LV10. This upgrade not only extends the teleportation distance but also shortens the cooldown time. Reaching maximum level would mean no cooldown at all. Chen Tianming felt a surge of excitement within. After the systematic enhancement, it had transformed into an extraordinary skill. Now, let us test the specific effects and consumption. Chen Tianming glanced around, his gaze fixating on a rock not far ahead, silently invoking within himself, Void Leap. Whoosh. Chen Tianming's figure swiftly vanished from the back of the small, dazed creature, reappearing upon a rocky outcrop. However, perhaps due to it being his inaugural use of this ability, he did not materialize directly above, but rather slightly lower than intended. Chen Tianming rubbed his head and glanced around, stretching his body without detecting any abnormalities. Subsequently, he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the activation effect of the skill was instantaneous and devoid of any side effects. It truly lived up to the enhancements brought by the system upgrade, remarkably effective. As for the mental drain, it was manageable, consuming merely 50 points. Given my current mental capacity, I can utilize it over a dozen times, which is quite commendable. After waiting for a minute, he vanished into the void. In an instant, Chen Tianming found himself in a dimly lit space, encased within a transparent circle. Through this circle, he realized he was still atop a rock, albeit in an alternate realm. Attempting to establish a connection with the outer insectoid beings, he discovered that the mental link remained intact. He endeavored to command the insect warriors, and indeed, they moved in accordance with his directives. To his astonishment, the mental connection could still be utilized, truly remarkable. Chen Tianming began to explore the possibility of movement. He discovered that he could indeed move, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace. After a period of experimentation, he finally comprehended everything. Whoosh. Chen Tianming appeared directly on Xiaodai's back. Wow. Master, how impressive. Smack. He is simply Xiaodai's idol. Smack. Can you finish what's in your mouth before speaking? Please articulate clearly. All right, my dear. Smack. Smack. Qin Tianming felt a sense of exasperation, but the thought of the lurking demon ultimately suppressed his desire to send Xiao Daidai into battle. It was better to let him indulge this way. After all, it would enhance his combat prowess. If I were to be ambushed, the loss would be substantial. In the end, Qin Tianming chose to recline on Xiao Daidai's back, attentively observing the unfolding battlefield. Chapter 64. I will annihilate you all, he at this moment. Under the command of the Overlord, the Zerg warriors and genetic original insects surged forth from the canyon entrance like a sharp blade, exhibiting an unstoppable momentum. Upon Qin Tianming's ascension to the heroic tier, all Zerg forces transcended to the extraordinary level. Zerg warrior level, extraordinary I sealed, physique, 3799 strength, 3799 agility, 3799 spirit, 250 genetic original insect, mature form, level, extraordinary I. Sealed, physique, 6800 strength, 6800 agility, 6800 spirit, 6800 with such extraordinary attributes. They resembled ferocious tigers descending upon a flock of sheep, causing the orc warriors to wail in despair. The arrows shot from afar and fireballs plummeting from the sky were akin to mere tickles, failing to impede their relentless advance. Qin Tianming was utterly oblivious to the countless magical creatures his swarm had already vanquished. He had grown rather indifferent to such trivialities and lay leisurely atop the back of his little companion, lost in contemplation. By the time Shuaishan and Su Mingyao arrived, the battlefield had been largely cleared of orcs by the relentless onslaught of the insect horde. Is all of this the work of your summons? Shuaishan and Su Mingyao exclaimed, their eyes widening in astonishment as they regarded Qin Tianming as though he were an otherworldly being. And you've actually reached the heroic level? Shuaishan, with her discerning eye, immediately perceived Qin Tianming's elevated status, gasping in surprise. Though I was aware of your prowess, this seems rather exaggerated, she remarked. Playfully reaching out, suspicion etched across her features. Let me touch you. I suspect you may have been possessed by some dark entity. After a brief bout of playful banter, the trio gradually settled into a comfortable silence. The tension that had gripped their bodies, once so palpable, began to dissipate in this moment of levity. Although they had all transitioned into their professional roles, the stark reality of witnessing orcs devouring humans mere feet away was undeniably daunting. They had mentally prepared themselves for such horrors upon their advancement, yet the visceral experience was far more chilling than they had anticipated. Both Shuaishan and Su Mingyao were immensely grateful to Qin Tianming for his presence, especially Shuaishan, who had always regarded him highly. Now, she realized how vastly she had underestimated his capabilities. Tens of thousands of insects. What a staggering concept. 100 people form a mere cluster. 1,000 resemble a vast lake. But tens of thousands of these colossal creatures gathered together appear as an ocean, stretching endlessly before the eye. Was it simply a game for you to delve into dungeons before? Shuaishan inquired, somewhat incredulous. That is not quite accurate. Qin Tianming replied earnestly. The dungeon space is limited. It simply cannot accommodate more summons. Wouldn't you agree? Well, had I known you possessed such strength, we could have. Shuaishan lamented, her expression tinged with regret. Could have what? If I had known your prowess, I would have taken you to another dungeon. We could have all reached the heroic level before the grand examination. Alas, discussing this now seems futile, especially with our lives still uncertain, she continued. Her face clouded with concern. Fear not. Qin Tianming reassured them, gently patting their shoulders. I promise I will ensure your safe return, trust me. Indeed. Our master is incredibly formidable, chimed in the little companion, who added, moreover, I am here to protect you. Shuaishan and Su Mingyao exchanged astonished glances at Qin Tianming. Is this your new summon? It can speak? A non-humanoid summon that can articulate words? Su Mingyao felt nothing out of the ordinary. She merely found the voice of the large scorpion to be surprisingly pleasant, its adorably naive demeanor endearing to her. Without hesitation, she rushed forward to give it a gentle touch. However, Shuaishan was a different story. The moment she heard the little creature speak, her delicate frame quivered. She understood all too well what it meant for a non-human entity to possess the ability to articulate words. Her excitement bubbled forth, and her gaze towards Qin Tianming was infused with an inexplicable depth of meaning. Qin Tianming nodded slightly, neither affirming nor denying. All right, let us get to the point. Please tell me the direction of the army. We shall rendezvous with them. Before Shuaishan could respond, a voice unexpectedly resonated. Children, I am Yuntianhe. A gasp emerged from the crowd. The cloud deity. It is indeed the cloud deity. The first sword sank beneath the starry sky, the mightiest of humankind. At that moment, every candidate within the Abyss trial grounds widened their eyes in sheer astonishment. They could scarcely believe that they were hearing the voice of the cloud deity, a figure they had revered since childhood, their admiration ingrained in their very essence. Upon hearing his voice, an overwhelming excitement surged among them. Yuntian's voice echoed not only through the Abyss trial grounds but also permeated every examination venue. In this instant, the previously tense examiners breathed a sigh of relief. After more than an hour of uncertainty, each examiner had their own channels of information and had gleaned that Marshal of the Sky intended to destroy the anchor point. Initially, they had been engulfed in fear, wishing to instigate change, yet feeling utterly powerless to do so. The words of the Marshal, humankind must not lose the lighthouse, left them at a loss for a rebuttal, resigning them to sit despondently atop the lighthouse. Now that the cloud deity had intervened, a glimmer of hope emerged, and they eagerly awaited the following words of the white deity. The Abyss demon, Gai Luo, has invaded the lighthouse. Such transgressions must be punished. I shall immediately proceed to the Abyss trial grounds, a journey that will take 1 hour. Therefore, in the coming hour, you must ensure your own safety. I believe that as long as you unite your efforts, the demon avatars within shall be powerless against you. Children, safeguard yourselves, for I, the people of Dongli, fear not battle and do not shy away from death. When summoned, we shall fight. When we fight, we shall triumph. Fear not battle, do not shy away from death. When summoned, we shall fight. When we fight, we shall triumph. The candidates, being youthful and fervent, were filled with vigor and ambition, all yearning to serve their country and alter its fate, determined to expel these extraneous fiends from the blue star. Their spirits were ignited, and they raised their right hands toward the heavens, shouting in unison. Many, who had previously been pursued by the orcs, turned to confront them, ready to fight to the death. At that moment, a dramatic upheaval occurred. A blood-red, viscous full moon abruptly materialized in the sky. The moonlight, akin to blood, cast an even more eerie and sinister pall over the already dim surroundings. The air, thick with the scent of iron, grew increasingly suffocating in its intensity. Under the ethereal glow, the orcs collectively unleashed a thunderous roar, their breaths rising in fervor. After a considerable time, these creatures revealed a grotesquely human-like grin. A chilling, enigmatic voice accompanied by the moonlight echoed in the ears of all present. Heh, who would have thought that Yunyan would personally intervene to resolve this crisis? However, plans can indeed be adjusted. In that case, let us eliminate all of you. An hour is ample time to wipe out you novices. Heh. Chapter 65. I found you, smelly rat. Crack. The Gene Queen was summoned forth by Chen Tianming. A glimmer of disdain flickered in Chen Tianming's eyes. Such unscrupulous individuals resembled rats scurrying through the sewers. Xue Shan and Su Mingyao's faces turned pale as they inched closer to Chen Tianming. Not only were Xue Shan and Su Mingyao affected, but the entire cohort of candidates in the abyssal trial grounds was also struck with fear at this sight. The previously desolate plain was once again overrun by the re-emergence of orcish figures. However, these beings had undergone a significant transformation. They now towered at 3 meters tall, with thick, elongated tails sprouting from their backs, and their faces, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared grotesquely fierce. Furthermore, the orcs had experienced a qualitative leap in their levels. Green-skinned orc, abyssal corruption, level. Peak transcendent green-skinned orc warrior, abyssal corruption, level. Peak transcendent gnoll, abyssal corruption, level. Peak transcendent gnoll archer, abyssal corruption, level. Peak transcendent. They marched in unison towards the candidates within their line of sight. Many candidates, upon witnessing this scene, felt their bodies weaken with terror. After all, their prior encounters had been mere skirmishes. But the realization that lives were at stake extinguished the courage they had briefly felt after being inspired by the cloud god. Chen Tianming's eyes narrowed, for the extraordinary was akin to the heroism of humanity. Faced with an army of orcs nearly equal in number, he dared not underestimate the situation. With a resounding clap, the remaining gene parasites were summoned in one breath. Simultaneously, 1,000 plasma bomb insects emerged. My queen, awaiting the command of the Overlord. In his mind, Chen Tianming communicated with the Gene Queen. Her rank surpassed that of the Overlord, which posed a possibility of her refusal to obey his directives. Fortunately, she remained receptive to the words of Chen Tianming, the master of the insect tribe, nodding in acknowledgement as a somber voice resonated forth. Overlord, the battlefield is yours to command. Chen Tianming silently recited in his heart. Upon hearing the queen's voice, Xue Shan was initially taken aback, but she quickly composed herself, feeling overwhelmingly captivated by the man before her, who exuded an aura of profound mystery. So much so that the emergence of the summoned insect race failed to stir any emotion within her. The insects let out a piercing howl, then surged forth with a velocity akin to lightning towards the orc army. How astonishingly swift, Shueshan and Su Mingyao remarked, their eyes sparkling as they perceived the summoned creatures growing even more formidable. In the blink of an eye, the insect swarm was upon the orc forces. The orc army, infused with the power of the abyss, had become exceptionally potent. The warriors' assaults were repelled by their adversaries, albeit with great difficulty, leading both sides to be embroiled in a fierce struggle. Nevertheless, the genetic primordial insects demonstrated remarkable strength. Each of their strikes was capable of grievously injuring an orc. While the orcs retaliated with their own assaults against the warriors and the genetic primordial insects, Chen Tianming could sense that both the warriors and the gene protozoa had sustained injuries, yet none were severe. From the damage inflicted upon the warriors and the gene protozoa, Chen Tianming surmised the attributes of the opposing orcs, estimating their strength to be around 3,000 and their constitution to exceed 3,000. Moments later, a message arrived. You have slain a transcendent peak green-skinned orc warrior. Experience 3,000. Indeed, experience was being accrued. Chen Tianming glanced at his experience bar and noted that he was merely 20% away from achieving level 2 hero status. If he could manage to hunt approximately 100 orc soldiers, he would ascend to level 2 hero. He cast his gaze across the battlefield of orcs, his heart racing with excitement. If he eliminated them all, he might reach levels 5 or 6 in hero status. The queen, meanwhile, was a terrifying sight. Towering at 3 meters, the orcs appeared as mere children before her, and with a gentle flick of her tail, she sent a multitude crashing to the ground, blood spilling forth. The swarming insects rushed in to deliver the finishing blows, causing Chen Tianming's experience to surge dramatically. However, he glanced at the 2 women beside him and issued a request to form a party. Shueshan and Su Mingyao exchanged surprised glances, about to decline when he interjected. If we don't form a party, I want to take you out. Ultimately, the 2 women acquiesced, albeit with a touch of shyness as they positioned themselves closer to Chen Tianming. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted, startling the 2. They then bore witness to an unbelievable scene. The seemingly formidable orc army fell, as if they were wheat being harvested. The explosions continued, each one claiming dozens of orc lives, while the rest lay heavily wounded on the ground. The 2 women stood agape, then were enveloped in a golden light, floating in midair. They had leveled up, advancing 6 levels in one go, both stepping into level 1 hero status. Was it really that simple? They had jumped directly to hero level? Still in a state of shock, Su Mingyao seemed to be the first to react, exclaiming joyfully, "Ha ha ha, I love you so much. Leg brother." With that, she planted a forceful kiss on Chen Tianming's cheek. Not to be outdone, Shueshan followed suit. Chen Tianming felt a twinge of embarrassment as what had once been a throng of orc soldiers dwindled to merely a few stragglers. However, this was to be expected. Just moments ago, the Overlord had commanded 1,000 plasma insects to unleash a barrage, obliterating nearly 4,000 orcs, maximizing their gains. The 3 shared a total of 12 million experience points, each receiving 3 million, and even Chen Tianming leveled up, ascending directly to level 2 hero status. The strength of all the insect swarms increased correspondingly. Master, I have pinpointed the location of that demon. The Overlord's voice resonated within Chen Tianming's mind. Excellent. We have you now. Chapter 66. The shift of offense and defense impossible. What manner of profession allows one to annihilate an entire orc legion? A voice, sharp with disbelief, reverberated through the abyss. Every candidate within the trial grounds was taken aback. Was there truly such a formidable individual among them? To single-handedly obliterate an entire orc army? They noted the demon's choice of words, annihilate, signifying that this candidate possessed extraordinary combat prowess. Yet, even if one were immensely powerful, what could they possibly do against me? If you possess the ability, why not come and confront me? The expanse of the abyssal trial grounds is vast. If I cannot slay you, surely I can eliminate others. Upon uttering these words, the crimson moon erupted with an even more intense radiance. Another swarm of fiends materialized within the trial grounds. But this time their focus was not on Chen Tianming, but rather on the other candidates. Gaero was acutely aware that, in the presence of Chen Tianming's insectoid horde, any additional orcs would merely serve as fodder, granting him abundant experience. Thus, he shifted his aim, directing his attention to the remaining candidates. Panic ensued as the candidates fled in disarray. Fortunately, the spaciousness of the abyssal trial grounds afforded them ample room for evasive maneuvers. Now, how will you respond? I shall first eliminate the rest. I have set up a blood sacrifice array, and in the end, All of you shall perish, including you and your 2 lovely companions. Ha ha ha. How can you grant us a path to survival? Shueshan attempted to negotiate with the foe. Should you allow me to rate your beauty a perfect score of 100, I might spare you. Gaero leered, yet at this moment, I can only bestow an 87 upon you and your companion, for I have yet to witness the remaining 13 points. Hebehe, you must be dreaming. Shueshan and Su Mingao retorted in unison, even in death, we shall not grant you the satisfaction of our demise, you vile demon. We refuse to be humiliated. Very well, I do not mind taking this opportunity. Seeking death, have you ever encountered it? Qin Tianming exclaimed in fury. Shueshan, Su Mingao. He raised his gaze to the sanguine moon above, detecting no anomalies. Yet, the Overlord informed him that the signal receiver was concealed within this blood moon. Through the Overlord's perception, it became evident that a life form was indeed concealed within, possessing strength that, when assessed by human standards, could be classified as peak hero-level power. Qin Tianming lowered his head in contemplation. As a mere avatar of a demon, could it truly be that his strength only reached the pinnacle of a hero? Or were there intricate details that had eluded his notice? Just then, a vivid scene abruptly materialized in his mind. From the perspective of the vision, a Zerg warrior was situated at the edge of a basin. Several hundred meters ahead, a small group was being relentlessly pursued by orcs. At the rear of this beleaguered party were 2 remarkably familiar figures, Gao Wei and Li Ming. In the vision, Gao Wei was missing an arm, his complexion ghastly pale, while Li Ming supported him with one hand as they trudged forward, her other hand wielding a paintbrush, turning back intermittently to cast spells. In the air, ropes occasionally descended with precision, ensnaring the neck of an orc, lifting it high into the air. Unfortunately, due to the overwhelming number of orcs and their superior levels compared to Li Ming, a single rope could only restrain one orc for a few fleeting seconds. Some orcs had not even been lifted off the ground before their comrades severed the ropes, charging relentlessly towards them. Despair etched their faces as Li Ming called out to the 3 individuals ahead, pleading for assistance. Li Qi, save us. At that moment, a knightly figure paused, glancing back, eager to intervene, but was swiftly dissuaded by a companion beside him. Are you mad? If we get pinned here by these orcs and more appear, none of us will escape. The speaker was a handsome man clad in the robes of a mage. Are we truly going to abandon them? Li Qi, are you foolish? You harbor such deep affection for her, yet when has she ever regarded you with anything but indifference? Her heart is solely for that man, Gao Wei. Another contestant sneered. Do you intend to rescue your rival? Look at her now. If you save her and forsake Gao Wei, she will only harbor resentment towards you. It would be better not to intervene at all. Li Qi's face contorted with conflict as his gaze flitted between Li Ming and Gao Wei. Ultimately, as if resolved to a decision, he spat. After all these years of knowing you, I have never seen you treat me this way. If you were so infatuated with him, then wait here for death together. With that, he turned and walked away with his 2 companions. Li Ming's face fell into despair. She had never anticipated such a turn of events. The person she had just called out to was her neighbor, someone she had grown up with since childhood, sharing the same schools from elementary through high school, viewing him as a younger brother. She never imagined at that moment. Gao Wei forcefully pushed Li Ming away. Li Ming, do not concern yourself with me. If we do not leave now, we both will perish here. No, your arm was sacrificed for me. I cannot abandon you. If we must die, let us die together. Li Ming let out a piercing howl, a desperate cry that echoed into the heavens. Yet the 3 individuals ahead remained utterly oblivious. Clad in neat attire and all warriors of combat, none paused in their relentless advance. They were solely preoccupied with their own escape, disregarding Li Ming's pleas, exhibiting a subtle yet discernible increase in speed. This disregard stemmed from the grim reality that a horde of over 20 orcs was hot on their heels, merely 50 meters behind. With fervor, Li Ming wielded his brush, summoning an unceasing cascade of ropes from the sky, while faint crimson lights enveloped the 2 figures, signaling the activation of a strengthening spell. Thus, with Li Ming's unwavering support, Gao Wei inched forward, yet his grievously injured body proved a hindrance to swift movement, allowing the orcs to close the distance with alarming rapidity. In this vicinity, there was but a solitary warrior of the insectoid race. Qin Tianming was taken aback, realizing that the situation had escalated to a critically perilous moment. He promptly issued commands, and the insectoid warrior charged madly toward Gao Wei. Meanwhile, the small creature beneath him darted forward with sudden agility. Master, I am off. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. In the void, countless bone spikes materialized, piercing through the entire blood moon from below, sending a chilling sensation throughout. The demon let out a wretched howl of agony. Qin Tianming remained silent. His eyes filled with a murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon the blood moon hanging ominously in the sky. Regardless of whether the creature concealed within the blood moon was a demon or not, he had no choice but to take a gamble. He had to wager that the life form within the blood moon was indeed a demon. Should he succeed in slaying it, the strength of these beast men would diminish. Otherwise, a single warrior would be utterly incapable of halting the onslaught of so many beastmen warriors. As the demon emitted a tortured scream, the diminutive figure of Xiao Dai slightly bent its limbs before launching itself with tremendous force, soaring towards the blood moon like a cannonball. The little creature's body swelled against the wind, transforming from a mere 2 meters to an impressive height of several dozen meters in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the enlarged Xiao Dai approached the vicinity of the blood moon. No, this cannot be. The demon's terrified voice echoed. How could you possibly know I was hidden within? Who are you? A demon? I have feasted upon countless of your kind. Hee. A banquet of death. Very well. I shall remember you. I will await you in the abyss. Perhaps sensing its imminent demise, Gaero spat out its final threats as Xiao Dai, with its gaping maw, consumed it as if it were a mere snack. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying a Saint Spirit-level demon avatar. Reward, 1 vial of life potion. Note, this potion has the miraculous ability to resurrect the dead, as long as there is a trace of life remaining. And it can elevate one's life tier while enhancing personal aptitude. Qin Tianming offered a faint smile, choosing silence as his response. As the blood moon dissipated from the sky, the abyss trial grounds began to return to its normal state. The orcs collapsed weakly to the ground, utterly drained, their life potential consumed by the abyss's corruption. Bereft of the abyss's power, they were as feeble as an ordinary person incapable of even lifting a finger. The dynamic of hunter and prey shifted in that moment. Chapter 67, The First Sword Saint Under the Starry Sky in Kyoto City, within the lighthouse. The Sky Marshal led a group of high-ranking professionals in a concerted effort to stabilize the tumultuous energies within the structure. A palpable concern washed over the faces of the onlookers as they gazed at the lighthouse. The longer the delay, the greater the peril for the candidates in the abyss trial grounds. Suddenly, the Sky Marshal expressed a note of confusion. The high-ranking professionals beside him inquired with urgency, Marshal, what troubles you? The Sky Marshal's expression grew solemn. The interference from the abyss trial grounds has significantly diminished, I fear. The faces of the other high-ranking professionals darkened, realizing the implication. The cloud god had likely not yet arrived at the trial grounds. Could it be that all the candidates inside had perished? With a heavy heart, the Sky Marshal lamented, it seems so. We must await Yuntian's arrival to locate and eliminate Galaro. Otherwise, the anchor point may very well be lost. He lowered his head and sighed deeply, a look of regret crossing his features. Yet, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes, unnoticed by anyone else. At that moment, another high-ranking professional interjected. Did not Yunhai and Yuntian enter the abyss through a secret passage? Could it be they have vanquished Galaro? While that possibility existed, even Yuntianha would require an hour to reach the site, and Yunhai and Yuntian were merely at the void and sky realms. Surely, they could not surpass Yuntian's speed. The Sky Marshal waved his hand dismissively and continued. Let us focus on stabilizing the energies within the lighthouse for now. Should Yuntianha fail, the destruction of the anchor point in the abyss trial grounds would significantly impact us. After all, the true Yuntianha remains guarding the void, and only a fragment of his essence can be here. Upon hearing this, the other high-ranking professionals ceased their discussions, channeling their focus towards calming the energies within the lighthouse. However, the next moment, the Sky Marshal exclaimed in astonishment, the interference has vanished. It appears Galaro has left the trial grounds. At that instant, in a certain location within the abyss, the sky was torn open, and a dashing young man, standing upon a flying sword, swiftly emerged through the rift. Upon exiting, he shut his eyes, taking a moment to orient himself, before soaring away on his sword, transforming into a shooting star that vanished in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom. His astonishing velocity generated a piercing sonic boom in the air, a feat almost unimaginable for a human to achieve. In merely a few minutes, a shadow emerged near the abyss trial grounds. Why did I not sense the presence of any demons? Could something have transpired? The man standing on the flying sword wore an expression of uncertainty. At that moment, he exclaimed in alarm, this is not good. And in a flash, he vanished from sight. He had just detected the presence of 3 humans not far ahead, yet their situation appeared exceedingly perilous. For he could also feel a multitude of life forces surrounding them, each emanating a chilling, malevolent, and eerie aura. Boom, boom. The defensive barrier, originally erected to withstand the abyssal creatures, shattered before him as if it were mere parchment, effortlessly breached. Brother, are we safe now? Shuai glanced at the gradually stabilizing plane, her heart still racing with trepidation. Qin Tianming gently brushed her head, a smile gracing his face as he reassured her. It's all right. Yet, as his hand was merely raised, not yet resting upon Shuai head, he appeared to behold something extraordinarily astonishing, causing his hand to tremble. The hand that was initially poised to deliver a playful pat now quivered as it pointed towards the heavens, his lips struggling to form a coherent sentence. Had that malevolent entity been resurrected? Both Shuai and Su Mingyao turned in unison, following the direction of Qin Tianming's finger, and finally comprehended the source of his terror-stricken gaze towards the sky. A colossal sword stood inverted in the firmament, its blade radiating a blinding white light, while countless smaller swords erupted from the massive blade, plunging downwards towards the insects below. The overwhelming pressure rendered the entire swarm of creatures immobile upon the ground. Children, do not fear. I have come to rescue you, he declared, invoking the technique of sword mastery, 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Qin Tianming, Shuai and Su Mingyao cried out in unison. Yin Shun, no? A sharp sound echoed. Qin Tianming snapped his fingers, instantly retracting the entire swarm of insects back into their nest. In an instant, the vast plain was left with only Qin Tianming, the three companions, and the cloud god. HM? At that moment, the figure in the sky seemed to comprehend something, swiftly appearing beside the trio. He fixed his gaze upon Qin Tianming and inquired, were those creatures your summons? In response, the cloud god affirmed, indeed, they are my summoned entities. Qin Tianming responded. The person before him was none other than the renowned sword saint beneath the starry sky. Yun Tianhe. Chapter 68. Qin Tianming's doubts and concerns. Yun Tianhe was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to be recognized. Indeed, since you have no other matters at hand. Are you aware of the happenings within the Abyss trial grounds? Why do I sense no trace of demonic presence? Shuai and Su Mingyao exchanged subtle glances, directing their attention towards Qin Tianming, yet remained silent. This scene did not escape Yun Tianhe's keen observation. Rest assured, speak freely if you have something to say. At this juncture, Yun Tianhe paused, emanating a sharp aura, his tone turning grave. However, should you dare to utter falsehoods, do not blame my sword for turning against you. The two women trembled in fear, yet still chose to remain silent. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Tianming stepped forward, bowed slightly, and responded with measured humility, Cloud God. It was I who vanquished the demon. Allow me to elucidate the circumstances. He then recounted the recent events with meticulous accuracy. However, when it came to the revelation of how he discovered the demon's avatar, Qin Tianming turned toward Shuai and Su Mingyao, whispering, you must not hear the subsequent details. Please step aside. Without hesitation, the two young women complied and moved away. Once they were at a distance, Qin Tianming continued, Cloud God. There is a matter of great significance that I must share with you. Listening to Qin Tianming's account, Yun Tianhe found himself convinced to a degree. While others may remain unaware, he understood that once one enters the abyssal trial grounds, their power is suppressed to the pinnacle of the heroic level. Coupled with the recent emergence of the insectoid army on the surface, he had no reason to doubt Qin Tianming's claim of slaying the demon's avatar. He believed in the young man's capacity. With just a glance, Yun Tianhe recognized that the youth before him possessed the natural talent of one destined for greatness. For someone like him, defeating foes beyond his level was hardly a challenge, especially given his rare combat profession. Yet, the multitude of summons at his disposal raised questions. Though Yun Tianhe refrained from probing further, as he was primarily concerned with how this young man had managed to locate the demon's avatar, known for its exceptional ability to conceal its presence. Young man, do you grasp the implications of your words? Yun Tianhe asked, his expression serene, devoid of any visible emotional turmoil. Cloud God, I did not name anyone specifically and hope you will not involve my friends. I stand ready to take full responsibility for my statements. No need. Yun Tianhe waved his hand dismissively. I trust you. Qin Tianming was taken aback, not expecting such swift trust from the Cloud God. Perhaps there was some innate ability that allowed Yun Tianhe to discern truth from falsehood? Qin Tianming pondered silently, yet chose not to inquire. Although the interdimensional communication talismans were invaluable, many candidates likely possessed them. Furthermore, the young girl beside him was a direct descendant of the Shui family, making it reasonable for her to be aware of the matter. Given it was an order from the Sky Marshal, I shall consider your words carefully, and I ask that you disclose this to no one. After the grand examination concludes, I will personally conduct an investigation. As he spoke, an intense and chilling aura emanated from Yun Tianhe, betraying the turmoil within him. Since you have dealt with the demon's avatar, it is a significant achievement, and I will personally reward you for it. Additionally, I wish to pose a question to you. Yun Tianhe retracted his imposing presence, his gaze softening as he looked at Qin Tianming. Regarding the defeat of the demon, Kyoto, should the credit be attributed to you or to me? Upon hearing the cloud god's inquiry, Qin Tianming exhaled deeply. Even if Yun Tianhe had not asked, he had intended to bring this matter to light. Qin Tianming solemnly responded, "At present, my strength is rather feeble. Should a formidable demon fixate upon me, it would hinder my development. Additionally, regarding the matter of my summoned entities, I would appreciate the cloud god keeping it confidential." Yun Tianhe nodded in appreciation, assuring him, "Rest assured, I shall not usurp your achievements. Once you have grown to a sufficient stature, I will personally vindicate your name. However, you are indeed correct. This accomplishment is of significant magnitude. As the saying goes, it is easy to evade a bright spear, but difficult to guard against a hidden arrow. Should this information leak, it would be exceedingly detrimental to your growth. After the conclusion of the grand examination, I shall bestow upon you a special item as a reward." Qin Tianming, with a sly grin, inquired, "What reward might you reveal?" Yun Tianhe responded with a faint smile, "If you desire something better, rest assured that there is nothing I cannot accomplish on this planet. You may interpret this as a promise. I am always prepared to fulfill it." As he spoke, a beautifully crafted token, fashioned from a cloud, materialized in his hand. He gently presented it before Qin Tianming, saying, "This is the Tianyun token. With this token in your possession, you may request anything within my capabilities at any time. Perhaps it could serve as your reward? Any request is permissible?" Qin Tianming asked incredulously. "As long as it does not jeopardize humanity's existence, any request is acceptable." "Excellent." Qin Tianming joyfully accepted the token, carefully stowing it away. "Now, it is time to send you home." With that, Yun Tianhe brought his middle and index fingers together, gliding them through the air. A white lighthouse gradually emerged from the void, its pinnacle radiating a brilliant white light that soared into the heavens. The sky was rent asunder, revealing a vast chasm. "Children, the demon Jalo is no more. I shall now activate the lighthouse to transport you back. You will be returned to the original examination site, and the results will be announced shortly." As he finished speaking, the tower began to emanate a glassy luminescence, and the figures of all present began to shimmer and fade. Qin Tianming appeared at the entrance of the lighthouse. Chapter 69. Let us mourn for the lives lost. Soon after, a large number of candidates emerged at the lighthouse entrance, each bearing wounds. Those who, like Qin Tianming, Shueshan, and Su Mingyao, remained unscathed were exceedingly rare. Qin Tianming scanned the crowd and quickly spotted two familiar figures, the unconscious Gao Wei, who had lost a hand, and Li Ming, who was attentively caring for him. Qin Tianming hurriedly approached. Upon seeing him, Li Ming bit her lip tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Yet she resolutely suppressed her emotions and urgently spoke. "Gao Wei became like this while trying to save me. He has lost so much blood now. Only a sorcerer or healer of hero rank or above can save him." He produced a vial of potion and handed it to Li Ming, saying, "No need to seek anyone else, just feed him this potion." The vial contained the life potion he had just received as a reward from the system. Gao Wei was his brother. Though the life potion was extraordinarily precious, he delivered it without hesitation. Li Ming, trusting him completely, uncorked the vial and began pouring it into Gao Wei's mouth. Cough, cough. Perhaps she was too hasty, awakening him in the process. He weakly opened his eyes, glanced at Li Ming, and exclaimed, "Sister Ming, have you come to accompany me? This is good. It turns out that the first thing I see after death is you. It truly makes dying worthwhile." "Ouch, that scoundrel kicked me," he cried. "Hey, brother leg, have you come to accompany me too? It shouldn't be. You're so strong. How could you die? Ouch, why are you pinching me?" Gao Wei, feeling pain, suddenly sat up from Li Ming's embrace, exclaiming, "Isn't this outside the lighthouse? Could it be that I am not dead?" He pinched his own face, looking around in bewilderment. My hand." Li Ming chuckled softly, recalling that at the last moment, the cloud god had vanquished the demon avatar, rendering all the creatures in the abyss trial field exceedingly weak. Additionally, Brother Leg's summoned beast had arrived, effortlessly slaughtering the entire group of orcs. Qin Tianming patted Gao Wei on the shoulder and said, "I witnessed everything that transpired in the abyss trial grounds. Should you desire vengeance, Do not hesitate to speak to me at any time. Qin Tianming cast a sidelong glance at the remaining half-bottle of life elixir and, with an air of nonchalance, approached it, stealthily stowing it away in his bosom. Damn it, the potency is astonishing. Just a mere sip rejuvenated me to a vibrant state. Thankfully, this lad did not consume it all in one go. Li Ming, witnessing the scene, stifled a laugh, silently amused. At that moment, a man emerged from the pinnacle of the tower, standing suspended in the void, evoking gasps of amazement from the students. A practitioner capable of flight must undoubtedly be a high-ranking one. It was Uncle Xue. Xueshan seemed to recognize him and was quite elated. Dear students, I am Xuening. Although the grand examination has concluded, our battle against the malevolent forces has only just commenced. This year's examination was marked by an unforeseen event that took us all by surprise. Fortunately, the Cloud God personally intervened to mitigate the danger, yet regrettably, many candidates perished in the abyssal trial grounds. The death toll has been tallied and amounts to 346 individuals. In our Tianbei province, we mourn the loss of 47 lives, with only 39 survivors. I ask you all to join me in a moment of silence to honor the spirits of those who have departed. With that, he clasped his hands over his heart, bowing his head in solemn remembrance. Below, the candidates, accompanied by their teachers, the principal, enforcers, and inspectors, mirrored his actions. A minute later, he addressed the candidates. Please take a moment to rest in place. We have arranged for medics and sorcerers on standby to provide assistance. Those with severe injuries will be treated first. Your examination results will be communicated to you via notification. If you are unharmed, you may await the results here. The candidates awaited eagerly. In prior examinations, results consisted of two components, points and evaluations. However, due to this year's circumstances, the observer mode of the lighthouse has failed, leading to the cancellation of evaluations. Only points will be considered. Approximately half an hour later, amidst the anticipation, the final results were unveiled. A colossal blue screen flickered in the air. First place, Li Yuqing. Points, 17,620. Second place, Qian Feng. Points, 15,800. Third place, Yi Fan. Points, 14,500. 16th place, Xueshan. Points, 11,800. 17th place, Su Mingyao. Points, 11,700. 22nd place, Gao Wei. Points, 10,827th place, Li Ming. Points, 10,228th place, Qin Tianming. Points, 10,100. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Everyone gazed incredulously at Qin Tianming, unable to believe that after amassing 9,600 points in the third round, he could only secure a mere 500 points in the final round. Chapter 70. Qin Tianming is taken away. Upon the announcement of the results, Qian Feng leaped up with joy. Ha ha ha, I knew it. This guy must have been terrified and hiding everywhere. Su Mingyao, upon hearing this, glared at Qian Feng, ready to retort, but was restrained by Xueshan, who made a shushing gesture. Su Mingyao reluctantly fell silent, letting out a dissatisfied huff. Even Gao Wei and Li Ming, who stood nearby, were utterly astonished, as they had not expected Qin Tianming's score to be even lower than theirs. However, noticing Qin Tianming's serene demeanor, they ultimately refrained from inquiring further, despite Su Mingyao's visible reaction. Only a woman clad in a black robe glanced at Qin Tianming momentarily before lowering her head, seemingly lost in thought. Once the examination results were announced, joy mingled with despair. Those who scored above 10,000 were elated, as they would gain admission to the Royal Academy of Kyoto, while the disheartened were those who had failed. At that moment, several staff members wearing uniforms and hats approached Qin Tianming. The leading man was Director Ma. Qin Tianming, I am Ma Anshan from the Law Enforcement Bureau. We suspect you are related to a murder case. Please assist us in our investigation. Ma Anshan's eyes fixated on Qin Tianming, akin to a hound lurking in the shadows, seeking any sign of weakness on his face. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianming slowly opened his eyes, looking at the man before him with a bewildered expression. He noticed Fang Ping trailing behind and, without further inquiry, readily agreed. All right, no problem. He then rose to his feet, observing Qin Tianming's nonchalant attitude. Ma Anshan spoke in a grave tone. It is not about what occurred that night. It is regarding something that transpired today. Taken aback, Qin Tianming blinked in confusion, glancing at the man before him, wondering what had happened today. Ma Anshan, noticing the crowd, chuckled lightly. It's nothing significant. We can discuss it back at the bureau. The enforcement officers then spread out, encircling Qin Tianming, while the inspector in the distance regarded the scene with a serious expression, seemingly prepared to act at the slightest hint of trouble. Yahweh and the others, filled with agitation, exclaimed, "What are you doing?" A palpable tension hung in the air, as if a fight could break out at any moment. Shan, in particular, felt indignant on behalf of Chen Tianming, who had saved so many and achieved such great merit, only to be summoned for questioning upon his return. It was utterly absurd. Her frustration was palpable. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Tianming, despite his somewhat sluggish reflexes, sensed that something was amiss. However, he could not fathom the true cause of the situation. Nevertheless, given that the principal was in the company of this individual, he presumed that there would not be any significant issues. He then waved his hand dismissively, silencing the crowd, and assured them, "It's nothing. I will be out shortly." At that moment, one of the law enforcement officers, who had encircled the area, disdainfully muttered a remark. Although his voice was low, Chen Tianming, who had transcended to a new realm of existence, still caught the words. Hiring someone to commit murder and expecting to walk away scot-free? Dream on. Chen Tianming paid no heed to the murmurs surrounding him. Instead, he strode purposefully towards the law enforcement officer, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the individual. With an icy tone, he inquired, "Who have I hired to kill?" Ma and Shan, witnessing this, immediately reprimanded, "Xiaohu, be silent." Unfortunately, Ma Anshan's words came too late. Suddenly, an astonishing aura emanated from Chen Tianming, a presence that was unmistakably heroic. The candidates nearby gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Has he truly reached the heroic level?" Chen Tianming disregarded the murmurs of the crowd nearby, his gaze icy as it fixed upon the enforcer known as Xiaohu. The air around him crackled with an intense aura of lethal intent, honed through his trials in the abyss. "Who killed her?" Chen Tianming inquired, his voice devoid of warmth. The enforcer, an ordinary practitioner, found himself momentarily paralyzed by the chilling energy emanating from Chen, his composure faltering. "It was 3 middle school students." "You didn't know?" 3 middle school students? Chen Tianming turned his attention to Ma Anshan, seeking an explanation. "Tianming, don't act impulsively," spoke Fang Ping. "Principal, please, remain calm," he urged. "How can I remain calm? She was perfectly fine this morning, and now you tell me she is dead." Chen Tianming murmured in anguish, his face contorted with sorrow. Why was I unable to protect you in the last life? Now, encountering someone who resembles you so closely in this life, yet she still departs from me." At that moment, Chen Tianming slowly raised his head, the torment on his face having vanished, replaced by a countenance of cold serenity. "I will accompany you to the enforcement bureau, and we shall go at once." Fang Ping, observing the situation, cast a glance at Ma Anshan and shook his head with a sigh. "Tianming, please, do not act rashly. The enforcement bureau will undoubtedly uncover the truth." He placed a comforting hand on Chen Tianming's shoulder, adding, "I will accompany you there." Chen Tianming chuckled softly, his tone remarkably unremarkable as he inquired, "Is my involvement truly significant? What holds real importance is identifying the mastermind behind it all. I intend to ensure that the true perpetrator pays a bloody price." With that, he flickered and appeared directly beside the enforcer's vehicle, executing a stunning display of spatial leap. Though his voice remained calm, those around him could sense the fury simmering within. Could it be that he was innocent? Was he truly so enraged? "I refuse to believe Chen Tianming would engage in such actions," spoke Yifan, eliciting surprise from those nearby. The astonished examinees were predominantly from the 4th high school, well aware of the competitive dynamic between Yifan and Chen Tianming. Yet none anticipated Yifan would rise to defend him at this moment. Meanwhile, the crowd had already erupted, as earlier candidates had speculated on the unfolding events. From last night to today, 2 significant incidents had transpired in Jiang City. One was a brawl among professionals in the suburbs, rumored to have resulted in 4 fatalities. The other was this morning's attack by 3 middle school students, with the victims being staff members of the Professionals Association. It seemed as though an invisible hand was orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. Chapter 71. Interrogation Investigation Inside the Enforcement Bureau. Name? Chen Tianming. Date of birth? Year 140 of the Crisis Era, September 12th. Gender? Could you pose a more intellectually challenging question? What is your attitude, Chen Tianming? One of the interrogating officers retorted angrily. Foolish. Chen Tianming replied coldly. The 2 enforcement officers, incensed, responded, "What do you mean by that, Chen Tianming? Do not presume that because you are deemed the chosen one and have been accepted into the Royal Academy of Kyoto, you can act with impunity. Should the truth emerge that you are indeed culpable, I assure you, This university may not welcome you, regardless of your exceptional abilities. Such heinous deeds will undoubtedly lead to your rejection. Qin Tianming, equally incensed, exclaimed, "Why should I kill Yinyu? What connection do I have with her that you are aware of? What motive could I possibly have for such an act? This blatant frame-up is so obvious. Yet you fail to see it? Are we to believe that in this day and age, a mere video can condemn me?" Qin Tianming angrily struck the table in the interrogation room, a tempest of fury welling up within him, threatening to erupt. On the journey here, Fang Ping had conveyed all the evidence gathered by the law enforcement agency along with the information he had acquired. Someone had impersonated him, luring 3 minors into committing a heinous act, subsequently leading these individuals to Jiangsheng Huafu, where they vanished without a trace. This orchestrated deception had incited a wave of public outcry against him, with the masses vehemently condemning and demanding the punishment of the true mastermind behind the scenes. Naturally, the public had designated Qin Tianming as the alleged culprit. It was evident that someone sought to tarnish his reputation, and he suspected their ulterior motive was to ensure his rejection by Kyoto University. A student with a tarnished record, regardless of their exceptional talent, could easily find themselves excluded from consideration. Currently, the online discourse revolved around the accusation of Qin Tianming unlawfully employing minors to commit murder. After a day of escalating public sentiment, this matter had captured national attention. In this era of crisis, society craved an outlet for their emotions, and Qin Tianming had unwittingly become that outlet. After all, the majority of humanity possesses either ordinary or commendable talents. Witnessing the downfall of an extraordinary individual could satiate their envious hearts, rendering the truth of the situation seemingly inconsequential. Presently, everyone awaited a resolution. According to the special talent legislation of Dongli Nation, even if Qin Tianming were indeed the perpetrator, he would likely serve only a brief period of confinement before being released. What the public was truly concerned about was the outcome for the 3 minors involved. Under the Minor Protection Act of Dongli Nation, a minor convicted of murder cannot face the death penalty. How then shall these 3 minors be judged? Qin Tianming, please remain calm. At that moment, Mian Shan entered the room, his tone gentle as he advised, "It is precisely because we are uncertain of the motive behind the crime that we seek to question you. In this day and age, there are indeed some individuals with specialized skills capable of altering their appearances. Perhaps you are truly innocent. However, all evidence currently points to you, and your unwillingness to cooperate will only hinder our pursuit of the truth. Therefore, we kindly ask you to assist us in conducting a thorough investigation." At this moment, Qin Tianming recognized that the individual before him was the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Suppressing his anger, he spoke, "Should you wish for my cooperation in your investigation, I am amenable to it. However, I require answers to 2 questions and an assurance of 1 request. If you can fulfill these conditions, I shall assist you. Otherwise, I will remain silent from this moment onward. You may detain me for a maximum of 24 hours, and believe me, after that period, I will employ my own means to resolve this matter." Qin Tianming, how audacious you are. Who grants you the authority to negotiate terms with us here? An enforcement officer shouted in anger. As he was about to voice further objections, Mian Shan raised a hand to halt his words. "You may state your demands. If they are lawful, I am willing to consider them." Qin Tianming spoke with an air of indifference. "First, I require photographs of these 3 individuals. Second, I wish to ascertain their current whereabouts. Are they still at the Law Enforcement Bureau, or have they been taken away? Third, if I were indeed the mastermind behind this, how would these 3 ultimately be dealt with?" When Masha found his inquiries rather perplexing, after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I can fulfill the first 2 requests, as there is already a recognition process in place." He then gestured to the law enforcement personnel beside him, instructing, "Please retrieve the photographs of these 3 individuals." Upon issuing his command, when Masha continued, "The 2 individuals are still at the Law Enforcement Bureau, as the case has yet to be thoroughly investigated. Once the details are clarified, they will be detained pending the court's verdict. Regarding your 3rd point, according to our nation's laws, minors under the age of 16 are not held criminally responsible for their actions. I presume you are inquiring whether these 3 might face the death penalty?" After delivering this statement, when Masha scrutinized Qin Tianming's expression, noting that it remained utterly unperturbed, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. At that moment, the law enforcement officer who had gone out returned with 3 photographs. When Masha signaled with his eyes, and the officer stepped forward to slowly present the photographs to Qin Tianming. Upon receiving the photographs, a flicker of emotion finally crossed Qin Tianming's face. which did not escape when Masha's keen observation. However, as he continued to observe closely, he noticed that Shen Tianming had reverted to his previous demeanor. "Thank you. Let us commence now." For hours later, it was deep into the night, and the Law Enforcement Bureau was brightly lit. Outside, Shen Tianming's parents and Gao Wei were anxiously pacing. Suddenly, the doors of the bureau swung open, and 5 figures emerged: Fang Ping, Lu Yun, Shui Li, Shui Shan, and her butler. The elderly couple hurried forward to inquire about the situation. Fang Ping spoke first, attempting to assuage their concerns. "Do not fret. We have completed the testimonies. We can all attest that Shen Tianming was present in the villa throughout the night. Furthermore, there are surveillance cameras inside and outside the villa, which we have submitted to the Law Enforcement Bureau. I believe it won't be long before he is released. However, the circumstances of the case are somewhat complicated. We will mobilize our resources to help mitigate any negative impact on him. Our current concern is how the 3 middle school students will ultimately be treated. After all, they have taken a life, yet they are minors. The deceased seemed to have a close relationship with Shen Tianming, and I fear this child might act impulsively in a moment of reckless emotion." Fang Ping cast a worried glance at Shen Tianming's mother, saying, "Shui Yun, you must counsel him carefully, urging him not to do anything foolish." The elderly couple nodded in agreement, affirming, "We certainly will." At that moment, another figure emerged from the Law Enforcement Bureau, and the crowd looked up to see it was none other than Shen Tianming. "Brother, you are out." Gao Wei and the others hurriedly approached, expressing their concern by asking, "They haven't troubled you, have they?" Shen Tianming shook his head and turned to his parents. "Father, mother, I have caused you trouble. Silly child, as long as you are safe, nothing else matters." Shen Tianming immediately broke into a radiant smile. "Mom, I'm tired. Shall we head home?" All right, let's go home." Shen Tianming nodded slightly, then turned to glance at Fang Ping and the others, his body bending slightly in a courteous bow as he solemnly remarked, "The principal appreciates your concern." For a moment, Fang Ping was uncertain of his true intentions and prepared to offer some well-meaning advice. "Principal, there is no need to say more. I will not act foolishly, rest assured." Observing this, Fang Ping felt it was best to refrain from further comments. "Very well, it is quite late now. Let us all return and rest," he concluded, prompting everyone to turn and depart. Chapter 72. The damage to the heart of Dao. Upon returning home, Shen Tianming was in his room, eyes closed in deep meditation. Suddenly, a gentle tapping echoed against the window. Immediately, a figure outside appeared like a wisp of shadow, gliding into the room. Shen Tianming focused his gaze and was astonished to discover that it was none other than the cloud deity. Shen Tianming hurriedly got up and respectfully said, "I pay my respects to Lord Yunshin." Yun Tianhe chuckled lightly, pulled over a chair, and seated himself. "You should sit as well. There are 2 matters to discuss during this visit. The first is to bestow upon you the reward that rightfully belongs to you. The second is to escort you directly to the Kyoto Academy for your registration. However, I have noticed that after today's assessment, you seem to have found yourself entangled in some trouble." Yun Tianhe spoke plainly, outlining his intentions. He paused briefly before continuing, "I have a general understanding of the situation. These 3 middle school students, despite their transgressions, are still minors. The laws of the nation are in place, and one must not challenge them lightly." He recognized that with Shen Tianming's abilities as a summoner, he could easily summon peculiar entities to eliminate these 3 without anyone being the wiser. Yet, if he were to let his own people handle the matter, even if they did not resort to lethal force, the consequences for those boys would still be quite severe, possibly leading to a muddled resolution. After all, he was well aware of Shen Tianming's potential. It was not merely a case of 1 against 1,000. But rather one who could stand as an army unto himself. Following the transmission of the candidates back to the examination venue, he activated the lighthouse's retrospective function. He observed all that Shen Tianming had accomplished with clarity. Setting aside the multitude of insectoid armies that swarmed the terrain, the peculiar creatures, like the Overlord, Gene Queen, and the giant scorpion, displayed capabilities that astounded Yun Tianhe. Though Shen Tianming appeared rather weak in his eyes at present, what level was he currently at? Merely the heroic realm. Yet, even with such limited power, it was evident that once he matured, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force against the demon race. Thus, Yun Tianhe felt a strong desire to nurture his talent, which is why he rushed to visit him that very night, hoping to engage in a meaningful conversation. Shen Tianming pondered for a moment before responding. "If you insist on overseeing this matter, it would be prudent to arrange for the immediate relocation of those 3 middle school students. Otherwise, if they remain unharmed, my resolve will undoubtedly be compromised. I have already exerted my utmost efforts to mitigate the crisis at the Abyss trial grounds. Should I find myself on the front lines in the future, constantly wary of underhanded assassins targeting my family and friends, I will have no choice but to succumb to darkness. At this juncture, a palpable aura of lethal intent emanated from Qin Tianming, causing even Yun Tianhe to take notice. Succumb to darkness? That sounds more like a threat than a mere transformation. Yun Tianhe remarked, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. However, he soon erupted into hearty laughter. Very well. We must embody such decisive ferocity, otherwise. How do we thwart the malevolent forces from beyond? Merely through words? Pursue your intentions, for you possess the Cloud Command token. In the event of genuine peril, shatter it. And I shall dispatch my doppelganger post-haste to your aid. Doppelganger? Qin Tianming inquired, intrigued. Indeed. What did you expect? Even the entity conversing with you now is but one of my manifestations. The Void Realm battlefield is exceedingly hectic. I scarcely have time to traverse back and forth. The Void Realm? Another unfamiliar term, Qin Tianming mentally noted, choosing not to inquire further. Instead, he rose, bowing respectfully. I am grateful for your goodwill, Lord Yin. I have my suspicions regarding the mastermind behind this, though my current strength is insufficient to eradicate them. However, the 3 middle school students in question will certainly not see the light of day again. How you choose to handle this is your prerogative. Should you falter, seek out the mayor and present my token. He will assist you. At this point, Yun Tianhe's hand shimmered with white light, revealing several items. As for your first reward, this card contains 200,000 points. This is a personal gift from me. You were meant to be this year's national champion, and I have erased the relevant records as per protocol, yet you deserve these points. Furthermore, this reward does not conflict with the points you earn in the upcoming examinations. You will simply need to transfer the points from this card to your personal account. The second reward is a qualification to enter the Divine Tower. As for the specifics of the Divine Tower, you will naturally learn more once you enter the Kyoto Royal Academy. I can inform you in advance that entry into the Divine Tower is exceedingly precious, especially for the first time. Be well prepared before you go. Such earnest admonitions from the Lord of Clouds indicated the significance of the matter at hand. Qin Tianming nodded in understanding. I have a few matters to attend to. Please wait a moment, Yun Shun. After speaking, Qin Tianming entered the study, took up pen and paper, and began to write. In no time, he had composed a farewell letter, which he placed on the coffee table in the living room, alongside a card that concealed a sum of 1 billion Tianxin coins, all bequeathed to his parents. Having completed this task, Qin Tianming sighed softly, cast a glance at his parents' room, and quietly departed, closing the door behind him. He then hurried to the next destination with Yun Tianhe, the Enforcement Bureau. Yun Tianhe guided Qin Tianming as they soared through the air on their swords. In the blink of an eye, they arrived outside the Enforcement Bureau, where Qin Tianming waved his hand, summoning the 3 genetic larvae that had been lurking here into the insect nest space. Yun Tianhe observed silently, offering no comment. Qin Tianming glanced up at the cloud deity, subtly nodding to indicate that his task had been completed. At that moment, 3 juvenile genetic parasites were ensconced within his insect nest space. The streets lay silent in the dead of night when suddenly, a voice filled with terror echoed from within the Enforcement Bureau. Someone has died. Can we leave now? Yun Tianhe inquired. Wait, I still need to go somewhere. Where? To the hospital. In the mortuary, Qin Tianming stood quietly beside Yin Yu, observing her in silence. I'm sorry. He bowed deeply and turned to depart. Outside, Yin Tianhe wielded the divine sword, making a gentle motion towards the void. And a passageway, barely wide enough for 2, materialized in the corridor. Qin Tianming cast a lingering gaze at the door that eternally separated him from the celestial realms. And then, alongside Yun Tianhe, stepped into the rift of transmission, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 73. The Royal Academy of Kyoto. Qin Tianming felt as though he had been transported for an eternity, unlike the teleportation stone he had utilized just the previous day, which had delivered him in the blink of an eye. The distance from Jiang City to Kyoto spanned several thousand kilometers. Even with teleportation, a certain duration was required. The resplendent hues of glass-like brilliance swept before him, as countless enchanting images flowed past his vision. Qin Tianming felt an unsettling sense of imbalance, as if his head were heavy while his feet were light. A glance at Yun Tianhe revealed the latter maintaining an air of elegance, untouched by the passage of time, still resembling a youthful man in his 30s. Was this the prowess of the God of Clouds? And this was merely a projection. One could only imagine the true strength of his original form. Moments later, the two of them abruptly appeared above a city, and all discomfort dissipated into thin air. Remarkable resilience. Yun Tianhe's assessment of Chen Tianming elevated further in his mind. As the capital of the Easternly Kingdom, the city of Kyoto remained ablaze with lights even in the dead of night. Yun Tianhe guided Chen Tianming as they glided gently through the sky. Soon, a grand entrance, towering several meters high and spanning over 100 meters wide, came into Chen Tianming's view, adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings. The gate exuded an overwhelming sense of majesty, radiating an unmatched grandeur under the moonlight. As their flying sword descended slowly, the awe inspired by the gate intensified. Chen Tianming felt an overwhelming sense of menace, as if the imposing gate before him had transformed into a ravenous beast, poised to launch an assault at any moment. Yun Tianhe began to elucidate. This gate serves as both an entrance and a weapon. Even the most formidable practitioners would face substantial repercussions should they attempt to breach it. With that, he patted Chen Tianming on the shoulder and said, "Come, let us proceed." As they approached, Chen Tianming sensed a spell alight upon him. Recognizing it as a detection spell, their identities verified, the gate slowly creaked open, revealing a narrow passageway for the two to traverse swiftly. The Royal Academy, in the depths of the night, was far from the anticipated tranquility. Numerous students hurriedly traversed the campus. Nearby, waves of energy could be felt pulsating through the air. After a considerable walk, they finally arrived at their destination, the residential area. "You should now proceed with your registration. From this day forth, you shall reside here," Yun Tianhe advised. "Additionally, let me remind you that the majority of items within the academy can be traded, but it must be on a voluntary basis. The specifics will be clearly outlined in the campus regulations, which I recommend you purchase." At that moment, a tall figure appeared to have been waiting at the entrance. Upon noticing Yun Tianhe approaching, he hastened towards him and bowed respectfully. Yun Tianhe nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "I leave him in your care. I must take my leave now. Someone will contact you tomorrow." With a wave of his hand, he ascended on his sword and departed. Though he could have easily whisked Chen Tianming directly to the residential area, he chose instead to allow him to acclimate to the campus environment. "My goodness, truly, the cloud god is so considerate," Chen Tianming mused. After Yun Tianhe's departure, the attendant politely inquired, "Are you Chen Tianming?" "Yes," he replied. Noticing a hint of coolness in Chen Tianming's tone, the attendant maintained his courteous demeanor, asking, "Where would you prefer to reside? We offer single rooms, shared accommodations, villas, and even villas with training grounds. The prices vary significantly depending on the type of accommodation." At this moment, Chen Tianming finally comprehended why the examiners had emphasized the significance of points over gold coins since the commencement of the grand examination. The most economical option, a double room, merely required 200 points per month, while a single room was priced at 500 points. In stark contrast, a standalone villa demanded a staggering 2,000 points monthly, with accommodations boasting various training facilities starting at a minimum of 3,000 points. Should one find themselves lacking in points, they could alternatively utilize Tianxin coins for payment, merely appending 3 zeros to the amount. Thus, a double room would cost 200,000 Tianxin coins monthly, and a standalone villa would amount to 2,000,000 Tianxin coins. Such prices are indeed exorbitant, considering they merely represent the cost of lodging. The property is not owned but rented. 1 point can be exchanged for 1,000 Tianxin coins. Yet Tianxin coins cannot be converted back into points, thereby subtly elevating the importance of points. Yun Tianhe had previously mentioned that within the Royal Academy, everything could be traded. The conversion of Tianxin coins into points is merely one facet. The majority is allocated towards the acquisition of weapons, equipment, and training resources. Consequently, points have become the hard currency within the academy. Under the narration of the individual before him, Chen Tianming had grasped much, and he accepted the academy's regulations that were offered to him, intending to review them in the solitude of his room. As the night grew late, all he wished for was to return to his chamber and rest peacefully, refraining from interrupting the speaker. "I desire a standalone villa," he declared. The individual before him was momentarily taken aback by the interruption and displayed a hint of displeasure, yet remembering that this person was brought by the esteemed Yunshin, he responded with utmost courtesy, "Are you certain?" Chen Tianming nodded slightly, offering no further response. The man sighed, remarking on the folly of wealth and caprice, warning that once one realizes the difficulty of earning points, it would be too late for regrets. He then led Chen Tianming into the residential area, where they eventually halted before a row of standalone villas. This area lay vacant, allowing for a selection at will. Despite this, the man, unwilling to relent, urged once more, insisting that Chen should contemplate the matter seriously, for accumulating points was indeed a challenging endeavor. Chen Tianming sensed that this individual was genuinely kind-hearted. Yet he still shook his head in refusal, stating, "Having grown accustomed to poverty in my youth, I now aspire to reside in comfort. If I lack the necessary points, I shall earn them. This, in essence, compels me to continually strive for self-improvement." Upon saying this, he gestured towards an opulent villa, declaring, "This one shall suffice." "You present a compelling argument," he admitted, momentarily at a loss for a retort. The individual did not press further, instead handing over a key. "This is the key. Inside, you will find a call panel. Should you have any uncertainties, you can contact the duty office from within. There are personnel available around the clock to address your concerns." As he extended a card towards him, he continued, "This is the access card for Villa 9 in Block A3. Simply swipe it to gain entry. Please provide your identification so I can register it. From now on, this card will be exclusively for your use. Even if it is accidentally lost, it cannot be utilized by another." He then produced a device, instructing Chen Tianming to undergo pupil recognition and fingerprint verification. Following this, he retrieved a PS machine, stating, "My dear student, it is time to settle the payment." Chen Tianming, without a flicker of hesitation, produced the card bestowed upon him by the cloud god and proceeded to swipe it effortlessly. Contrary to the expectations of the onlooker, no alert of a failed transaction rang out. With a soft beep, the points were successfully deducted. Henceforth, Villa 9 in Building A of District 3 shall be your personal sanctuary. No one shall enter without your permission, and until you decide to vacate. No one else may rent this splendid abode. With that, I shall not intrude upon your repose." After a yawn and a casual wave, he took his leave. This residence is an opulent standalone villa, featuring 3 expansive courtyards, a parking area, a swimming pool, and vast flower gardens. Everything one could desire. Chen Tianming felt quite content. After taking a refreshing shower in his bedroom, he fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 74. War Academy. The following afternoon, the urgent ringing of the doorbell echoed. Chen Tianming opened the door, his eyes sparkling with surprise. He had not anticipated that the first person he would see upon opening the door would be Shueshan. "How come you are here?" he inquired. "I heard from my family that yesterday, the cloud god took you to the Royal Academy of Kyoto. So I immediately came to find you." "Why not? Just because you can attend the Royal Academy, does that mean I cannot?" she retorted. "I too have been admitted to the Royal Academy of Kyoto. Is it not permissible for me to arrive early to register?" Of course. Chen Tianming responded with evident delight. Shueshan leaned in, curious, and said, "Let me take a peek. Is there a hidden beauty in your abode?" Chen Tianming remained noncommittal, stating, "I just arrived last night. Where could I possibly find a hidden beauty?" Shueshan twirled around, giggling. Come. First, let me help you with the paperwork, and then we shall dine together." With that, she took Chen Tianming's hand, leading him toward the academic affairs office while merrily introducing him to the surroundings of the academy. At the Kyoto Royal Academy, there are 2 types of trading exchanges: the Imperial Exchange, which exclusively accepts gold coins, and the Academic Exchange, which operates on a point system. Certain unique items cannot be procured at the Imperial Exchange, hence, transactions for such items must occur at the Academic Exchange. Additionally, the Academy is dotted with hundreds of training grounds, designed for students to practice and hone their skills collaboratively. However, these facilities are not free. They require expenditure of points, 10 points for each hour of use. Furthermore, the library, renowned as a national treasure, is also located within the Royal Academy, housing a vast array of books for perusal, albeit at the cost of points as well. In summary, without points, one would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate the academy. While I am unaware of your current point balance, I advise you to be frugal, lest you encounter difficulties when the need arises. After a brief walk, they soon arrived at the Academic Affairs Office, where, under Shueshan's guidance, Chen Tianming swiftly completed his enrollment procedures. As they finished, dusk began to settle. "Let us go. I will show you the dining hall. It is just the right time for a meal." Upon entering the dining hall, they were awestruck by the sight of countless students gathered for their meals. "You should know, Kyoto Academy boasts 5 dining halls. Next time, I will take you to another one," Shueshan remarked, as she adeptly began to serve herself food, displaying a familiarity with the place. Just as she was about to pay, Chen Tianming produced his newly acquired student card and, with a swift motion, completed the payment. Shueshan giggled mischievously, not attempting to intervene. After their meal, the pair strolled leisurely through the campus. With a playful smile, Shueshan declared, "Thank you for treating me to dinner. Now we must attend to serious matters. Today, besides familiarizing you with the campus, I have a task at hand. For the better part of the morning, they explored merely 1/20th of the Royal Academy's grounds. At the square of the War Academy, a throng had gathered around a frail young girl. I apologize. I did not intend to bump into you. What is the substance contained in your bottle, and how much does it cost? State the amount, and I shall compensate you. The girl said, her face reflecting panic. Compensate? What will you use to compensate? That bottle contains the source water capable of enhancing all attributes. Valued at 10,000 points per bottle. What do you possess to make amends? Upon hearing the staggering price, the girl nearly fainted, her vision darkening. Nearby, a rotund young master chuckled maliciously. You have stolen my heart. How can you claim no wrongdoing? Tonight, you shall face the consequences. The surrounding bodyguards grinned smugly, affirming, indeed. You are fortunate to have attracted the young master's interest. The young master, reveling in the girl's distress, remarked, look at you. I haven't even begun. And you are already drenched in sweat. Ha ha. Suddenly, in the midst of his arrogance, he was unexpectedly struck and sent flying. Who dares to challenge me? Do they not know my esteemed reputation in the capital? He bellowed in outrage. One of his lackeys, astonished, exclaimed, Young master, it's Miss Shui. The young master was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he saw Shui Shan standing alongside a strikingly handsome man, who was accompanied by a grotesque creature, its lengthy tail thrashing ominously in the air. Shui Shan, though your family holds considerable influence, must he not compensate for the destruction of my source water? The young master swallowed hard, his expression darkening. I have already compensated her points. Bullying a girl is hardly a display of skill, the handsome man retorted. Producing a card and tossing it over, the password is 666666. Now leave, and should you disagree, we can settle this on the dueling platform. Qin Tianming witnessed a girl being bullied, and memories of Xiao Yu's tragic plight involuntarily surged in his mind, igniting a flame of fury within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to teach the assailant a lesson. The young scion, likely wary of Shui Shan's influence, shot a menacing glare at Qin Tianming, muttering darkly, You will pay for this. He then swiped his card, causing Qin Tianming's name to appear on his communicator. So, you are Qin Tianming? I shall undoubtedly reclaim my honor today. With that, he tossed the card aside and hurried off with his entourage. Thank you, the woman exclaimed. Rushing over to express her gratitude, her eyes filled with admiration. Do be careful in the future, not every encounter will be with a benevolent soul. Qin Tianming spoke in a gentle tone, watching the woman depart as he and Shui Shan remained in place, awaiting her return. Before long, a voice echoed from a distance. A woman adorned with a vibrant red floral crown and possessing an enchanting visage approached with an alluring smile. Hee, I've brought him along, Sister Hua, exclaimed Shan Shan. The woman turned her gaze towards Qin Tianming, inquiring, Is this the charming young man you have been so fond of? Indeed. His gallant act of heroism was quite dashing. No wonder he has captivated my dear Shui Shan's heart. With that, she let out a playful laugh. Sister Hua. Shui Shan playfully chided, her tone tinged with a hint of endearment. All right, enough teasing. Allow me to introduce myself, the woman declared with grace. Hello, I am Shui Huayu, Shui Shan's elder sister. You may call me Sister Hua. I am a level 6 mountain shifter and a professional plant mage. Qin Tianming spoke softly. Qin Tianming. Hero level 2, summoner. Shui Huayu maintained a calm demeanor, revealing little emotion, while the expressions of those nearby reflected a hint of surprise. At that moment, a boy with a face full of acne remarked, Only a hero level 2, and he dares to provoke bout dating? Turns out he's just a reckless youth. Bout dating was the nickname of the chubby fellow from earlier. He was the second son of the Bao family in Kyoto. Do not worry, with me here. He wouldn't dare to trouble you easily. Shui Shan, aware that he had yet to recover from the incident involving Yen Yu, spoke hastily in a low voice. It doesn't matter. Qin Tianming remained unfazed. As the saying goes, which man does not strive for survival in the cracks of life? And which woman does not toil under the weight of hardship? Everyone bears their own burdens, yet life offers no retreat. One can only forge ahead, lending a hand when confronted with injustice. This is who I am, a unique spark amidst the ordinary. Chapter 75. A dog bites a man. Should a man bite back? Do you presume that your association with Miss Shui grants you the audacity to act so recklessly? Shui Shan's countenance darkened. Xiaokuan, mind your words. Qin Tianming is a destined individual, a student of merit. Xiaokuan scoffed derisively. A destined individual, you say? Does our war academy lack such figures? We have seen countless top scholars from various provinces, mere country folk who mistakenly believe their innate talents elevate them to greatness. In truth, they are utterly mediocre. His arrogance was palpable, completely disregarding Chen Tianming's status as a fated personage. Several others on the playground exhibited similar disdain, as if Xiao Kuan's words echoed their own sentiments. A destined individual? They truly did not regard him highly. Among them were several others deemed fated. Perhaps, in other contexts, a fated individual might be cherished, but here, in the War Academy, talent was abundant. Xiao Kuan, I advise you to watch your tongue. Otherwise, I will not let you off easily. Shuai retorted without hesitation. Xiao Kuan snorted, casting a wary glance at Shuai and Shuai, choosing not to respond to her. Instead, he arrogantly raised his chin, nostrils flaring. I know you are a student of merit, but in our Rose Squad, we value strength. Tomorrow's trial, bringing you along is no issue, but kindly refrain from speaking. It would be best if you made no sound at all. Do not think your recent act of heroism makes you impressive. To me, you are no different from a fool. A mere 10,000 points, given away without understanding their worth. Every student entering the Royal Academy of Kyoto possesses a minimum of 10,000 points, yet no more than 20,000. Chen Tianming was infuriated upon witnessing someone squander 1,000 points on behalf of another. He seethed at the thought that those points were not his own. While others remained oblivious, he was acutely aware that the so-called informer was merely a conduit of gossip. And the liquid contained within that bottle was nothing more than plain water. Its sole purpose was to intimidate the female students. Once the bottle shattered, the water would seep into the ground, leaving no evidence even if the matter escalated to the Academic Affairs Office. The informer, undoubtedly reveling in his ill-gotten gains of 1,000 points, was a secret he chose not to disclose, as he served as a source of information for the informer. The details regarding the young woman had been relayed by him, orchestrating the trap that ensnared her. Consequently, he too would reap a considerable reward. Yet, at that moment, Chen Tianming uttered a derisive remark, ugly face. Xiao Kuan reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, springing to his feet in outrage. He harbored a deep resentment towards any critique of his appearance, and he retorted furiously, "What did you say? Have the audacity to repeat that." His staff erupted with bursts of purple light, unleashing overwhelming power. Shuai boldly positioned herself in front of Chen Tianming, challenging, "Xiao Kuan, dare to strike?" Shuai, standing before Xiao Kuan, commanded with authority, "Xiao Kuan, cease this at once." Observing Shuai, Xiao Kuan gradually tempered his fury, the tempestuous energy from his staff dissipating. "Sister Hua, you are the captain. I will grant you this favor. But only this once. Should there be a next time, do not expect my restraint." With a menacing glance directed at Chen Tianming, who stood behind Shuai, he stepped aside, falling silent. Shuai then turned to Chen Tianming and stated, "We shall depart tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. We will convene here. The specifics will be disclosed to you then." Chen Tianming nodded gently, indicating his understanding. "Let us procure some supplies and make preparations," said Shuai as she took Chen Tianming by the hand and departed. Observing their exit, Shuai let out a soft sigh. "Xiao Kuan, I am aware of your grievances at this moment, yet he is brought here by my sister. And he was personally retrieved by the god of clouds last night, who evidently holds him in high regard. I hope you can exercise some discretion." Xiao Kuan retorted with irritation, "I certainly know how to gauge matters. It is simply that I cannot suppress my indignation. You may claim Shuai as your sister. And while her rank may be lower, at least she is a physician, contributing significantly to the team. But what of that Chen Tianming? What is a summoner? An enhanced beast master? It is a profession I have never even heard of." At that moment, someone interjected. "I have heard that it is a newly emerged profession this year. The last time a profession like this appeared was decades ago." Xiao Kuan remained dismissive. Every year brings forth 1 or 2 new professions. But what is the result? Most of them are worthless. Shuai shook her head. "He is still a destined individual. And my sister's esteem for him surely indicates he possesses extraordinary qualities. Humph, we shall see how he performs tomorrow. I state this clearly. If he proves to be a hindrance, do not blame me for turning my back on him." As Shuai led Chen Tianming toward the trading post, she remarked, "Do not let that fellow provoke you. He relies on his status as a destined individual, and, having entered the academy 2 years before me, he often behaves recklessly. I have long found him displeasing." Chen Tianming softly remarked, "Indeed, if a dog bites a person, must the person retaliate? I shall heed your words." Aha! Shuai couldn't help but chuckle, surprised by this unexpected facet of Chen Tianming's character. "However, I must say, your actions today were truly impressive. I initially thought you had taken a fancy to that young lady, yet to my astonishment, you left without even exchanging a contact. It was quite beyond my expectations. Qin Tianming smiled faintly, offering no further response, embodying a distinctive character. The two arrived at the Imperial Exchange, where Shui Shan remarked, "Upon your arrival at the Academy, you should first acquire a communication device, followed by a selection of red and blue potions." The red and blue potions she referred to were, in fact, healing elixirs and mana potions. The former is utilized for mending wounds, while the latter serves to rejuvenate mental fortitude. These two potions are among the most consumed items by practitioners. The basic life potion is effective for healing injuries and is suitable for individuals below the hero level, with a cooldown period of 30 minutes. The basic mental potion aids in restoring mental energy and is also applicable for those below the hero level, sharing the same cooldown duration. Each potion is priced at 500 Tianxin coins. Following Shui Shan's suggestion, Qin Tianming purchased 50 bottles of each, totaling an expenditure of 50,000 Tianxin coins. Subsequently, the pair visited the Academy Exchange, where they spent 100 points to acquire a communicator. The device resembles a bracelet, conveniently worn on the wrist, and is an essential accessory for every student. They added each other as friends, thus enabling constant communication within the dungeons. Shui Shan playfully waved her delicate hand, revealing her fair skin, and teased, "This way, I can bother you anytime and anywhere. I trust you one T-mind." "Not at all," he replied. Qin Tianming spoke gently. The following morning, the melodious chime of his wristband awakened him. This tune had been set by Shui Shan the previous night. At that moment, his communicator contained only Shui Shan's contact. "Get up, you lazy pig. The sun is shining." As soon as he answered, Shui Shan's whimsical voice came through. "I'm at the entrance of your villa. Hurry down for breakfast. We need to set off after we eat." "All right." Shui Shan had prepared a large array of food. Not knowing how long this trial would last outdoors, he thought it wise to have ample provisions. Chapter 76. The Lament of the Mummy at the War Academy Square. Shui Huayu and others were already awaiting their arrival. Not only Shui Huayu, but also members of the Academy had formed a line. Shui Shan pulled Qin Tianming along. Shui Huayu glanced at the time and, with a serious expression, cautioned, "Once we teleport, do not wander off." She clearly had participated in numerous trials before. Exuding an air of experience, Xiao Kuan shot a disdainful glance at Qin Tianming, saying, "Kid, don't hold us back, or else." Shui Shan retorted immediately, "As long as you don't drag us down, we'll be fine." Shui Huayu, feeling a headache coming on, quickly intervened. "The trial is about to begin. Whatever thoughts you have, set them aside until we finish. This trial is of utmost importance. We cannot afford to mess it up. Now, let us introduce our professions. As the team leader, I must ensure unity among us. Even if it's merely a facade, any underlying discord could jeopardize the trial ahead. It would be better to simply forego this endeavor altogether. I'll go first. Shui Huayu, level 6 Mountain Mover, Plant Mage. Xiao Kuan, level 4 Mountain Mover, Thunder Mage. Lu Kai, level 3 Mountain Mover, Shadow Ranger. Zhao Wen, level 3 Mountain Mover, Prophet. Both the Plant Mage and Prophet belong to supportive roles. However, the Plant Mage, while assisting, also possesses considerable damage output, making them a hybrid of control and damage. The Prophet primarily enhances various states and explores visibility. Possessing a high-level Prophet with comprehensive skills can significantly elevate a team's combat prowess. The Shadow Ranger combines the traits of an assassin and an archer, capable of ranged attacks while maintaining formidable close combat abilities, evidently serving as one of the main damage dealers alongside Qin Kuan. Shui Shan, level 1 Hero, Healer. Qin Tianming, level 2 Hero, Summoner. Shui Huayu's gaze swept across the group once more, emphasizing, "I'll reiterate, unity is imperative in this trial. If anyone dares to hold us back, I will not let them off upon our return." Shui Shan smiled and said, "Sister Hua, rest assured, we will absolutely not hold you back." Suddenly, a colossal shadow of a tower loomed in the center of the playground. It was a lighthouse. Shui Shan whispered softly. The tower emanated a radiant glow, and shortly thereafter, a brilliant light burst forth from its pinnacle, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that enveloped everyone in the square. The trial's teleportation was about to commence. At that moment, all individuals present on the playground were transported to the trial grounds. The prolonged duration of the teleportation suggested that the trial location was indeed situated at an astonishing distance from the Royal Academy of Kyoto. A wave of scorching heat surged around them, the sweltering air crashing over them like ocean waves. The trial site turned out to be in the midst of a desert. As their feet touched the ground once more, their vision rapidly adjusted, and the blinding sunlight poured down from the heavens. Shui Shan's complexion appeared somewhat pale. Her small hand gripping Chen Tianming's arm tightly. Pouting her lips, she wore an expression of displeasure, clearly uncomfortable with the long-distance teleportation. Shui Huayu remarked, "It seems your teleportation array was lacking. You'll get accustomed to it after a few more trips." She cast a slightly surprised glance at Chen Tianming, not expecting him to exhibit the slightest sign of discomfort. Could it be that he frequently utilized the teleportation array? This thought crossed her mind, causing her to temper her previous disdain for him. Chen Tianming silently surveyed his surroundings. They found themselves in the midst of a desolate desert. Not far behind them, a luminous barrier enveloped an oasis. Outside the barrier, they could glimpse a multitude of magical creatures within the oasis. At that moment, a scroll floated before each individual, emanating a faint glow. It was a mission scroll. Shui Huayu, possessing considerable experience, recognized it instantly and promptly grasped her mission scroll in hand. The others followed suit. Upon opening the task scroll, Chen Tianming comprehended the nature of the trial before him. The scroll meticulously detailed every aspect of their undertaking. They found themselves in a desolate expanse known as the Death Desert, rife with numerous desert creatures. At the heart of this barren land lay an oasis, which housed a grand pyramid. Within this pyramid existed a dungeon referred to as the Morning of the Mummy. Their objective was to penetrate the oasis, gain entry to the pyramid, and subsequently delve into the mummy dungeon. The ultimate goal was to vanquish the final boss within and procure a single tear from it, known as the Tear of the Mummy. The trial comprised 3 pivotal points. Firstly, the team entering the oasis could consist of no more than 6 members, with the highest level of any member not exceeding the 6th rank of the mountain-moving realm, and it was imperative that at least 2 members were of heroic stature. Secondly, the Tear of the Mummy would only drop at the Hell difficulty level, necessitating that the overall strength of the team be formidable, which explained why the levels of the remaining 4 members were so closely aligned, aside from Chen Tianming and Shui Shan. Thirdly, only 3 drops of the Tear of the Mummy would be available. In Chapter 77, it was noted that only the first 3 teams to conquer the dungeon would be awarded the Tear of the Mummy. Chen Tianming was perplexed as to why he had not been informed in advance. After all, it was merely the next dungeon. Was there something particularly unique about the Tears of the Mummy? After reviewing the quest scroll, Shui Huayu spoke solemnly. The Dungeon of the Mummy's Lament only yields 3 droplets of the Tears of the Mummy each year. These tears possess a remarkable property of fusion, allowing them to seamlessly combine materials that are otherwise incompatible, making them an exceedingly rare strategic resource. The location of the Death Desert lies beyond the borders of our easternly kingdom. Thus, each year, it is not only our nation that ventures to the Death Desert, but also individuals from other countries. This time, our entire War Academy has mobilized, comprising 10 teams, and we are Team 7. We must compete not only against our fellow Academy students, but also against practitioners from other nations. Shui Huayu recounted all that she knew. Shui Shan inquired, "What if we encounter them? Should we resort to violence?" As she spoke, she involuntarily cast a glance at Chen Tianming, aware that he had indeed taken lives before. Just prior to his arrival at the Royal Academy in Kyoto, 3 miners in the Enforcement Bureau had perished, and Shui Shan was convinced that Chen Tianming was responsible. Upon hearing the mention of killing, the others appeared somewhat apprehensive, while Chen Tianming maintained an indifferent demeanor. Shui Huayu shook her head, reassuringly. It is generally unlikely. Such incidents have occurred in the past, but more often than not, individuals are simply barred from entry. Truly lethal confrontations are rather uncommon. Her words provided a slight relief to the group. Shui Huayu continued, "However, we must not let our guard down. Fatalities have occurred before, so we must exercise utmost caution." Turning to Zhaowen, she commanded, "Enhance our status." Zhaowen responded affirmatively and immediately began to cast a skill. Radiant halos enveloped the group. Enhancement spell. Source of magic. At that moment, everyone felt a significant boost to their attributes. Chen Tianming quietly sensed these conditions. All 4 attributes had increased by 25%. Simultaneously, a surge of magical energy enveloped him, seemingly providing a continuous source of mental rejuvenation. The enhancement of all attributes would last for half an hour, which was already remarkably powerful. What would be the effect if the Prophet's state amplification were applied to the Zerg warriors? With a mere thought, Chen Tianming summoned a warrior from the insect race, who promptly materialized upon the sandy terrain. Gradually, the initially pitch-black carapace began to transform into a muted yellow, seamlessly blending with the surrounding environment. The emergence of the warrior startled several individuals nearby, its mandibles moving rhythmically, and the menacing sigh that wielded exuded an aura of dread and chill. Zhao Wan, who was bestowing enhancements upon the group, was so taken aback by the sight that his hand trembled, causing him to abruptly interrupt the spell he was casting. Goodness, is that some sort of insect? Is this a summoning from the insect race? Lu Kai exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Tianming turned to Zhao Wan and said, please apply a status effect to it as well. All right, Zhao Wan replied, momentarily taken aback, before several radiant auras enveloped the target. All around the desert, dazzling lights flickered incessantly, with each team enhancing their abilities. As one gazed across the expanse, an array of peculiar professions could be seen. These rare classes, seldom encountered in other cities, appeared here as abundantly as cabbages by the roadside. Qin Tianming quietly sensed his surroundings and discovered that the warrior's attributes had similarly increased by 25%. His heart surged with excitement. At this moment, the warrior's combat attributes reached a staggering 999 points. An additional 25% enhancement equated to a remarkable increase of 3,000 attribute points. An astonishing augmentation indeed. However, Chen Tianming refrained from making a fuss and simply uttered a soft thank you. With a thunderous explosion echoing through the air, the signal for the trial commenced. Sister Hua glanced upward at the sky and then waved her hand decisively, proclaiming, our target is the oasis. Let us advance. The group felt as though they had passed through an invisible barrier, effortlessly transitioning into the new realm. Although referred to as an oasis, the interior presented a desolate landscape, albeit with a few more green plants than what lay beyond the shimmering barrier. At the very center of the oasis stood a colossal pyramid, strikingly prominent. The mummy's lament resided within that pyramid. The space of the oasis was far more expansive than anticipated. The throng of people that had previously filled the area was nowhere to be seen after crossing through the barrier. Move swiftly. Our objective is the mummy's lament. We must avoid any confrontation with the creatures dwelling within the oasis. Sister Hua spoke in a grave tone. With that, she charged ahead. The others promptly followed suit. Chapter 78. The shadow clone with spirit communication. The landscape was awash with yellow sand, and occasionally, monstrous creatures would emerge from the desert, peering curiously at the intruders. These creatures bore heads resembling either scorpions or spiders, causing Shui Shan's delicate face to pale as she clutched Qin Tianming's arm tightly, too fearful to let go. The razor-sharp teeth of these monsters left no doubt regarding their biting power and venom. Suddenly, a scorpion crawled forth from the sands, launching a sharp tail stinger towards the group. Sister Hua reacted swiftly, activating her skill, Leaf Shield. This defensive technique of the plant mage conjured a sturdy shield of branches and leaves, successfully intercepting the incoming projectile. Thornblade. Immediately, the shield sprouted sharp thorns, which shot forth in an instant towards the scorpion. Qin Tianming withdrew the enhanced detector and unleashed it upon the scorpion. Poisonous demon scorpion level. Extraordinary level 9 strength, 1300 agility, 1500 spirit, 200 constitution, 2000 skills, toxin, flying stinger. Upon examining its attributes, it conformed to the standards of an extraordinary creature. It was not particularly formidable. As long as one exercised caution to avoid its venomous bite and the threat of its stingers, the situation was manageable. Such a creature could hardly pose a significant obstacle to them. With a thunderous roar, the scorpion was instantaneously seared by the might of lightning, leaving it charred, yet still alive, struggling to retaliate against the group. Suddenly, a figure emerged behind it, Lu Kai. With a glinting dagger descending, he executed the shadow strike. The skill activated, and the dagger found its mark, piercing the scorpion's head, shattering its exoskeleton, and releasing a torrent of yellow brain matter. The poisonous demon scorpion lay on the ground, thrashing a few times before succumbing to stillness. Defeating an extraordinary level 9 creature yielded an experience gain of 1400. In Shui Huayu acquired a scorpion sac 1. Chen Tianming received the notification that the poisoned scorpion had been slain. Due to the 6-person team arrangement, each individual only received a little over 200 experience points from the total of 1400, which was rather meager and even less than what the abyssal orcs had previously provided. As the captain, Sister Hua would claim all dropped items, which would later be distributed evenly upon completion of their quest. After vanquishing the poisoned scorpion, the team pressed onward. Along their path, they encountered several waves of monsters, which they swiftly dispatched through their combined efforts. As they drew closer to the pyramid, the number of monsters increased, along with their levels, as they began to face epic tier creatures. Defeating one such epic-level monster, Sister Hua gazed at the distant pyramid and remarked solemnly, "At our current pace, we will require at least 2 more hours to reach the entrance of the pyramid. We are moving too slowly." She instructed the team to avoid engaging with monsters whenever possible to hasten their progress. Shui Huayu resolved to disregard the monsters entirely and headed straight toward the pyramid. Shui Shan glanced at Chen Tianming, who shook his head slightly and chose not to speak further. The team quickened their pace once more. When they encountered more monsters, Sister Hua immediately employed her skill, Deathbind. This skill ensnared the monsters in place, allowing them to advance without delay. Consequently, their speed significantly increased. And within just over half an hour, they arrived at the vicinity of the pyramid. As Sister Hua had anticipated, they had indeed fallen behind. Numerous other teams had already reached the pyramid, well ahead of them. The towering pyramid soared into the sky, and only upon approaching did they truly appreciate its grandeur. Bathed in sunlight, it emanated a solemn and imposing aura. At the base of the pyramid lay a dark entrance, modest in size, only wide enough for 10 individuals to walk side by side. Surrounding the pyramid were a multitude of monsters, including various poison scorpions, murder lizards, and desert spiders. Many individuals were currently engaged in clearing the monsters in the vicinity. Witnessing this, Xiao Kun inquired, "If we charge straight through, do we stand a chance?" Sister Hua shook her head. "No, it is impossible. The number of monsters here is too great, and their levels are high. My skills have a certain probability of failure. They do not guarantee a hit. Sometimes monsters can move, and I've experienced several skill failures on the way here. The sheer density of monsters makes it impossible to pass unhindered." Shui Huayu furrowed her brow, caught in a dilemma. Clearing the path would require at least 1 or 2 hours, which would leave them hopelessly behind. Yet, charging through could lead to mismanagement, endangering the entire team. Shui Shan cast a pleading glance at Chen Tianming, preparing to seek his assistance. Chen Tianming exchanged a knowing glance with her and took a small step forward. Poised to speak, when a mocking voice interrupted. "It is truly baffling to consider. Our team possesses an array of talents, yet we lack a formidable tank. Were there a robust frontline among us, we would not find ourselves in such a dilemma. You there, are you not a summoner? Though your level may be low. Surely your summoned creatures can withstand some damage? Summon them to divert the enemy's attention. Are you truly planning to come here and do nothing, merely idling away?" Chen Tianming cast a cold, indifferent glance at him. "This is your final warning. If you do not cease your incessant chatter, I shall ensure that your mouth will never open again." Xiao Kun, wearing a look of disdain, replied, "Is that a threat coming from you?" Chen Tianming was on the verge of making a move when Lu Kai exclaimed, "What is that?" Before their eyes, several individuals adorned with headbands and clad in gray garments maneuvered through the throngs of monsters, momentarily capturing the attention of numerous fiends. Astonishingly, the appearances of these 5 individuals were strikingly identical. Huarjie gasped, "Those are ninjas from Sakura Nation, employing the technique of shadow clone. But what could they possibly intend to do?" As these seemingly identical ninjas moved, their hands swiftly formed seals before they simultaneously struck the ground with force. The earth cracked beneath their touch, the fissure radiating outward in all directions. This was a summoning technique. Shui Huayu, seemingly familiar with their capabilities, recognized the skill at a glance. "Wow," Chen Tianming exclaimed, "this profession is remarkable. Even the clones can cast skills." However, in the brief moment they lingered, all these clones were swiftly caught by the surrounding monsters, meeting their demise within an instant. Yet curiously, no blood graced the scene. All were mere clones. The true bodies absent from this locale. 5 colossal phantoms emerged upon the ground, immediately becoming the targets of the nearby monsters. Yet, rather than engaging in combat, these apparitions led the creatures towards the densest cluster of people. Thousands of monsters were drawn towards the nearby trial participants. In an instant, a multitude of them found themselves swiftly encircled by these fiends, compelled to activate their escape scrolls to vacate the trial grounds. This, however, signified their failure in the trial. Chapter 79. Entering the tower, are they attempting to prevent us from entering the pyramid? Shui Shan inquired uncertainly. Before them lay an impassable blockade, leaving no place to set foot. Clearing the area slowly would require several hours. At that moment, a figure stood at the entrance, taunting, "You may wait outside. The tears of the mummy belong to our Sakura Nation." With that, they turned and strode directly inside. Huarjie, filled with indignation, retorted, "Shameless." After finally reaching the entrance, we encountered ninjas from Sakura Nation, muddling the entire situation. Ninjas were a rare profession in Sakura Nation, and it was unexpected for them to be dispatched here to seize the tears of the mummy. By the time we eliminate all the monsters here, it will be too late. Moreover, many had just exited the trial for the sake of survival, resulting in disarray within the team and unrest among the participants. Her delicate face turned pale with anger. Due to the recent withdrawals from the trial, the team was lacking in numbers, prompting many to cry out. We need ranged damage dealers, mages, and archers, all at mount-moving level. We are short on healers and warlocks, requiring those above hero level. If anyone needs to form a team, come quickly. We cannot allow those scoundrels to take the lead. The team is severely lacking in numbers, particularly in healers. In the recent wave of monster attacks, the suddenness of the assault caused many mages and healers to withdraw from the trial. Furthermore, there are certain level requirements. After all, a team entering the dungeon must consist of at least 2 members of the heroic rank. Suddenly, Xiaokuan spoke up. Sister Hua, I wish to join another team. Why? Shui Huayu was clearly taken aback. She had not anticipated Xiaokuan's decision, especially since their team was intact. Xiaokuan pointed at Qin Tianming, stating, either he leaves, or I do. Not only was Shui Huayu astonished, but Xiao Wen and Lu Kai also wore expressions of shock. They never expected Xiaokuan to resort to such threats at a critical moment, although a horde of monsters gathered at the entrance. Numerous students from the War Academy surrounded them, and as long as they worked together, clearing the monsters would merely be a matter of time. Shueshan sneered, Xiaokuan, you truly are despicable. Do you think we cannot manage without you? If you wish to leave, then go ahead. Let us see if I can stop you. Xiaokuan ignored Shueshan's mockery and fixed a serious gaze on Shui Huayu, stating, Sister Hua, the choice is yours. Choose between him and me. As a Thunder Mage, Xiaokuan boasted not only high single-target damage but also exceptional area attacks, which greatly benefited their team. He precisely calculated this moment to assert his demands. Captain. Zhao and Lu Kai also called out, their tone laden with significance. Shui Huayu glanced between Qin Tianming and Xiaokuan, although she found Xiaokuan's actions distasteful. His maneuver undeniably placed her in a precarious position. Zhao Wen and Lu Kai's earnest expressions further indicated their stance, making it clear what they desired. In an instant, Shui Huayu found herself in a dilemma. Just as Shueshan was about to speak, Qin Tianming gently tugged at her hand, signaling her to remain silent. He understood that if Shui Huayu chose Xiaokuan, Shueshan would undoubtedly follow suit and withdraw from the group. The requirements for entering the dungeon necessitated at least 1 member of the mountain-moving rank and 2 of the heroic rank. Even if the others withdrew, the 3 of them could still enter the dungeon. Shui Huayu let out a heavy sigh. Clearly, after much internal deliberation, she had reached a decision. Xiaokuan, if you wish to leave, then do so. At that moment, Xiaokuan's face radiated confidence. With Zhao Wen and Lu Kai already standing with him, he believed that Shui Huayu would undoubtedly choose him. What? Not only did he think he misheard, but even Zhao Wen and Lu Kai were equally astonished. Captain, if Xiaokuan withdraws, this trial will be futile. Do you not wish to enter the Heavenly Palace Academy? Shui Huayu replied solemnly, I do wish to enter, but I, Shui Huayu, have come this far through my own efforts. If today I abandon my teammates under threat, who would dare to team up with me in the future? Would they not fear becoming disposable pawns? If I were to find myself on the battlefield in the future, how should I respond to adversity? Should I abandon my comrades and seek survival alone? I am sorry, but I cannot bring myself to do that. The final statement made by Sister Hua resonates profoundly. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianming could not help but feel inclined to applaud her. Xiaokuan, unfazed by the remark, curled his lips into a cold smirk. If that is the case, when the mountains do not yield, the waters shall flow. We shall meet again. With that, he withdrew from the group. Shortly thereafter, the captain expressed his apologies. We merely wish to complete the trial. Please do not take offense. He too exited the team. What had once been a fully staffed group was now reduced to just Qin Tianming, Shueshan, and Shui Huayu. After the departure of the others, Shui Huayu displayed a faint, resigned smile. I apologize for causing you to witness this. Shueshan, with a cheerful grin, remarked, it's for the best that those bothersome individuals have left. She then turned to Qin Tianming. Brother, it's your turn to perform. Shui Huayu paused in confusion, wondering if her sister had lost her senses. What was the current situation? Did she not understand? Was the objective to invite others to team up and clear the monsters outside the pyramid? Qin Tianming smiled faintly and said, Sister Hua, you will surely feel fortunate for the decision you have just made. Clap. Clap. Qin Tianming resolved to act swiftly. The mere thousands of monsters were far less formidable than the green-skinned orcs lurking in the abyss. He summoned 100 plasma bomb insects and 20 warriors. It was not that Chun Tianming wished to summon more warriors. The entrance was limited in size, and the internal space was mostly constrained. Even if he summoned more, the pyramid might not be able to accommodate them. 3 of the warriors crawled low to the ground, and Chun Tianming was the first to mount one. The remaining insectoid warriors formed a spearhead formation, encircling the trio tightly. Beside them, Xue Huayu was taken aback by the sudden appearance of hundreds of insects, exclaiming in astonishment, "Are these insects your summoned beasts?" Xue Shan bounced onto the back of a warrior, urging, "Sister Hua, come on. Let Leg lead us into the fray." Confused yet intrigued, Xue Huayu climbed aboard as well. At that moment, the bomb insects began to roll rapidly across the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding blasts drew the attention of onlookers. Hundreds of monsters were obliterated, clearing a path ahead. Chun Tianming chose not to annihilate all the magical creatures. His objective was merely to clear a path leading to the entrance. Upon vanquishing a level 9 extraordinary creature, he gained 1,400 experience points, while Xue Huayu acquired a scorpion sac. Defeating a level 1 epic creature granted him an additional 9,800 experience points, and Xue Huayu received a strand of spider silk. The notifications of experience acquisition echoed incessantly within the team channel. The resounding explosions captured the attention of Shao Kuan and his companions, yet they had not reacted in time. Under the protection of the warriors, Chun Tianming and his companions had already seized the opportunity to rush into the pyramid amidst the chaos. The breach was swiftly reclaimed by a throng of magical creatures, leaving the trio bewildered and frozen in place. Chapter 80. Annihilation of the Cherry Blossom Ninjas. How on earth did they get in? The ninja stationed at the entrance expressed his bewilderment, having thought he had effectively barricaded the entrance with numerous magical beings. Clearing those creatures would have required several hours, and he could not fathom how these individuals had managed to infiltrate so swiftly. By the time they finished their dungeon, the people from Cherry Blossom Country would have long departed. To his astonishment, the members from Kyoto Academy had breached the premises so quickly, defying all expectation. "Oh my!" Xue Huayu exclaimed, "that recent explosion has increased my experience by several percentage points." Before she could elaborate, swift arrows whizzed through the air from a distance, detonating mid-flight. Countless arrows rained down from above. "Be careful, that's the archer's explosive arrows," Xue Shan warned urgently. The archers from Cherry Blossom Country, positioned ahead to clear the magical creatures, suddenly launched their assault. The mages unfurled their shields, while the knights pivoted without hesitation, charging forth. Ding! Host detected an attack from foreign entities. Mission initiated. Those not of our kind harbor ill intent. Annihilate all Cherry Blossom individuals present for 3 lottery chances. Perfectly aligned with my intentions, Chun Tianming thought as he took a few steps forward, distancing himself from his companions. With a crack, the gene parasite made its entrance. The enclosed space was ideal for its capabilities. Meanwhile, the warriors positioned in front of the trio shielded them from the deluge of arrows. "How dare these insignificant cherry blossom beings lay hands on us, the people of Dongli? Give them a beating." The gene parasites swiftly melded into the shadows. However, the adversaries reacted quickly, conjuring a glowing orb into the air. Illumination spell. Instantly, the shadowy gene parasite was revealed. Yet, regrettably, it proved ineffective. Its formidable attributes were sufficient to disregard all obstacles. The scene rapidly devolved into utter chaos, with beams of healing light soaring into the sky. Chun Tianming narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings, yet he found no trace of the ninja. A sense of vigilance surged within him. Suddenly, with a clap, Shao Dao made his entrance, unleashing a void bone spike and a silent wave. In an instant, the opposing mage and healer were rendered speechless. The once bright tunnel dimmed. The astute gene parasite swiftly seized the opportunity for battle, launching an attack without hesitation, causing considerable chaos. Fortunately, the front line was composed of numerous classes, allowing them to barely withstand the onslaught. At that moment, a bloodthirsty glimmer shot forth from the void, aimed directly at Chun Tianming's neck. "Humph. Splendid." Chun Tianming remained unfazed, silently invoking the void leap. He had intentionally distanced himself from the 2 women to draw the ninja's attention, successfully luring him out of hiding. Shao Dao turned his head back to glance at the ninja from the land of cherry blossoms, whose scorpion-like visage now bore a twisted semblance of a smile, instilling a profound fear within the ninja, who could hardly react in time. It felt as though he was locked in place, utterly immobilized. Death Feast. Ding. Killed a mountain-moving realm ninja. Experience 20,000. This rare practitioner from the land of cherry blossoms thus met his untimely demise in the northwest. In an instant, the opposing team fell into a state of shock. Evidently, the brutal death of their comrade inflicted significant psychological pressure upon them. However, Chen Tianming remained indifferent, solely focused on commanding his swarm to carry out their merciless harvest. Ding. Killed a mountain-moving realm mage. Experience 7, 860. Ding. Killed a mountain-moving realm warrior. Experience 8, 920. Ding. In less than a minute, the fully equipped team was annihilated on the spot. It turns out that killing also yields experience. Chen Tianming chuckled. Now, no one will come to snatch the tears of the mummy from us. With that, he swiftly advanced to loot their spatial rings. Shui Huayu stood astonished. She had not anticipated the battle would conclude so swiftly. Shui Shan remained composed, urging, "Let us not dawdle, let's complete the dungeon." With that, the three made their way directly to the center of the pyramid. Along the way, unless an enemy came rushing in recklessly, Chen Tianming had no intention of clearing them out. Leaving some monsters behind could create obstacles for those who entered later. With the swarm forging a path, the trio quickly arrived at the central hall of the pyramid, where a purple vortex spun slowly at its center. After selecting the difficulty, the three figures vanished at the dungeon's entrance. Within the Mummy's Lament dungeon, Shui Huayu patted her chest, beaming with joy as she said, "Leg brother, this is all thanks to you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had such a smooth experience." Shui Huayu also began to address Chen Tianming as leg brother, signifying her acknowledgement of his prowess. The trio continued their conversation, undeterred. Suddenly, the first monster within the dungeon materialized before them, not far away. A mummy, towering over 2 meters and bound in bandages, blocked their path. The scanner initiated its analysis. Mummy warrior, enhanced, level, epic eye strength, 4,500 agility, 1,500 spirit, 500 constitution, 5,000 skill, death entanglement with a mere thought. Swarms of insects surged forth. The foremost genetic larvae launched their tongue attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The mummy let out a wretched scream and collapsed. Defeating an epic eye monster grants 6,400 experience. Shui Huayu received bandage 1. Shui Huayu's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated the ferocity of Chen Tianming's summoned creatures. In mere moments, they had vanquished the mummy. This was a fortified elite monster of hellish difficulty. Even a flawlessly configured team would require a minute or two to contend with such a beast. Yet, what had just occurred? A few insects rushed forward, exchanged a few blows, and it was as if the creature had been instantaneously obliterated. It was utterly astonishing. Chen Tianming reached out to adjust the flower crown atop her head, gently patting her hair as he chuckled. Basic skills should not be underestimated. Shui Huayu, unable to evade Chen Tianming's playful grasp, hastily recoiled, a blush suffusing her cheeks, a mix of embarrassment and indignation etched across her face. "Do not ruffle my hair. Why? It would make me appear weaker than you." Upon hearing her words, Chen Tianming pondered momentarily, perplexed. "Is that not the case?" "You," Shui Huayu exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment, her face aflame, her fists clenched in determination. "My resolve has strengthened." Unbeknownst to her, within Chen Tianming's insect nest space, an abundance of such formidable creatures had accumulated, nearing the point of being uncountable. "Doo-doo." Little Dauda pouted. "Master, may I partake in a meal?" This left Shui Huayu utterly speechless, her right hand pointing incredulously at little Daudu. It can speak." Shui Shan gently patted her shoulder. "Sister Hua, let us simply lie back. The rest shall be left to Brother Leg." Chapter 81. A relaxed passage in the dim, cramped tunnel. 50 genetic primordial insects surged forward, heedless of whether their adversaries were enhanced or elite, indifferent to their levels. They charged forth, unleashing a cacophony of devastation. The mummies, renowned for their defense and strength, could scarcely endure 2 seconds under the relentless assault of the swarm before collapsing, their forms dissolving into a pool of experience that flowed into the insects. The density of monsters in this dungeon was woefully inadequate. Though the experience gained was decent, the growth remained sluggish due to the scarcity of foes. The tunnel's end seemed to ascend towards the surface, growing increasingly steep. Fortunately, the party's physical resilience prevailed, and after a considerable trek, they finally arrived at their destination. Before them loomed an opulent palace, the Palace of the Mummies. Chen Tianming stood at the forefront, silently surveying the environment before him. Surrounding the palace, mummified guards wielding sharp blades patrolled in a meticulous cross pattern. Each guard unit comprised 12 mummified sentinels, their bodies no longer mere bundles of bandages but adorned with splendid armor. Each sentinel brandished a spear and shield. Mummified Sentinel, Enhanced Variant. Level, Epic Eye Strength. 5,500 Agility. 3,000 Spirit. 1,500 Constitution. 6,500 Skills. Death Entanglement. Tactical Assault. 1, 2, 3 Goodness. There were a total of 20 patrol units, comprising an impressive 240 mummified sentinels. Shueshan stuck out her tongue playfully. Facing such formidable creatures, dealing with even 24 would be an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Alas, they encountered Chen Tianming. The genetic parasite stealthily crawled along the walls and once positioned. The Zerg warriors launched a frontal assault. The emergence of the warriors instantly captured the attention of the mummified sentinels. The patrol units, undeterred by the threat, charged ferociously at the Zerg warriors. Suddenly, the lurking parasites sprang from the shadows, striking with their tongues and piercing attacks. The sound of bodies colliding echoed with a series of thuds as mummies fell one by one. Following this was the explosive sound of plasma bomb bucks. A succession of electric crackles filled the air, and then silence enveloped the scene. Shui Huayu was momentarily stunned by the flood of experience notifications. Truly impressive. Her admiration for Chen Tianming was palpable. To ruthlessly decimate epic-level monsters with the strength of a hero was enough to stir affection in anyone's heart. Not a single mummified sentinel survived, resulting in an abundance of experience and materials. At that moment, the grand doors of the palace slowly creaked open, releasing an ancient aura that swept forth. A bluish light enveloped the space, accompanied by a diminutive green mummy, its body ensconced in bandages. This small green mummy sat alone at the center of the palace, seemingly lost in sorrowful thoughts, shedding tears that pooled beneath it, forming a small puddle. Weeping Mummy, Boss, Level, Epic V Strength, 7,000 Agility, 4,000 Spirit, 3,000 Constitution, 8,000 Skills. Curse of Touch, Bandage Pull, Mummy's Curse. Unexpectedly, this weeping mummy surpassed the Zerg warriors in both constitution and strength, with agility not lagging far behind. Truly a formidable epic-level boss, it promised a wealth of experience. Chen Tianming licked his lips, a glimmer of excitement shining in his eyes. Shui Huayu glanced at the attributes of the weeping mummy, equally astonished. She swallowed the saliva in her throat. In comparison to other dungeons of the same genre, the attributes of the weeping mummy were overwhelmingly superior. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 1 or 2 hours to conquer it. However, now she gazed at Chen Tianming with eager anticipation, her eyes sparkling with hope. She was keen to discover whether this novice, who had just reached the hero realm, could continue to create miracles. The swarms of insects launched a fierce assault on the weeping mummy. Yet, due to their diminutive size, only a few could strike it simultaneously, resulting in alarmingly low attack efficiency. Moreover, the tears pooling beneath the weeping mummy seemed to possess corrosive and armor-piercing properties. Chen Tianming could sense that the swarms were enduring continuous magical damage. Furthermore, a massive circular formation, spanning 100 meters, suddenly materialized beneath the swarms. Instantly, all the insects fell into a state of dazed stupor. Following this, a slender green bandage shot forth from the mummy's body, targeting none other than the foremost Chen Tianming. Chen Tianming never anticipated that this formidable boss could evade the onslaught of the swarm and subsequently launch an attack against him. In a moment of surprise, he quickly reacted. As the bandage struck him, he activated his void shift, teleporting to a palace several hundred meters away. It was not that he wished to avoid the void, but rather he was concerned that this boss might inflict harm upon the two women, especially since Shueshan was merely a healer with low attributes. How considerate of him. Even in such a critical moment, he was thinking of others. However, that bandage had already ensnared his body the instant he employed his skill, and despite his figure vanishing, the bandage remained tightly wrapped around him. In an instant, the weeping mummy charged directly at Chen Tianming. Its swollen, tear-streaked eyes now bore a peculiar glimmer, and a faint, sinister smile crept upon its lips as it cackled maniacally. Yet, just as it was about to reach Chen Tianming, a purple scorpion suddenly materialized beside him, offering the boss a knowing smile. Before it could comprehend the situation, darkness enveloped its vision, and it knew nothing further. The feast of death awaited. Chen Tianming noticed that the two girls in the distance were still in a daze, which ignited a spark of irritation within him. He admonished them, "I have toiled above, nearly exhausted, while you remain motionless below. When the time comes and you find yourselves lacking experience, do not blame me for not having prepared adequately." Chapter 82. The vanished entrance to the copy. They were resolute. Shueshan and Shui Huayu clenched their fists tightly. However, as the notification sound resonated, the message appeared, defeated the weeping mummy, experience 150,000. Shui Huayu obtained tears of the mummy 1, a cerulean droplet materializing in her hand. Their tightly clenched fists relaxed, and they joyfully leaped, exclaiming, "Hooray! The trial task is accomplished. We are one step closer to the Heavenly Palace Academy." Shui Huayu remarked with a smile. "If we undertake such trials a few more times, we shall surely gain admission to the Heavenly Palace Academy. We owe our gratitude to Leg Brother. Without him, we would have found it exceedingly challenging to complete the trial." Qin Tianming calculated the time. It had only been around 40 minutes since he entered the dungeon. Those outside had surely not yet made their entrance. Suddenly, 3 figures materialized at the entrance of the dungeon. Qin Tianming, wielding the refresh stone, activated it. Amidst the radiant glow, the dungeon's cooldown reset to 0. The trio re-entered the instance. Armed with prior experience, Qin Tianming adeptly commanded the swarm of insects, with the primordial creature leading the charge. The 3 of them mounted the now enlarged little Dai and surged forward towards the tunnel's end. Upon reaching their destination, the swarm, intermingled with explosive insects, launched a fierce assault. Zzz. Boom. Accompanied by the cacophony of rampant plasma, the earth trembled, and countless fragments tumbled from the cliffs. The 240 mummy guards were swiftly eradicated. Slaying the epic level 2 mummy guard yielded 14 for 100 experience. Shui Huayu received 100 bandages. Slaying the epic level 2 mummy guard yielded 14, 400 experience. Shui Huayu received 50 bandages. A flurry of notifications appeared in the team channel, revealing that the 240 mummy guards had granted over 30 million experience, evenly distributed among the 3 companions. At this moment, Qin Tianming ascended to the 3rd tier of heroism. Name: Qin Tianming. Occupation: Overlord of the Zerg. Unique race: human. Innate talent: destined individual level, tier 3 hero. Physique: 455 strength, 450 agility, 450 spirit. 1230 wisdom necklace. 500 talent, rank 1 divine talent. Zerg codex skills: mental link, damage transfer, void leap. Mother body: Iraqi mother worm. Ancient level: sealed, quantity 1. Mother body: Gene Queen. Immortal level: sealed, quantity 1. Offspring count: 36. 750 unlocked: warrior, plasma bomb worm, armory worm, gene primitive worm, sacrificial worm, void behemoth, devourer. Nest space: 36. 753 equipment: staff, space ring, wisdom necklace. With the further elevation of his level, the collective strength of the swarm surged significantly. Details shall remain undisclosed. The last time he reached this point took over half an hour. This time, it was accomplished in less than 10 minutes. The speed had increased severalfold. "Is it always this swift for you, Shueshan and Leg Brother?" Shui Huayu inquired, wiping the sweat from her brow, her excitement palpable. "Indeed, both fast and fierce." "It's truly remarkable," Shueshan replied with a smile. "It has intensified." Qin Tianming's fist had hardened. He let out a grunt, ignoring the surroundings as he awaited the opening of the grand door. The palace gates slowly creaked open once more, revealing a cerulean glow alongside the weeping mummy. This time, Qin Tianming was armed with experience and preparation. The previous mummy had yet to fully dissipate, rendering Xiao Dadai's death feast temporarily unavailable. However, that was of little consequence. With void bone spikes and silent wave, a swarm of insects surged forth to launch an assault. Xiao Dadai joined the fray. Soon, the silent wave S-powers waned, and a golden light emerged, immobilizing the entire swarm. With a resounding clap, the Gene Queen manifested before Qin Tianming, perfectly intercepting the bandages hurled by the mummy. Cackling wickedly, the queen devoured the rushing mummy whole. With a crunch, the sound of cracking bones echoed as she chewed. 30 seconds. Without the use of death feast from Xiao Dadai, the final boss of this instance was vanquished in a mere 30 seconds. The defeat of the weeping mummy granted 150,000 experience points, and Shui Huayu received a mummy's tier 1. Remarkably, only 10 minutes had elapsed since they entered the dungeon, showcasing an alarming efficiency. Brother Leg's speed was impressive, prompting Shueshan to smile and suggest, "Let us go for another round. We should be able to collect 3 mummy's tears." The trio exited the dungeon, and Qin Tianming promptly utilized a refresh stone. With a flash of white light, they re-entered the instance. This time, Qin Tianming repeated his strategy, charging directly toward the tunnel's end, where Xiao Dadai's death feast had cooled down. He aimed to complete the dungeon even faster than before. Finally, they reached the entrance of the instance. Xiao Kuan, with an anxious expression, urged the others, "Hurry. The sound of numerous footsteps echoed behind them, as if a throng of individuals raced from nearby toward the grand hall. In their minds, the people from Sakura country had been inside long enough that they might have already cleared the first run and were embarking on the second. As for Qin Tianming and his companions, Xiaokuan and the others didn't regard them as a threat at all. With a dismissive tone, Xiaokuan remarked, "Even if they entered first, what difference does it make?" Yet before he could finish his sentence, 3 figures appeared at the entrance of the instance, accompanied by a voice that rang out, "Yay, Brother Leg is amazing. This time, we finished in just 8 minutes, 2 minutes faster than last time, fantastic." Shueshan exclaimed excitedly, completely oblivious to the implications her words might incite. "Let us go." Qin Tianming exchanged a glance with Shuehuayu. Suddenly, someone pointed at the instance and exclaimed, "Look, the entrance to the dungeon has vanished." The vortex trembled in midair before completely disappearing from sight. How could the entrance to the instance vanish? What was happening? Zhao, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "This is impossible. The portal can only vanish if all 3 drops of the mummy's tears have been acquired." The others exchanged looks of disbelief as they turned towards Qin Tianming and his companions. "Let us go." Qin Tian, with a dismissive glance towards Xiaokuan and the others, scoffed derisively. The portal had vanished, the trial was complete, and there was no reason to linger. As he prepared to use his scroll of departure, Qin Tianming suddenly revealed his palm, which bore 3 azure drops of liquid. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. Shueshan and Shuehuayu similarly produced their scrolls. Before departing, Shuehuayu maintained a serene demeanor, her gaze unwavering and entirely indifferent to Xiaokuan and his group. Conversely, Shueshan shot a fierce glare at them. After a burst of white light, the 2 disappeared before Xiaokuan's eyes. Hadn't they just possessed the mummy's tears? Yet, the undeniable reality was that the portal had now vanished, and Qin Tianming's possession was unmistakable. "This is impossible." Xiaokuan furrowed his brows in fury. His fists clenched tightly as he thundered, 2 heroes and a mountain-moving mage attempting to clear the dungeon? Surely, this is mere folly. At that moment, someone in the group suddenly remarked, "Wait, why haven't we seen anyone from Sakura Nation?" A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Chapter 83, a switch from birdshot to cannon, they have returned. A multitude of figures appeared in the plaza of the War Academy. The trial had concluded. Discussions erupted among the crowd, many bewildered by the abrupt end of the trial. What had transpired? It was rumored that individuals from Sakura Nation had seized the 3 drops of the mummy's tears, causing the portal to vanish and the trial to conclude prematurely. Those despicable Sakura folk dared to usurp resources from our easternly nation. Should we encounter them again, we must ensure their demise. Indeed, had they not deployed a ninja, we could have at least secured 2 drops of the mummy's tears. What a pity. Hush! A commanding voice echoed from above. All heads turned skyward to behold an elder gracefully descending through the air. It was the president of the War Academy, Qinzhua. Shuehuayu leaned close to Qin Tianming, whispering softly in his ear, as a delightful floral fragrance wafted into his nostrils with her proximity. Qin Tianming nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. "I am generally aware of the situation regarding the intrusion of individuals from the Sakura Nation during this trial. Now, I wish to inquire whether any of you have managed to acquire the tear of the mummy." The group of students exchanged glances, each shaking their heads in response. Qinzhua shook his head with a sigh, just as he was about to offer some words of encouragement, when a young lad stepped forward. "Director, look." Qinzhua gazed intently and was astonished to behold 3 teardrop-shaped crystals, indeed, the tears of the mummy. The surrounding students erupted into a frenzy of disbelief. How could this be? Hadn't the individuals from the land of cherry blossoms entered before us? Why did he possess 3 tears of the mummy? Whispers filled the air as speculation ran rampant. "Silence. Silence," Qinzhua implored once more, and gradually, the clamor subsided. Qinzhua's gaze swept over Qin Tianming, and he praised, "What is your name?" "Qin Tianming." "Are you truly Qin Tianming? Has the dean perhaps heard of me? I am acquainted with every batch of students admitted on recommendation. Naturally, I have heard your name." With that, he slowly descended from the air, and the surrounding students dispersed, making way for him. The trial has concluded, and the results will soon be published on your personal communicators. Remember, the essence of the trial lies not in the outcome, but in the journey. You must learn to savor the process, adapt to it, and conquer it, for only then can you grow step by step into the pillars of our nation. Now, return and rest well. With that, he turned and departed. Shuehuayu exhaled deeply. It was always a stream of motivational platitudes without tangible rewards. However, this trial had been flawlessly executed, and they should earn a considerable amount of points and credits. Sister Hua divided the spoils from this instance, and Chen Tianming took out the spatial rings from the 6 Sakura individuals. However, the ring belonging to the ninja had been swallowed by the little fool, leaving only 5. After some negotiation, Chen Tianming and Xue Shan each received 2 rings, while Sister Hua kept 1. The remaining materials were equally divided among the 3. Once the distribution was complete, Xue Shan and Chen Tianming headed to the Academy's exchange. They intended to sell these items. Chen Tianming glanced at the equipment within. Most of it was unusable. He first assessed how many points he could exchange for, intending to use the remainder to purchase a set of equipment. Since completing his job transition, he had yet to acquire any gear, and he felt his attire was rather shabby. Upon arriving at the Academy's exchange, he sold both rings along with the items inside, netting a total of 820 points. Adding the points earned from the recent exam and those granted by the Cloud God, minus the points for renting a villa, Chen Tianming's account balance surged to an astonishing 216,820 points. This is a truly formidable figure. Many students within the Academy would never accumulate such a vast number of points in their lifetimes. Don't you need any weapons or armor? Xue Shan glanced disdainfully at the staff in Chen Tianming's hand. Shouldn't you consider replacing that shabby staff? Indeed. This is still the staff gifted by the school when I entered the novice instance. Xue Shan nodded and continued, you should first exchange it for a more suitable weapon. Remember, a good weapon can exponentially enhance a practitioner's combat prowess. Moreover, since you just arrived at the Academy, you surely haven't purchased any Origin Water, have you? Let me tell you, Origin Water is an excellent item. It not only enhances your physical attributes but also increases your mental capacity. If your points are ample, you might also consider purchasing a beginner's breakthrough talisman. I am aware that your level is advancing rapidly, and it is possible that one day you will reach the pinnacle of the heroic realm. According to Xue Shan, the junior breaking symbol is an item that will only be utilized when one breaks through from the heroic realm to the mountain-moving realm. Without this breaking symbol, upon reaching the peak of the heroic realm, one will cease to gain experience points, which may result in a stagnation of one's cultivation level. The young Chen Tianming was known for his willingness to heed advice, and he promptly began selecting items on the tablet. Soon, a golden staff adorned at its apex with an exquisite circular disc, embedded with ancient runes that formed a mysterious pattern, caught his eye. Celestial Staff, a legendary weapon. Mental power, 1000 strength, 0 constitution, 0 agility, minus 100 traits. The Celestial Staff harnesses boundless primordial energy, significantly enhancing the wielder's mental recovery speed. Mental recovery speed, 500, Starlight Blessing. The Celestial Staff can unleash blessings akin to starlight, enveloping allied personnel and augmenting their constitution, strength, and agility by 200, while substantially enhancing mental resilience. Starlight Shield summons the power of the stars to create a protective barrier, warding off all aggressors. Meteor Shower calls forth celestial stones from the void, launching a wide-ranging assault on foes. Damage, 3 times the maximum mental power. Cooldown, 1 hour. Price, 128,000 points. Ah, he exclaimed. Acquiring this transforms points into true strength. Not to mention, it comes with 3 innate skills and enhances mental recovery speed. The Starlight Blessing alone can elevate combat power by 200, providing a significant boost for the swarm's fighting capabilities. With this in mind, Chen Tianming decisively placed his order. He then continued to browse. Before long, an image of a milky white talisman appeared on the tablet. A glance at the price revealed it to be reasonable, set at 12,000 points. Without hesitation, Chen Tianming placed his order and clicked confirm. He then began to browse the source water, only to discover that it was priced at an astonishing 10,000 per bottle and was limited to 1 per person each month. However, as the chosen one, his monthly purchasing limit was restricted to 3 bottles. He inquired, is the enhancement effect of this source water truly remarkable? Why does it require 10,000 points for a single bottle? Xue Shan chuckled. Indeed, the source water is an exceptionally precious cultivation resource, and its supply is limited. Within the Academy, you can use 10,000 points to acquire a bottle, but outside, it is a treasure that cannot be purchased even with wealth. After completing his order, he approached the workstation to swipe his card and awaited delivery. Shortly thereafter, 3 staff members arrived, 2 of whom carried an antique box with both hands, while the third held a long, rectangular box. Upon opening it, Chen Tianming was greeted by the sight of a sturdy and elongated celestial staff. The other 2 boxes contained a beginner's breaking barrier talisman and 3 bottles of source water. Once confirmed, he stored them in his spatial ring and turned to leave. Chapter 84. Source water in the office of the Academy Dean. Originally on his way back to the villa, Chen Tianming's communicator suddenly buzzed with a message from Chen Zhua, the Dean of the War Academy, stating that he had a reward for him. After parting ways with Xue Shan, he made his way directly to the Dean's office. Eager for their meeting, Chen Zhua greeted him gently. Xiaoming, I have observed your performance during the trials. Although I cannot witness the events within the dungeon, I was greatly impressed by your actions within the pyramid. Our War Academy is in dire need of individuals who embody the spirit of perseverance and resilience. The Academy has never been stingy in rewarding talent. You have just arrived at the Royal Academy. I presume you have yet to join us? Saying this, he delicately pushed a beautifully wrapped box towards Chen Tianming. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find 3 vials of primordial water, identical to those he had recently purchased. These 3 vials of primordial water shall be yours, provided you agree to join our War Academy. Chen Tianming's face twitched in distress as he inwardly lamented. Had he known that he could obtain it for free, he would not have squandered 30,000 points on the source water. It was truly a painful realization. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Zhua observed this scene and misinterpreted it, believing that the rewards were insufficiently enticing. He quickly interjected, Xiaoming, I am aware that someone of your exceptional caliber typically aspires to the Heavenly Palace Academy. However, I, Chen Zhua, assure you that what they can offer, we at the War Academy can match, and what they cannot provide, we shall find a way to supply you with. In essence, we can meet all the conditions that the Heavenly Palace Academy offers. Anything they cannot, we at the War Academy will strive to fulfill. This is the promise of the War Academy to you. What do you think? These 3 vials of source water are merely a token of our meeting. Henceforth, I will concentrate resources on nurturing your potential. My sole intention is this. In the near future, the Human Genius competition will be held at the Kyoto Academy. All academies will participate, and in past years, our War Academy has been overshadowed by the Heavenly Palace Academy. I have great faith in you. I hope that during the Human Genius competition, you will lead our War Academy to victory. Are you certain that everything the Heavenly Palace Academy can provide, the War Academy can as well? Absolutely. I demand immunity from killing. Very well, a minor request. Chen Zhua readily acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. Will I be able to join the Heavenly Palace plan in the future? You are aware of the Heavenly Palace plan? Chen Zhua inquired with surprise. I have merely heard of it and do not possess extensive knowledge, Chen Tianming replied candidly. Can the Dean enlighten me? Alas, no. The Heavenly Palace plan is a state secret of the highest order. Only if you are certain of your inclusion will you learn the details. However, I can reveal this. The Heavenly Palace plan does not exclusively select individuals from the Heavenly Palace Academy. Rather, it includes a majority from that institution. As long as you meet the criteria, even if you are just an ordinary citizen, you can still be eligible. Chen Tianming keenly grasped the director's words. Pondering to himself, it appears that the Celestial Palace project is far more enigmatic than I had anticipated, and it requires more than merely formidable practitioners. With this realization, I have no reservations. Without hesitation, Chen Tianming assented. Excellent. Chen Zhua chuckled heartily, clearly in high spirits. Since you are new to the academy, I presume you have yet to partake of the origin water. If that is the case, follow me. I shall escort you to my secluded training chamber, a tranquil space free from disturbance, where you may consume the origin water. With that, he led Chen Tianming to a hidden chamber. Chen Tianming picked up the small box from the table and entered the secret chamber. He gradually regulated his breathing, and 3 diminutive bottles of peculiar water were retrieved. The packaging of the bottles was remarkably unique, appearing as transparent as glass, yet possessing a texture akin to frosted glass, imparting a sense of solidity. The caps were also of a specially modified design. However, at first glance, Chen Tianming could not discern any difference between the water within the bottles and ordinary water. Slowly, he unscrewed the cap of the bottle in his hand, first inhaling to detect any scent. Nothing emerged, resembling plain boiled water. Tentatively, he allowed a single drop to fall onto his tongue. Smack, smack. Chen Tianming pressed his lips together. There was no discernible flavor. Whether in appearance or taste, it was indistinguishable from ordinary boiled water. With this thought, he resolutely twisted open the caps of all 3 bottles and gulped them down in quick succession. Then, it was uncertain whether it was due to the ample quantity or the effect of the first sip that he suddenly found himself frozen in place. Just as he was about to circulate his energy, he felt as if a flame had ignited in his abdomen, coursing through his entire body along with his blood. Hiss. Goodness, it seemed as though something was flowing out of his body. Bang. Chen Tianming could endure for no more than 10 seconds before collapsing onto the ground. Tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth, reflecting a tumultuous blend of joy and agony as his entire body convulsed incessantly. In but a fleeting moment, he felt his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys quivering within him, as though someone were mercilessly piercing his flesh with silver needles seared by flames. The excruciating pain was accompanied by an unsettling warmth. This sensation evolved from organ-level torment to a more profound, microscopic agony. A roar escaped his lips. The ecstasy faded, replaced by an onslaught of pain. How unbearable it was. Time trickled by second. Chen Tianming, from the onset of foaming at the mouth to the final state of his glazed eyes, seemed to have lost all semblance of consciousness. In the end, he had completely surrendered to the chaos wrought by the source water within his body, lying there with vacant eyes. Were it not for the occasional convulsions of his body and the continuous emanation of white steam from his head, one might assume he had already succumbed to death. Yet, this served as evidence that the source water was still manifesting its effects. Chapter 85. Since resistance is futile, one must endure in silence. Outside the chamber, a shadow loomed beside Chen Shuo, a look of deep concern etched upon his face. I must say, Chen Kuan, this lad is quite audacious. While others sip from their bottles, he has the audacity to down 3 in one go, treating it as mere drink. I hope nothing befalls him. We have only just discovered such a promising talent, and we cannot afford to let him come to harm. The dean shook his head. Rest assured. Although the process involving the source water is indeed painful, there has yet to be a recorded instance of death, at most. Individuals lose consciousness and slip into a comatose state. However, this one is particularly reckless, downing 3 bottles in one go. A hint of worry crept across Chen Shuo's face. I should have advised him to take it bottle by bottle, but he went and made a spectacle of himself. We must keep a close watch on him. If the situation deteriorates, we shall intervene and rescue him. The shadow nodded in agreement. How much longer must we keep watch over him? Chen Kuan pondered for a moment and explained, the source water varies from person to person. Typically, it lasts for 1 to 2 hours, and the higher the potential, the longer the duration. It's only a little past 10 o'clock now, so I believe he won't be able to rise before 4 in the morning. The shadowy figure nodded in agreement. Chen Tianming, endowed with extraordinary talent, was destined for greatness. Regardless of the circumstances, he could endure for 6 hours. As each moment passed, dawn approached, and the sky brightened. Suddenly, a violent coughing fit shattered the tranquility of the training room. Like a lifeless corpse, Chen Tianming abruptly rose from the ground, standing in place as he stretched his body. Crackle and pop. Chen Tianming's entire skeletal structure emitted a faint creaking sound. This primordial essence surprisingly possessed the remarkable ability to refine tendons and marrow. He felt a substantial enhancement in his vitality, as if the density of both his bones and muscles had significantly increased. Clenching his fists, a series of crackling sounds resonated, and he then unleashed a powerful punch into the air. Boom. This seemingly ordinary strike produced a sonic boom. It is noteworthy that Chen Tianming essentially belonged to the mage class, and his physical prowess could not be compared to that of a warrior. Yet, in this moment, he felt as strong as an ox. He believed that with all his might, he could slay an armored rhinoceros with a single blow. He lifted his clothing to reveal his rapidly burgeoning muscles, and the dazzling 8-pack abs suddenly came into view. Moreover, his lower body was distinctly pronounced, almost bursting through his jeans. His entire being was infused with boundless energy, yearning to rush out and engage in a genuine battle. Goodness! Chen Tianming was taken aback. True to its name, the enhancement to his physique was indeed comprehensive. This prompted him to ponder the extent of his improvements in strength, constitution, agility, and mental acuity. He summoned the interface. Name: Chen Tianming. Race: human. Occupation: Zerg sovereign. Unique: innate talent. Chosen 1 level. Hero level 3. Constitution: 999 strength, 999 agility, 999 mental acuity, 2100 wisdom. Necklace 500 talent. Rank 1 divine talent. Bug codex skills: summoning. Mental link: damage transfer. Void leap. Mother body: Iraqi mother bug. Ancient level: sealed. Quantity 1. Mother body: Gene Queen. Immortal level: sealed. Quantity 1. Offspring quantity: 148. 750 nest space: 148. 753 equipment: celestial staff, spatial ring, wisdom necklace. Items: life potion, substitute bug. Unlocks: warrior, plasma bomb bug, armory bug, gene primitive bug, void behemoth, devourer. Chen Tianming's eyes widened in astonishment. His strength, agility, and physique have all reached an astonishing 999 points. On average, he has experienced an enhancement exceeding 500 points. To put this into perspective, when one ascends from the mortal realm, the attributes increase by a mere 5 points across the board and 10 points in their primary attribute. In the elite realm, the increase is 10 points for all attributes and 20 points for the primary attribute, while in the hero realm, it rises to 20 points for all attributes and 40 points for the primary attribute. Now, Chen Tianming's advancement has essentially replicated the attributes gained from transitioning from the mortal realm to the hero realm and even exceeded them. Even more astonishing is the rise in his primary attribute, mental strength, which skyrocketed from 600 to a remarkable 1,600 points. With an increase of 600 points in his primary attribute, combined with the enhancement from the wisdom necklace, he now possesses an astounding 2,100 points of mental strength. It is no wonder that he dares to sell a single vial for 10,000 points. Indeed, there is a reason for its high price. Chen Tianming, filled with lingering excitement, gently caressed his own lap and then traced the contours of his chiseled abdomen. Naturally handsome, he now approached a state of perfection in physique. Holding a resplendent golden staff aloft, one could hardly fathom the attention he would attract. Surely, he would enchant a multitude, chuckling to himself in delight. The shadowy figure, taken aback, remarked in astonishment, "I never expected this fierce tiger to emerge unscathed. It truly exceeds my imagination." Moreover, judging by his demeanor, it seemed he was still reveling in the moment. With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Chenjue. Thump, thump, thump. Chenjue reached out and tapped on the window. "Let's take a break for a moment, and we shall continue shortly." Continue? Upon hearing this, Chen Tianming, who was engrossed in his abdominal exercises, stepped out, somewhat puzzled. "Director, my hearing seems to be a bit off. What did you just say?" "I just checked and discovered that you purchased 3 bottles of origin water from the exchange. Therefore, you must finish the remaining 3 bottles." Chenjue said with a calm demeanor. "Do you wish to reflect upon the words you are uttering?" Chen Tianming was momentarily taken aback, standing there in a daze, before revealing a smile that was more sorrowful than a cry. "It is not the Dean. I have just consumed 3 bottles of the source water, each worth 1,000 points. The pain in my heart is unbearable." He felt as if he were a fragile maiden, utterly defenseless against the bullying of any strong man, reduced to lying on the ground, silently weeping. Although the experience was exhilarating, the accompanying pain was undeniably real. To his dismay, the Dean suggested that he should do it once more, 6 bottles in a single day. Chen Kuan let out a cold laugh. "The effects of consuming the primordial water for the first time are unparalleled, and you possess 6 bottles. Thus, it is only natural that you consume them all at once today. As for the future, I shall find a way to procure more primordial water for you. Henceforth, whenever you find yourself free in the evenings, feel free to come here and indulge in the primordial water." Chen Tianming felt a deep sense of despair, realizing that resistance was futile. Noticing his reluctance, Chenjue's expression softened into one of kindness as he coaxed and encouraged him. "Dear Xiaoming, one must endure hardship to achieve greatness. Sleep on the floor today and become a boss tomorrow." These 3 bottles of primordial water were not easily obtained. Since you also possess 3 bottles, consuming them together will be even more beneficial for your health. Remember, I am doing this for your own good. Chenjue's eyes brimmed with tears. Chen Tianming gritted his teeth. "It wouldn't be impossible for me to finish the remaining 3 bottles, but Dean, you must agree to one condition." "Condition? What condition?" Chenjue raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued as he gazed at him. "You see, Dean, I participated in the trial yesterday. I discovered that defeating monsters beyond my level not only grants substantial experience, but also presents a manageable challenge for me. Therefore, might you consider elevating my privileges? I yearn to undertake a solo expedition into high-level dungeons. I am eager to improve." "Absolutely not. That is utterly impossible." Perhaps realizing the absolute nature of his words, Chenjue swiftly elaborated. "Even the Heavenly Academy cannot achieve such a feat. The rules governing dungeons are intertwined with the world's will. No individual can contravene them. Unless..." Chapter 86. The Ancient Zen Glasses God? "Indeed," Chenjue teased. "Unless you can take that step, you will be able to disregard the world's will and freely access various dungeons. Are you suggesting a breakthrough into the Void Realm?" Chen Tianlam mused. "Isn't it merely a matter of continuously defeating monsters to level up? With sufficient experience, wouldn't that lead to a breakthrough?" By your logic, wouldn't it be possible to create gods at will by merely exhausting resources? Child, this world is far more intricate than you can imagine, far more. Never mind. If you desire advancement, I shall provide you with a discharge certificate. Mediocre practitioners opt for dungeons, while those with true prowess choose to challenge themselves in the wilderness or traverse the portals to other realms. Qin Tianming extended his palm and shook it, his thumb rhythmically rubbing between his index and middle fingers. But I am merely at the hero realm. The outside world is fraught with peril. What if I inadvertently trespass into the territory of a formidable magical beast? That would surely place me in jeopardy. Then allow me to provide you with a map, meticulously detailing all the magical creatures in the vicinity. I have heard that students from the Heavenly Palace Academy receive numerous treasures from their mentors when venturing into the wilderness for trials. Could it be that such claims are mere fabrications? No, I must inquire further. With that, he turned, poised to depart. After all, he had already acquired 3 vials of primordial water. This venture was not in vain. Wait, you scoundrel! Shinjo exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap atop his head, scolding. You little rascal! Having just pilfered 3 vials of primordial water from me, do you think you can simply slip away? Such a thing is too good to be true. However, you make a valid point. In this tumultuous climate, one must be wary of the unobservant. He then retrieved a pair of spectacles crafted from ancient wood from his spatial ring. These are the ancient Zen glasses. The material of the frame possesses properties that sharpen the mind. Although these glasses do not enhance your attributes, the 2 lenses within have permanently solidified 2 advanced auxiliary skills. The left lens contains the skill, Light's Sealing Sword, which can immobilize an enemy for 30 seconds, rendering them unable to move. However, your attacks will also be ineffective. Should you encounter a formidable foe, it is best to utilize this for escape. The right lens solidifies the skill, Dream Mirage, which employs illusion to create a dreamlike realm, ensnaring the target in a phantasmagorical experience. If you believe you can overpower this adversary, you may use this skill for a surprise attack. Wow! Qin Tianming gasped in astonishment, immediately taking it into his hands and bringing it to his face. Instantly, a rich scent of sandalwood enveloped him. Indeed, these are all highly practical skills. Are you satisfied now? Hee, I am quite content. The shadows that once clouded Qin Tianming's face dissipated, revealing a smile that signified the triumph of his cunning scheme. At this moment, Chen Zhua also came to a realization. Well, you little rascal actually dared to raise my stakes. However, he was not particularly bothered by it. All right, since you are satisfied, let us commence. Qin Tianming retrieved 3 bottles of primordial water purchased from the Academy Exchange and sat cross-legged. He took several deep breaths, feeling the tension within him, and closed his eyes to meditate for a moment. Exhaling slowly, he felt a sense of relief. He proceeded to drink. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Qin Tianming tilted his head back, consuming 3 bottles of primordial water in a single gulp. Outside the secret chamber, both the Shadow and Qinzhua winced, cursing under their breath. How audacious. A minute later, it arrived. However, this time, the sensation appeared to be slightly less intense than before. Qin Tianming's countenance remained that of a bittersweet struggle. However, this time he activated the meditation technique, initiating a continuous flow of energy within his body. The initial consumption of the primordial water had significantly unearthed his latent potential, rendering the effects of the second intake considerably less potent than the first. He acutely felt this disparity. The excruciating sensations brought forth by the first 3 bottles of primordial water were not merely superficial, rather, they were characterized by an all-consuming agony that seared through his very organs. In contrast, during the second instance, although the pain persisted, it was mercifully less intense than before. Qin Tianming let out a long breath, resembling a monk in deep meditation. Time passed inexorably, and as the sun climbed higher, it reached noon. He had persevered from 6 in the morning until 1 in the afternoon, enduring for a full 7 hours. Undoubtedly, his progress was substantial. Name, Qin Tianming. Race, human. Occupation, Overlord of the insect tribe, the Soul 1. Innate talent, Chosen 1 level. Hero level 3. Constitution, 1399. Strength, 1399. Agility, 1399. Spirit, 2999. Wisdom necklace 500, his constitution, strength, and agility each surged by over 400 points. Notably, his spirit attribute remained the highest among his enhancements, having increased by 899 points, tantalizingly close to surpassing the 3,000 threshold. Had anyone told Qin Tianming in the past that a hero's raw attributes could exceed 1,000, he would have dismissed them as delusional. Yet now, his wildest dreams had materialized. At hero level 3, all attributes surpassed 1,000. It was no wonder that the source water commanded a price of 10,000 points per bottle within the academy. There was indeed a reason for its exorbitance. If those prestigious families had been raised on source water since childhood, one could scarcely fathom the heights their attributes would reach. In this moment, he recalled Shan. As the direct heir of a reclusive family, even if her talent was modest and her profession not focused on combat, her attributes should not appear so lacking. Chen Tianming shook his head, deciding that these matters were not his concern. Bang! At that moment, the door was pushed open, revealing the dean entering with a platter laden with an array of delectable dishes. Upon witnessing this, Chen Tianming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since the previous night, he had not consumed a morsel of food, and his stomach was already growling with hunger. Without waiting for the dean to speak, he seized the tray and devoured the food within moments. The source water was a rare commodity, unattainable even by the wealthiest of families. After all, this precious elixir was exclusive to our Royal Academy of Kyoto. Outsiders were oblivious to its formula and raw materials, rendering them incapable of its production. How could they have consumed it from childhood to adulthood? Noticing Chen Tianming's bewilderment, Chunjua smiled and provided an explanation. Furthermore, the effects varied from person to person. Those with superior talents naturally experienced greater enhancements, while those with lesser abilities saw only modest improvements. Given the limited annual production of the source water, it could not be squandered recklessly. Thus, for those lacking in aptitude, obtaining the source water was exceedingly difficult. Understanding dawned on Chen Tianming, his expression transforming into one of enlightenment. A discharge certificate and a map depicting the distribution of magical creatures near Kyoto were presented before him. Be cautious while you are outside, and call me if you need anything. Chapter 87. Invulnerable to all poisons. System lottery. Ding. The system has detected that the host currently has 3 lottery chances remaining. Shall we proceed with the lottery now? Yes. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a double experience token, duration, 1 hour. Congratulations. You have obtained a triple experience token, duration, 1 hour. Congratulations. You have obtained a passive skill scroll. What a tremendous windfall. Truly a remarkable treasure. Chen Tianming exclaimed in astonishment. This is truly a priceless treasure. It is essential to understand that prior to entering the Void Realm, a practitioner could learn 1 skill for each ascension in their realm, thus limiting the number of skills to a maximum of 9 upon reaching the Breaking Void Realm. However, the passive skill scrolls shatter this limitation. With an ample supply of passive skill scrolls, even a humble practitioner of the mortal realm can wield the power to reverse the cosmos. This is due to the possibility of infinitely stacking your passives. Yet, the scarcity of passive skill scrolls is akin to that of fated individuals, with perhaps only a few dozen appearing in a year, and it is crucial that they align with your profession. For instance, if you are a mage and receive a passive skill scroll that states your every ordinary attack will inflict double physical damage, would that be of any use to you? Not in the slightest. What if the scroll does not correspond with your profession? Naturally, it would be placed upon the auction house. Chen Tianming recalled the last instance when a passive skill scroll fetched an astonishing price of 500 billion Tianxin coins, leaving the nation in a state of shock. From that moment, the individual transformed into a wealthy person devoid of joy. Each time he opened his eyes in his 180 square meter bedroom and gazed at the cold figure of 500 billion in his bank account, a frown creased his brow, and he was consumed by worries about how to spend his fortune and where to indulge each day. Such torment was beyond the comprehension of outsiders. One might ponder, what joy could possibly exist in such a life? Upon inspection, a notification chimed. Ding. Would you like to learn the passive skill, immunity to toxins? Annotation, invulnerable to all poisons. Remarkable. The following day, at dawn, Chen Tianming left a message for Shan, informing her of his intention to travel outside the city. Before he could send the message, he noticed that Shan had already reached out to him the previous night. Overwhelmed by fatigue, he had fallen into a deep slumber after completing the lottery, which resulted in his delayed response. My friend, there are matters to attend to at home. Please do not dwell on my departure. Chen Tianming curled his lips into a smile, pondering the mysterious demeanor of the young lady. However, he did not dwell on it and proceeded directly towards the school gate. After smoothly passing the security guard's scrutiny, he hailed a cab that took him straight to the bus station. He boarded a modified bus that sped towards the outskirts of Kyoto. The last time he ventured into the wilderness was in Jiang City, just after he had transitioned into a professional, albeit an ordinary one in the realm of mortals. Yet, In the blink of an eye, he now found himself in Kyoto, deep within the recesses of his memories. The streets he once knew had transformed beyond recognition, leaving no trace of familiarity. He shook his head and sighed softly, focusing his gaze on the scenery outside, as if to imprint the landscape in his mind. The so-called wilderness was primarily remnants of a once thriving city. Towering skyscrapers, now cloaked in moss, stood sentinel along the roadside. Some were punctured by massive gaping holes, while others lay severed in two. An air of desolation, decay, and despondency permeated the atmosphere. From the heights of the buildings, various monstrous creatures occasionally peeked out, only to retreat in haste. What was once a bustling metropolis had now become a playground for these creatures. At that moment, "Hello there, handsome." A delicate arm intertwined with his, accompanied by a sultry voice that echoed in his ear. Chen Tianming turned in confusion to see a strikingly alluring middle-aged sorceress casting him a flirtatious glance. Dressed in a robe that exuded an enticing allure, it featured a large cutout at the chest, showcasing her ample bosom, which was indeed eye-catching. "What's the matter, beautiful?" Chen Tianming wore a mischievous smile. "Do you prefer Wang Wang snow cakes or Wang's eye cream puffs?" The female mage was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly regain her composure, pouting playfully. "I desire both. I have encountered numerous tales." At that moment, he turned his head, his demeanor suddenly serious, and remarked, "Typically, those who employ the art of seduction, like yourself, are the antagonists." With that, he withdrew his arm from her embrace, entering a sage-like mode. The female mage chuckled, seemingly unfazed. "Handsome, you misunderstand me. I merely noticed your youth and feared you might encounter ill-intentioned individuals. Why not join our party? Having more friends while venturing outside is always beneficial, isn't it? Our team comprises 5 members." Before she could finish, Chen Tianming interrupted, "I apologize, but I am not accustomed to forming alliances with strangers." "What a pity," she exclaimed wistfully. "To be honest, I find myself rather fond of you." After being rebuffed, the female mage rose with a look of disappointment, yet she did not linger. Glancing around before taking a seat beside another individual, Chen Tianming paid little heed to the other party and turned his attention back to the captivating scenery outside the window. 2 hours later, the bus arrived at its destination without incident, although it had encountered several attacks from magical creatures along the way. Each was deftly neutralized by the ticket collector. Clearly, both the driver and the ticket collector possessed considerable prowess. The frozen snowfield has arrived. Everyone hastily disembarked. Urged by the driver, the passengers eagerly exited the vehicle. As Chen Tianming descended from the vehicle, he blended into the throngs of people, vigorously rubbing his hands together and exhaling a cloud of white mist. How cold it is. No wonder this place is dubbed the frozen snowfield. The vast expanse of snow blankets the black rock formations, resembling nature's brushstrokes across a white canvas, leaving behind orderly black lines. A human settlement has been established here. And just 5 kilometers ahead lies the lair of the monstrous beings, the frozen snowfield. This locale is renowned as a sacred ground for leveling up. Situated in the vicinity of the capital, the outer layer of monsters primarily consists of those within the mountain-moving and sky-treading realms, making it perfectly suitable for mid-tier professionals to cultivate their skills. However, individuals like Chen Tianming, who venture alone as novice practitioners, are exceedingly rare. Naturally, since this is wilderness, the activity range of the monsters is not fixed. Occasionally, higher-tier creatures may wander to the periphery, though such occurrences are infrequent. There have even been numerous instances of monsters assaulting settlements. Therefore, for most professionals, this gathering place does not serve as a permanent residence. Rather, it functions merely as a temporary waypoint. This settlement starkly contrasts with those surrounding the ironclad Rhino instance, where the presence of a dungeon prompted the government to station a military force for protection. Here, not only is there a garrison, but also a plethora of small shops and inns. First, I must find a place to rest. In this frigid weather, camping outdoors is decidedly uncomfortable. After circling the settlement, he finally arrived at a modestly clean inn, where he paid 10,000 Tianxin coins for lodging. The room was equipped with electricity and underfloor heating, which was rather commendable. Chen Tianming activated the underfloor heating and spread the map provided by the director across the table. I glanced at it. My current location is marked here. He pointed to a small dot on the map. The director's annotations were remarkably clear. Not only was the terrain depicted with precision, but the distribution and names of nearby magical creatures were also meticulously detailed. However, at present, only the Jin Queen and Xiao Dai Dai possessed formidable individual strength. so it would be prudent to encounter magical creatures within the epic to legendary range. If their levels were too low, the experience gained would be insufficient. Conversely, if they were of a higher tier, the process of leveling would prove rather arduous, unless I summoned the entire swarm. But such a grand display of summoned beasts would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. It would be wise to maintain a low profile for a while. Therefore, the most suitable location for my leveling is here. Chapter 88, The Icebound Demon Wolf, Gathering Place of the Icebound Demon Wolf Pack. Chun Tianming's finger ultimately settled upon a diminutive red dot. The Icebound Demon Wolf, whose rank ranges between Epic Level 5 and Legendary Level 5. Has its pack leader's strength historically recorded to not exceed Legendary Level 5, though typically they fall between Legendary Level 1 and Level 2. Furthermore, the Icebound Demon Wolf is a pack creature. Finding one often equates to discovering an entire group. Due to the experience it offers, higher-tier professionals tend to overlook it, while lower-tier individuals struggle against the overwhelming numbers of these wolves. Consequently, over the years, the Icebound Demon Wolf pack has subtly approached the brink of becoming a plague. Nearly omnipresent. It is crucial to note that this region not only harbors Icebound Demon Wolves, but is also the territory of the Frost Giants. The Frost Giants are all at least of legendary rank, with higher-tier individuals potentially reaching ancient levels. Chun Tianming currently lacks experience in combat against ancient-level monsters. Uncertain of the opponent's strength, he nonetheless felt unconcerned. Should he encounter one, he could simply evade into the void or make a swift leap to escape. With his thoughts settled on his destination, he did not immediately venture out. Instead, he retrieved a pure white plush coat from his spatial ring and donned it. Most areas of the icebound snowfield are blanketed in thick layers of snow. The white plush coat not only provided warmth but also rendered his form more concealed, thus avoiding potential ambushes from other humans. In the wilderness, danger does not solely emanate from monsters. Vigilance towards one's own kind is equally paramount. Having lived 2 lives, he understands well that humanity can be fundamentally anti-human. This planet is besieged by external malevolence, with monsters relentlessly encroaching upon human living space. The survival of humanity hangs by a thread, perpetually at risk of annihilation. One might assume that all would unite against foreign threats. However, the reality is quite the opposite. As the situation grows dire and resources dwindle, the intrigue and treachery among individuals intensify. Even when cornered to the brink of death, one would strive to place others in harm's way, if only to secure a fleeting moment of existence. This exemplifies the inherent selfishness and darker tendencies of human nature. Conversely, in times of peace, where resources are abundant, interpersonal relations tend to be more amicable. When everyone has enough to eat and drink, the happiness index of the populace rises, leading to a significant decline in crime rates. When granaries are full, civility is known. When clothing and food are sufficient, honor and disgrace are recognized. The ideal of a world where belongings are left untouched and doors remain unlocked can only flourish in an era of unprecedented prosperity, not amidst chaos. This is precisely the plight of humanity today. Thus, as Chun Tianming ventured into the wilderness, he remained exceedingly vigilant, even declining the advances of a beautiful woman who sought to trade for Wang snow cakes and Wang's eye puff. It is worth noting that these are indeed Wang snow cakes and Wang's eye puffs. One cannot be deemed anything but cautious. An hour later, on the frozen expanse, several unfortunate antelopes found themselves encircled by a pack of magical wolves. At that moment, a figure abruptly emerged in the distance. It was none other than Chun Tianming. It appears that in the future, I shall need to take the time to elevate my void leap to its utmost level, thus eliminating any cooldown time during my journeys. In his heart, Chun Tianming mused. No sooner had he landed than he noticed a herd of antelopes being hunted by a pack of ice wolves not far away. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he began to assess the situation. Icebound Wolf, Epic Level 5 Strength, 4,000 Agility, 6,000 Spirit, 2,000 Constitution, 5,000 Skills, Bite, Frenzy, Frost Breath. Indeed, these were icebound wolves, their level comparable to that of the Weeping Mummy, albeit with slightly inferior attributes. The number of wolves totaled 1, 2, 3, 17, 20. 20 icebound wolves, likely a small squad from a larger pack hidden nearby. It seemed fortune smiled upon him, and a radiant smile spread across Chun Tianming's face. Clap, clap, clap. 30 units each of warriors, larvae, and worker bugs were summoned. The larvae were tasked with the hunt, the worker bugs with collection, while the warriors dispersed to scout the area. Caution was advised. Chun Tianming held a double experience card. a reward he had received from the system just yesterday. After shattering it, he exclaimed, "Go, begin the hunt." The swarm of insects quickly dispersed in all directions. Cloaking activated. The warrior's form seamlessly blended into the surrounding environment, becoming nearly indistinguishable upon closer inspection. Meanwhile, the original insects crawled forward, hastening towards the pack of magic wolves. As the swarm did not conceal its presence, they were detected by the wolves when they were merely a few dozen meters away. Awoo! Sensing impending danger, the wolves swiftly turned their heads, abandoning even the prey they had just hunted. With a swift flick of its tail, a sonic boom erupted. The foremost wolf, caught off guard, felt a sudden void at its neck, and in an instant, its massive head soared into the air. In mere moments, a magic wolf, significantly weaker than the original insects, met a tragic end on the spot. Ding! Killed the frozen magic wolf. Experience 16800. Almost instantaneously, the surrounding original insects swarmed in, and before long, the ground was stained with thick, crimson blood. Ding! Killed the frozen magic wolf. Experience 19999. The soldier insects began to clear the battlefield, transporting one body after another to Qintianming's feet. In the blink of an eye, they were absorbed into the insect nest space. With each passing day, the swarm under Qintianming's command exhibited exponential growth, particularly the Iraqi lineage of insects. They possessed the remarkable ability of self-reproduction, especially the warriors. As long as there was sufficient carnivorous sustenance, they could proliferate endlessly, surpassing even the reproductive capabilities of the genetic original insects. Few could afford to nurture such a swarm. The bodies of 19 magic wolves, along with those of the recently hunted antelopes, were drawn into the insect nest space, creating merely a small ripple on the water's surface before fading into silence. It appeared to be the opportune moment to venture alone into a dungeon to procure more meat. Chen Tianming wore an expression of exasperation, as the phrase he heard most frequently each day was hungry, hungry, hungry. It was driving him to the brink of madness. Alas, the Zerg were insatiable in their appetite, consuming anything and everything. If he remained within the confines of the academy, he feared that his own creatures might succumb to starvation. Chen Tianming felt a sense of relief regarding the choices he had made. The last remaining magic wolf dashed away into the distance. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Tianming rose to pursue it. Chapter 89. Who comes? Howl. Whimper. Across the boundless snowfield, a white figure limped toward the west, its leg injured, with streaks of blood occasionally trickling from the corner of its mouth. Chen Tianming directed the swarm to follow behind at a deliberate pace, applying pressure without haste. Just a few minutes later, a piercing howl echoed from the dense forest nearby. The once listless demon wolf was suddenly invigorated, its body trembling in response. This sound was all too familiar. It belonged to the king of their pack. It signified that it was finally close to rejoining the main group. With a surge of excitement, it quickened its pace, eager to merge back into the fold. However, in the next instant, the swarm became agitated, sensing a multitude of life forces ahead. It was the tantalizing aroma of prey. The previously unhurried swarm abruptly accelerated, and the demon wolf, sensing impending danger, instinctively turned to glance back. Yet, it was too late. A menacing head loomed before its eyes. In an instant, the foremost original insect unleashed a flicking tongue attack, shattering the skull into fragments. It seemed this was indeed their gathering place. Chen Tianming swiftly approached the monstrous wolf, ensnaring its lifeless form within the confines of the insect nest space. He spared its life solely to serve as a guide to the lair of the icebound demon wolf. Now that the main force had arrived, it was only natural to eliminate it, transforming it into sustenance for the swarm. The pack of wolves was considerable, having claimed an entire forest as their territory. A rough estimate suggested their numbers exceeded 300. With a sharp clap, he summoned 100 primordial insects upon the snow-laden ground. Aware of the wolves' intelligence, Chen Tianming was cautious not to summon too many, lest the pack scatter and complicate matters. Thus, he opted to augment his forces with just 100 primordial insects to enhance his hunting efficiency. At that moment, the wolves ahead became aware of the uninvited guests in the distance. The Wolf King raised its head high and let out a resonant howl, seemingly issuing a command to attack. Hundreds of demon wolves, upon receiving the order, promptly arranged themselves into formation and charged towards the primordial insects. The cunning icebound Wolf King demonstrated strategic acumen, orchestrating its pack into a coordinated assault, with about 100 wolves advancing head-on while another 100 flanked from the sides, intent on encircling and annihilating the primordial insects. Humph! Such audacious ambition, yet I doubt you can consume it all. With a crack, the queen made her entrance. The bloodthirsty and bloodlustful queen was already ravenous, her instinct for battle ingrained in her very genes. Her desire for sustenance was not as fervent as that of the Iraqi lineage. Her sole cravings were for the hunt and reproduction. Thus, when faced with a formidable adversary, she frantically conveyed her yearning to Qin Tianming, eager to join the fray. The silver-black tide clashed violently with the white torrent at the forest's edge. Boom! A torrential downpour of crimson rain scattered across the snowy expanse. The war waged by the 100-strong wolf pack was on the verge of collapse. Scalding wolf blood rained down from the heavens, yet not a single drop marred the armor of the primordial insects. Roar! The demon wolf king let out a furious bellow. Seething with rage, how could he not be enraged witnessing the brutal slaughter of his kin before his very eyes? What was initially perceived as a soft target unexpectedly revealed that the novice was, in fact, oneself. The creature opened its ravenous maw. A sphere of pure white energy continuously coalescing within, as a formidable blade of ice gradually took shape. At that moment, a silver-black lightning bolt streaked across the tumultuous battlefield with astonishing speed, directly aimed at the Wolf King. The instant it was locked onto by the queen, the icebound demon Wolf King felt as though it were being scrutinized by the most malevolent of demons. A wave of intense unease caused every hair on its body to stand on end. There was no time to continue its gathering. It could only hastily unleash its attack. The queen leapt suddenly upon the snowy ground, effortlessly evading the assault, and then lunged toward the demon Wolf King with ferocious intent. The overwhelming pressure rendered the Wolf King unable to raise its head, forcing it to retreat and prepare to dodge to the side. Just then, the Wolf King trembled violently, a subtle smirk appearing at the corner of its mouth, as if it had witnessed an extraordinarily tantalizing sight, with a droplet of saliva lingering on its lips. And then, boom! A thunderous clap echoed across the ground as a claw struck the demon wolf's head. Ding! Vanquished the legendary Level 2. Icebound Demon Wolf, Experience 56789. Qin Tianming stood still, adjusting his glasses, aware that his casting range extended to 300 meters, with instant activation yielding commendable effects. Yet, the queen's prowess was unparalleled, effortlessly dispatching foes 2 realms above her. Truly, she was a summon of the divine spirit tier, marked by her remarkable growth attributes and formidable combat power. As he crouched and observed the unfolding spectacle, Qin Tianming could not help but exclaim in awe. A mournful howl echoed through the air, signaling the demise of the Wolf King. With their leader fallen, the wolf pack floundered in disarray, unable to mount a coherent offensive. Within mere minutes, a cacophony of experience notifications flooded his ears. Experience points 16789, experience points 19876, experience points 19527. The insectoid units commenced their task, swiftly clearing the battlefield, arranging hundreds of wolf carcasses neatly before Qin Tianming. A thick, metallic scent of blood wafted through the crisp, cold winds across the snowy expanse. Before his eyes lay a scene drenched in crimson, as the heavens began to release a flurry of snowflakes. It would not be long before the grim aftermath was concealed beneath a blanket of white. Qin Tianming mused to himself that this was indeed a prime location for nefarious deeds. At that moment, an image flashed in his mind. Relayed by the valiant warriors who had dispersed earlier, they had discovered a large gathering of monstrous entities. The vision revealed numerous ice giants aimlessly roaming the area. These ice giants, too, were a gregarious breed of creatures. This location was a medium-sized hub for ice giants, numbering over 100. Their ranks surpassed those of the frozen magic wolves, typically reaching the apex of the epic tier. With a mere thought, the insect swarm received his command, led by the queen, and hastened towards the designated locale. Recently purged of threats, and with damage transfer in effect, Qin Tianming resolved to practice his proficiency in Void Leap alone. The snow fell thickly, soon covering the bloodstains on the ground entirely. In this world stripped of warmth, the falling snow resembled the weightless descent of pure white, obliterating the once crimson-stained earth. Save for Qin Tianming, diligently honing his skills in Void Leap, no one knew of the brutal massacre that had transpired mere moments prior. However, just as he stepped forth from the void, he suddenly felt his arm brush against something extraordinarily soft. Compelled by curiosity, he squeezed gently, reveling in the exquisite sensation. At that moment, a sultry, playful voice chimed in. "Handsome, that feels so delightful. You have no idea how hard I sought you out." Qin Tianming felt a sudden warmth in his ears. As a gentle breath brushed past him, a figure clad in crimson appeared behind him, while a pair of soft, white rabbits fiercely pressed against his arms. stealthily attempting to nibble at his ear. What should have been an atmosphere of flirtation instead set his nerves ablaze, prompting an exclamation of surprise. Chapter 90. The Light and Shadow Assembly. Who is this enchanting being? Qin Tianming rolled over and, upon rising, immediately activated his skill, Starlight Shield. A brilliant beam of starlight descended from above, enveloping him entirely. Creak, creak, creak. Handsome, why so tense? Just a moment ago, weren't you tenderly caressing my little bunny? Why run away after that? Sister, I still want more. Noticing the wary expression on Qin Tianming's face, she appeared even more exhilarated. A flush of excitement coloring her cheeks. It was at this moment that Qin Tianming finally discerned the identity of the visitor. It was the enchanting red-clad sorceress from his earlier encounter on the bus. How did she find me? Ignoring her provocative remarks, he calmed his thoughts and began to contemplate. Just as I stepped out of the void, she appeared beside me instantaneously, likely employing a similar high-level skill akin to Void Leap. However, my trajectory was entirely random, and this area had already been cleared by the swarm. Thus, it was probable that she had placed a mark upon me specifically for tracking purposes. The only contact between us had been that fleeting moment on the bus. He quickly raised his arm to inspect it, and, as expected, discovered a tiny mark on the inner bend of his elbow. Not only was its placement cunningly concealed, but its color almost blended with his skin, rendering it nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, save for the faintest ripple of spiritual energy. Without careful perception, it would be entirely undetectable. Carelessness had led to this oversight. He had not evaded it. At this moment, while Void Leap was still on cooldown, Qin Tianming prepared to engage the lady in conversation to buy time for his escape. My dear lady, may I inquire what brings you to seek me? He discreetly channeled his spiritual energy to begin erasing the mark, and in a short while, he succeeded in washing it away. I am merely a student out on a trial, without any valuable possessions. My family is of modest means. Even if you were to abduct me, they could scarcely muster a ransom to secure my release. Or perhaps, the stunning beauty before me is simply famished, yearning for a savory stick of fried dough and a refreshing cup of soybean milk to replenish her strength? If that is indeed the case, feel free to express it. I may not refuse. Qin Tianming smiled as he remarked that the Void Leap had fully cooled down, allowing him to create distance at any moment, thus infusing his words with a teasing undertone. However, his interlocutor appeared unfazed by his flirtation, approaching him instead with a beaming smile. Darling, there's no need to rush. As long as you are willing to join us, not only will I be at your service, but within our sect, aside from the Holy Maiden, you may indulge in all the female disciples at your leisure. Even if you were to change partners daily, it would suffice to keep you entertained for 365 days without repetition. And if you truly desire my company, she said, her crimson robe drawing attention to her alluring figure, her captivating gaze enchanting, as she continuously uttered seductive phrases to ensnare Qin Tianming's heart. Your sect? Qin Tianming furrowed his brow, his mind racing as a revelation swiftly emerged. In an era where practitioners are widespread, there exists but a singular sect that remains active within human society, boasting remarkable power. He suddenly recalled the words of a woman from earlier on the bus, who had invited him to join their team. Were his companions nearby? Which sect did they belong to? Perhaps you have already formed some conjectures. Indeed. The woman in red did not provide a direct answer. Instead, she extended her right hand, and a token materialized within her grasp. At the center of the token was a silhouette, flanked by two pairs of wings, one a radiant gold, the other a somber black. The left wing shimmered with brilliance, while the right one was shrouded in darkness. Upon discerning the likeness of the statue, a weight settled within Qin Tianming's heart. This was an underground church immortalized in textbooks. Indeed, the Church of Light and Shadow. They reverently worship a deity known as the Lord of Light and Shadow. It is said that when this church was established, its leader was of modest strength, scarcely attracting attention. Yet, who could have foreseen that this figure would possess the ability to communicate with otherworldly demons, thereby acquiring formidable power? Power, after all, is a coveted possession. The central tenet of the Church of Light and Shadow is that light nurtures all beings, and all beings cast shadows. In every realm where light exists, darkness inevitably follows. Thus, humanity can only attain salvation through reverence for the Lord of Light and Shadow. To worship and believe in the Lord of Light and Shadow is to possess genuine, tangible power, which has led many with fragile minds to join their ranks. When the invasion of otherworldly demons occurred, the government was overwhelmed and unable to manage the chaos, providing the Church of Light and Shadow with an opportunity for expansion. Over time, this sect flourished, and today, its presence extends not only throughout Eastern Li, but also into many foreign lands. However, Chen Tianming found himself perplexed by the true intentions behind the church's interest in him. Was there someone who had tipped them off, seeking to eliminate him, the fated child? Could it be the director? Yet, if it were the director, there would be no need to offer him 3 vials of primordial water to enhance his strength. Furthermore, given the director's power, if there were true intentions to harm him, it would have been executed within the confines of the secret chamber. Moreover, his decision to venture into the wilderness for advancement was merely spontaneous, thus. Chen Tianming chuckled to himself, pondering, am I simply unfortunate? I wonder why your esteemed sect has chosen me. The response was straightforward, because you are sufficiently young. The mere fact that you dare to venture out alone at such a tender age indicates that your level is undoubtedly considerable, at least above the mountain-moving realm. Furthermore, your youth is an additional advantage, signifying your vast potential and the prospect of achieving even greater heights in the future. Moreover, your meticulous nature has already been evident to me during our encounter on the bus. You are not easily swayed by superficial charms and possess the endurance that others lack, traits befitting a person destined for greatness. You are well suited to become a disciple of my sect. Come forth, embrace the faith in our Lord, and you shall be bestowed with unparalleled power. The woman in red extended her arms in a gesture of embrace. Young one, make your choice. Will you submit, or? At that moment, her gaze subtly shifted to the side. Chen Tianming followed her gaze and beheld 2 formidable figures, each wielding a massive axe and a broadsword, advancing through the snow from either side. A flicker of concern crossed his mind as he turned to glance behind him, where an assassin, clad in the attire of his profession, fixed his piercing gaze upon him from the branches of the dense forest. Simultaneously, a paladin adorned in golden armor knelt on the ground, cradling a tome as if engaged in fervent prayer. Enemies surrounded him on all sides. A 3-pronged assault was evidently in motion. Chapter 91. Show me again in the next life. 2 warriors, 1 mage, and an assassin. Alongside a paladin who could barely be considered a priest, what a lavish assembly. All this, merely to confront a humble hero summoner like myself? A soft chuckle echoed from a distance. Young man, you hold yourself in too high regard, sneered the heavily armored warrior wielding the massive axe. We are here solely to fulfill the mission of our esteemed saint. Your potential membership is merely a token of our admiration. I hope you do not fail to recognize the opportunity presented to you. Provide me with your answer. We have no time to squander here. Oh, and let me share another tidbit of information, he continued, his voice brimming with pride. Although we are merely acolytes of the coastal realm, we have all received the church's blessing, with our attributes exceeding 3,000 points in total. We are invincible within our realm, and can even slay foes beyond our tier. At this, the axe-wielding warrior beamed with self-satisfaction, and the others mirrored his expressions of arrogance. Clearly, for practitioners of the coastal realm, boasting attributes over 3,000 was a matter of great pride. However, upon hearing this, Chen Tianming's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Wait a moment. Over 3,000 points? Is that so? My mental strength alone as a hero-tier practitioner has reached 3,000. So, you mean to say that, despite being 2 tiers above me, you can only outmatch me in attributes, excluding mental strength? But I am the swarm sovereign. Who would dare to engage you in a straightforward confrontation? Chen Tianming silently scoffed within. Handsome lad, make your choice. To survive, or to become the nourishment of this land. Provide your answer within 5 seconds. A blazing crimson orb of blood appeared in her hand. Should Chen Tianming dare to refuse, she would unleash her attack without hesitation. She was confident that, in such dire circumstances, he would make the right choice. Yet at this moment, Chen Tianming clutched his stomach and burst into laughter. It turned out to be nothing but a group of trivial nuisances. The grand entrance and the reputation of the Light and Shadow Association had indeed startled him. The woman in red furrowed her brow, seemingly perplexed by Chen Tianming's laughter. But a sinister thought began to creep into her mind. Before she could ponder further, a sharp sound echoed. The sword of sealing light. A dazzling pentagram illuminated beneath the feet of the woman in red, and a peculiar spatial fluctuation enveloped her alone. Simultaneously, Xiao Dui and 10 gene worms were summoned. What was happening? Yet before the remaining few could take action, in the next moment, a void piercer shot towards the farthest paladin, immobilizing him firmly in place. Then, a sudden casting, silence wave. The violent magical surge not only silenced the skills of the two, but also inflicted severe damage upon them. In mere moments of confrontation, both were incapacitated, collapsing to the ground. They were soon torn apart by the swarming gene worms. Only the distant paladin seemed to fare slightly better, presumably bearing some precious items. Although immobilized, the Void Piercer had not inflicted significant harm upon him. With a swift motion, Xiao Dui compressed his limbs and sprang forth, instantly reaching the black-clad assassin before him. 100-meter distance vanished in the blink of an eye. The feast of death. Roar. Gulp. In an instant, the tides of battle turned. The assassin, most adept at stealth and evasion, simply vanished. 2 heavily armored warriors had been dismembered, leaving only the distant paladin still dazed. Though soon, several gene worms rushed to his side. No, spare me. The paladin, just regaining consciousness from his stupor, beheld the grotesque creatures charging towards him. He wished to resist, yet his body felt utterly powerless, leaving him to plead in terror. Alas! A head soared into the air, blood splattering the ground. Demon, you are truly a demon. In less than 10 seconds, 4 outstanding warriors, each exceeding 3,000 points in attributes, perished without leaving a single corpse behind. The woman in red gazed at the distant creature, a genetic parasite, voraciously tearing into a corpse, her heart gripped by terror. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Despite the sunny disposition of the youth, when it came to killing, he exhibited no mercy, leaving behind not even a single corpse. She did not wish to perish, especially not at the jaws of such a monstrosity. These creatures, they devour humans. Please, I implore you, spare me. As long as you let me live, I will do anything you desire. Tears streamed down her face as she continued. I have elderly parents at home and a 3-year-old child. If I die, what will happen to my family? Please, I beg you to spare me. I can keep you company every night. Whatever you wish, I can accommodate. I possess a plethora of skills. Not only did she boast an array of talents, but she also owned various outfits and stockings, ensuring a different ensemble every day of the year, promising to serve you in utmost comfort. She pondered how Chen Tianming had slain everyone else but had spared her for last, undoubtedly tempted by her physique. Yes, he must be coveting my body. With this thought, a glimmer of hope illuminated her eyes. She hastily pulled her clothing down, revealing her alabaster skin, desperately attempting to barter for a final chance at survival. Alas, Chen Tianming, deep within his heart, harbored no fondness for taking lives. Rather, he was more apprehensive of the endless repercussions that might ensue. Although the allure of 365 days, each distinct from the last, was undeniably captivating, the death of Yin Yu lingered in his conscience like a persistent shadow. Particularly troubling was the fact that his adversary hailed from the Shadow and Light Society. He wished to shield his family from any ensuing troubles. Thus, he concluded that it was either to abstain entirely or to eradicate the threat at its roots. I apologize. Perhaps in the next life, you may show me, he uttered. At that moment, the radiant glow of the light-sealing sword began to subtly fade. The woman in red looked on, perplexed. With a mere thought, Chen Tianming commanded, Master, received. The silence enveloped. This female sorceress possessed the ability to teleport. She must not be allowed to invoke her skill and flee. The instant the brilliance of the light-sealing sword faded, the silence magic took effect. The woman in red continued to plead desperately, but alas. A genetic parasite swiftly crawled before her, gently lifting her and slowly kissing her. The parasitism commenced. Chapter 92, The Bounty of the Shadow and Light Society. Damn it. Chen Tianming clenched his fist tightly, gazing at the personal belongings within the red-clad woman's spatial ring, a tear slipping from the corner of his mouth. Indeed. When one is on the brink of death, their words ring true. She did not deceive me. Countless uniforms and stockings dazzled his eyes. No, I must safeguard these. Who knows what the future may hold? He then proceeded to collect other rings, having previously cautioned against damaging the storage rings. The memory of the last ring devoured by the little fool made his heart ache. The rare occupational storage rings from Sakura country must contain valuable treasures. Yet it swallowed it whole without a care for an upset stomach. However, it is only fitting. After all, it is known as the Devourer, capable of consuming entire planets. So why would it hesitate over a mere storage ring? Chen Tianming stepped forward to stow away the colossal sword and axe, subsequently removing the rings from their fingers. A mere glance at the rings filled him with delight. As anticipated, they were indeed extraordinary weapons. Quite a commendable find, as they could be exchanged for a substantial 200 points at the academy. However, if sold for currency, they could fetch over 20 million Tianxin coins. Indeed. It is said that fortune favors the bold. Wealth does not come without risk. Having examined the rings of the 2 heavily armored warriors, he He proceeded to inspect those of the assassins. Upon opening the ring of the paladin, he encountered an unexpected occurrence. A golden seal materialized on the surface of the storage ring, effectively repelling his mental intrusion. Typically, storage rings bear the spiritual imprint of their owner. Even after the original owner's demise, this imprint remains intact. To unlock it, one merely needs to cleanse the imprint with their own mental energy. However, if a seal has been placed upon the ring, mere mental cleansing will not suffice. Assistance from a master of formations is required to dispel the seal. Attempting to forcefully cleanse it would only result in the seal shattering, leading to the contents within being lost to the void, irretrievable forever. Seeking the aid of a master to break the seal is not only exorbitantly expensive but also necessitates registration, which could inadvertently expose one's personal information, potentially attracting the attention of the Shadowlight Society. Given these circumstances, it would be prudent to return to the city first, seeking the headmaster's assistance while recounting the day's events. He had an inkling that this ring concealed something extraordinary. After all, they had previously mentioned that their actions were in pursuit of a mission assigned by the Saint Lord. The storage ring must undoubtedly contain information pertinent to that mission. Though the nature of the saint remains a mystery to him, the headmaster is surely well informed. Such matters would certainly pique the headmaster's interest, perhaps even constituting a significant achievement in his eyes. At that point, he would not be greedy. Requesting a modest 100 or 80 vials of primal water would be a trivial endeavor. Chen Tianming secretly rejoiced within himself. After gathering his spoils, he cheerfully made his way towards the Gene Queen. As dusk approached, he planned to collect some provisions before returning to the gathering place. Tomorrow, he would seek out the dean at the academy, having delayed his training for several days. He felt it necessary to make amends and perhaps acquire some points or magical artifacts. Such treasures would surely elevate his status. In a flash, his figure vanished without a trace. As evening descended, Chen Tianming returned to the gathering place, now bustling with the lively chatter of returning professionals. The once sparsely populated venue was now vibrant and animated. Upon entering the inn, he shook off the snowflakes from his coat and plopped down onto a bench, casually perusing the menu. "Waiter, I would like to order." "Certainly. What would you like to have, esteemed guest?" "I'll have a serving of Stove King's fragrant chicken, a portion of Wincy tofu, and a bowl of bone marrow dragonweb soup, along with a generous bowl of rice." "Right away. I'll arrange that." The waiter nodded and promptly went to place the order. In just a few minutes, a delightful combination of meat, vegetables, and soup was presented before him. "Ah, splendid. Delicious." Chen Tianming exclaimed as he took a hearty bite of the chicken leg, savoring the flavors with gusto. He remarked, "This chicken could only exist in the heavens. It is a rare delight on earth. Truly exquisite." Hearing Chen Tianming's praises, the waiter beamed with delight and replied, "This is indeed our establishment's signature dish." Chen Tianming savored his meal with delight, wiping his mouth before requesting a fine wine to accompany his feast. To indulge in such exquisite chicken without a glass of wine would be a disservice to this culinary delight. He exclaimed, "Very well, my esteemed guest. I shall procure it for you forthwith." Once the wine was served, Chen Tianming inquired of the innkeeper, "Pray tell, have any intriguing events unfolded in this gathering place today?" "Intriguing events, you say?" "Indeed. As a newcomer, I seek to familiarize myself with the locale," he continued, placing a substantial banknote upon the table and pressing it down firmly. Upon beholding the note, the young attendant's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly responded, "You might consider venturing to the western side of the gathering place. There lies a bulletin board frequently adorned with notices, whether seeking adventurers for various tasks or announcing bounties." "A bulletin board, you say?" Chen Tianming understood immediately and withdrew his hand, expressing his gratitude. "There is no need for such formalities." The young attendant, trembling, reached for the banknotes. As a mere ordinary worker in the service sector, he found it challenging to secure a decent job within the city, and even when he did, the remuneration was often dismally low, barely sufficient to sustain himself. Thus, he ventured outside the city to this gathering place, taking up the role of a waiter, lured by the considerably higher wages compared to those within the city. Yet, in this society plagued by soaring prices, even that was but a drop in the ocean. Receiving a generous tip today was equivalent to a month's salary. "I must express my gratitude for your generous support." Afterward, Chen Tianming savored the delicacies and fine wines, quickly devouring all the food laid before him. Sated, he let out a resounding belch, patting his round belly. "Young lad, please bring me the bill." Upon settling the account, the young attendant pleasantly offered him a 9.5 discount. Chen Tianming gave him an approving thumbs up, and the attendant returned the gesture with a knowing glance. presenting him with a bottle of fizzy drink. Indeed, good deeds often reap rewards. After paying, he strolled leisurely down the bustling streets of the gathering place, humming a tune. Suddenly, he noticed a throng of people ahead, seemingly gathered around something of interest. Chen Tianming approached with curiosity, only to discover a bulletin board upon getting closer. It had just been updated with a recent announcement. A private bounty was posted. A member of this family had gone missing this afternoon and had yet to return, carrying important items that urgently needed to be recovered. The appearance of the squad members, both outside and in their storage rings, was as described above. Anyone who provides verified information will be rewarded with between 200,000 and 1.5 million Tianxian coins, depending on the significance of the information. Should anyone be fortunate enough to retrieve the storage ring, we are prepared to offer 200 million Tianxian coins or legendary-grade equipment as a reward. Interested parties may contact the leader at the gathering place directly, without the need for intermediaries. Chen Tianming squinted, scrutinizing the photograph before him. The 5 individuals captured in the image were none other than those he had dispatched earlier that day, including the woman in red. The ring prominently displayed belonged to the paladin. Was this a bounty issued by the Shadow and Light Society? They had only perished this afternoon. Yet the Society seemed to have been immediately informed of their demise. This suggests that the Shadow and Light Society possesses some means of discerning the fates of church members. However, judging by the task description, it appeared that their interest in the death of these 5 was rather minimal. Their sole focus seemed to be on that ring. Clearly, this ring concealed something of great significance. Chapter 93. My name is Qin Gangshin. Here it is. The Shadow and Light Society has offered such a substantial bounty. If I were to hand it over to the Dean, wouldn't that be? Chen Tianming pondered delightfully, for the value of legendary treasures is measured in billions. The Celestial Staff, acquired within the Academy, cost a staggering 128,000 points. If the Academy Director were to casually bestow upon me a legendary weapon or even a vial of primordial water, it would be an extraordinary fortune. It appeared that the others realized Chen Tianming had uncovered their true identities. Thus, they proposed a solution. This indicated that they were unable to pinpoint my exact location. Since they were unaware of where I was, I resolved to ascend to my chamber for a restful slumber. As for why he refrained from accepting the task, what merit would it hold for the director? Who could discern whether the leader of the gathering was in cahoots with them? Chen Tianming firmly believed that, with his innate talent, he would soon possess legendary equipment in abundance. The night was dark and the wind howled fiercely, the icy wilderness outside. Damn it! Who are you? Why have you attacked us? A calligrapher, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and one arm severed, fled in terror towards the gathering point. Several professionals relentlessly pursued him from behind. Stop pretending. Hand over the ring. Under the cover of night, they had stealthily departed towards Kyoto. And who else could it be but your team? Surrender it now to minimize your suffering, or else. Ha ha ha. As soon as the words left his lips, a chilling frost crept up from the ground, swiftly encasing his legs in ice, rendering him immobile. What ring? I don't understand what you're talking about. He stammered, panic rising as he realized they were near the gathering point, provoking the troops and their leaders. The army? The leader? Ha! The ringleader scoffed. Just as he raised his hand to unleash his skill, a bolt of thunder descended from the heavens. Moments later, a robust man with violet hair stepped into view, striding through the air. The ringleader gasped, "Who approaches?" Boom. Thunder split the night sky, illuminating the figure of the newcomer. I am Qin Gangshin. The calligrapher's heart leapt with hope for survival upon hearing the name. Qin Gangshin, the leader of the gathering point, had reached the void-breaking realm years prior and was renowned for his boldness and generosity, earning the affection of many professionals. Brother Qin, are you here to rescue me? After teetering on the edge of death multiple times, the calligrapher's defenses crumbled upon seeing Qin Gangshin. The violet-haired giant gently removed the frost from his feet and handed him a vial of healing potion. Do not speak yet. Your injuries are severe. Drink this potion first, or you may suffer hidden ailments. As for your hand, seek out a high-level healer upon your return to the city. Thank you, Brother Qin. Thank you. The calligrapher, overwhelmed with gratitude, took the potion and drank it down. After ensuring the potion was consumed, Qin Gangshin finally inquired, I must ask you, why did your team leave the gathering point in the dead of night heading towards Kyoto? Brother Qin, why do you question me so? The calligrapher replied, perplexed. Our team left urgently because we had pressing matters at home in the wilderness, and we were hurrying back. As for the ring you mentioned, I swear I have never seen it. As the conversation reached a pivotal moment, the artist seemed to suddenly realize something, hastily covering his mouth. his face etched with disbelief as he gazed at Qin Gangxing. He was bewildered at his own prompt response to the inquiry, without a hint of hesitation. With a visage now adorned with terror, he lifted his gaze towards the violet-haired man. To his astonishment, he beheld the man extending his palm, a white lightning orb swirling within it while emitting faint bird-like chirps. Thunderbird. In the next instant, the orb pierced through the artist's head, unleashing a formidable current that charred his body, leaving him utterly lifeless. Hey, old Qin, why did you kill him? We had not yet finished our questioning. The group, who had been repelled, approached with discontent, appearing to be quite familiar with Qin Gangxing. I had just administered a truth serum to him, Qin Gangxing elucidated. A person who has ingested the truth serum cannot conceal any secrets. Since he claimed he had not seen anything, it is evident that he truly has not. You must have mistaken your target. As for his companions, grant them a swift end. Do not take pleasure in torturing your kin. In response, the leader of the opposing group scoffed, offering no direct answer to Qin Gangxing's query. Instead, he retorted, if they are not the ones, it implies that the real culprit remains within the gathering, does it not? Old Qin, this time is unlike any other. The Lord Saint has issued a death command. We must retrieve the ring, or we shall all perish. Thus, our resolve to acquire this ring is unwavering, even if it means exposing ourselves entirely. What is it about that ring that compels you to mobilize such forces? Qin Gangxing inquired, his expression rife with confusion. Let me put it this way, the other replied. I do not know what lies within, but I do know that if the ring is not recovered, everyone in this gathering will die. You dare. Qin Gangxing's fury erupted, his aura surging as he levitated, violet hair defying gravity, his eyes wide with rage as he stared down at the group. Thunderous serpents encircled him, the pressure of his power overwhelming, rendering his adversaries unable to lift their heads. Light and Shadow Church, do not overstep your bounds, he thundered. I am willing to cooperate with your investigation to this extent. Dare you set foot further into this gathering, I shall kill you. Even if it is the Lord Saint you speak of. Do you hear me clearly? Get out. With a sudden motion, he raised his hand, conjuring an even larger lightning orb, the piercing call of a bird reverberating through the night. Boom. The Thunderbird soared towards the ground, creating a powerful shockwave that sent the group hurtling several meters away. As they landed, they exchanged glances, all awestruck by Qin Gangxing's might. It seemed he was on the verge of a breakthrough. The power of this strike was indeed terrifying. Surely, even the Lord Saint would not stand a chance against him. After a prolonged silence, the leader gradually spoke. What shall we do now? It seems we have provoked old Qin. One suggested. Why don't we stealthily infiltrate the gathering place tonight and eliminate a few individuals? Perhaps that will lead us to him. A sharp slap echoed as the leader struck him on the head. If you wish to court death, do not drag us along. Qin Gangxing is clearly furious. If you dare provoke him now, can you guarantee your survival? If anyone dies at the gathering tonight, do you think he won't suspect us? Who will shield you from his wrath? The speaker recoiled, repeatedly shaking his head. I can't protect myself. At that moment, another voice chimed in. How about we organize more personnel to ambush all the buses returning to the city tomorrow? Those who killed Sister Hongyi and her team will undoubtedly be eager to divide the spoils. If they do not leave tonight, they will certainly depart by tomorrow. Another swift slap from the leader followed. Are you seeking an audience with the Lord of Shadows? Ambushing buses? Do you think the ticket collectors are mere bystanders? Not to mention whether old Qin will take action. Every ticket collector on those buses is an exceedingly formidable presence. As he spoke, a shiver ran down his spine as if a thought had struck him. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent, not daring to utter another word. The leader then nodded in satisfaction and said, What we must do now is report the situation to the esteemed saint. She will make the final decision. This matter has surpassed our capabilities. If you wish to survive, learn to shift the blame. We cannot meddle in the affairs of such influential figures, lest we become expendable. Remember this, seek not glory, but rather avoid mistakes. With that, the leader appeared weary, stretching his neck. All right. Let us continue our surveillance and report to the esteemed one tomorrow morning. Chapter 94, The Gate of Mana in the Early Morning. The crowing of roosters outside roused Qin Tianming from his slumber. After a brief wash, he approached the window and drew back the curtains. The gentle sunlight bathed his face, warm and comforting. A beautiful day was about to unfold. Qin Tianming stood with his hands on his hips, eyes closed, savoring the warmth of the moment. After basking in the sunshine for a while, he contentedly opened his eyes and gazed out the window. In the distance, a bus swayed gently as it approached the station bustling with activity. Qin Tianming meticulously counted his belongings, ensuring nothing was amiss, before departing towards the train station. However, he did not rush to board the bus. Instead, he settled into a nearby CF, ordered a cup of coffee, and enjoyed a light breakfast while discreetly observing whether the first bus would encounter any unforeseen mishaps. Fortunately, all proceeded smoothly. It was only after the arrival of the second bus that he decided to embark. 2 hours later, Chen Tianming finally returned to Kyoto. Without any delays, he made his way directly to the Royal Academy of Kyoto. At this moment, Shinjuo was leisurely seated on the office sofa, humming a gentle tune while preparing tea for himself, exuding an air of tranquility and contentment. Upon seeing Chen Tianming return, he was slightly taken aback, though that was the extent of his reaction. "Oh, what brings you back? Weren't you out in the wilderness leveling up?" Chen Tianming wasted no words and directly produced the token. At a glance, he recognized its origin. Was it not the token of the Shadowlight Society? Shinjuo looked at Chen Tianming in astonishment. "Where did you acquire this?" Upon hearing the dean's inquiry, Chen Tianming felt a surge of sorrow. "Oh, Dean, woe is me. You almost did not get to see me again. These people are not human. They first threatened me, then tempted me with rewards, and finally resorted to seduction, tormenting me for an entire day. All of this was to coerce me into joining their ridiculous Shadowlight Society. But I have already pledged my allegiance to you, Dean, to join the War Academy. Thus, in life, I am a member of the War Academy. In death, I am a ghost of the War Academy." As he spoke with fervor, Chen Tianming squeezed out a few tears to convey the sincerity of his feelings. He then attempted to appeal to their better nature, hoping to persuade them to abandon their wicked ways and return to righteousness. However, these individuals, seeing my reluctance to join, disparaged the War Academy. Upon hearing this, I became enraged, thinking to myself, the dean has shown me great favor. How could I allow others to trample upon his hard work? Therefore, I engaged in a fierce battle with them, resolved that even in death, I would not tarnish the reputation of the War Academy. As you know, Dean, I am merely a summoner, my combat prowess relying entirely upon my summoned beasts. For the honor of the War Academy, I fought with all my might, my summoned creatures. At this point, Shunjua hurriedly interjected, All right, enough. Your discovery of the Shadowlight Society's whereabouts is indeed a significant achievement. Speak. What reward do you desire? Chen Tianming couldn't help but chuckle. I am not overly greedy. Just casually provide me with 100 or so bottles of that primordial water. And as for those divine artifacts, legendary weapons, and other treasures, a few of those would suffice. 100 bottles of primordial water? The dean, exasperated, exclaimed. You truly have the audacity to make such demands. Do you think divine artifacts and legendary treasures grow on trees? I don't even possess them myself. With that, he produced a ring and presented it before the dean. Shinjua carefully examined the ring he had received, noting the intricate seal formation inscribed upon it. Should one attempt to breach it through brute force, it would trigger a catastrophic eruption of the formation's energies, resulting in the shattering of the ring and the obliteration of its contents by the forces of space. However, with a mere wave of his hand, Shinjua effortlessly unraveled what appeared to be an exceedingly complex seal to Chen Tianming. With a resounding clatter, the items contained within the ring were spilled onto the table. The dean rummaged through the assortment and swiftly extracted a parchment scroll. Upon unfurling the scroll, a passage materialized before them, accompanied by a rudimentary topographical map. All of humanity is akin to the tormented souls ensnared within the cave, their existence merely shadows cast upon the walls. Only by breaking free from their shackles and emerging from the cave can one behold the truth. Without the guidance of the master, all is but an illusion. The initial text appeared to be a prayer of the Shadowlight Society, while the latter part contained the pivotal information that captivated the two. The gate of mana is on the verge of opening, and the third key has manifested deep within the frozen tundra. Find it, unlock the gate of mana, and prepare for the master's arrival. What, then, is the gate of mana? And who is this master mentioned herein? Could it be the master of Shadowlight? Chen Tianming felt somewhat bewildered. The content was clearly beyond the syllabus and not something that could be gleaned from textbooks. The director's expression was grave. In simple terms, the mana gate was a portal to another realm, and once this gate was opened, it would establish a connection with another world. Behind this mana gate lay the world inhabited by the deities of the Church of Light and Shadow. It remained uncertain what level this other world belonged to. But regardless of its classification, we must not allow our enemies to achieve their objectives. Upon the director's explanation, Chen Tianming quickly grasped the implications. Once the mana gate was activated, the otherworldly entities could invade through the portal. Chen Tianming, you have performed commendably in this matter. I will submit a request to the Academy. As for the rewards you mentioned earlier, I will do my utmost to secure them for you. The director, unusually, refrained from calling him Xiaoming and instead spoke to him with solemnity. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Tianming understood that he could not remain complacent. This planet was already beset by calamities, and the opening of another dimensional gate would likely hinder his development. Since the adversaries dared to invade, they must possess strength superior to ours. We cannot allow them to obtain this key. We must resolutely prevent the activation of the mana gate. Upon hearing this, Chunzhua rose to his feet, stretching lazily and twisting his body. Preventing? The dean wore an amused expression. Why should we prevent? Chapter 95. Return to the snowfield, engorged. Chen Tianming felt a throbbing sensation in his head, and his entire body was flushed with blood. Before he could make any further move, Chunzhua smiled faintly. The portal to another realm is indeed a marvelous treasure. What? Chen Tianming found himself momentarily perplexed, struggling to discern the true intentions of the dean. It was only when Chunzhua elaborated that he realized he had misunderstood the situation. The opening of the portal to another realm is an event that cannot be hindered by human effort, within a few years at the least. Or at most a decade or so, the portal will inevitably open of its own accord under the influence of the world's consciousness. The more one attempts to obstruct it, the larger the portal will become, thus complicating our efforts to manage it. It is akin to grasping a handful of sand. The tighter you squeeze, the more swiftly it escapes your grasp. Conversely, if you merely relax your hold, the sand will remain contained. This illustrates the principle that it is better to allow flow than to impose blockage. One might also comprehend it as a mechanism of self-repair by the world's will. The portal to another realm resembles a virus, and humanity's purpose is to control and eradicate such viruses. The seemingly endless armies from other realms may appear daunting. Yet in reality, if adequately prepared, and if the adversaries are not of excessively high caliber, what difference is there from an inexhaustible source of experience? You might even consider it a remarkably unique instance of a dungeon. Speaking of which, I suddenly recall a tragic massacre that occurred not long ago near your Jianbei province. What was the city and which family was affected? I cannot seem to recollect at this moment. Chunzhua pondered deeply, scratching his head in contemplation for quite some time. Upon hearing these words, Chen Tianming felt a jolt of surprise. Could it be the He family from Rongqing? Indeed. The dean slapped his thigh in realization, exclaiming, "It is the He family from Rongqing. Oh, how did you come to know this?" Chunzhua gazed at Chen Tianming in bewilderment. This matter is highly confidential. Logically, you ought to be unaware of it, shouldn't you? Chen Tianming instantly wore a bitter smile, and then proceeded to explain to the dean the circumstances of his initial encounter with the son of the He family and the subsequent pursuit by the Qinglong gang. It appears that there are shadows of the Shadow League lurking behind this Qinglong gang. Chunzhua observed the troubled expression of Chen Tianming and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "This predicament is not entirely your fault. One can only remark that some individuals are truly deranged. In their desperate quest to assemble the 9 genuine trigrams, they would extinguish entire families." Reassured by the dean's comforting words, Chen Tianming felt a slight alleviation within. Yet his tightly clenched fist betrayed the turmoil that still raged inside him. The Qinglong gang, our enmity only deepens. This marks the second incident where my own actions have inadvertently entangled those around me. Although I initially acted without malice, there remains an undeniable connection to the consequences I face. This realization has cemented my resolve to eradicate threats at their roots in the future. With that, the dean rose and made his way towards the door. "Come, let us return to the frozen wilderness once more." "Dean, are you truly preparing to take matters into your own hands?" Chen Tianming composed himself and inquired. Chunzhua smiled, expressing that his personal involvement would ensure greater security. "Furthermore, you are the future star of our war academy, and I cannot help but feel uneasy if I do not accompany you personally. After all, this matter is of great significance, and we must not afford even the slightest carelessness." In an instant, Chen Tianming returned once more to the frozen expanse of the gathering ground. However, the dean did not appear at his side immediately. According to Chunzhua, the primary objective of this operation was not to drive away the members of the Shadow and Light Society, but rather to capture a saint alive, presenting an excellent opportunity to gain insight into the activities of the society's upper echelons. Only the two of them were privy to this information, rendering any possibility of a leak non-existent. After all, the internal situation in the Easternly nation was currently tumultuous. Recent news reported that the Sky Marshal had been reassigned due to ineffective command during operations. Although the report did not specify his new location, it was likely that his future would not be favorable. It appeared that the god of clouds had indeed taken covert action as the commander. Any reassignment of the Sky Marshal would inevitably cause ripples throughout the entire operation. The news was merely a ploy to mislead the public. It seemed that his initial suspicions had been validated. As for how the Sky Marshal would be dealt with, he remained indifferent. He had simply taken action within his own capacity, and that was sufficient. Now, his task was to stir the waters and draw out the saint from the opposing side. After all, the members of the Shadow and Light Society could hardly anticipate that a hero-class practitioner they had casually considered recruiting could establish direct contact with the Dean of the Royal Academy's branch, the War Academy. Chen Tianming surveyed his surroundings. Everything within the gathering site appeared normal, tranquil, as if it were a still pond. Yet, aware of the underlying truths, he understood that beneath this calm facade, tumultuous waves were already surging. With a gentle exhalation, he proceeded towards the heart of the gathering site, where the abode of the site leader, Qin Gengxin, was situated. Based on the task's implications, it was highly probable that Qin Gengxin was entangled with the Shadow and Light Society. While he might be oblivious to the true identities of its members, he certainly had established connections with several of them, likely fostering a considerable rapport. Otherwise, he would not dare to publicly announce such a task on the bulletin board. Qin Tianming approached the door of Qin Gengxin's residence with utmost caution, gently rapping on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Is Manager Qin at home? I have a task to discuss with you. The once tightly shut wooden door opened slowly and without a breeze, revealing an exuberant voice from above. Haha, I'm upstairs. Feel free to come up, my young friend. Qin Tianming feigned hesitation for a moment before finally stepping forward into the room. As he crossed the threshold, it felt as though an elusive gaze swept over him, lingering momentarily. Immediately thereafter, the wooden door creaked shut of its own accord. Qin Tianming feigned surprise, hesitating at the threshold, reluctant to proceed. The voice resonated once more. Do not be afraid, young friend. This is for your safety. Surely, you would not wish for others to discover your substantial wealth, would you? Upon hearing this, Qin Tianming let out a pretended sigh of resignation and slowly ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, he beheld a robust man with violet hair reclining in a rocking chair, leisurely sipping from a cup of hot tea. Noticing Qin Tianming's arrival, the violet-haired man warmly gestured for him to come closer, then pointed to an empty seat beside him. Come, have a seat. As soon as Qin Tianming took his seat, the burly man with purple hair eagerly inquired, Young friend, have you come in pursuit of the bounty for that ring? Qin Tianming feigned shyness, gently nodding in acknowledgement. Qin Gengxin broke into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, Indeed, you are a young hero, having reached such remarkable heights at a tender age. Come, let me take a good look at your visage. As he spoke, he slowly rose, carefully scrutinizing Qin Tianming's appearance. Yet, within his gaze lingered a hint of regret and sorrow. If only, alas, what a pity. Chapter 96. The latest summon of Qin Tianming, what a pity. For the sake of my child, I must put you in a difficult position. Qin Gengxin's eyes brimmed with tenderness. At this moment, he appeared softer than the gentlest water, as though the figure before him was not Qin Tianming, but rather his most cherished companion. Nevertheless, Qin Tianming was acutely aware of a chilling, merciless intent enveloping him. He was momentarily taken aback. Wait a moment. Brother, do you not wish to consider what you are saying? Furthermore, are you not even going to pretend? You are laying bare your murderous intent so openly? I have yet to utter a word. Are you not concerned that I might place the ring elsewhere? After all, we are involved in a transaction worth over 100 million. What if I entrust the ring to an accomplice first and conduct the trade? Should the transaction succeed, I would then present the ring to you. However, if it fails, my accomplice could abscond with the ring. You do not even pose a single question? At the very least, you ought to tentatively inquire what I know about this matter, or whether I have confided in anyone else. Then, we could engage in a back and forth, exchanging words before you unveil my identity, or I extract your secrets. Yet you have commenced this encounter like a game of werewolf, revealing everything right from the start, leaving me at a loss. Do you truly care so little? Or is it that you possess an overwhelming confidence? Thus, you do not wish to squander breath on me? This script does not seem quite right. Are you a saint? Under the weight of pressure, Qin Tianming inquired. It seems you indeed possess a wealth of knowledge. In response to Qin Tianming's retort, Qin Gengxin displayed little surprise. I did not join the Shadow Association. However, my unaccomplished son did. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianming's expression faltered. The dean had already informed him about Qin Gengxin's background. Qin Gengxin did indeed have a son, yet his talents were woefully inadequate, merely deemed excellent. At that time, Qin Gengxin was a man of considerable pride, and while excellent might suffice for an ordinary individual, for him, it was utterly insufficient. As a distinguished member of a rare combat profession, whose talents were evaluated as exceptional, the mediocrity of his son's abilities was unbearable. He felt an overwhelming shame, unfit to face others. Thus, a fierce argument ensued, leading his son to leave home in a fit of anger, vanishing without a trace. 3 years later, his son returned, not only having ascended to the realm of the sea-filling stage, but also having elevated his innate talents from excellent to exceptional. Although he still fell short of Qin Gengxin's earlier prowess, his level had not lagged far behind. At that time, Qin Gengxin had yet to reach the void-breaking stage, his strength confined to the pinnacle of a mid-tier profession, the sky-treading stage. Seeing his son's remarkable improvement filled Qin Gengxin with joy, prompting him to host a grand banquet for friends and relatives, basking in newfound glory. However, this period of elation was fleeting. After his son's return, he ventured to the frozen snowfield to train, only to encounter a minor beast tide, resulting in his untimely demise. While some claimed it was merely an accident, Qin Gengxin adamantly insisted it was a plot orchestrated out of jealousy towards his son's talents. To uncover the truth behind his son's death, he voluntarily stationed himself in the wilderness, dedicating 3 more years to the investigation. Your son, did he not perish 3 years ago? Chen Tianming questioned. My son is not dead, Qin Gengxin erupted, interrupting Chen Tianming's words, his body crackling with traces of thunderous energy. Though his physical form has dissipated, his soul endures. It remains ensnared by the Shadow Association. They have promised me that should I choose to act, they can create a vessel to harbor my son's soul, allowing him to return to this world. Upon hearing these words, Chen Tianming felt his heart race and his hair stand on end. He could hardly fathom the terrifying methods employed by the Shadow Society, capable of resurrecting the deceased. While most would dismiss such a notion as a jest, he could not afford such skepticism. What, after all, is the most cunning method of controlling an individual? It lies in seizing their vulnerabilities and grasping their very lifeblood. If someone were to murder your parents and coerce you into servitude, you would undoubtedly resist, retaliating with fervor. However, what if they were to resurrect your father before your very eyes, holding him hostage while promising that, should you comply with their demands, not only would your mother be brought back to life, but your father would also be well cared for? What would you do? You would likely acquiesce. Similarly, regardless of whether Qin Gengxin's son was indeed a victim of the Shadow Society, the absence of evidence does not negate the fact that the society possesses the ability to resurrect him. As the saying goes, filial piety is paramount among virtues. One is judged by intentions rather than actions, and by actions rather than intentions. For the sake of their parents, many would commit acts that contravene their moral compass. Likewise, for their children, parents would go to great lengths. The terror of the Shadow Society's capabilities is simply unfathomable. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed such dreadfulness could exist in this world. If the Shadow Society had control over his parents, what would become of them? With this thought, Chen Tianming felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, shivering in dread. The horror. Chen Tianming inhaled sharply. So, you are doing this for your son? Indeed. That is correct. However, prior to my arrival, I entrusted the ring to my associate. Should I fail to return in time, you will remove the ring from the vicinity, and you shall never acquire any information related to it. It matters not. Qin Gengxin shook his head, producing a vial of potion. For me, possessing the ring is inconsequential. I merely wish to ascertain who has taken it. Child, this is a true elixir. Should you choose to ingest it, I can grant you a painless demise. This is the utmost mercy I can offer you. Trust me. Falling into the hands of the shadow will yield you no favorable outcomes and may even bring calamity upon your loved ones. Do you wish to consider the words you speak? Chen Tianming felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. However, with numerous divine miracles at his disposal, he maintained a sense of confidence in his heart. Given the proximity of danger, he might receive a strike before retreating into the void. While it would not be fatal, it would undoubtedly be excruciating. In an effort to extract more information before facing that impending blow, Chen Tianming feigned acceptance of his fate, hesitating momentarily with the potion at his lips before continuing to inquire. Since I am destined to die, may I ask one final question before my end? Qin Gengxin, with a reluctant expression, nodded in acquiescence. Well, Director Qin, I am actually a summoner. Huh? A summoner? And so? Qin Gengxin inquired patiently, Although I am aware that I cannot possibly defeat you, I have just acquired a new summoned beast today, and I wish to test it. I do not want to perish inexplicably without at least attempting something. So, would you like to see the new summoned beast I have just tamed today? Qin Gingxin chuckled lightly. A summoned beast, you say? Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. With that, he nodded slightly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Quietly observing him, his gaze imbued with unparalleled confidence. Here, this was his domain. This building was not only his residence but also the fortress he had dedicated his entire life to constructing. Hearing this, Qin Tianming slowly took 2 steps back, took a deep breath, and frantically formed hand seals, while loudly exclaiming, "True summoning technique. Dean, if you do not appear soon, I shall perish." Chapter 97, The Fallen Void Realm. Dean, please save me. Qin Tianming clasped his hands together, cradling his chin, and shouted towards the window. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered, and the wall tore apart as a dark mist enveloped a shadowy figure that surged through the breach. The shadow transformed into a swirling black fog, slowly merging with the form of the arrival, none other than Chen Zhua, the esteemed principal of the War Academy. Qin Gingxin's previous composure evaporated, his expression shifting from a flicker of confusion to one of stark astonishment, ultimately settling into profound dread. In an instant, the tide of the situation had turned. His mind was a blank slate, overwhelmed by the unfolding events that had spiraled beyond his control. What was happening? Could it be a mere illusion? Qin Gingxin shook his head and even slapped himself twice. Yes, it hurt. So, was this a summoned spirit, or a person? Qin Gingxin felt his intellect faltering at this moment. So, you claim to be a summoner? Is that the implication? Would you care to reflect on what you just uttered? You just stated that the creature you summoned today is the principal of the War Academy, correct? The dignified head of the prestigious Royal Academy of Kyoto. Simultaneously, one of the most formidable forces of the Easternly Kingdom has been summoned by a mere hero-level practitioner. Does this even make sense? This must be an illusion. After much contemplation, Qin Gingxin resolved to test the waters. A ball of lightning materialized in his hand, accompanied by the soft chirping of birds. The lightning orb spun in his grasp, its velocity escalating, and an invisible vortex began to form around him. Qin Tianming could sense the immense energy within, as if the very air had become somewhat solidified. This was indeed the renowned signature technique of Qin Gingxin, Thunderbird. Qin Tianming's expression was one of astonishment. Fully aware of the formidable power behind the strike, should it land upon him, it would undoubtedly inflict excruciating pain. Thus, he hastily vanished into the void, exclaiming, "Dean, I must take my leave." Just as Qin Tianming slipped into the void, in the next moment, Chen Zhua let out a cold snort, extending his right hand high into the air. Suddenly, an invisible force seemed to converge into the palm of his hand. With a firm grip directed at the void, a wave of intangible energy radiated outward from him. In an instant, the fortress that Qin Gingxin took great pride in collapsed. The furniture and paintings within the room were hurled outwards along the shattered walls. The antique room, once quaint and dim, was instantly transformed into a bright expanse. Subsequently, a wisp of black mist trickled from Qin Zhua's fingertips, penetrating directly into the opponent's face, invading through the mouth, ears, and nose. Qin Gingxin felt a foreign presence invade his body. The once smoothly flowing extraordinary energy within him became as heavy as if it were submerged in lead, unable to circulate freely. How now can I prove that I am the dean of the War Academy? Qin Zhua approached Qin Gingxin with an air of haughtiness, arms crossed defiantly. Have you truly forgotten all those proud oaths you once held dear, Qin Gingxin? Cough, cough. Qin Gingxin's face flushed crimson. He had not anticipated that a single blow would leave him utterly powerless. It was indeed the esteemed dean himself. How amusing. For I had thought it was that fool impersonating you. As Qin Gingxin struggled to breathe, his complexion turning darker, Chen Zhua, with a mere flick of his little finger, released the suffocating black mist enveloping him. Instantly, Qin Gingxin, who had been on the verge of asphyxiation, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Gasping for air, he finally managed to lift his head and let out a bitter laugh. The disciples of the Light and Shadow Society could hardly have dreamed that their mission would be thwarted by the direct intervention of the Dean of Kyoto Academy. Yet, one question lingers in my mind. What is the nature of your relationship with this child? How is it that he can command your attention? Chen Zhui did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, he picked up a vial of milky white potion from the ground and presented it before him. Drink it, if you will. Should you choose to imbibe, I can grant you a painless demise, which is the utmost mercy I can offer. Qin Gingxin was momentarily taken aback. Recalling the words he had recently spoken to Qin Tianming, and he instinctively echoed them within himself. Yet, the outcome was starkly different. There was hope for others. Yet he found himself bereft of salvation. How utterly ironic. Qin Gingxin laughed uproariously. Ah, father is powerless, but I shall soon join you. With that, he accepted the potion and downed it in one swift motion. The dean observed him with a complex expression, his gaze betraying a flicker of emotion. He shook his head and sighed heavily, lamenting the plight of all parents. Indeed, as the saying goes, one should judge by intent rather than by action, and by action rather than by intent. As Qin Tianming perceived that the situation had been brought under control, he emerged from the void. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he regarded the individual before him. He refrained from uttering further words, choosing instead to await the director's impending inquiry. Name? Qin Gingxin. Gender? Male. Race? Human. Sensing the efficacy of the potion taking hold, Qinzhou delved directly into the matter at hand. What is the true purpose of the Light and Shadow Society's expedition? Regarding the specifics, I am unaware. I only know that within the ring lies an item of great significance to them, said to enable its master to descend. Qinzhou nodded, confirming his suspicions were indeed accurate, aligning perfectly with the contents of the parchment. When will the members of the Shadow Society arrive to make contact with you? And what is your signal for the exchange? There is no signal. They will come directly to us. What is the composition, profession, rank, and location of their personnel? There are a total of 19 individuals, 1 saint and the rest are devotees. 5 of them have perished, leaving 13 remaining. As for their location, I am only aware of a base situated 20 kilometers to the west. I cannot ascertain if it is their permanent stronghold. What are the saints' name, profession, and rank? I do not know their name, profession, or rank. A few minutes later, the dean concluded the interrogation and stood, casting a sympathetic glance at the purple-haired man. Do you have any final words? Tears welled in Qin Gingxin's eyes, filled with boundless regret and guilt. My life has been a precarious journey, diligently navigating through it all, only to find myself ensnared by the Shadow Society. Ironically, I have always taught my son to refrain from betraying humanity, yet here I am. He broke down, overcome with emotion. The two present were deeply pained by his lament, yet felt utterly powerless. The path he chose inevitably led to such consequences. Although as a high-ranking practitioner he possessed a license to kill, he had just attempted to murder a child of destiny, one destined to bear great responsibilities among humankind. This was no ordinary case, especially given the collusion with the cult, with numerous crimes compounding against him. At that moment, Qin Gingxin removed the ring from his finger and handed it to Qin Tianming. Child, this is a portion of my accumulated wealth over the years. The password is 009527. It contains 200 million Tianxin coins, along with some equipment. I hope it aids you in your future endeavors. Ah? Qin Tianming was taken aback. The very person who had just sought to end his life had, in an instant, bequeathed him all their possessions. This sudden transformation left him momentarily speechless, staring blankly at the dean, uncertain whether to accept this unexpected gift or to refuse it. Qinzhou gently nodded to him. Observing this, Qin Tianming stepped forward, first bowing deeply before carefully picking up the ring, murmuring his gratitude. Thank you. After Qin Tianming accepted the ring, Qin Gingxin smiled faintly and slowly closed his eyes. Qinzhou stepped forward, his fingertips emanating a dark mist, which swiftly coalesced into a sharp spike that lunged toward Qin Gingxin's forehead. With a gentle press of his fingertip, this guardian, who had stood watch over the outskirts for 6 years and had repelled numerous waves of beasts, as well as partaken in multiple battles against the malevolent entities from beyond, met his untimely demise. Chapter 98. The Weaver of Fate, Zoe. What a lamentable fate! A formidable hero has perished silently within his own abode. Qin Tianming glanced at the storage ring in his hand, only to discover that the markings upon it had long since been erased. Stealing a furtive glance inside, he was immediately struck by the sight of a vast assortment of treasures and talismans. The majority were high-grade items, each possessing a value that would not fall below 10 million Tianxian coins if sold. Among them were items worth even over 100 million. He silently estimated that the cumulative worth of these treasures would likely exceed 1 billion. The collection of equipment alone was sufficient to equip an elite team of professionals from head to toe. Upon closer inspection, Qin Tianming discovered that the container was filled predominantly with small purple orbs, roughly the size of an egg, imbued with an air of mystery. He carefully extracted one and held it in his palm for a detailed examination. Upon closer scrutiny, he noticed a swirling vortex of dark purple energy slowly rotating within. This was a thunderstorm pearl, an orb of considerable destructive power. When forcefully squeezed, it would activate the internal energy vortex, causing it to spin rapidly. Once hurled, it would trigger a thunderous explosion, inflicting harm on individuals below the void step realm. Those caught in its blast would often find themselves severely injured, if not dead. Even high-ranking professionals could sustain injuries if caught off guard. Despite its formidable capabilities, this item is classified as a consumable, and due to the scarcity of its materials, its production has always been limited, resulting in a high market price, often fetching up to 100,000 Tianxian coins for a single piece. To Chun Tianming's astonishment, Qin Gingxin also possessed one, likely crafted by him. As a thunder mage, he would find it relatively easy to create such an item given sufficient materials. With his skills, it would not pose much of a challenge. Had he attempted to ambush me with this earlier, I might have suffered some minor setbacks in my haste. You have indeed benefited from this, young man, the dean remarked with a knowing expression. The mere fact that he could produce one indicates that there must be several others within Qin Gingxin's ring, as it would take a notable quantity to capture Qin Tianming's attention. At this realization, Qin Tianming felt a surge of adrenaline. His breathing quickened as he processed that there were as many as 500 of these items within Qin Gingxin's spatial ring. Qin Tianming let out a soft sigh, withdrawing his usual playful demeanor, and spoke in a grave tone. Having accepted your burial fee, it is only fitting that I do something for you. He then stepped forward to arrange the attire of the purple-haired giant. After all, he had once shed blood for the human race. It was only right to depart with dignity. Even in the absence of the items within the spatial ring, he would have done the same. Ah, this wretched tenderness of his is truly captivating. Once he completed his task, Qin Tianming sat in the room with the dean, quietly awaiting the arrival of the members from the Shadow and Light Society. This was also the message relayed to them by Qin Gingxin before his demise. Approximately an hour later. Knock, knock, knock. A resounding knock echoed from downstairs, rousing the two individuals who were meditating on the second floor. The representatives of the Shadow and Light Society had arrived. Chunzhua rose, closed his eyes to sense the situation, for individuals had come. But they were merely minor figures at the heroic and mountain-moving realms. His tone carried a hint of regret. It was typically challenging for practitioners of such caliber to acquire substantial information. Nevertheless, an examination was necessary. Who knew what unexpected discoveries might arise? As he spoke, a swirl of black mist emerged from beneath his fingernails, swiftly cascading down the corridor toward the door. The four individuals at the door had no time to react before they felt a sudden constriction, causing them to stumble backward. With a creak, the wooden door swung open, and in an instant, the three were drawn into the room by the dark mist. Then, with a resounding thud, the door closed once more, as if it had never opened at all. The entire process transpired in the blink of an eye. The four individuals were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired, and found themselves inside the room, their faces reflecting sheer confusion. Chunzhua refrained from asking questions. First, he enveloped the four individuals in a dense black mist, rendering them incapable of uttering a sound. He then took the 4 vials of potion from the ring of Qin Tianming. After all, there were plenty more of such potions within his own ring, and he felt no remorse in using them. The dean showed no mercy towards the adherents of the Shadowlight Church. He conjured 4 more tendrils of black mist, solidifying them into syringes, which he forcefully injected into the rectums of the 4 captives. The method of rectal administration amplified the effects of the potion. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. Once the potions were administered, Chunzhua began to inquire, "Are there any more observers behind you?" True to the potency of the rectal administration, the effects surged forth, leaving the 4 dazed and, in unison, they shook their heads, declaring, "It is only us 4 who have come. There is no one else behind us." After their responses, it dawned upon them that they seemed to be in a predicament of abduction. They squirmed in an attempt to break free from their bindings, but Chunzhua's expression darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Swiftly, a blade of black mist severed one of the captive's arms, blood splattering forth. Yet, he could not even scream, for the mist had already seized control of his throat, allowing only faint whimpers to escape. The remaining 3, witnessing this gruesome display, were engulfed in terror and immediately ceased their struggles. Very well, Chunzhua nodded approvingly. His primary concern had been that there might be additional observers trailing behind to relay information, which would pose significant complications. Seeing that no one was following, he breathed a sigh of relief. He first sealed the eardrums of 2 of the captives with the black mist, then proceeded to interrogate the remaining 2. His intent was to separate their testimonies to uncover any omissions. After all, the truth serum was not infallible. The captives might opt to speak the truth, yet choose to conceal critical information, which would not provoke a backlash from the potion. Now, tell me about your personnel configuration and the task you are currently executing. We are from the Shadowlight Church, adherents under the esteemed Saint Zoe. At the mention of Zoe's name, Chinjua's pupils constricted sharply, and a peculiar expression crossed his face, yet he refrained from interrupting and patiently awaited further details. Besides the esteemed saint, we have a total of 18 personnel on this mission, including 12 combat professionals, with 7 in the mountain-moving realm, 3 in the heroic realm, and 2 in the sea-filling realm. Among the support roles, there are 6 individuals, comprising 2 in the heroic realm, 2 in the mountain-moving realm, and 2 in the sea-filling realm. Notably, 5 mountain-moving realm members perished yesterday in the frozen snowfield. Our task as a quartet is to liaise with Qin Gingxin. As for the objective of our mission, we are in search of a key, rumored to be hidden within a sealed dungeon, which lies deep within the frozen snowfield. Our objective is to locate this copy, retrieve the key, and then, what follows aligns precisely with Chunjua's conjecture. The dean nodded and turned to the individual beside him, inquiring, did this person's statements contain any omissions or misleading information? None. Another responded hastily, seemingly aware of the formidable presence before them and exhibiting a demeanor of utmost cooperation. Once he had finished questioning the 2, he enveloped their eardrums in black mist and proceeded to interrogate the last individual in solitude. The information obtained was nearly identical. This situation has become rather troublesome. Dean, what is the matter? Chen Tianming asked with curiosity. The leader of the saints is named Zoe. Is she formidable? No, in terms of personal strength. She is not particularly powerful, yet her abilities are exceedingly peculiar. Upon uttering these words, Chinjua shut his eyes in anguish. Moreover, she is, like you, a destined individual, belonging to the rare class of combat professionals. You see, professions are not merely categorized into ordinary and rare. The public disclosure of these 2 tiers is solely due to the fact that the purple gold stone can only reveal these classifications. Just as your child scores 98 because that is their maximum capability, while my child scores 100 because the highest score available on the exam is 100. This illustrates that rare is the limit of the purple gold stone, but not the limit of human professions. Hence, beyond these 2 classifications, we have introduced 2 additional levels, extremely rare and legendary. Your summoner has been rated as extremely rare, while her profession is regarded as legendary, simply because her profession's designation is utterly unprecedented. What is her profession? Qin Tianming, intrigued, eagerly inquired. Chinjua articulated each word with deliberate precision, the Weaver of Fate. Furthermore, she is, Chapter 99 Me, the Weaver of Fate? A novel term surged into his consciousness. Indeed, a legendary profession, the Weaver of Fate. Her innate skill is known as the thread of destiny, which allows her to perceive the fates of individuals with remarkable clarity. Consequently, she possesses the extraordinary ability to manipulate and alter the destinies of others. How does she effect such change? By touching and tugging at the threads of destiny. She influences the course of an individual's fate. Should the thread of destiny of a person sever under her guidance, it signifies that this individual is devoid of a future. The contraction of Chen Tianming's pupils signifies a profound realization of a future devoid of hope. Chenjua replied in a deep voice, indeed, it is death. Thus, she frequently employed this skill to observe the thread of her fate, aiming to harness its power for auspiciousness and to avert misfortune. Chen Tianming was taken aback. Does this imply that every one of our actions has long been predetermined? How could such a terrifying profession exist in this world? Although the vocation of a fate weaver is immensely powerful, it comes with considerable restrictions. Manipulating and altering the threads of others' destinies typically drains one's mental energy. However, should the individual she seeks to influence possess overwhelming strength, the depletion of her mental fortitude may, in turn, siphon away her vitality. After all, no one can fathom the intricacies of their own future. Even someone who appears exceedingly weak in the present may very well possess the potential to evolve into an unparalleled powerhouse on some distant day. Thus, she generally refrains from utilizing her abilities whenever possible. Qin Tianming nodded, understanding the situation at last. Indeed, even his insectoid dominion remained within the bounds of reason. Yet, the concept of fate is profoundly enigmatic, for one can never predict whether tomorrow or an unforeseen event shall arrive first. Even the most formidable of beings cannot guarantee immunity from the unexpected. In moments of surprise, humanity often finds itself exceedingly vulnerable. A tsunami, an earthquake, or even a mere fishbone can wreak havoc. She need not lift a finger to bring about death. Lurking in the shadows, she can orchestrate everything with ease. It is chilling, uncanny, and terrifying. To wield control over another's destiny is, indeed, a frightful power. Yet, how could such an individual become a member of the Shadow and Light Society? Despite the numerous constraints, her significance remains unchanged. Qin Tianming was puzzled, logically. Her existence should be a boon for humanity, for with her presence, the human race could somewhat navigate toward fortune and away from misfortune. Did she truly believe that the Shadow and Light Society represented the future of mankind? An unsettling thought emerged in Qin Tianming's mind. Surely, she could wield her profession to steer certain matters towards fortune and away from calamity, but could the fate of an entire race rest solely in her hands? Could the destinies of billions be dictated by the existence of just one? I refuse to believe it. At this juncture, Chunjua's emotions began to swell with fervor. I have invested all my resources in her development, only to find that she chose to betray humanity and embrace the Shadow and Light Society. Qin Tianming keenly sensed a hint of something amiss. It seemed that the principal had just referred to someone with the word I. Did you just say? She is your protege? Chunjua suppressed his rage. Indeed, she had once been a student at my war academy. Recognizing her considerable talent, I took her under my wing as a disciple, nurturing and caring for her with great dedication. However, I never anticipated. Bang, 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 bang. At this juncture, it seemed he could no longer contain the fury swelling within his chest, and he executed all four spectators with a single decisive action, splattering the walls with crimson and ivory fluids. This left Qin Tianming visibly shaken. Realizing his own lapse in composure, Qinjua inhaled deeply, striving to regain his tranquility. Noticing that the director's emotions had somewhat stabilized, Qin Tianming mustered his courage to inquire, why would this saint named Zoe choose to betray humanity? Could it be that she suffered some grievance in her past, or endured persecution? Or perhaps she was pressured by certain powerful families, leading her to despair and ultimately defect? This question was imperative for him to pose. Although the answer seemed preordained, he felt compelled to voice it. If even such a prodigy could betray humanity, would it not signify the internal strife within our race? Upon hearing Qin Tianming's question, Qinjua scoffed. Persecution? Do not mention the War Academy. Even the entire Royal Academy of Kyoto, not to mention the entirety of humanity, could scarcely exert any oppression upon her. She is not merely an individual who has been persecuted or bullied. Who would dare provoke her? You are unaware that she single-handedly instigated chaos at the Royal Academy of Kyoto, leaving no stone unturned. At that time, everyone referred to her as the demoness of the world. PFF. The tension that had previously enveloped the atmosphere was immediately shattered by Qin Tianming's laughter upon hearing the director's words. The title was indeed quite amusing. Realizing that his laughter at such a moment was somewhat disrespectful, he waved his hand, signaling the director to continue. Qinjua let out a sigh, her face etched with despondency. Regardless of who she once was, be it the unruly demon queen or the present-day saint of the Light and Shadow Society, she remains my disciple. The reason for her betrayal of humanity is, in essence, quite simple. To her, the threads of human destiny are intricate and chaotic, obscuring her own path. Hence, she chose the path of treachery. So this is how it is. Qin Tianming cheerfully nodded, his hands deftly removing the rings from the fingers of the four individuals while gathering the scattered weapons from the ground. His familiarity with the task caused the dean's expression to twitch in disbelief, leading him to suspect that this fellow might be engaged in unsavory activities in the wilderness on a daily basis. Once he had tidied up, he stood up with a smile, choosing not to delve further into the matter, as if it were not he who had posed the earlier questions, but rather someone else. Dean, what shall we do next? Shall we venture into the depths of the snowfield, or proceed to their stronghold to capture the saint, Zoe? According to the markings on the parchment and the testimonies of the four cultists, the two locations were situated in precisely opposite directions, one to the north and the other to the south. If the two were to travel together, one of the objectives would inevitably have to be relinquished. I believe we should head north and seize the key for ourselves. You have already mentioned that Zoe is a cowardly individual. It stands to reason that she has foreseen her fate through her skills, rendering any attempt to capture her futile. The entrance to the dungeon has always been there, and as long as we pursue it, we are bound to reap rewards. Qin Tianming conducted a rational analysis. Yet he was taken aback when the dean shook his head and firmly declared, "No, at present, we hold the advantage of clarity while they dwell in obscurity. I suspect that even the demise of these 4 individuals was anticipated by her. Therefore, we must strike unexpectedly if we are to have any chance of victory. How do we achieve this surprise? I will infiltrate the stronghold to apprehend Zoe, while you will be responsible for dealing with the remaining 9 professionals in the instance." Chun Tianming was taken aback, uncertainly pointing to his own nose. He retorted, "Me?" Chapter 100, Saint Zoe. "Indeed, it is you," the dean affirmed with a nod. "You dared to down 3 bottles of primordial water in one go. For you, battling a realm of filling the sea is merely child's play, isn't it? Wait, are you implying that such a thing is consumed bottle by bottle? Why didn't you tell me? The crucial point is, you never asked." The dean replied with an expression of innocence. "What the heck? Do you even hear what you were saying? I just arrived at the academy. I know nothing at all." Chunjua paid no heed to his words and continued speaking to himself. Typically, during external missions, half of the spoils must be surrendered to the academy. Just now, Qin Gingxin had given you his ring, which does not count. However, there are still 4 rings on the ground. If you eliminate the remaining 9 individuals, their rings will also belong to you. I shall take nothing in return, while simultaneously guaranteeing no less than 3 bottles of primordial water for you. What do you think? Dean, why do we even discuss money? For the glory of the War Academy, I shall act without hesitation." Chunjua's lips twitched momentarily as he rubbed his temples, expressing his resignation. "With your words, I can finally breathe easy. Go ahead. I have faith in you." No sooner had he spoken than a shadow surged forth from within him, enveloping Chunjua before swiftly vanishing without a trace. Truly, it is said that humans perish for wealth and birds for food. Damn it, I will give it my all. Though I have yet to engage in combat with the sea-filling realm, with my current strength, I should encounter no significant obstacles. If all else fails, I will unleash all my thunder-exploding pearls. I refuse to believe they won't obliterate these scoundrels. He finally realized that the principal held no concern for the safety of this destined individual. While it was one thing to allow him to venture out for training, it was quite another to instruct him to confront enemies 2 realms above his own. To suggest that the principal did not value him would be misleading. After all, he had provided Chunjua with the origin water and gifted him a pair of glasses. Although they were of no discernible rank, the sealed abilities within were undeniably formidable. It appears that the principal possesses considerable confidence in him, which explains this unrestrained approach. Qin Tianming generally understood that the dean's reluctance to clarify the reasons behind his actions carried a deeper significance, one intended to hone his resolve. He decided to set aside such reflections, retrieving a sheepskin scroll to ascertain his direction. With a leap through the void, he found himself several kilometers away in an instant. His void leap had now reached level 5, with a cooldown period reduced to 5 minutes. Thus, aided by the void leap, Qin Tianming swiftly made his way toward his destination. Deep within the frozen tundra, the world was shrouded in a monochromatic hue, the frigid winds howling fiercely. At the base of a steep cliff, 9 practitioners were huddled together, seemingly engaged in a clandestine plot. Among them, 6 individuals brandished staffs, brushes, and array discs, diligently working over an empty expanse. Suddenly, a figure appeared abruptly on the opposite side of the cliff. 1, 2, 3, 9. 4 were at the sea-filling stage, 2 at the mountain-moving stage, and 3 at the heroic stage. Indeed, all 9 were present, and the numbers aligned perfectly. Qin Tianming stealthily concealed himself behind a rock, revealing only a pair of eyes as he covertly observed. Before him, 2 array masters held aloft a formation disc, incessantly gesturing as if engaged in some intricate ritual. In a short while, a colossal oil lamp was summoned into existence. This lamp hovered midway in the air, its body slightly tilted, with oil droplets cascading from its bowl onto the snow-covered ground. As the oil met the earth, it rapidly dissolved into the snow, transforming the thick blanket into a pool of water. In no time, they cleared an expanse of approximately 10 meters. Subsequently, 2 calligraphers and 2 array masters exerted their combined strength, and a magnificent magic array was etched into existence in an instant. With a resounding boom, a swirling vortex began to rise slowly from the center of the array. They had indeed summoned an entrance to a dungeon. Qin Tianming was taken aback, realizing that this was the very entrance inscribed on the parchment scroll, and that the final key to unlocking the mana gate lay hidden within. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time. Thus, you shall serve as nourishment for my swarm. As for the final key, I shall reluctantly accept it on your behalf. With a snap, Xiao Dai made a dazzling entrance, while 100 warriors and primal insects were summoned in tandem. There were no flamboyant maneuvers in this desolate wilderness. Chen Tianming was confident that the might of his insect army could effortlessly crush all opposition. In an instant, his most formidable forces were unleashed. Meanwhile, the individuals still manipulating the array, upon witnessing the dungeon entrance stabilize, were suddenly confronted by a multitude of demonic creatures. These individuals reacted swiftly, seemingly prepared for an impending assault, as various skills emanated radiant light from their bodies. However, before they could execute their next move, a cluster of bone spikes erupted from the ground, violently thrusting upward and sending them into a state of disorientation. Immediately after, a dark blue wave of magical energy surged forth from a distance. Anyone caught within its reach felt their skills rendered utterly silent. Boom. A figure charged toward a formidable being wielding a massive bow, its mouth agape as it proclaimed, "Taste my death feast." Yet, in the next moment, destiny intervened. A prism of resplendent light materialized into a thin shield, steadfastly defending the powerful archer. The once revered death feast was astonishingly thwarted at this critical juncture. Chen Qianming's heart surged with a tumult of anger and astonishment. He had never anticipated that someone could disregard the control skills of the devourer. Xiao Dai, being his most formidable combat asset, though constrained by his current level and unable to unleash his full potential, was not an adversary that just anyone could withstand. However, the unfolding events shattered his previous understanding, leaving his face etched with disbelief. Not only was there someone who could ignore Xiao Dai's control, but they also summoned a resplendent shield of myriad colors to deflect its skill attacks. It was essential to note that Xiao Dai, as a devourer, possessed powers that resided solely within its maw. Its renowned techniques could negate all defenses and execute instantaneous fatality. Yet, at this moment, it had been blocked. At that instant, a graceful and stunning beauty ascended from the throng, her chestnut hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. She hovered in the void, her cold, emotionless eyes fixated intently on Chen Tianming, who was concealed behind a stone. Just one glance sent a shiver of impending doom racing up his spine, leaving him trembling uncontrollably. Those eyes resembled a frozen lake, devoid of warmth and sentiment, as if they perceived him merely as a trivial insect. Everything he had once taken pride in now appeared utterly insignificant in her gaze, akin to the childish folly of a mere child at play. Such a look evoked an overwhelming sense of humiliation and degradation, as if he were being scorned and derided. The enigmatic aura emanating from her eyes made him feel as though he was not confronting a mere practitioner, but rather a deity. The only individual capable of withstanding the devourer's banquet of death and appearing in this realm could only be one, Saint Zoe. Is this truly the cowardly individual the Dean spoke of? I have been thoroughly misled. The novel can be downloaded using the open-source, free Starstring downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain this novel file through a proxy download, and the vendor did not provide the software's source code or open-source address, please seek an immediate refund and report the vendor. Author's email, xingyu@outlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https t.me/fqtool chapter 101. Come, embrace the gifts of destiny. Saint Zoe. Chen Qianming's expression was marked by a mixture of surprise and suspicion as he gazed upwards at the figure in the sky. How could an ant like you possibly know my name? Ignoring Chen Tianming's inquiry, the brown-haired woman cast a haughty glance in his direction, neither confirming nor denying his words. The thread of fate, binding. A resplendent array of colors emerged, enveloping the swarm of insects. Those caught within the luminescent embrace revealed expressions of bewilderment, ceasing their assault and standing immobile, as if their connection to the insect overlord had been disrupted, as the vibrant light threatened to envelop him. Chen Tianming hastily activated his void leap, vanishing from sight. An ant remains an ant, the woman scoffed, observing the spot where Chen Tianming had just been, her tone dripping with derision. Just then, her gaze flickered as she noticed a purple scorpion below, seemingly unaffected by her control, its gaping maw still intent on biting the person beneath. Creak, creak. The sound of cracking filled the air as the once impenetrable shield of colors began to show fine fissures, on the verge of shattering. A flicker of surprise crossed the icy visage of the brown-haired woman. Perhaps even she had not anticipated that her skill could be breached. At that critical moment, the formidable cultivator wielding a massive bow finally regained consciousness from his stupor, executing a swift roll to the side. In the next instant, creak. The light shield shattered. The cultivator's face turned pale with terror, a cold sweat breaking out, Had he awakened even a second later, he might have met his demise. Is this the power of a saint? Qin Tianming, hidden within the void, felt a surge of anger as the woman's earlier words echoed clearly in his ears, leaving him feeling humiliated. He glared at the exalted Zoe above, a wave of irritation coursing through him. What are you trying to prove? What level are you at? And what level am I? Do you find joy in bullying me while flaunting your superiority? If I were at your level, I would easily bring you to your knees. Little did he expect that she could sever the connection between him and the swarm. It is essential to understand that his bond with the insects was not merely a mental link, akin to how one controls their own hands and feet. Qin Tianming could distinctly perceive the sights, sounds, touches, and thoughts of each insect. However, just moments ago, although not entirely severed, he sensed that the connection between himself and the swarm had grown exceedingly faint. It was akin to a person being aware of their own hands and feet yet being unable to control them. As long as he was not discovered by that radiant light, there should be no significant issues. He retrieved several purple orbs and stealthily made his way towards the adversary. At that moment, the others gradually regained consciousness from their daze, and upon opening their eyes, they beheld their comrade being relentlessly pursued by a purple scorpion. The creature, in a blend of innocence and menace, emitted a childlike voice as it chased, "Don't run, come into my belly. Be good, it won't hurt. Just a little bite. I'm quick. I'll bite you to death, bite you to death." In an instant, various enhancements and buffs were applied to their ally, while debuffs and control skills were simultaneously directed at the purple scorpion. Yet, the little creature stood unfazed, allowing the skills to rain upon it. When the debuffs and control abilities struck its violet shell, it was akin to water splashing onto a desert. Though not entirely ineffective, they left only the faintest trace. The little scorpion paid no heed to anything but the man wielding the massive bow. As a member of the insect race, it would resolutely fulfill the commands of its sovereign until it received the latest orders. It seems to be immune to control skills. Our abilities cannot harm it. A mage holding a formation disc exclaimed in astonishment. This is a creature of a quality exceeding that of the Holy Spirit level. How vexing. My attacks are utterly ineffective against it. Its defense is insurmountable, and it possesses skill immunity. What shall we do? The saintly talent, having just entered the void-breaking realm, lamented their inability to control a creature of higher rank. You ask me, but who can we turn to? Damn it, our skills can't even breach its defenses. Useless. The brown-haired woman cursed, yet at that moment, she had no better solution. The individuals below unleashed a frenzy of attacks while those above remained motionless. Were they really to resort to that particular tactic? Yet, contemplating the price to be paid for such an action, her typically aloof demeanor betrayed a rare flicker of hesitation. Thus, the scene fell into a stalemate. Realizing that further delay was untenable, the brown-haired woman took the initiative to break the impasse. I am Saint Zoe, the master of fate. She surveyed her surroundings and spoke slowly, her tone dripping with pride. Summoner, your summoned creature is indeed formidable, exceeding my expectations. Now, I wish to propose a bargain. If you can hear me, allow your summoned creature to cease its assault. Let us first discuss my terms. Hidden in the void. Qin Tianming was momentarily taken aback by the sounds emanating from the outside world. Could it be that they were preparing for negotiations? It made sense. Although the little fool was unaffected by her abilities and could easily decimate the few on the ground, the individual in the sky seemed to be beyond her reach. Given this situation, rather than remain in a stalemate, it would be prudent to first hear her terms. With this thought, he willed it, and the assault of the little fool outside came to an abrupt halt. The remaining 8 breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure exerted by this creature was overwhelming. Not only was it tough-skinned and resilient, but it could also summon sharp spikes from the void to attack alongside it, making it exceedingly difficult for them to withstand. In just a brief span, aside from 2 support-class cultivators at the back who remained unscathed, everyone bore wounds of varying severity. The most grievous was the man wielding a massive bow, nearly covered in injuries. Had the saint not intervened to halt the onslaught, he would likely have been impaled by the void spikes. Seeing that the monstrous entity below had ceased its assault, the woman exhaled in relief, lifting her chin proudly and declaring, "You are a perceptive individual. Surely, you realize that although you have retreated into the void, it does not render you beyond my reach. I merely wish to avoid incurring excessive costs. Rather than squander time, let us engage in a proper discourse. As the saying goes, there is a reason for 1,000 days of thievery, but no such rationale for 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. Should you choose to withdraw, I will overlook your recent ambush and offer you a legendary artifact as compensation. What do you say? As she spoke, a lustrous blue orb materialized in her palm. This was the Destiny Pearl, a rare treasure that could elevate the innate talent of a living being by one tier. Talent is not fixed. Certain rare materials can enhance one's capabilities, and the Destiny Pearl is among the finest. She believed that no one could resist the allure of a Destiny Pearl, particularly summoners. Our meeting today is not merely chance, it is a manifestation of Fate's design. Although she was the one negotiating, she presented herself with an air of haughty superiority, akin to an elegant swan, exuding an aura of lofty dominance even in discourse. It felt as though it was others who were seeking peace, not her. Come now, embrace the gifts of destiny, she proclaimed, as if bestowing a favor. Nonchalantly tossing the blue orb towards the spot where Chen Tianming had previously stood. Wait, I have yet to agree. Chen Tianming gazed at the distant Destiny Pearl, momentarily at a loss. He was uncertain whether it was a trap set by his adversary. If it were an item akin to the Thunderstorm Pearl, the consequences could be dire. Yet, what if it were genuine? In that moment, Chen Tianming found himself embroiled in an internal struggle. Chen Tianming cast a complex gaze towards the distant Destiny Pearl. To claim he was not stirred by it would be a falsehood. This was an extraordinary treasure capable of enhancing one's innate talents and was exceedingly precious. Although he could not utilize it himself, it could be bestowed upon family or friends. Perhaps even upon Xiao Daodu or the Queen. To take it or not to take it. Chen Tianming found himself torn. However, he was resolute in his refusal to accept such a humiliating gift and depart in shame. He directed his attention towards the proud visage of the outside world, particularly incensed by her incessant proclamations of fate. Destiny, 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 he muttered in a low voice, his frustration boiling within him. I have been granted a second chance at life, and I did not come to endure your lectures. Even if your mother is the goddess of fate, there will come a day when she will yield beneath my power. A fleeting thought crossed Chen Tianming's mind, as if he had resolved to make a certain determination. Suddenly, the fabric of space tore open, and with resolute strides, he stepped onto the pristine white earth, lifting his gaze to the heavens and declaring unwaveringly, I am the master of my fate, not the heavens. His steadfast voice resonated like thunder across the expanse. Chapter 102, Weeping Zoe in an instant. A figure emerged from the void, appearing directly before them. All eyes were drawn to this young man who had materialized from thin air, leaving them momentarily stunned. Regrettably, Chen Tianming did not afford them time to react. With a swift motion, he scattered dozens of purple orbs towards them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Panic. Those are Thunderburst Pearls. Run. Cried a sharp-eyed formation master, recognizing the incoming projectiles, his heart racing as he turned to flee. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions echoed through the sky. The shockwaves reverberated, causing the long-accumulated snow on the nearby mountains to cascade down in a torrential avalanche. Before he could cover much distance, the violent detonations triggered monstrous waves that sent everyone crashing to the ground. Only two quick-reacting combat professionals barely escaped the blast radius, yet they were left battered and bruised, swaying unsteadily at the edge of the explosion as if on the verge of collapse. The others lay scattered, grievously injured, missing limbs, gasping for breath in the snow. Their fates uncertain. The remaining two, pale with horror, gazed at Chen Tianming in disbelief. Who was this person who unleashed such a barrage of Thunderburst Pearls? Had we not evaded in time, we might have perished. Yet, without hesitation, they dragged their wounded bodies, preparing to bypass the summoner and launch an attack. They knew that if they could eliminate the summoner, the summoned beasts would dissipate on their own. As they readied themselves to strike, Chen Tianming directed his furious roars towards the heavens, his voice resonating with such force that it eclipsed even the explosive sounds generated by the Thunderstorm Pearls. You claim to be the master of fate, then come forth. Let me witness how many lives you can truly command. In the next moment, an innumerable swarm of insects manifested within the confines of the valley. The two formidable warriors, who had been poised to launch an offensive, were momentarily taken aback. Their breaths caught in their throats as beads of sweat formed on their foreheads, slowly trickling down their temples in the frigid air. Before them lay an overwhelming mass of insects, filling the gorge to its brim. The cacophony of their chittering echoed throughout the frozen canyon. Even the woman in the sky gasped in shock at the sight. The sheer number of insects far exceeded hundreds or thousands, likely amounting to tens of thousands crawling upon the snow-covered ground. Though individually their rank was low, the adage many ants can take down an elephant rang true. If they were uninjured, they could still pose a formidable threat. However, with 5 incapacitated and 2 severely wounded, relying solely on a single, less powerful saint. Their defeat seemed inevitable. A chill rushed through their hearts. The swarming insects cast menacing glances towards the figure above. Among them a colossal silhouette that let out a resonant shriek, its voice reverberating like a demon clawing its way from the depths of hell. I shall consume you. It was none other than the Gene Queen. In that moment, another saintly-level summoned beast emerged, and Zoe's expression shifted to one of terror as she detected the scent of impending doom. She raised her hand, poised to unleash her skill. Fate, she began. But before she could finish, a figure abruptly appeared behind her at an angle, declaring, like a child facing multiple-choice questions, I shall take them all. The voice accompanied a flurry of purple pearls that soared forth. It was Chun Tianming, utilizing void leaps to position himself high above, launching a surprise attack with the thunderstorm pearls as he descended. In a bid for a successful strike, he unleashed a torrent of thunderstorm pearls. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunder clapped like firecrackers, continuously reverberating, nearly rendering their ears deaf. Zoe, who had just moments ago appeared as a goddess, now resembled a wilting rose. Caught off guard as Chun Tianming sent her crashing violently from the sky into the snow, blood spilling from her mouth as she lost consciousness. TCH. You are merely a few years my senior. Why act so grand in my presence? With a smirk of disdain, he shouted downwards, Little Dai, come to my aid. Whoosh. The devourer leaped into action, catching him with grace, and landed steadily upon the snow-covered ground. In the instant of their descent, the young and naive one immediately unleashed a spell of silence upon the woman on the ground. A cerulean wave of light surged forth towards her. But just as it was about to reach her, a resplendent glow emanated from her chest. The once formidable silencing spell, upon encountering this radiant aura, curiously veered away from her body. However, the unfortunate souls trailing behind were not so fortunate. Ding. Vanquished an heroic realm adversary. Experience 50,000. Ding. Vanquished a mountain-moving realm foe. Experience 150,000. Ding. Vanquished a sea-filling realm opponent. Experience 700,000. Chun Tianming approached with measured steps, reaching into her collar for a brief exploration. Upon inserting his hand, he encountered a small, soft stone, roughly the size of a grape. He extracted it, examining it closely, pondering whether such a trinket could truly withstand the silent spell of the little one. He instructed the little one to attempt the spell once more, this time with a gentler touch, ensuring silence without inflicting harm. To eliminate her would be a grave loss. TSK, TSK, TSK. Perhaps, while the iron is hot. Alas, I am ultimately a man of compassion. As a saint of the Shadow and Light Society, her elevated status would undoubtedly yield valuable intelligence if subjected to interrogation. After a brief pause, once the skill had cooled down, the blue wave surged forth again, this time with a gentler demeanor, effortlessly permeating the woman's form. Successfully nullifying her powers, he prudently retrieved a length of hemp rope from his spatial ring, binding her hands behind her back before meticulously wrapping the rope around her neck and down, encircling her form before securing it along with her hands. Next, he affixed sealing talismans upon her, a form of enchantment capable of suppressing extraordinary powers within the human body, sourced from Qin Gingshin's storage ring. Having completed these tasks, Chun Tianming clapped his hands, gazing at the woman before him, his heart swelling with satisfaction. Chapter 103. The Dean does not deceive me. With the crisis averted, Chun Tianming retracted the swarm of insects into their nest. Now, with anticipation gleaming in his eyes, he licked his lips, relishing the upcoming reward segment. Ha ha ha. For cultivators of the ocean-filling realm, +1 saint, surely their worth is substantial. As for the ordinary heroes and mountain-moving realm cultivators, he had begun to regard them with disdain. Please do not disappoint me, esteemed members of the Shadow and Light Society. He returned to his previous position to retrieve the fallen Heavenly Blessing Pearl. The Heavenly Blessing Pearl is a functional treasure of legendary quality, capable of enhancing the innate talents of a living being, including but not limited to humans. He then returned to the center of the battlefield, commencing the collection of spoils. The equipment of the 4 cultivators of the ocean-filling realm included a massive bow, a white brush, an array disc, and a bloodstained dagger. He first picked up the massive bow wielded by the ocean-filling realm powerhouse, opening its information for review. Weapon: bow of Qatar quality, epic applicable profession, archery class strength, 200 agility, 500 constitution, 200 spirit, 0 effect 1. Increases the holder's attack speed by 15. If the bow successfully strikes an opponent, the attack speed may stack by 1, with a maximum of 25 layers. Effect 2. Increases critical hit rate by 15. Not bad. Indeed a fine treasure. I shall keep it for now. Continuing to examine the belongings of others, he came across items such as the bagua array, a wolf hair brush, and a blood blade. These were all legendary pieces of equipment. After a cursory glance at their attributes, he deemed them to be of fine quality and happily added them to his collection. He then proceeded to inspect the rings belonging to others, and after a thorough examination, he found them to be of little value. He decided to consolidate them into a single ring, intending to exchange it for points upon returning to the academy. Once the battlefield was cleared, he cast a glance at the still unconscious woman and approached her with a mischievous grin, gently reaching for the ring on her finger. However, as he attempted to remove it, a formation materialized, identical to the seal he had encountered earlier. It dawned on him that the ring belonged to the paladin he had initially dealt with. Realizing he could not break the seal, he decided to keep it safe for the headmaster to handle later. He then found himself in a quandary, glancing at the entrance to the dungeon. He felt a surge of eagerness, but then looked back at the woman lying unconscious in the snow. Could he really leave her here unattended? What if she succumbed to the cold? Should he take her into the dungeon with him? But she was currently in a state of unconsciousness, making it impossible to bring her along. If he were to wake her up, what if she caused chaos once they entered? Staring at the faded weaver before him, he felt a deep sense of trepidation and was momentarily perplexed. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead in realization. How foolish of him. He could simply contact the headmaster and summon him. That would resolve the issue effortlessly. Given the headmaster's speed, he could arrive in no more than half an hour. Resolute, he activated the communicator on his left wrist to establish contact with the headmaster. As soon as the connection was made, before he could utter a word, the headmaster's anxious voice came through. Tianming, are you all right? I faced a setback here. The opponent was exceedingly cunning. How goes your situation? He chuckled, promptly informing him that he had annihilated all personnel in the area and even captured a disciple of the Shadow and Light Society. Upon hearing that he had captured a disciple, there was an unusual silence on the other end of the communicator, leading him to believe the signal was weak. After calling out repeatedly, he noticed that the connection had inexplicably dropped. Qin Tianming promptly sent a location message. Dean, do you see how impressive I am? Have you considered how to reward me this time? Following the voice message, he attached a photograph. The image depicted a brown-haired woman, unconscious and lying in the snow, accompanied by a mischievous smiley face. No sooner had he sent the message than his communicator vibrated. Ding dong. You have received a new voice message. Please check it. Upon opening the device, Qin Tianming held it to his ear and began to listen. The gentle voice of the dean emanated from the communicator. Just wait for me. All right. All right. I shall remain here and go nowhere. Qin Tianming replied with a playful chuckle. At that moment, a feeble female voice interrupted. You scoundrel! How dare you ambush me? Upon noticing that the woman had awakened unbeknownst to him, Qin Tianming brushed off the snowflakes from his sleeves and approached her with an air of indifference. As he reached her side, he was met with a pair of defiant eyes, igniting a surge of anger within him. Without waiting for her to speak, he struck her face with a resounding slap. So, you dare to call yourself the goddess of fate, do you? He exclaimed. I am the weaver of destiny, she retorted, her spirit unyielding. Ah, you dare to speak back. Qin Tianming struck again, this time landing a resounding slap on her left cheek, leaving a pair of vivid red marks that were perfectly symmetrical. Zoe could no longer contain herself. She sprang to her feet, disregarding her injuries, intent on engaging Qin Tianming in a fierce struggle amidst the snow. However, she seemed oblivious to the ropes binding her, and as she attempted to stand, she stumbled heavily, falling directly into Qin Tianming's embrace. Slamming your head against me, are you? Zoe's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at him, incredulous. Do you even hear the words that just escaped your lips? You strike without hesitation and spew forth vile threats, truly the embodiment of a devil. She had intended to argue, yet as she quickly surveyed her surroundings, she was met with the grim sight of her subordinates, all lifeless, abandoned amidst the wilderness. A swarm of insects feasted upon the remains, the ghastly scene rendering her pale with terror, prompting her to muster her strength to flee. It was then that she realized she was ensnared by a sealing talisman, her entire power immobilized. Even her innate skills were rendered useless due to the binding, leaving her with only her modest attributes. Yet, could her personal prowess possibly contend with the summoned beasts of the man before her? To compound her despair, her body was bound through a particularly humiliating method employed by him, plunging her into a state of hopelessness. In an instant, She felt herself descend from the lofty heights of a radiant saint to the status of an ordinary woman in this desolate expanse. Should he choose to dispose of her in such a manner, utilizing the insects to erase her existence, no one would ever know. The thought of being devoured by insects, reduced to mere remnants, filled her with dread. Her once noble and aloof visage vanished, replaced by tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. As she let out muffled sobs, "Whoa, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please, don't kill me. I wasn't retaliating, my backside hurts. I merely wish to stand and stretch a bit. You've misunderstood me." She turned her back to Chen Tianming, vigorously rubbing her backside. "See, I truly only intended to ease my discomfort." What a revelation. The principal was indeed not deceiving him. She was, after all, a cowardly soul. Chapter 104, Godfather. Suddenly, a shadow fell from the sky, accompanied by a figure. Chinjua had arrived. Upon seeing the principal, Chen Tianming rushed forward, exclaiming, "You've finally come. I must tell you, this woman is truly sinister." Yet, to his surprise, the principal merely cast him a look filled with complex emotions before brushing past him. "Goddaughter, what has happened to you?" Hearing the principal's words, Chen Tianming's heart sank, leaving him frozen in place. "Father, my godfather." In a moment of desperation, Zoe, who had been on the brink of death, seemed to experience a revival upon seeing the arrival of another. She exerted herself to stand upright and flung herself into the embrace of the dean, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, pleading, "Godfather, save me, please. He is not human. He is a devil." Overcome with emotion, she inadvertently tugged at her wounds, yet upon collapsing into the arms of her savior, her severely injured body finally relaxed. She offered a faint smile to the newcomer before succumbing to unconsciousness. "What is happening here? Dean, you seem to be involved in quite a spectacle." Chen Tianming pondered, bewildered by the revelation of a tremendous secret he had inadvertently stumbled upon, fearing for his own safety. "Is she not your most cherished disciple? Is she not a traitor to humanity? Why does she call you Godfather? Have you two betrayed our kind?" Though their acquaintance had been brief, he believed Chinjua to be a person of integrity. However, his gaze was firmly fixed on the distant horizon, hands clasped behind his back, gripping tightly a milky white jade token, the Tianyan order. Should anything seem amiss, he would shatter the token as a signal and flee without hesitation. The reason he had not escaped immediately was that he awaited an explanation. Yet if this explanation proved unsatisfactory, he would have no choice but to expel the dean from his ranks. Suddenly, a sharp blow struck his head. "She is an undercover agent I placed within the Shadowlight Society." "An undercover agent?" Chen Tianming nodded nonchalantly, indicating that she was indeed one of their own. "Yes," the dean affirmed with a decisive nod. Upon hearing the dean's explanation, Chen Tianming began to understand the situation. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable how the dean possessed such intimate knowledge of her abilities. "And she calls you Godfather?" He discreetly tucked the jade token into his ring and stepped forward, loosening her bindings while inquiring further. The dean sighed deeply, his voice solemn. "She is indeed my daughter. However, her biological father is not I, but rather a daughter of a deceased comrade who entrusted me with her care. Yet, fate seems to have played a cruel joke, awakening within her a legendary vocation, which has drawn the envy of many. To protect her, I took her as my personal disciple, hoping to provide her with a tranquil existence. However, she insisted on joining the Shadowlight Society to uncover the truth behind her father's demise. Therefore, the reason I did not disclose this to you is that this matter is known only to her and me, with no third party involved." Chen Tianming wore an expression of sudden realization. "So you followed me here because you were already aware of her presence. You fear for her safety rather than concern for me?" As he spoke, he retrieved a vial of luminous green potion from within his ring and began to pour it into Zoe's mouth. Though she stubbornly turned her head away, her frail condition rendered her powerless against Chen Tianming's strength. In a short while, more than half of the potion had been forced down her throat, and the dean, witnessing the scene, did not intervene. Chinjua's expression turned somewhat awkward, as he had not anticipated that his innermost thoughts would be so candidly articulated by Chen Tianming, who had inadvertently laid bare his concealed worries. Chinjua realized that Chen Tianming intended to take advantage of the situation, so he feigned anger and said, "This matter is indeed my fault, but you have injured my goddaughter to such an extent. Suddenly, he emitted a sound of astonishment. Before him lay Zoe, unconscious and pale, who, at that moment, not only began to regain her color rapidly, but also emitted involuntary sounds of moaning. All her wounds healed at a visibly accelerated pace, and in the blink of an eye, she returned to her former state. The director, taken aback, inquired, "What did you just give her?" "A life potion, a restorative elixir," Chun Tianming replied, unusually refraining from emphasizing the rarity of his item. Instead gazing at the bottle in his hand with a look of regret. "I have but this last bit left." He then innocently turned to Qinzhua and asked, "Director, what has happened to your goddaughter?" Qinzhua was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Qin Tianming possessed such a remarkable healing elixir. Although he did not explicitly mention the rarity of this potion, the remarkable recovery of Zoe indicated that it was undoubtedly of the highest caliber, with therapeutic effects rivaling those of a priest's grand healing spell. "And not much," he stammered, shaking his head awkwardly as he cast a glance at the person in his arms. In the life of an adventurer, injuries were an inevitability. As long as she recovered, that was what mattered. Seeing that he had managed to brush it off, Qin Tianming quickly replied with a grin, "Well then, I shall not intrude upon your reunion with your daughter. She should awaken shortly. Given her animosity towards me, I fear we may soon find ourselves embroiled in a fierce battle." He continued, "Since this dungeon remains uncompleted, I shall take it upon myself. Once I acquire the key, I will hand it over to you. As for how you choose to handle it, that is beyond my concern." His meaning was abundantly clear. He would not disclose Zoe's identity to anyone outside, and this key could be entrusted to the director for Zoe to fulfill her quest. After all, apart from the three of them, there were no others present to leak any information. Once everything was settled, he gently waved his hand and made his way towards the entrance of the dungeon. Qinzhua remained silent, merely observing the retreating figure. The biting cold wind howled, and snowflakes danced through the air as a solitary silhouette strode forward, moving against the current of the surrounding world. Behind, a trail of footprints, varying in depth, marked the path taken. Just as the figure was on the verge of merging with the swirling abyss, he suddenly called out, "Take care." Chapter 105, The Gene Queen. Chun Tianming knelt on one knee, landing on a gentle slope and barely managing to steady himself. "Ding. You have entered the instance, the ancient city." Before his eyes lay a desolate and crumbling fortress, shrouded in an oppressive gloom. The ancient city loomed majestically against the horizon, enveloped in a gray mist, where patches of moss clung to the walls. As he approached, he discerned shadowy figures flitting about the ramparts. These specters, their bodies long since decayed, were reduced to mere skeletons, their hollow eye sockets emitting flickering blue flames. Armed with long spears and bows, they patrolled the walls with relentless vigilance. He shifted his gaze to a spear-wielding creature for examination. Ancient spear guard level, legendary level 5 strength, 5,500 agility, 5,000 spirit, 5,000 constitution, 5,000 skills, spear technique, frenzy, combined strike, signal fire. Evaluation. Once an elite guardian of the ancient city, transformed into a terrifying creature of indiscriminate assault after the invasion of abyssal forces. Having completed his inspection, he turned his attention to another figure, this one brandishing a massive bow. Ancient bow guard level, legendary level 5 strength, 5,500 agility, 5,000 spirit, 5,000 constitution, 5,000 skills, archery, insight, combined strike, signal fire. Evaluation. Once an elite guardian of the ancient city, transformed into a terrifying creature of indiscriminate assault after the invasion of abyssal forces. Upon observing the attributes of these beings, Qin Tianming could not help but click his tongue in surprise. Goodness, they are all of legendary caliber, with attributes uniformly impressive. None below 5,000. Truly, this is a special instance, and the difficulty is remarkably high. Given such foundational attributes, it would be exceedingly challenging for an average adventurer to not only clear the instance, but even to single-handedly defeat these minions. Not to mention the formidable bosses that lay ahead. The base attributes of these creatures already surpass those of a warrior. However, should a warrior activate their skills, they could still hold their ground. Before proceeding, he decided to utilize the Tianyu Pearl. Snap! The Gene Queen reappeared. He took a small azure pearl from his pocket and tossed it towards the queen's mouth, instructing, "Consume this. Let us see if it can elevate your rank." "As you command, Master," she replied obediently. With a crisp cracking sound, the queen, akin to savoring a sweet, chewed a few times before swallowing. Buzz, buzz. Was a slight tremor coursed through the queen's body, her form radiating a cerulean glow as intricate and enigmatic patterns began to emerge upon her skin. The entire process lasted 5 minutes. When the brilliance finally faded, the queen had completed her advancement. Qin Tianming, standing by, could sense the palpable shift in her aura compared to before. Ding. System notification. Your summoned creature, the Gene Queen, has successfully advanced to the Gene Empress under the influence of the Celestial Pearl. Gene Empress, mythical, sealed, level, extraordinary level 3 physique, 20, 088 strength, 20, 088 agility, 20, 088 spirit, 20, 088 skills, evil tread. Infusing power into her feet, she experiences a remarkable enhancement in mobility, increasing her speed by 500. Attack speed by 150, significantly elevating her jump height, ensuring critical strikes with every attack, and forcibly controlling her enemies for 5 seconds. Cooldown time, 3 minutes. Tearing Claw increases attack power by 150, but renders her immobile for 3 seconds. Surface Venom. The Empress secretes potent venom that evenly coats her exterior. Any who dare to touch her lose 1 life point per second for a duration of 10 seconds. Sturdy Barrier. The Gene Empress can envelop herself in a layer of formidable armor during combat, further enhancing her defensive capabilities. Super Bloodthirst. Upon receiving substantial damage, the Gene Empress enters a bloodthirsty state, amplifying her power by an additional 1,000 and gaining a 20 lifesteal effect for 5 minutes. After which she succumbs to a state of weakness for 20 minutes, during which all attributes decrease by 20. Propagation. When the gene parasite feels a desire to reproduce, it seeks out healthy life forms to implant new gene parasites within them. Evaluation. This is a race driven by a potent desire for reproduction. Their insidious and cunning nature, coupled with a near cold-blooded temperament, renders them the perfect nocturnal hunters, often lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver fatal strikes to their adversaries, adept at navigating complex terrains. Introduction. With the assistance of the Celestial Pearl, the Gene Empress has successfully transcended to a higher echelon of existence, becoming an even more formidable life form. Qin Tianming gazed upon the extraordinary attributes in the newly acquired skills, a wave of exhilaration surging within him. Mythical grade indeed possesses its uniqueness, as even its appearance stands apart. At this moment, I am compelled to ask, who else remains? With a resounding clap, another 500 gene primordial insects emerged. With grandiosity, Qin Tianming pointed forward. Go forth, my queen, and fight on my behalf. As you command, my lord. The queen responded fluently. Roar. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Qin Tianming promptly retrieved a triple experience card and gently crushed it. As these were legendary grade monsters, the experience they yielded would undoubtedly be substantial. It was imperative not to squander it. He then surveyed the battlefield, where the Empress boldly charged towards the city wall with remarkable swiftness, akin to a bolt of black lightning. With a commanding shout, she proclaimed, "Evil trample." The benevolent Empress leapt high into the air, her enormous, foul feet descending with great force upon a guard's face, creating a massive breach in both the man and the wall. Ding! The legendary level 3 ancient spear-wielding guard was slain, granting an experience boost of 150,000. The remaining guards swiftly turned, their gazes filled with fury directed at the invader. A series of piercing, high-pitched cries erupted, their decayed visages contorting into grotesque expressions, as dark, smoky tendrils enveloped their forms. Upon receiving the signal, numerous guards charged towards the Empress. A hint of sardonic amusement crossed her face. In an instant, her colossal tail lashed out with precision. Thud, thud, thud. Each strike of her tail found its mark upon the heads of the monsters. Countless guards, undaunted, rushed forward, only to be sent hurtling backward at an accelerated pace. At that moment, 500 genetic primordial insects finally arrived, plunging into the city wall like a sharp dagger. Subsequently, Qin Tianming's interface began to emit a series of experience acquisition notifications. Experience 158,000, Experience 152,000, Experience 153,000. In just a brief moment, he felt a tremor throughout his body, a long-lost exhilaration surging within him, prompting an involuntary shudder. Goodness, have I leveled up already? How many monsters have I slain? Wait. A single guard yields over 150,000 experience points? This implies a base experience exceeding 50,000. Truly, these legendary grade monsters do not disappoint. Qin Tianming was filled with exhilaration, knowing that the experience points provided by legendary monsters would be substantial. Coupled with his ability to challenge foes beyond his level and utilize experience tokens, he never anticipated the rewards would be so significant. Could it be that after vanquishing just a few dozen more, he would level up again? Indeed. Engaging in battles with foes of a higher tier was the true path to advancement. As he calculated in his mind, a surge of excitement welled up within him. Over 100,000 experience points were indeed monumental for someone at his current stage, yet for the formidable beings of the ocean-filling realm, it was merely a drop in the ocean. For them to ascend a level, slaying thousands or even tens of thousands was a necessity. Thus, it became clear that diligently grinding against lower-level monsters held little promise. Rapid advancement could only be achieved through challenging higher-tier adversaries. Chapter 106. The passionate brand. With a sudden jolt, moments later, as the last guard fell beneath the queen's colossal tail, Qin Tianming trembled with astonishment. Was this truly the 5th level of a hero? Goodness gracious! He was utterly speechless in amazement. What kind of leveling speed was this? In less than 10 minutes, he had ascended 2 levels. It was known that the experience required to transition from the 4th to the 5th level of a hero was a staggering 5 million points. Yet, in this brief span, he had achieved yet another promotion. Consider that lower-tier or intermediary professionals often required a year or more to ascend a single level, with even a couple of months being an unrealistic expectation. Yet for him, it was measured in mere minutes. What divine speed was this? Qin Tianming couldn't help but beam with joy. If others were to discover his rate of advancement, they would surely be consumed by jealousy. After eliminating the remaining monsters, he swiftly appeared above the queen's head, gazing ahead. 2 majestic palaces stood resolutely not far in the distance, while the street between them lay in ruins. Nevertheless, the palaces remained resplendent and exquisite, as if time had not dared to leave a single mark upon them. Qin Tianming stood atop the queen's head, swaying slightly as he advanced. Before long, he led the swarm of the insect army to the forefront of the palace. Just as he hesitated over which palace to approach first, a resounding bang echoed as the grand door of the left palace thundered open, revealing a commanding male figure striding forth with purpose. He was a tall, striking knight, wielding a long sword, his head held high, exuding an air of confidence akin to that of a dragon or a tiger, standing at an impressive height of 5 meters. One could hardly discern that he was a creature of magic from mere appearances. Qin Tianming perused the information. The Radiant Knight, brand, level, Ancient 1, Constitution, 8,000, Strength, 9,500, Agility, 8,500, Spirit, 2,000, Skills, Great Healing, Divine Light Prayer, Judgment of Light, Flashing 5-fold slash. Evaluation, the second in command of the ancient city. He is also its most devoted guardian. He was poised to ascend to the throne after the demise of his father and brother. Yet his fate took a dramatic turn upon the arrival of a woman. That woman was the newly-wed queen, and upon beholding her breathtaking beauty, he succumbed to her allure. Consequently, in pursuit of a life with the queen, he first eliminated his brother, followed by a resolute and decisive act against his father, ultimately achieving his desire to live a licentious and joyous life with her. As Qin Tianming beheld the system's introduction, a wave of disbelief washed over him. He had not anticipated that he would encounter such a romantic figure. The Radiant Knight, known as Brand, immediately distinguished himself from the ordinary magical beings. Unlike the other guardians who fixated their gazes on the Empress, he directed his attention steadfastly above her, precisely at the position where Qin Tianming stood. He raised his hand with a flourish, and suddenly, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping him in its brilliance. In that moment, his aura surged dramatically, and a radiant glow emanated from beneath his feet, propelling him skyward. With a thunderous roar, he shot forth like a cannonball, hurtling directly towards Qin Tianming. How swift! This was the Divine Light Prayer, a superior enhancement skill that could amplify attributes 3-fold. Qin Tianming's expression shifted to one of horror. Once activated, his attributes could rival those of an evolved Gene Empress, perhaps even surpassing them. Not to mention, he also possessed the skills of Light Judgment and the Flash 5-fold slash. The Empress is in grave danger. In an instant, Qin Tianming vanished into the void. The figure that had rushed towards him, upon realizing it had lost its target, momentarily hesitated before shifting its gaze to the Empress. In the next heartbeat, a dazzling flurry of 5 slashes erupted. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 5 sword images sliced through the air, leaving 5 immense gashes on the Empress's form in the blink of an eye. This scene left Qin Tianming concealed in the void, pale with fright. Thankfully, I fled swiftly. Otherwise, I would have met my demise here. Due to the nature of the sword's light attack, Brand did not make direct contact with the Empress, thus her toxic aura failed to infect him. The Empress, struck with profound force, was engulfed in fury. She had not anticipated suffering such a blow immediately after ascending to the mythic level. With a furious roar directed at her assailant, her eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty crimson. and her aura surged dramatically. Bloodlust activated. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the Empress vanished from her position. Brand, caught unawares, sensed an imminent threat approaching from behind. Without time to turn and observe, he instinctively braced himself. Clang. He managed to block the attack. Yet it was futile. The tremendous force propelled him backward, launching him several dozen meters away, shattering the buildings along his path, until he crashed heavily against the city wall, finally coming to a halt. Had it not been for the structures and walls providing a buffer, he might have soared into the skies. In that moment, Brand felt as though he were witnessing his own demise, succumbing to a wave of intense dizziness. A metallic taste filled his throat as a mouthful of crimson blood surged forth. However, before he could rise, a colossal shadow descended from above, a pair of enormous, foul-smelling feet crashing down upon his face. Boom. Dust and debris erupted. Walls crumbled. Ding. Killed an ancient-level light knight. Experience 630000. Chen Tianming, hidden in the void, felt his experience surge by nearly 20%. This was outrageous. Even he found the rate of experience gain to be rather extravagant. From Brand's earlier introduction, it was evident that he was a knight guarding the ancient city, and its destruction was orchestrated by their Empress. This implied there were others lurking behind him. Should he succeed in vanquishing the Empress, it was likely his experience would skyrocket to nearly half of the hero level, if he encountered a few lesser foes as well. Reaching hero level 6 was not beyond the realm of possibility. After acquiring the key, he planned to venture outside to hunt some wild monsters. I shall not return until I attain hero level 6 today. The only uncertainty remained whether there were any items on him that could be looted. Chen Tianming stepped out from the void and arrived at the foot of the city wall, where he began to explore around Brandt's lifeless body. He then extracted a half-broken jade pendant from his chest, intricately carved with a small fish, and clicked to inspect it. Twin fish jade pendant, no level, quality, epic strength, 0 constitution, 0 agility, 0 mentality, 100 effect 1, summons 5 legendary level 5 ancient guardians to fight on your behalf. Effect 2, fusion evaluation, the fish swims in the water, being both tail and head. This pendant possesses extraordinary abilities. Only the final demon lord remains. Chen Tianming transported the queen into the nest space. At this moment, she was no longer fit for battle and could only return to recuperate. The queen, painstakingly nurtured, must not be allowed to falter here. Chapter 107, The Pisces Jade Pendant Smack. Master, did you call for me? Little Doubt rubbed her drowsy eyes and asked in a sweet, childlike